Chapter 1: Awakening F-level superpowers at the beginning, being abandoned by friends and relatives and being despised. If you touch me again, I'll sue you for rape. Accompanied by a sharp voice. Lin Mo also suddenly woke up. Did you travel through time? But this world called Blue Star is completely different from the previous life. All races awaken, and strange beasts run rampant. In order to protect themselves, humans have also awakened their own special abilities. However, superpowers range from weak to strong, from F to SSS level. Very unfortunate. What Lin Mo awakened was the worst F-level ability, elimination, which couldn't even kill a mosquito. When his girlfriend, who he had been dating for a year in college, found out about this, she immediately came to break up with him. He was just trying to persuade her to stay. But he didn't expect that the other party would sue him for rape. Lin Mo, it's not that I'm heartless. Once upon a time, you were the top student in the liberal arts department at school, the handsome campus idol, and you were very kind to me. You even spent all your living expenses to buy me a birthday present. But who made you awaken such a crappy F-level ability? Do you know what an F-level ability means? It means your life is ruined. You can't practice and level up at all. You can only be a useless person. You don't want me to suffer with you for the rest of my life, do you? Shu Yuchi looked at Lin Mo and said with disgust. And just at this moment, a boy who looked like a pig but was covered in designer clothes walked over. Shu Yuchi naturally took his arm and introduced him. Wang Ba, you know him. His father is a 9th level psychic, and he has just awakened his C-level psychic ability. In the future, he can use his family's connections to buy evolution potions and evolve his psychic ability to a B level or even an A level ability. He has a promising future. Do you know how much a bottle of evolution potion costs? 10 million. It's more than enough to buy your life. So now you know the difference between you and him? It's like heaven and earth. On Blue Star. After awakening, they can be called primary psychics, and the subsequent realms are divided into levels 1 to 10. Rumor has it that there are even more terrifying existences above level 10. But in the small city of Jiangzhou, a 9th level psychic can basically be considered invincible, with all powerful abilities. No wonder Chu Yuchi couldn't wait to throw herself into Wang Ba's arms. Okay, Chichi, you've said so much to this loser, but does he understand? F-level ability, it's a joke. Even if you risk your life in this life, it will be difficult to break through to the 2nd level of ability. Wang Ba said this with a sarcastic look on his face, then put his arm around Chu Yuchi's slender waist and walked towards the Lamborghini on the side of the road. Chu Yuchi, you will definitely regret this. Lin Mo clenched his fists and said coldly. However, Chu Yuchi took this as a joke. She sneered, got into the Lamborghini, and drove away. He returned home in a daze. Because his parents disappeared when he was very young. Lin Mo has been living in his uncle Lin Yuan's house. Thanks to the chicken farm left by his parents, he can barely make ends meet. I'm back silently. As soon as I entered the door, Uncle Lin Yuan and Aunt came over to greet us with enthusiasm. This made Lin Mo's heart warm. Although my girlfriend is a money digger and a green tea bitch, at least I still have a warm home. Come on, sign this. Before Lin Mo sat down on the sofa, his uncle Lin Yuan handed him a folded document and a pen. What's this? Lin Mo was just about to open the file and take a closer look at the contents. Hey, this is the insurance your uncle bought for you. Hurry up and sign it so you can wash your hands and eat. Uncle Lin Yuan interrupted Lin Mo directly and urged impatiently. Lin Mo didn't think much about it and just signed his name at the bottom. Uncle Lin Yuan and the aunt next to him were ecstatic when they saw this. We finally got it. What did you get? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. However, at this moment, Uncle Lin Yuan and aunt changed their previous enthusiasm and looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of disgust and contempt. Lin Mo, my husband, and I have raised you for so many years. We originally hoped that you would awaken a better superpower so that we can benefit from it in the future. But I didn't expect you to be so disappointing and only awaken an F-level superpower. What's the difference between you and trash? Uncle Lin Yuan looked at Lin Mo and said indifferently. How did you know? Lin Mo frowned. The awakening results were only released this morning. Of course I told them. And just at this moment, the bedroom door opened and a figure walked out. It was Lin Yuan's son, Lin Nanfei. Lin Mo, have you forgotten that we are in the same school? Not only do I know what special power you have awakened, I also know that just now, your girlfriend dumped you in public. You looked like a clown, ha ha ha. Lin Nanfei walked forward and laughed sarcastically. Finished. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan and asked, Dad, did you get it? Here it is, the chicken farm transfer contract. This idiot just signed it. Lin Yuan opened the document signed by Lin Mo and handed it to Lin Nanfei. Lin Mo was stunned on the spot. Is this still my uncle? He actually used this method to deceive himself. Ah, that's great. This chicken farm can be sold for at least 1 or 2 million. Add that to our house, and I can get a loan, and I can buy me an evolution potion. This way, my D-level ability can evolve into a C-level ability. My future is limitless. Lin Nanfei was overjoyed. Son, from now on Mom and Dad will rely on you. Lin Yuan also said with anticipation. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Mo, his face once again showing that disgusted expression. As for you, a piece of trash, you are no longer worthy of staying in this house. Go and live on the chicken farm. After saying this, before Lin Mo could react, Lin Yuan's family of 3 pushed and dragged Lin Mo out of the house. Because I am penniless. It's late at night, in order not to wander the streets. Lin Mo could only come to the chicken farm. Looking at the only legacy left to me by my parents. Lin Mo also felt like crying but had no tears. Is this the treatment for a time traveler? He awakened a crappy superpower and got dumped by his girlfriend. He was kicked out by his family and even his parents' only inheritance was taken away. What kind of devastating start is this? Oh my god, are you trying to make fun of me? Do you have to force me to death to be happy? I fuck your daughter. Bite. A metallic woman's voice suddenly sounded in my ears. It has been detected that the host has met the conditions and the system has begun to be activated. System binding, 100%. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the super evolution system. You can use this system to infinitely evolve your abilities. Lin Mo was about to swear but immediately stopped. Here we come. Brother Tongzi, oh no, Sister Tongzi, you are finally here. Chapter 2, Upgrading is as easy as drinking water. This cheat is really cool. System scanning. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Realm, primary psychic power value 0-100. Superpower, chef level elimination can evolve to SSS-level world destruction, current evolution progress 0%. Special reminder, the system has detected 9 unknown superpowers in the host. When the first superpower evolves to SSS level, the second superpower will be unlocked. Read the information provided by the system. Lin Mo also stood there in a daze. It turns out that his F-level ability is not rubbish, and it can even evolve into an SSS-level ability. The most important thing is that he has 9 superpowers in his body. Although there are people with dual powers on Blue Star, there are even geniuses with 3 superpowers. And all these monstrous beings are super powerful. But I have a total of 10 superpowers. If all of these evolve to SSS level, I will never eat beef again. Since this is the first time the host is binding to the system, I will give you a free chance to evolve your abilities. Do you want to evolve immediately? Oh my god. Isn't this equivalent to giving you a bottle of evolution potion right at the start? That is a treasure worth 10 million. Lin Mo chose to evolve without any hesitation. Congratulations host, your abilities have evolved. Superpower, E-level elimination can evolve to SSS level world destruction, current evolution progress 10%. Later, you can use your superpowers to eliminate objects or kill them directly, gain superpower points, and increase your level. Every level you reach will give you a chance to evolve your superpowers. Use supernatural powers to eliminate objects? Just as Lin Mo was thinking. His eyes accidentally caught sight of the streetlights at the chicken farm. Because it was summer and it was night. Hundreds of mosquitoes will gather at the slightest light. I don't know if I can gain superpower points by eliminating mosquitoes? Think of this. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward and locked his eyes on 2 of the mosquitoes. The mosquito that was originally flying suddenly stopped in mid-air. At the same time, in Lin Mo's sight, 2 appeared above the heads of the 2 mosquitoes. Lin Mo's mind immediately moved. The 2 mosquitoes disappeared out of thin air in an instant. Power score +2. The system's voice sounded in my mind. This made Lin Mo's eyes flash, as if he had discovered a new world. Is this actually possible? Since there are so many mosquitoes here, wouldn't I be rich? When I think of this, Lin Mo suddenly became alert, fixed his eyes on the mosquitoes, and began to eliminate them frantically. Power score +2. Power score +2. It didn't take long. Lin Mo then accumulated 100 points of ability value. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become a first-level psychic power value 100,1000. At the moment the system's sound rang, Lin Mo felt that his body was also undergoing a transformation. First, the senses become more sensitive and clear. Immediately afterwards, his own strength and speed also increased significantly. In fact, he is a primary psychic who has just awakened. There is no difference in physical fitness from that of ordinary people. But when you break through to the first level of mutant, a qualitative change will occur. With Lin Mo's current physical condition, he can easily deal with 5 adult men even without using his supernatural powers. Don't underestimate the importance of a psychic's physical fitness. Without a strong physique and strong supernatural power value to support it, even if one has an SSS-level superpower, it is difficult to exert too much power. So when those low-level psychics meet high-level psychics, they are simply trampled and beaten. Host successfully upgraded and will have a chance to evolve his abilities. Do you want to evolve? Evolve immediately. Congratulations, host, your ability has evolved to D-level elimination, can evolve to SSS-level destruction, current evolution progress is 15%. Lin Mo's face suddenly showed joy, and he evolved again. Just killing a few mosquitoes is equivalent to taking a bottle of evolution potion worth tens of millions. Moreover, a mutant can only take 3 bottles of evolution potion in his lifetime, and the key is that there are side effects. Each time it is taken, a large amount of the mutant's life will be overdrawn. But now Lin Mo doesn't have to worry about this at all. This feeling is so great. Lin Mo immediately continued to eliminate mosquitoes. Only after breaking through to become a first-level mutant, the ability value gained by eliminating mosquitoes is greatly reduced. Sometimes you have to eliminate 4 mosquitoes in a row to gain some special ability points. Fortunately, there are enough mosquitoes. Congratulations, you've achieved a breakthrough to become a level 2 psychic power score 1000-5000. Another breakthrough. Others want to break through from level 1 to level 2. It takes at least a year to practice. This is even with the blessing of extraordinary talent and various precious resources. A 9th level psychic like Wang Ba's father had practiced for decades. And it took me less than 10 minutes to break through to level 2. At this rate, it would probably take less than a year for him to break through to become a level 10 psychic and look down upon the entire Jiangzhou city. By then, Wang Ba's father will be nothing. Shu Yuqi, an uncle and aunt, you will regret it forever. System, evolve superpowers. Your ability has evolved to C-level elimination, can evolve to SSS-level destruction, current evolution progress 20%. Friendly reminder, you are already a level 2 psychic. Killing mosquitoes will only improve you to a limited extent. Please change the object you are eliminating. Replace the object? What to change? Clack. However, just as Lin Mo was thinking, the crowing of a rooster attracted Lin Mo's attention. Lin Mo turned his head to look at the chickens in the chicken coop, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, pigeons. For a while, the screams of the chickens filled the entire chicken coop. It just so happens that security guard Lao Wang is away on leave tonight. This made Lin Mo kill with great pleasure. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that by eliminating a chicken, he could gain 10 points of supernatural power. This is much faster than eliminating mosquitoes. After a while, Lin Mo broke through again and reached the level of a 3rd-level psychic. At this moment, Lin Mo felt that his body was full of strength, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. Now his combat effectiveness is enough to easily defeat more than a dozen special forces soldiers head-on. Lin Mo immediately chose to evolve his superpowers. Your ability has evolved to be level ability evolution progress 30%. Congratulations, you've acquired a new skill, eliminating light. New skills? Lin Mo's eyes lit up with joy. I just don't know how powerful this new skill is. He. But at this moment, the cawing of chickens suddenly came from not far ahead. Lin Mo frowned, walked forward a distance towards the source of the scream, and looked carefully. The next moment, he stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open. I saw a giant black centipede that was about 3 or 4 meters long, biting a chicken madly. The other chickens nearby were almost scared to death. And the weirdest thing is that this giant black centipede actually has a human face. That ferocious expression also made Lin Mo's scalp tingle. After all, this was his first time seeing a strange beast at such a close distance. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid at all. And just as Lin Mo discovered the human-faced centipede, the centipede obviously sensed Lin Mo. It raised its head, spat out the chicken feathers in its mouth, and said with a sinister smile, "Oh, I'm really starving. I wanted to eat some chicken to fill my stomach, but I didn't expect to meet a fair and tender little kid like you in the middle of the night. It seems that I can have a good meal tonight. Come here, little baby, don't be afraid, come here and let Uncle hold you," said. The human-faced centipede actually stood up its upper body like a human, waving its 1,000 legs as big as an adult's arms, and was about to pounce on Lin Mo. Chapter 3, Kill the Strange Beast, and the 749th Bureau comes to the door? Lin Mo instinctively turned around and ran away. But then I thought about it. That's not right. I'm already a level 3 psychic, there's nothing I should be afraid of. Lin Mo immediately stopped, calmed his mind, locked onto the human-faced centipede's identical limbs, and directly used his supernatural powers. Just a moment. All the limbs of the human-faced centipede disappeared. The human-faced centipede, which was originally showing its fangs and claws, fell to the ground on the spot without the support of its limbs. What's going on? Where are my hands? Where are my feet? The human-faced centipede lay on the ground, wriggling its body constantly, its face full of panic. And just at this moment, Lin Mo walked forward calmly, looked down at the human-faced centipede on the ground, sneered, and asked, "Do you still want to hug me? You are actually a level 3 mutant." The human-faced centipede obviously saw Lin Mo's extraordinariness at this moment, and was immediately terrified. But its limbs were gone, and it lay on the ground, unable to move or escape. It could only quickly admit defeat and beg for mercy, "Little boy. Oh no, big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I just stole a chicken and didn't do anything serious. Please let me go this time." "No." Lin Mo shook his head and said seriously, "It's because you stole my pigeon." The words fell. Eliminate light launch. 2 red lights as thick as chopsticks burst out from Lin Mo's eyes and shone onto the head of the human-faced centipede. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The human-faced centipede's head exploded on the spot, and it was deader than dead. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 alien beast, the human-faced centipede, and obtaining 500 supernatural power points. Lin Mo's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. The amount of supernatural power points gained from killing strange beasts is surprisingly so much. This would happen if we killed a few more strange beasts. Isn't it easy to break through to become a 4th level psychic? It seems that I have to find more exotic beasts in the future. As for now, Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the chickens. Until the next morning. Until all the thousands of chickens in the chicken coop died. Only then did Lin Mo stop. Level 3 psychic power score 7,000 20,000. The harvest this evening was really huge. Not only did he break through from a beginner psychic to level 3, his ability level was also upgraded from the worst F level to B level, and he also gained new skills. This speed of progress is simply outrageous. If this gets out, it will definitely shock the entire Jiangzhou city. You know, yesterday, I was still considered a waste who would never be able to break through to the 2nd level of superpower. Think of this. Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled, then turned back to the security room, ready to pack up and leave. And just at this moment, a black Magotan stopped at the entrance of the chicken farm. A figure got out of the car. It was Lin Mo's uncle, Lin Yuan. Today, he is in high spirits. Not only did he get rid of Lin Mo, the burden, but he also successfully took over the chicken farm left by Lin Mo's parents. The future is promising. "Ha, honey, don't worry, I've already talked to the client, and they'll come to see the chicken farm later." In this age where even ants can awaken into monsters, the price of ordinary chickens is very high. And our chickens are so fat, they can definitely sell for a good price. I used to worry that Lin Mo would awaken a high-level ability. If we took over his chicken farm, he would definitely cause us trouble. But now he has only awakened an F-level ability. He will be useless for the rest of his life. What's there to worry about? If he dares to come back and cause trouble, let our son beat him to death. Lin Yuan was walking while calling his wife. However, when he walked into the chicken farm and looked at the empty chicken coop, he was stunned and his cell phone slipped from his hand and fell heavily to the ground. More than 10 seconds passed. Lin Yuan finally came to his senses and said in shock, "Where's the chicken? Where's my chicken?" He thought the chickens had hidden themselves, and frantically searched the chicken coop. But apart from turning out a few chicken feathers and countless chicken shit, didn't even see an egg. This made him completely unable to remain calm. And just at this moment, Lin Mo walked out of the security room calmly, carrying his school bag. "Lin Mo, where's my chicken? Where did you take my chicken?" Lin Yuan thought it was Lin Mo's doing, so he stepped forward, glared at Lin Mo, and questioned him. "Oh, I was just about to tell you," said. Lin Mo walked into the depths of the chicken coop, dragged out the corpse of the human-faced centipede, and threw it in front of Lin Yuan. "Look, it ate it all last night." Strange beast. Lin Yuan was startled. After confirming that the body was dead, he dared to walk forward and kick the body twice, wondering, why is it dead? "I killed him," Lin Mo said lightly. "You? Are you kidding me? The killing power of your F-level ability is barely enough. How can you kill such a huge centipede monster?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said unhappily. "Believe it or not, it ate all those chickens, and I'm leaving. From now on, we will sever all ties and keep our distance from each other. Thank you for your care over the years." Not see. Finished. Lin Mo turned and left without looking back. Lin Yuan watched Lin Mo Yuan's receding figure, then looked back at the empty chicken coop. He collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "My chickens, they're all finished now. Get out of the chicken farm." Lin Mo walked aimlessly along the road. I have lived in Lin Yuan's house for so many years. Now he leaves suddenly. For a moment, he really didn't know where to go. Fortunately, he is now a third-level psychic, his abilities have evolved to level B, and he also has a system. There shouldn't be any problem surviving in this world. What we need to do now is to find a place and develop quietly. Squeak. However, just as Lin Mo was thinking about the future direction, a black business car suddenly braked and stopped in front of him. The car door opened. A man and a woman walked down from above. The men are tall and handsome, and the women are tall and sexy. They all wore the same black windbreaker and black sunglasses, looking very handsome. "Lin Mo, right?" The man in black looked at Lin Mo and asked coldly. "It's me, who are you?" Lin Mo frowned and asked in confusion. "The Supernatural Management Bureau, also known as Bureau 749, or the Dragon Group, etc." The woman in black showed her ID to Lin Mo and explained. 749 Bureau? Oh, I've seen that movie. Isn't it the one where the protagonist yells, "I'm not a human, I'm just a monster," and then flies around with braised chicken wings? Lin Mo pinched his chin and recalled a bad movie he had seen before traveling through time. "I had just finished watching the movie and was walking out of the cinema. As I was crossing the street, I was wondering why I was so crazy to spend money to watch such a movie. It turned out to be a stroke of luck. Is it really good luck? Then I crossed over." After listening to Lin Mo's words, the woman and man in black also showed obvious embarrassment on their faces, and the corners of their mouths twitched. "Ahem, the movies are all just random. The real Superpower Management Bureau is extremely powerful and mysterious." The woman in black coughed twice and explained quickly. "Okay, so what's the matter with you looking for me?" Lin Mo asked curiously. Chapter 4, Become a Trainee Investigator and Unlock the Merit Mole. "You were the one who killed this human-faced centipede, right?" The woman in black held up the photo of the human-faced centipede's corpse in front of Lin Mo. The photo also shows Lin Yuan sitting on the ground and crying. It is obvious that this photo was taken not long ago. "It's me." Lin Mo nodded immediately. He believed that since these two people were able to find him, they had accurate evidence, so there was nothing to hide. The woman and man in black looked at each other, nodded, and then continued to look at Lin Mo and said, "In that case, would it be convenient for you to get in the car and talk? Don't worry, we don't have any ill will towards you, but there are some things that are inconvenient to talk about here." Hearing this, Lin Mo thought for a moment. If I want to continue upgrading my superpowers in the future, ordinary creatures can only provide very little superpower value, so I must kill strange beasts. And this Supernatural Power Management Bureau must have a lot of information about supernatural beasts. It's not a bad idea to talk to them. You might be able to get some information you need. So Lin Mo nodded immediately. Okay. In a black business car. Formally introduce myself. My name is Su Chanqian, and I'm an intern investigator at the Ability Management Bureau. The woman in black extended her right hand towards Lin Mo and introduced herself. Shen Fei. The man in black followed up with this. Nice to meet you. I wonder if you two have called me to this car. Is there anything you would like to know? Lin Mo shook hands with the two men in turn and asked in confusion. Lin Mo, you just awakened your superpowers yesterday, right? Su Chanqian asked. That's right. Lin Mo nodded. But according to the information we have, you only awakened an F-level ability, elimination, which means you have no combat power at all. And even though that human-faced centipede is only a second-level beast, many third-level psychics might not be its match. As a beginner psychic, how did you manage to kill it? Su Chanqian asked with a suspicious look on her face. Well, when I saw the centipede, I was terrified and thought I was dead. But I didn't expect that I would break through and awaken a new skill. I blew the centipede's head off in one go. Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied. This is also the most reasonable explanation he can think of at the moment. A breakthrough in a critical moment? Su Chanqian and Shen Fei looked at each other and then nodded. Because this possibility exists and similar things have happened before. Can you let us test what realm you are in now? Su Chanqian took out a device similar to a barcode scanner from her bag and asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed after all, so he nodded immediately. Su Chanqian took the instrument and scanned it at Lin Mo. When you see the message on the screen. She and Shen Fei beside her were both stunned. Level 3 Psychic. In just one night, he actually broke through to become a level 3 psychic. His psychic ability also went from F level to B level. What a gifted person. The look in Su Chanqian's eyes when she looked at Lin Mo at this moment was as if she had discovered a gold ingot, and it was shining brightly. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect this to happen. Lin Mo smiled modestly. Lin Mo, originally we just wanted to understand the general course of events so we could have an explanation when we return. After all, that human-faced centipede was the target of our mission. But now that you've killed the human-faced centipede, and you're so talented, I wonder, are you interested in joining our Supernatural Management Bureau? Su Chanqian directly extended an olive branch to Lin Mo. Join the Superpower Management Bureau? Lin Mo was stunned. That's right. Joining our supernatural administration has many benefits. Trainee investigators like us can earn 20,000 yuan a month, with food and accommodation provided. Once we become full-time investigators, our monthly salary can be increased to 50,000 yuan, plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. There are also bonuses for completing missions, and extra rewards for killing supernatural beasts. As for various precious cultivation resources, you can exchange them for them at our Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Also, if you become a senior investigator with the Ability Management Bureau, during your mission, no matter where you go, the local authorities will fully cooperate with you. In emergencies, you can even directly take over local command, etc. As long as you join the Supernatural Administration, you will not only have status and position, but also a brighter and better future. Shen Fei, who had always been taciturn, directly offered various attractive conditions. No wonder he works so hard. If a gifted genius like Lin Mo could be introduced to the Supernatural Management Bureau, then he and Su Chanqian will be able to get a handsome reward. This would earn you much more than killing a human-faced centipede. So many benefits? To be honest, Lin Mo was a little moved. He was worried that he had nowhere to go. Now it's good. Food and accommodation are provided, there is a regular position, a high salary, and it's a stable job. The most important thing is to have status, position, and power. If my classmates knew this, they would be so envious. Think of this. Lin Mo looked at the two and asked, if I joined the Supernatural Power Management Bureau now, would I be able to go on missions and hunt supernatural beasts like you guys? Sure. Su Chanqian nodded quickly. Then I agree to join. Lin Mo agreed immediately. As long as you can continue to accept tasks and kill strange beasts, you can continue to upgrade your superpowers and get rewards from the Superpower Management Bureau. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing that has the best of both worlds. And seeing Lin Mo agreed. Su Chanqian and Shen Fei were also very happy. They knew that their reward was certain to go. Without a word, the two of them immediately took Lin Mo and headed straight to the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Because it is an internship period, there aren't too many complicated procedures. The onboarding procedures were completed quickly. In addition to the trainee investigator's certificate, Lin Mo also received a special mobile phone from the Superpower Management Bureau. Internal communication within the Supernatural Management Bureau, accepting missions, and even seeking help in dangerous situations all depend on it. The most important thing is, with this phone, you can enter the Merit Mall of the Supernatural Administration. There are all good things in here, even some rare treasures on the market. For example, evolution potions that can increase the level of superpowers. A supernatural weapon that can kill monsters above level 7. There are also upgrade potions which, after taking them, can increase the probability of the psychic being upgraded to the next level directly and so on. In order to exchange these treasures, you need something called merit points. Take the evolution potion for example, it is worth 1000 merit points. You know, the market price of evolution potion outside is 10 million per bottle. In other words, 1 merit point is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. There is even an option to exchange merit points for cash in the upper right corner of the Merit Mall. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. However, Lin Mo's current merit points are 0. Sister Qian, where do you get these merit points? Lin Mo looked at Su Chanqian and asked doubtfully. Completing tasks and making special contributions, such as introducing outstanding newcomers to the administration like Shen Fei and I, can earn merit points. Su Chanqian explained. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and immediately opened the task center on his phone to accept the task. Seeing this, Shen Fei on the side reminded him, Lin Mo, your realm is relatively low now, so you should try to take on less difficult tasks. Although you will gain fewer merit points, it is safer. Don't take the risk of taking on those difficult tasks, or even those with extremely high risk bounty. Even though this kind of mission gives a lot of merit points, you are very likely to lose your life. Many newcomers to the Supernatural Administration Bureau have ended their lives early because of greed. Thank you, Brother Shin, for the reminder. I will definitely do what I can. Lin Mo nodded seriously and started searching in the mission center. Soon, a task caught his attention. Chapter 5, Accept the mission and encounter bullying in the dormitory. Mission location, Jiangzhou University, Men's Dormitory Building 1. This is such a coincidence. He actually went straight to his school dormitory. I just happened to go back and pack my quilt and luggage. This way I can move into the dormitory assigned by the Superpower Management Bureau tonight. The dormitory for trainee investigators is a single room, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room of 80 square meters. Fully furnished, ready for move-in. With such a great place, who would go to school and squeeze into a 6-person room of less than 30 square meters? Mission content. Recently, traces of bloodthirsty parasitic beasts have appeared in Jiangzhou University, and many students have been killed. However, the bloodthirsty parasitic beasts are extremely good at camouflage and can appear no different from normal people during the day. The Jiangzhou branch has dispatched personnel to investigate, and has now located the bloodthirsty parasitic beast's hiding place in Building 1 of the men's dormitory. Please immediately investigate and arrest or eliminate the bloodthirsty parasitic beast. Mission reward, kill or capture the bloodthirsty parasitic beast and receive 10 merit points and a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Special reminder, the bloodthirsty parasitic beast is a level 2 monster with ferocious combat power. Please accept this mission if you have a level 2 ability or above. Those below level 4 should go in a team to avoid unnecessary casualties. 10 merit points, plus 50,000 cash, doesn't that equal 150,000? This reward is not a small amount for me at the moment. Of course. Lin Mo certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to exchange his merit points for cash. After all, there are so many good things in the Merit Mall. These merit points must be accumulated to exchange for treasures in order to maximize their value. Think of this. Lin Mo immediately took on the task. Lin Mo, what mission did you accept? Do you need to form a team? At this time, Su Chanqian looked at Lin Mo and asked. Shenfei also looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of inquiry. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. The reward is just this little, so if we form a team, we have to split it equally between the two of them, right? The key is that it's just a level 2 bloodthirsty parasite, I can handle it myself. Think of this. Lin Mo immediately shook his head and said with a smile, next time for sure. Jiangzhou University, Male Dormitory Building 1, Room 302. Because it wasn't completely dark yet. The bloodthirsty parasitic beast is unlikely to show up. So Lin Mo planned to go back to his dormitory first and tidy up his quilt and other things. Bang! As soon as I entered the dormitory, a pair of glasses flew towards Lin Mo and fell to the ground, with one of the lenses shattered into pieces. Lin Mo looked up. I saw 3 boys pinning down a thin boy in the corner and beating and kicking him. Maybe he heard the door open. At this time, the 3 boys stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look towards the door. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Lin Mo, the 3 people's faces were immediately filled with sarcasm. Hey, isn't this our Lin University bully? Are you back? The leading boy curled his lips slightly, with a contemptuous smile on his face. This man's name is Guo Tao, and he is the head of dormitory 302. Relying on the fact that his family has some money, he usually acts arrogantly and domineeringly in the dormitory. The 2 boys next to him, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, are his loyal followers and follow his lead. As for the unlucky guy who got beaten, it was Wang Zhe. Because he came from the countryside and was naturally thin, he was often bullied by these 3 guys. But before, these 3 guys didn't dare to go so far. At most, they asked Wang Zhe to serve tea and water, run errands to buy food, wash socks and underwear, etc. Why did they start a fight today? Lin Mo bent down to pick up his glasses, walked over and handed them to Wang Zhe, and asked in confusion, why did they hit you? Aye. Wang Zhe looked at Guo Tao with fear, then cautiously pointed at Lin Mo's bed. Lin Mo looked up and his face suddenly became gloomy. I saw that my bed was full of garbage. There were smelly shoes, smelly socks, leftover takeout, used toilet paper, and even a few mineral water bottles filled with yellow liquid. It's a complete garbage dump. The quilt that was once neat is now completely unusable. See this. Lin Mo was also furious for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, who did this? Before Wang Zhe could speak. Of course it's me. Guo Tao pointed at himself and said arrogantly. Lin Mo, we played games all night last night, and the trash can was full, so we had no place to put the trash, so we borrowed your bed for a while. You're not here anyway, so it's no big deal to use it. But that damned bastard Wang Zhe, after coming back from get out of class and seeing what we did, actually had the audacity to say that what we did wasn't right. Damn it, do I need him to teach me how to do things? What do you think, should he be beaten? Not beating him to death is already a light punishment. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression suddenly turned even colder. You guys are really going too far. Hey, Lin Mo, you're not angry, are you? It's just a small matter, why do you have to worry about it? Li Yuan on the side didn't care at all and said with a sneer. That's right. Since you're just a piece of trash with an awakened F-level ability, it makes sense for you to live in a garbage dump. We're helping you adapt to the environment in advance, and you should thank us. Lu Dalong said jokingly. Alright, stop wasting your breath on a loser. I've been fighting for a while now, and I'm really hungry. Come on, I'll treat you to some river fish. Guo Tao waved his hand and said very generously. Long live Brother Tao. Li Yuan and Lu Dalong's eyes suddenly lit up, and they wanted to kneel on the ground and call Guo Tao their godfather. Then the 3 of them were about to leave together. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Lin Mo's cold voice sounded behind the 3 of them. What? Do you have anything else to do? Guo Tao glanced back at Lin Mo and asked impatiently. Come here and lick the garbage off my bed, then apologize to me and him. Lin Mo said expressionlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Zhe, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. Is Lin Mo crazy? How dare you talk to Guo Tao and the others like that? It's over, I'm afraid I'm going to get beaten again today. Lin Mo, did I give you face? Guo Tao glared at Lin Mo fiercely and said in a cold voice, do you still think you are the academic bully you used to be? You have the school to protect you and I dare not touch you? You've already become a laughingstock in the whole school, not to mention you're worse than shit in front of me. You're just a piece of trash who's only awakened an F-level ability. You dare to talk to me like that? You're really rebellious. Now, kneel down and kowtow 3 times before me, begging for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I will beat the shit out of you tonight. Chapter 6 Teacher? Strange Beast. Brother Tao, let's forget it. I'll apologize to you on behalf of Lin Mo. He just said the wrong thing in the heat of the moment. Please don't take it personally. Wang Jia begged for mercy. Shut up, this is none of your business. If you dare to interrupt again, I'll break your legs. Guo Tao glared at Wang Jia fiercely and scolded him. Wang Jia was so scared that he immediately lowered his head. Guo Tao looked at Lin Mo with a smug look on his face and sneered, Lin Mo, don't ever say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you beg for mercy and admit your mistakes, there will still be a place for you in 302 in the future. Otherwise, you'll be homeless. However, regarding this, Lin Mo seemed not to hear it and continued to stand there motionless. See this. The smile on Guo Tao's face disappeared instantly. He glared at Lin Mo and said in a deep voice, fuck you, are you pretending to be deaf? Fine, if you have the guts, I'll kill you if I don't beat you into a folding screen today. After saying that, he winked at Li Yuan and Lu Dalong. Li Yuan and Lu Dalong immediately understood what Guo Tao meant, and rushed towards Lin Mo with a sneer. The two were originally members of the school basketball team, and they had awakened abilities that enhanced their physical bodies, so their entire bodies were covered in muscles. Rushing head-on, it's really oppressive. Wang Jia on the ground was so scared that he had buried his head in his arms. Ouch! Ouch! But the next moment, 2 heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the dormitory. Wang Jia, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a moment. He raised his head quietly and was immediately dumbfounded. Lin Mo was still standing there intact. Instead, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong were both lying on the ground, spitting blood and screaming. Looking at this scene, Guo Tao also widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. What just happened? How come Li Yuan and Lu Dalong were knocked down before I could even see clearly? Isn't the ability Lin Mo awakened the worst F-level ability, which can't even kill mosquitoes? How come the fighting power is so strong? However, Guo Tao would never have thought of this in his dreams. Lin Mo is now already a level 3 psychic, and his abilities have even evolved to level B. Dealing with junior psychics who have just awakened like them is simply a torture and beating. I have a mission to accomplish. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Why do you have to force me? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and walked towards Guo Tao. See this. Guo Tao's face changed drastically. He glared at Lin Mo and shouted in a timid voice, Lin Mo, what do you want to do? I have awakened a C-level ability. The school values me very much. And you, an F-level loser, if you dare to touch me today, the school will definitely expel you. Really? Lin Mo smiled coldly, took a step forward, and punched Guo Tao. Guo Tao still wanted to use his supernatural powers to fight back. However, Lin Mo's speed was too fast. Before he could use his special ability, the punch landed solidly on his lower abdomen. Ouch! The heart-wrenching screams suddenly rang out again. Guo Tao covered his lower abdomen with his hands, knelt on the ground, and vomited blood. Looking at this scene, Wang Jia also swallowed his saliva, his face full of shock. They are both awakened F-level abilities. How come Lin Mo is so powerful? This quilt is no longer available. Lin Mo took a look at the bed that was full of garbage and felt a little distressed. Then he lowered his head to look at Guo Tao in front of him, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, ready to teach him a lesson again. Bang! But at this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man with a gentle appearance and wearing a white shirt walked in from outside. What are you doing here in your dormitory at this hour of night? This person is the dormitory supervisor of this dormitory building. See this. Guo Tao suddenly felt like he had seen his savior. He ignored the pain and crawled towards the man, crying in grievance, Teacher Zhang, you have to help me. Lin Mo has gone crazy. He hit people, even me, the dormitory head. Look at how he beat me. I'm vomiting blood. Teacher Zhang glanced at Guo Tao. When his gaze fell on the blood at the corner of Guo Tao's mouth, he paused for a moment, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. But soon, Teacher Zhang looked away and looked at Lin Mo, saying seriously, you got into a dormitory fight, bullied a classmate, and caused the dormitory head to be injured in vomit blood. Lin Mo, you are so bold and lawless. Wait for your punishment. Teacher Zhang, why are you so eager to convict me without first asking about the cause and process of this incident? Lin Mo frowned. What? Are you teaching me how to do things? Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes and glanced around the dormitory while speaking. When it was confirmed that Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, Wang Jia, and Guo Tao in front of him were all injured. Only when Lin Mo is intact. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister arc, and he turned his head to look at Guo Tao and said, "Go, lock the dormitory door for me. Today, the teacher will help you to get justice and teach this disrespectful bastard a lesson." Upon hearing this, Guo Tao was suddenly very excited. Teacher Zhang is a second-level psychic. If he were to teach Lin Mo a lesson, wouldn't that be an easy task for him? So he hurried forward and locked the dormitory door. Do all this. Guo Tao happily returned to Teacher Zhang and said with a flattering smile, "Teacher Zhang, the door is locked. Go ahead and beat up this ignorant bastard." No problem. Teacher Zhang nodded, a playful smile on his face. But before that, I want to lend you something. What? Guo Tao asked in confusion. Your blood. The words fell. Teacher Zhang's entire face actually blossomed like the petals of a carnivorous plant, and each petal was covered with densely packed, sharp teeth like steel blades. See this. Guo Tao was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. Before he could recover from his shock, a blood-red tongue more than 2 meters long shot out from it and headed straight for Guo Tao. By the time Guo Tao reacted and wanted to escape, it was too late. The blood-red tongue instantly wrapped around him tightly. And at the top of the tongue, there is actually a mouthful of sharp teeth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Guo Tao's carotid artery. Ouch! For a moment, blood splattered everywhere and screams filled the entire dormitory. This moment, the blood-red tongue was like a straw, continuously drawing blood from Guo Tao's body and transporting it back to Teacher Zhang's body. But it only took a dozen seconds. Guo Tao was completely drained of energy, his body was just skin and bones, his eye sockets were sunken, and he had no life left. Teacher Zhang then retracted his blood-red tongue, closed his face again, and turned back into a normal person, licking the corner of his mouth with an unsatisfied look. Looking at this scene, Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, and Wang Jia, who were lying on the ground, and not far away, were already scared silly. Although they were still students and had learned about various strange beasts in textbooks, they also knew how ferocious they were. But I have never seen it with my own eyes in real life. Only Lin Mo stared at Teacher Zhang with his eyes fixed on her, but an excited smile appeared on his face. Chapter 7, Kill the Parasitic Beast and Meet the Adulterer Again. Bloodthirsty Parasitic Beast. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. That's right, the Teacher Zhang in front of him was exactly the target of his mission on this trip. What he didn't expect was that, before I could even go looking for it, this bloodthirsty parasitic beast actually jumped out on its own. This is really a case of searching for something everywhere but finally finding it without any effort. Oh? You recognize me? Teacher Zhang looked at Lin Mo, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not only do I recognize you, but I came here specifically to find you. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, and then he took out his ID and held it in front of Teacher Zhang. Lin Mo, trainee investigator from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Bloodthirsty parasite, you are under arrest. He saw clearly the certificate in Lin Mo's hand. Teacher Zhang's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, I was wondering why the police suddenly stopped investigating. Turns out they sent someone from the Supernatural Management Bureau. But, you're just an intern investigator, and you want to arrest me? You're probably courting death. The words fell. Teacher Zhang's face blossomed again like petals, and the more than 2-meter-long blood-red tongue burst out and headed straight for Lin Mo. You still dare to take action? Lin Mo's mind moved, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, 2 red rays of light burst out from Lin Mo's eyes and headed straight for the blood-red tongue. Bang! As soon as the two came into contact, the blood-red tongue exploded on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Ouch! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Teacher Zhang turned around and ran away without saying a word. You want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Mo smiled coldly. 2 more beams of illuminating light were shot out, this time hitting Teacher Zhang's head. Teacher Zhang's head suddenly exploded. His body froze in place for about 2 seconds before falling to the ground with a loud bang. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 alien beast, the bloodthirsty parasitic beast offspring, and obtaining 500 energy points. Host level 3 psychic 7520,000. Read the information given by the system. Lin Mo was also stunned. Subbody? Could it be that the one he killed was not the mother of the bloodthirsty parasitic beast? If that's the case, then there should be other bloodthirsty parasitic beasts lurking in the school, or even in the entire Jiangzhou city. No, I must report this matter to the Supernatural Management Bureau as soon as possible when I get back. After all, bloodthirsty parasitic beasts are different from other strange beasts. They are extremely good at camouflage and usually look almost the same as normal people, making them difficult to guard against. If we can't catch them all in one fell swoop, this will be a huge potential threat. And after killing the bloodthirsty parasitic beast in front of him, Lin Mo sent the location here to the Supernatural Management Bureau via a dedicated mobile phone. Next, there will naturally be someone to deal with the corpse of the strange beast, as well as restore the scene, erase the memories of the onlookers, and other follow-up work. Lin Mo doesn't have to worry about these things. He just needs to go back and submit the task and collect the reward. Turned around and came to Wang Zhe's side. Lin Mo reached out and helped Wang Zhe up from the ground. Thanks, Wang Zhe said with gratitude. Don't be polite, we're all roommates. If Guo Tao bullies me again. Oh, by the way, he'll have no future. Lin Mo glanced at Guo Tao, who had become a mummy, and then his eyes fell on Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, who were already frightened. He said coldly, if these two guys dare to bully you again, tell me. Hearing this, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled involuntarily and they were about to cry. After what happened today, even if they were given 800 more guts, they would not dare to do it again. You are so awesome. I wish I could be as awesome as you. Wang Zhe's face showed a hint of envy, and then he sighed deeply, saying with great disappointment, it's a pity that I only awakened the most useless F-level auxiliary ability, healing. I can't even save an ant. This life is doomed to have no future and hope. Hey, don't say that. Lin Mo patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder and encouraged him, my destiny is in my own hands. Your future is up to you. As long as you don't give up, there will be a day when your destiny will change. Really? Wang Zhe's eyes regained their luster, and he clenched his fists and said with determination, Lin Mo, from today on, I will definitely work harder. I hope that one day I can join the Supernatural Power Management Bureau and fight alongside you. Okay, I'll wait for you, Lin Mo said with a smile. However, what Lin Mo didn't know yet was he was just giving encouragement out of good intentions, and what a great hero he will cultivate for mankind in the future. Even the fate of the entire human race has changed because of this. Outside Jiangzhou City, there is an unknown mountain. Now, a figure was standing on the top of the mountain, looking at Jiangzhou City, which was surrounded by tall walls not far ahead. The figure was wearing a blood-red robe and his head was completely covered by a hood. Only a black shadow could be seen, and his facial features and appearance could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, the mysterious figure turned his head and looked towards the south of the city, and said in a hoarse voice, it was discovered so quickly? Lin Mo, an intern investigator from the Supernatural Administration Bureau, quite interesting. It seems that the plan has to be advanced. The words fell. The mysterious figure flashed on the spot and disappeared in an instant, as if it had never been there. Left the dormitory. Lin Mo couldn't wait to rush back to the Ability Management Bureau to collect his reward. After all, this is the first time in his life that he has earned so much money. To say I'm not excited would be a lie. However, just as he walked to the school gate, he saw the two figures he least wanted to see. Who else could it be? It was none other than Wang Ba and Shu Yuqi, a pair of bastards. And just as Lin Mo discovered the two of them, the two also saw Lin Mo and immediately came forward to greet him. Hey, isn't this the big loser Lin Mo? How dare you come back to school? I thought you couldn't handle the blow you suffered yesterday and jumped off the building to commit suicide. Wang Ba said with a sarcastic look on his face. Lin Mo, why are you here? Are you waiting for me on purpose, trying to keep me and get back together with me? I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. It's impossible for us to be together. In this life, the next life, or even the life after that, I will never be with a useless F-level psychic like you. Shu Yuqi rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said with disgust. Shu Yuqi, you take yourself too seriously. Does your family own this school? I'm just waiting for you here. Don't be so narcissistic, okay? Lin Mo shook his head and sneered. He was too lazy to waste time talking to this pair of dogs and was about to leave immediately. You! Shu Yuqi stomped her feet in anger. Wang Ba rushed forward, stretched out his hand to stop Lin Mo, and said with a sly smile, Hey, Lin Mo, why are you in such a hurry to leave? There is something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Lin Mo frowned. Wang Ba immediately leaned over to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, Lin Mo, you're such an incompetent loser. I didn't expect that after dating Chu Yuqi for a year, she's still a virgin? We got a room last night, and it felt so good. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face suddenly turned gloomy. Although he no longer cares about Chu Yuqi, the gold digger. But if someone attacks you like this, you won't react at all. What's the difference between that and a turtle man? So at this moment, the look in Lin Mo's eyes when he looked at Wang Ba was enough to kill him. However, regarding this, Wang Ba was still extremely arrogant and deliberately provoked. What? You want to hit me? Come on, try to touch me if you dare. Hit me here, don't be polite. As he spoke, Wang Ba deliberately stretched his face in front of Lin Mo. See this? Lin Mo's mouth curled up in a sinister arc. You said that. Then, without saying a word, he swung his right hand in the air and slapped him hard. Chapter 8 Who Made Me a Kind Person? Bang! This slap was particularly loud. Wang Ba himself was hit by Lin Mo's slap and started spinning like a top on the spot. It turned 7 or 8 times. Only then did Wang Ba fall to the ground. At this moment, the side of his face that was beaten was completely swollen, and a bright red slap mark appeared on it. The corners of his mouth were bleeding profusely, and he even lost several teeth. It looked so miserable. This scene. Naturally, it attracted many passing students to watch. When they recognized that the person being beaten was Wang Ba, they were all stunned. Oh my god, is Lin Mo crazy? How dare he hit Wang Ba? Doesn't he know that Wang Ba's father is a 9th level psychic? Yeah, Lin Mo only awakened an F level ability, and his family doesn't have any background. How dare he provoke Wang Ba? Is he tired of living? I'm afraid Lin Mo is going to be in big trouble now. It is said that Wang Ba's father has a good relationship with the Lord of Zhengzhou City. If he gets hit by this slap, I'm afraid he will no longer have a place to stand in Zhengzhou City. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, Lin Mo's provoking Wang Ba was a very stupid act. Brother Ba, are you okay? Chu Yuqi hurried forward and helped Wang Ba up from the ground. This moment, Wang Ba felt as if his head was bombarded by a cannon, buzzing and even tinnitus. He just couldn't figure it out. Lin Mo had only awakened an F-level ability, and it had just awakened yesterday, so how could his hand strength be so terrifying? A long time passed. Wang Ba finally recovered and stared at Lin Mo with his eyes wide open. He roared angrily, Lin Mo, you damned loser, how dare you hit me? Didn't you ask me to fight you? I've never heard of such a cheap request before. I've finally met you, so I have to satisfy you. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a playful look on his face. Okay, if you have the guts, I'll take your last name if I don't break both of your legs today. Wang Ba was also very angry. He pushed Chu Yuqi away and directly activated his special abilities. What he awakened was a C-level combat ability, Thunder. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of thunder. I saw a bolt of lightning quickly condensing and forming in the palm of Wang Ba's right hand. Then Wang Ba raised his right hand, pointed his palm at Lin Mo, and shouted, Go to hell! The words fell. A thumb-thick lightning bolt burst out from Wang Ba's palm and headed straight for Lin Mo. It was about to hit Lin Mo. Although Wang Ba had just awakened not long ago, he was only a beginner psychic. But lightning is inherently powerful, and the power he awakened is a C-level ability, so its power cannot be underestimated. Once it hits Lin Mo, even if he doesn't die, he will be disabled. Think of this. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Ba's lips. However, at this critical moment, whoosh! Lin Mo's figure disappeared right on the spot. The lightning only struck the ground where Lin Mo was originally standing, blasting the ground into a charred and smoking state. See this scene. Wang Ba was stunned, his eyes widening. Fuck, where's the person? Are you looking for me? But at this moment, A cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. This frightened Wang Ba so much that his whole body trembled involuntarily. He quickly turned his head and saw Lin Mo's cold smile. For a while, Wang Ba got goosebumps all over his body. It felt like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before he could respond, Lin Mo didn't waste any words and directly grabbed Wang Ba's right arm and twisted it hard. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking. Wang Ba's right arm was twisted into a pretzel by Lin Mo. Ouch! For a while, heart-wrenching screams reached the sky. This moment, Wang Ba was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, and his facial features were twisted. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp when watching this scene. Lin Mo was so cruel. Is this still the good student who was bullied and humiliated but never dared to fight back? Why do I feel like a different person all of a sudden? Lin Mo, I'm going to kill you if you dare to do this to me. Wang Ba was also in so much pain that he roared in anger. Still spraying shit? A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he raised his foot and kicked Wang Ba on the right knee. With his power as a third-level mutant, Wang Ba's right knee was shattered on the spot, and his entire leg was bent in half, with blood flowing out. Even the white bone fragments could be seen at the bend. This scene makes me feel painful just by looking at it. For a while, Wang Ba's screams became even more miserable. Lin Mo casually threw Wang Ba to the ground, looked down at him, and said thoughtfully, "Your right leg and right arm are broken, but your left leg and left arm are intact. This is not very symmetrical. Forget it. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll just do it for you," reluctantly said. Lin Mo directly raised his right foot. See this scene. Wang Ba was almost scared to death. He knew that he had to beg for mercy and give in. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never lack firewood. If I continue to fight with Lin Mo today, I will be beaten to death. It's better to find a way to escape first, and we can talk about revenge later. Think of this. Wang Ba changed his previous arrogance and quickly begged for mercy. "Brother Mo, please don't, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please be so kind as to let me go." Hearing this, Lin Mo put down his right foot, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked with a smile, "Do you really know you are wrong?" "I really know I was wrong. Today I was the one who acted like a jerk. I had to offend you for no reason. I am a beast, not a human being. Please don't hold grudges against me, please don't bother with me." Wang Ba pleaded humbly. This scene left Shu Yuqi, who was standing by, stunned. "If you want me to let you go, that's fine, but you have to remember this, from now on, you and that bitch are not allowed to appear in front of me again, otherwise, next time, I won't be so easy to talk to." Lin Mo said coldly. "Who are you calling a bitch?" Shu Yuqi curled her lips in dissatisfaction. "Fuck it, Brother Mo said you're a bitch, so you are a bitch. What are you talking back to, you bastard? Why don't you apologize to Brother Mo right now?" Wang Ba glared at Shu Yuqi unhappily and scolded her coldly. Even though Shu Yuqi felt very aggrieved, she did not dare to disobey Wang Ba. She could only bow deeply to Lin Mo and said humbly, "I am a bitch. I'm sorry. Brother Mo, I remember everything you said, don't worry." Wang Ba also looked at Lin Mo quickly and patted his chest to make a promise. See this. Lin Mo then turned and left. There was no way. This was a school, and he couldn't really kill Wang Ba in public, so he could only let him go for the time being. But if this guy dares to come to me again, then Lin Mo will never be polite again. After Lin Mo left, Shu Yuqi quickly stepped forward and helped Wang Ba up, saying aggrievedly, "Brother Ba, are we just going to let this matter go? Lin Mo hit you and embarrassed you in public. Forget it? Forget it, my grandma. When has Wang Ba ever suffered such a loss?" Wang Ba's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he spoke in a deep voice while gritting his teeth. "Then you just..." Shu Yuqi frowned, looking puzzled. "Humph, stupid woman, I was just trying to delay the battle, do you understand? I don't know why Lin Mo has become so powerful. If I continue to fight him, I might lose my life today, so I can only pretend to be submissive." Wang Ba snorted coldly, then looked in the direction where Lin Mo left, his eyes surging with murderous intent, and said viciously, "Dare to touch me? Just wait for me, I will make sure that useless Lin Mo is killed without a burial place." Chapter 9. Is this a gay guy? Return to the Superpower Management Bureau. Lin Mo submitted the task and received the reward. Of course, he also reported on the matter of the bloodthirsty parasitic beast. The Ability Management Bureau will send someone to investigate this matter, so he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. The 50,000 yuan bonus was directly deposited into Lin Mo's card. As for the 10 merit points, they were transferred to Lin Mo's Merit Mall account. After confirming the reward has been received, Lin Mo also asked about the matter of becoming a regular employee. After all, Lin Mo is just a trainee investigator now. The various welfare benefits cannot be compared with those of formal investigators. And according to the staff's response, if you want to become a regular employee, you must first complete 10 tasks and then pass the assessment to become a regular employee. After understanding these, Lin Mo went straight to the dormitory assigned by the Superpower Management Bureau. This is a community specially established for investigators, right next to the Superpower Management Bureau. The environment of the community is very high-end and elegant. There are various precious green plants and trees, as well as rockery and lakes, wetland landscapes, etc. Plus the downtown location. The starting price of housing here is at least 30,000. Lin Mo found his room according to the address, although it is just an 80 square meter one-bedroom apartment. But the decoration is very exquisite, with all kinds of furniture and appliances. It seems that no matter what world it is, the food from the state is still the most delicious. I got familiar with the environment briefly. Lin Mo was also a little tired, so he planned to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Fill the tub with hot water and lie in it. Call. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, narrowed his eyes slightly, and was about to enjoy himself. But at this moment, right in front of the bathtub, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This scared Lin Mo so much that he quickly opened his eyes and looked towards the figure. He was a young man in his 20s. He looks quite honest, even simple and honest. He is wearing a red plaid shirt and blue jeans, which are exclusive to programmers. At this moment, he was trying his best to force a friendly smile towards Lin Mo. This made Lin Mo feel slightly relieved, because he didn't feel any hostility or threat from this guy. Otherwise, the elimination ray will definitely be emitted immediately. But what puzzled Lin Mo was, aren't you living in a single dormitory? Where did this guy come from? Hello, friend, nice to meet you. The young man extended his right hand towards Lin Mo and greeted him in a friendly manner. Who are you? And how did you get into my room? Lin Mo quickly put his hands on his chest and asked with a frown. Hey, I'm your next door neighbor. My bathroom is next to yours, just separated by a wall. The young man said with a grin. So? Lin Mo was still confused. I just heard some noise next door and knew there was a new neighbor. I got so excited that I came straight through the wall. The young man explained. Through the wall? Lin Mo was stunned. That's right, through walls. The young man nodded. In order to demonstrate to Lin Mo, he turned around and walked to the wall of the bathroom, then immersed himself in it. Before Lin Mo could recover from his shock, he crawled out of the wall again and returned to Lin Mo. See this. Lin Mo was also confused. It turns out this guy's special ability is to walk through walls. No wonder he could enter his room without anyone noticing. But wouldn't I feel very insecure if I lived next door to this guy in the future? This time I was taking a shower when he suddenly came through. What if next time you're doing something more private? That would be embarrassing. Think of this. Lin Mo also took a deep breath, looked at the young man and said, Friend, first of all, it's nice to meet you. Secondly, if you want to see me again in the future, can you please go through the main entrance? You suddenly came through like this, which really caught me off guard. Ahem. The young man realized he had been a bit presumptuous and said with embarrassment, I'm so sorry. I've been living here alone for a long time, and suddenly a new neighbor came. I was a little excited, so I forgot to go through the front door. Don't worry, I will never do that again. Hearing this, Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this guy had some special hobby. If that was the case, he would have to apply to his superiors to change his room. But now it seems that this guy should be normal. Think of this. Lin Mo's attitude also became much friendlier. He said, Well, I'm taking a shower now. You go back first. I'll put on my clothes later and we can talk again. Okay, no problem. The young man nodded, then turned around and went into the wall. See this. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This special ability is really convenient for visiting neighbors. Then he stood up from the bathtub and was about to pick up the bathrobe next to him and put it on. But at this moment, a head suddenly popped out from the wall, grinning and asking, "Friend, you haven't told me your name yet?" Oh my god. Lin Mo's face suddenly turned red. Although they were both men, it was their first meeting, and they were completely naked in front of each other. No matter how thick-skinned you are, you can't stand it. The young man realized that he had seen something he shouldn't have and muttered quietly, "It's quite long, longer than me." Then he quickly retracted his head. Lin Mo was speechless. In order to prevent this guy from suddenly coming out again, he quickly put on his clothes. 5 minutes later, the two met again in the living room. This time the young man went through the main entrance. "Well, I'm sorry for what happened just now. It's mainly because we have new neighbors and I'm a little excited." The young man scratched the back of his head and smirked. "It's okay, luckily I'm a man. If you go into a woman's bathroom, you'll be convicted of rape in court." Lin Mo waved his hand and said helplessly, "Well, I've actually accidentally gone in there before." The young man said very embarrassedly. Lin Mo was suddenly shocked. It seems that this guy is not simple despite his simple appearance. He actually has such a story. "Hey, let's not talk about this anymore." The young man smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, then extended his right hand towards Lin Mo and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Liang, please take care of me in the future." Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled and shook hands with Lu Liang. Then the two chatted for a while, and Lin Mo also gave a brief introduction to his special abilities. Eliminate? Oh my god, this ability is great, it's a perfect match for me, Lu Liang said excitedly. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Make a couple? Could this guy be gay? Think of this. Lin Mo subconsciously sat back a little, putting some distance between himself and Lu Liang. See this. Lu Liang also knew that Lin Mo might have misunderstood him, and quickly explained, "Brother Lin Mo, when I say a pair, of course I mean becoming teammates." Teammate? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Brother Lin Mo, this is actually the case. I currently have a rather difficult task on my hands. It's difficult to complete it on my own, so I'm currently recruiting teammates. I wonder if Brother Lin Mo is interested? Lu Liang took a deep breath and went straight to the point. Chapter 10 Bounty Mission, Crack City Wall. What mission? Lin Mo suddenly became energetic. Here. Lu Liang took out his mobile phone, called up the task content, and held it in front of Lin Mo. Mission location, west side of Jiangzhou City's outer wall, wall number 1973. Task content, recently, the city wall numbered 1973 suddenly showed signs of cracking, and the relevant department sent people to carry out emergency repairs. However, during the repair process, several workers mysteriously disappeared and their bodies were later found. Their deaths were extremely miserable. After preliminary judgment, all this may be related to the strange beast. Investigators, please go immediately to find out the truth behind the cracks in the city wall and capture the monster that caused the crime. Task reward, complete this task and receive a bonus of 300,000 yuan and 100 merit points. Lin Mo's eyes widened immediately, and he said in surprise, "Oh my god, what kind of mission is this? The reward is so huge." After all, the reward for the mission he just completed today was only 50,000 in bonus and 10 merit points. And this task has increased nearly tenfold. Hey, this is a bounty mission I grabbed with my quick hands. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head and said with a wry smile. Bounty mission? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then quickly continued reading. Special reminder, attention. 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 This mission is a bounty mission. The risk factor is unknown, the number of exotic beasts is unknown, and the level of the exotic beasts is unknown. Those with abilities below level 4 should not take the risk. Those with abilities above level 4 are advised to form a team. Is this a bounty mission? There is no information at all. Even the level and number of the exotic beasts are unknown. No wonder such a high reward is given. This is simply a fight with your life. Think of this. Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang in front of him and asked, What realm are you in now?" I am a second-level mutant. Lu Liang lowered his head and spoke in a low voice with some embarrassment. Level 2, Level 2. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Brother Lin, I know you must think I'm crazy, but I actually have no choice. This mission is extremely important to me, and I must complete it. Otherwise, I will be fired. Lu Liang said helplessly. Why is that? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, I've taken on 9 missions, and failed in all of them. This is my 10th mission. If I give up or fail, it means I'm not suitable to be an investigator. According to the regulations, I will be kicked out of the Ability Management Bureau. Lu Liang smiled bitterly and said embarrassedly. After all, 9 consecutive defeats was a shameful record to talk about. He was really worried that it would scare Lin Mo away. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. How about it, Brother Lin, are you willing to come with me? If this mission is successful, I don't need any reward, I'll give it all to you. Just let me complete this mission and avoid being expelled. Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo expectantly, his eyes full of pleading. This. Lin Mo thought for a moment. To be honest, he had never carried out a bounty mission, so he was really unsure about it. But this reward is indeed tempting. You can go and take a look. At worst, if the situation doesn't go right, you can just run away. Think of this. Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and asked, besides being able to walk through walls, do you have any other offensive skills? This should be gone, otherwise I wouldn't have failed those 9 missions before. Lu Liang shook his head awkwardly, then as if he had thought of something, he quickly added, but I will definitely have no problem protecting myself. You can rest assured about this. I will definitely not hold you back. Okay, then let's get some rest tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lu Liang was stunned at first, then suddenly became very excited. That's great, someone finally wants to team up with me. Brother Lin, you are the first person willing to team up with me since I joined the Supernatural Administration. I am so touched. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Forehead. Lin Mo was also a little amused. Early the next morning, the two first came to the Superpower Management Bureau. After all, this bounty mission was accepted by Lu Liang. If Lin Mo wants to join the team, he needs to report to the Ability Management Bureau first. Lu Liang, a second-level psychic and trainee investigator. Lin Mo, a third-level psychic, trainee investigator. Are you too sure you want to team up and go on the bounty mission? The staff looked at the two of them with surprised expressions on their faces. Naturally, these words attracted the attention of many people around. Lu Liang? Such a familiar name. Is he the loser who failed 9 missions in a row? Yes, it's him. This guy is a disgrace to our supernatural administration. I didn't expect him to accept another bounty mission. It seems he still refuses to give up. But can just anyone take on this bounty mission? He's really courting death. Yeah, the most ridiculous thing is that someone actually dared to team up with him. And this Lin Mo seems to be new here too? He just arrived and instead of honestly carrying out simple tasks, he actually followed a loser who had lost 9 games in a row to die. It's really ridiculous and pathetic. Most of the people around were also trainee investigators. Naturally, they had heard of Lu Liang's glorious deeds, so they all scoffed at this. They even felt that the two were simply seeking death. You. Lu Liang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to argue with everyone. But at this moment, Lin Mo reached out and grabbed Lu Liang, shaking his head and saying, "There's no need to waste your breath on those who look down on you. Work hard to get things done. The facts will give you the loudest slap in the face and make them shut up." Finished. Lin Mo looked directly at the staff member and said with certainty, "The two of us will form a team and go to carry out the bounty mission." Chapter 11, Strange Death, Discovery of a Burrow. Zhengzhou City, Western Outer City Wall. After all races awakened and strange beasts broke out, people began to build tall and strong walls around the city to prevent large-scale invasions of strange beasts. It was precisely because of the protection of the city walls that these cities were not destroyed, giving the human race time to breathe and cultivate strong people. Therefore, the cracks in the city wall are a very serious matter. Even though workers kept disappearing and dying mysteriously, the work of repairing the city wall never stopped. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at the city wall numbered 1973, the workers were still working hard under the scorching sun. After revealing your identity. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a white safety helmet came over. Hey, two comrades from the Supernatural Management Bureau, you're finally here. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Mo and Lu Liang, introducing himself. I'm the person in charge of this construction site, Yang Shan. Mr. Yang, this is an urgent situation. To prevent further workers from going missing, we too must quickly investigate and capture the beast. Please cooperate. Lin Mo looked at Yang Shan and spoke directly to the point. No problem, if you two need anything, just let us know, we will fully cooperate. Yang Shan quickly patted his chest and made a promise. After all, he was in charge of this project. He also wanted to catch the strange beast as soon as possible and complete the task successfully. First, take us to where the workers' bodies were found. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said to Yang Shan. Okay, both of you please follow me. The three of them walked into the construction site and came to the base of the city wall. Looking at the towering city wall and the creepy crack on the wall that was dozens of meters long and half a meter wide, Lin Mo and Lu Liang also couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, this was discovered in time and is now being reinforced and repaired. Otherwise, the city wall will surely collapse after a while. By that time, if the army of strange beasts attacks, Jiangzhou City will surely be devastated with countless casualties. Brothers, these are the bodies of the missing workers. To make it easier for you to investigate, we didn't dare move them or bury them. We simply covered them with a white sheet. Yang Shan pointed to a place not far ahead and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked down. Not far away, there were several corpses covered with white cloth. The two men walked straight forward and lifted the white cloth from one of the bodies. However, the next moment, the scene that came into view scared the two of them. All I saw was this dead worker in front of me. His entire body was covered in ulcers, his flesh was black and bloody, and there wasn't a single piece of intact skin. There was also a pungent stench emanating from the whole body. But his eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair. It was obvious that he saw something horrible before he died. Lin Mo held his breath and squatted down in front of the corpse, trying to find a fatal wound on the corpse to infer the size of the strange beast and other related information. But after looking for a long time, he didn't get anything. Logically speaking, if this worker died at the hands of a strange beast, there would definitely be obvious wounds on his body. But the corpse in front of him, apart from being covered in festering wounds, did not even have a single wound. This is a bit strange. Immediately, Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at the other corpses again, and they were exactly the same as the first one. How could this happen? Were all these workers poisoned to death? Lu Liang said with a frown. Why do you say that? Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and asked. The whole body is festering, the blood is black, and there's a foul odor. This is very similar to death by poisoning. Could this be a strange beast that can release a deadly poison? Lu Liang pinched his chin and analyzed. Maybe this is really possible. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then turned to look at Yang Shan and asked, has any worker on our construction site seen that strange beast? Yes, there were a few workers who said they saw the strange beast. However, according to their description, the beast was very fast and disappeared in a flash. And there were more than one of them. Yang Shan said quickly. More than one? Lin Mo frowned, then looked at Lu Liang and said, well, let's split up. You and Mr. Yang will go gather up the workers who have seen the strange beast and collect useful information. I'll explore this area carefully to see if I can find any clues. Okay, then Brother Lin, you must be careful. Lu Liang nodded, and then left with Yang Shan. Lin Mo first bent down and covered the bodies of the workers with white cloth again. No matter what, these workers are all miserable people. He did the hardest and most tiring work during his lifetime, but was killed by a strange beast. He could not rest in peace even after his death and his body was left exposed in the wilderness. How pitiful. Do all this. Lin Mo began to explore the area carefully. Since the strange beast left its corpse here. In addition to deliberately demonstrating to humans, there is another possibility. That's where it's hiding, right here. Lin Mo explored along the base of the city wall, bit by bit. Suddenly, a bluestone slab on the ground not far ahead caught his attention. The ground under the city wall is paved with this kind of bluestone slabs. However, there is construction going on nearby to repair the cracked city wall. These bluestone slabs were covered with thick dust and various stone chips. But this piece of bluestone slab was exceptionally clean. Lin Mo hurried forward and knocked on the bluestone slab with his hand. Bang! A relatively hollow voice sounded. Without saying a word, Lin Mo grabbed the edge of the bluestone slab with his fingers and lifted it up with force. The next moment, a cave entrance with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of Lin Mo. Chapter 12: Giant Termites? No, experience, baby. It's here. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The entrance of the cave is so large and irregular, and a pungent fishy smell comes out from time to time. Obviously, this is the cave where the strange beast is hiding. And just at this moment, Lu Liang and Yang Shan came over with several workers. Why is there such a big hole? Yang Shan was also shocked when he saw this. Haven't you noticed it before? Lin Mo turned around and looked at Yang Shan and asked. If such a big hole had been discovered earlier, it would have been filled long ago. After all, it is right at the base of the city wall and would have shaken its foundation. Yang Shan quickly shook his head. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Lu Liang and asked, What did the workers say? These are the workers who have seen the strange beast before. However, according to their descriptions, they didn't get a clear look at what it looked like. I just saw a white afterimage flash by and heard some rustling sounds. Lu Liang pointed at the workers beside him and spoke. Rusting sound? Lin Mo raised his brows slightly. That's right, according to my guess, this should be the sound of the strange beast crawling. Lu Liang nodded and guessed. It seems that if we want to know what kind of strange beast this is, we have to go down into the cave and explore. Lin Mo turned his head to look at the hole in the ground and said seriously. Brother Lin, I'll go with you. Without saying a word, Lu Liang stepped forward immediately. Hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Lu Liang and smiled slightly. From the current point of view, Lu Liang is a pretty good teammate. Be smart, analytical, and responsible. Even though he knew that this trip was very dangerous, he still insisted on going with him. For this reason alone, this person is worth making close friends with. The two of them went straight to the entrance of the cave, took a deep breath, and prepared to enter the cave. Rustle! But at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the cave. Brother Lin, did you hear that? Lu Liang quickly looked at Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo nodded, lowered his head and looked towards the cave, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to be coming from this cave, and it seems to be getting closer. Not good. Lin Mo's face changed instantly, and he quickly pulled Lu Liang aside. Whoosh! The next moment, a white shadow rushed out from the cave. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly looked over, and then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Because, it turned out to be a giant termite. The body length is at least 2 meters. When he lay there, he was even bigger than a human being. Strange beast. When Yang Shan and the other workers saw the giant termite, they all showed horror on their faces. After all, they are ordinary people who have not awakened their special powers, so they will naturally be afraid when they see strange beasts. Mr. Yang, take them away first. Also, tell the other workers not to come near here until the battle is over here. Lin Mo quickly looked at Yang Shan and spoke. Understood. Yang Shan nodded, waved to the workers, and prepared to leave. Rustle! But at this moment, the giant termite suddenly locked onto Yang Shan and others and raised its butt. The next moment, its butt emitted a white light. See this. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and then seemed to have thought of something. He quickly looked at Yang Shan and others and warned them, run. However, it was too late. Bang! A ball of thick white liquid spurted out from the end of the giant termites but, like a cannonball, flying straight towards Yang Shan and others. Yang Shan and others haven't reacted yet. The worker walking at the back was hit by the thick white liquid on the spot. Ah! Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The thick white liquid was like sulfuric acid, causing white smoke to come out of the workers' skin and their bodies began to quickly fester and turn black. In a short while, there was no intact skin left on his body. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. And his death appearance was almost exactly the same as those of the previous corpses. See this. Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but gasp. It turns out that this giant termite can spray poison. I guess those workers died tragically in this way. Yang Shan and several other workers had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that they stood there in shock, their legs went weak and their whole bodies were shaking. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, leave now. Lin Mo quickly glared at a few people and scolded them coldly. Hearing this, Yang Shan and his companions also came to their senses and turned around and ran without saying a word. The strong desire to survive made them all burst out with astonishing speed at this moment, each of them comparable to a sprinter, and they only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Russell! The giant termite obviously knew who the weak target was and even wanted to chase after it. Whoosh! But at this moment, a figure rushed over and blocked the giant termite's way. It's Lin Mo. The giant termite's eyes suddenly turned red, and it rushed towards Lin Mo aggressively. Lin Mo didn't waste any time talking to it and directly released the elimination ray. Buzz! 2 red beams burst out from Lin Mo's eyes and hit the giant termite hard. Boom! The giant termite exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of light green thick liquid and several white ant legs. This is going to kill him? Lu Liang, who was standing aside, was also stunned by the scene. Because this is too fast, he hasn't even joined the battle yet. Congratulations to the host for killing the first-level monster, the giant termite, and obtaining 100 superpower points. The system's voice sounded in Lin Mo's mind. A first-level exotic beast? No wonder it's so weak. But is this bounty mission as simple as just a level 1 exotic beast? Brother Lin, you're awesome. I knew I'd be right to team up with you. You killed the beast instantly. It seems this bounty mission isn't as difficult as I imagined. Lu Liang walked up and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Lin Mo shook his head and said with a frown. Ah? Lu Liang was stunned. Russell! But at this moment, that familiar voice came from the cave again. Soon, a white shadow crawled out of the hole. It's giant termites. Why is there more? Lu Liang's expression suddenly changed. However, he had just finished speaking. Immediately following, another giant termite emerged from the hole, followed by a third, a fourth. Soon the number of giant termites reached more than a dozen. Just one look makes one's scalp tingle. Fuck, Brother Lin, it looks like we've really stirred up an ant's nest this time. Lu Liang could no longer remain calm. Although this giant termite is only a first-level monster, its strength is not too strong. But there are too many of them. If this continues, I will be exhausted to death here. However, but Lu Liang didn't notice it. At this moment, Lin Mo's face was not filled with fear at all, but was full of excitement and desire. Are there many exotic beasts? Perhaps if it were other people with special abilities, they would feel a headache. But for Lin Mo, this is simply a great thing. Even at this moment, in his eyes, these giant termites were no longer ferocious beasts, but cute experienced babies. Can you break through to become a 4th-level psychic and upgrade your ability to a level? It all depends on this time. Chapter 13, Break through to the 4th level of superpowers and gain new skills. Thanks for the gift from nature, come on, give me some more. Lin Mo was ready to give it a try. Ah? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. It's nothing. Leave these strange beasts to me. Protect yourself. Lin Mo waved his hand and then rushed directly towards the group of giant termites. Brother Lin, there are a lot of strange beasts. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Liang took out a knife from somewhere and was about to attack together. No, I can do it myself, please don't come over here. Lin Mo smashed a giant termite with a slap, turned around and looked at Lu Liang and said. This giant termite has a power value of 100. If Lu Liang kills him, he will not be able to gain any superpower value. So it's better to do this kind of thing yourself. Forehead? Lu Liang also stood there in a daze. However, he felt that Lin Mo's arrangement must have its reasons, so he said, okay, then Brother Lin, if you need support, you must tell me. No problem. Lin Mo nodded, turned around and rushed towards the giant termites. With his level as a 3rd-level psychic, dealing with these first-level monsters is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Soon, more than a dozen giant termites were completely eliminated. Looking at his rapidly rising ability value, Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. And just at this moment, a large group of giant termites jumped out of the cave. There must be at least dozens of them. See this. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he went straight up to meet him. Looking at this scene. Standing not far away, Lu Liang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Brother Lin is truly a hero. Facing dozens of strange beasts, he showed no fear at all. In order to protect me and prevent me from getting hurt, he chose to fight the beasts alone. This is truly touching. I owe Brother Lin a big favor. It only took a short while. There were hundreds of giant termites that died at Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo's ability value increased rapidly. Another giant termite was blown to pieces. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become a level 4 psychic power value 20,000 50,000. Now you have a chance to evolve your superpowers. Do you want to evolve? Evolve immediately. Congratulations host, your ability has evolved to a level elimination can evolve to SSS-level world destruction, current progress is 50%. Congratulations host, you have acquired a new skill, eliminate light balls. Gained a new skill? A hint of joy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. And just at this moment, dozens of giant termites crawled out of the hole. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. I can use you to test the power of my new skills. Then, Lin Mo's mind immediately moved. Buzz! I saw a fist-sized red ball of light condensing above the palm of Lin Mo's right hand. The ball of light is translucent, and red arcs can be vaguely seen flashing in it. As soon as the red ball of light took shape, it emitted a terrifying aura. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo threw the red light ball directly at the group of giant termites. Boom! The red ball of light exploded instantly as soon as it flew into the giant termite colony. In an instant, more than a dozen giant termites were blown to pieces. Although many giant termites in the surrounding area were not killed directly by the explosion, they were also affected and their legs flew everywhere. See this scene. Lin Mo's face also showed a hint of surprise. Is this the skill granted by a level superpowers? This power is so strong. Moreover, he had not yet used his full strength to eliminate the light ball. If all strength is concentrated, the power can at least be multiplied several times. It's brutal, I like it. Lu Liang, who was standing not far away, was also stunned by the scene. I don't know if it's an illusion or what. Just at that moment, he could clearly feel that Lin Mo's aura had increased a lot, and he could even feel an invisible sense of oppression from him. Could it be that Brother Lin has achieved another breakthrough? Think of this. Lu Liang also couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. And on this side of the battlefield, Lin Mo discovered that since he broke through to the 4th level of psychic power, the psychic power points he gained from killing these giant termites suddenly decreased. Killing one only gives 10 points of ability value, and sometimes even no points at all. This is simply incomparable to before. The most important thing is, it seems like there's no end to these giant termites. He had just killed dozens of them, and immediately double the number came out of the cave. If this continues, once his physical strength and ability points are exhausted, he will not be able to use his abilities. Faced with hundreds and thousands of giant termites, even if I were a level 4 psychic, I wouldn't be able to handle it. We must find a way to completely solve them and cannot continue to waste time. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Liang, who was not far away, and asked, Lu Liang, besides being able to pass through walls, can you also burrow underground? It should be possible. Lu Liang nodded quickly. Great. Go down immediately and see what's going on inside that cave. We can't kill all these giant termites, so we have to find their source. Lin Mo said. No problem, I'll go check it out. Lu Liang felt embarrassed to have been standing here watching Lin Mo work hard. So he didn't say anything and went straight underground. About 5 minutes passed. Lu Liang emerged from underground and said to Lin Mo, Brother Lin, I've found the source of these termites. There's a huge insect nest about 100 meters below us. These giant termites are constantly hatching from that insect nest. Insect nest? Lin Mo frowned. No wonder there are serious cracks on this city wall. There is an insect nest below, and I'm afraid the foundation of the city wall has been destroyed long ago. But why did an insect nest suddenly appear down there out of nowhere? After all, when building a city wall, you must first dig the foundation. If you find an insect nest underneath, you would have to deal with it long ago. Could it be that someone did this on purpose? But now, these things are not what Lin Mo should consider. The most critical thing at the moment is how to get rid of this insect nest. Otherwise, these giant termites will never be killed. Lin Mo's eyes rolled around, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. Without saying a word, he mobilized all the supernatural powers in his body and condensed 2 elimination light balls that were much larger than basketballs. For a while, 2 terrifying auras of destruction spread out in all directions. Lin Mo came to Lu Liang and handed the 2 annihilation balls to him. From now on, it all depends on you. Take these 2 annihilation balls down and blow up that insect nest directly. Chapter 14. What? Did you two cause the city wall to collapse? Gurgle. Looking at the 2 balls of light in front of him that were emitting a terrifying aura, Lu Liang also swallowed his saliva. After all, he had witnessed the power of the light eliminating ball with his own eyes before. And now these 2 balls of light are more than 10 times larger than the one Lin Mo condensed before. If this accidentally explodes, it makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. But Lu Liang also knew that he couldn't just sit there and do nothing in order to carry out the bounty mission. Otherwise, why would Lin Mo continue to take me with him in the future? Damn it, just go for it. Lu Liang gritted his teeth and reached out to take the elimination light ball. Once the elimination light ball is launched, you have approximately 3 seconds to escape. So after throwing it at the insect nest, you must withdraw immediately. Do you understand? Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and gave instructions with a serious face. Understood, I will definitely complete the task. Lu Liang nodded, then carefully held the elimination light ball and escaped underground. Lin Mo clenched his fists and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Whether it will succeed or not depends on this one shake. About a minute passed. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion from underground. This caused the entire ground to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, congratulations, host, destroying the 4th level insect nest and obtaining 2,000 superpower points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level beast, the termite queen, and obtaining 2,000 superpower points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 1st level monster giant termite unhatched and obtaining 10 superpower points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 1st level monster giant termite unhatched and obtaining 5 superpower points. It didn't take long. Lin Mo's ability value increased by about 10,000. Lin Mo knew that Lu Liang must have succeeded. As for the giant termites on the ground, after their nest was destroyed, they instantly fell to the ground with their 6 legs facing the sky, twitched for a while, and soon died. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around, but there was no sign of Lu Liang. This made him suddenly nervous. Could it be that Lu Liang didn't escape and was killed by the explosion? Think of this. Lin Mo also hurried to the entrance of the cave and shouted into it, Lu Liang. But after a long time, no one responded. This made Lin Mo's brows furrowed immediately. If Lu Liang was really killed in the explosion, then he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. After all, it was he who came up with the idea of blowing up the insect nest, and it was he who asked Lu Liang to carry out the task. Brother Lin, are you calling me? Sudden. A head popped out from the ground at Lin Mo's feet. This scared Lin Mo and he almost kicked him. However, when he looked down and saw the dirty face clearly, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Lu Liang? Hey, it's me. Lu Liang crawled out from underground. Damn it, you scared me to death. Lin Mo punched Lu Liang on the shoulder and asked worriedly, I just called you for a long time, why didn't you answer? Brother Lin, the power of your light eliminating sphere was too terrifying. Even though I ran as hard as I could at the first moment, I was still knocked unconscious by the aftermath. I only woke up when I heard you calling me. Lu Liang dusted himself off and said with a wry smile. I'm glad you're okay. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at the cave entrance and said, our mission should have been successfully completed. No more giant termites are coming out. Really? Ha ha ha. That's great. I finally completed my first mission after joining the Supernatural Administration, and it's an extremely difficult bounty mission. Now I don't have to be fired. And those guys in the Supernatural Administration, I wonder who dares to laugh at me when I go back. Lu Liang was so excited that he started dancing and was as happy as a 3-year-old child. See this. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Crack. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of a wall cracking. This made the smiles on Lin Mo and Lu Liang's faces stop abruptly. The two of them quickly turned their heads to look at the city wall beside them. I saw that the city wall number 1973, which had already cracked, was now covered with a large number of cracks and was about to collapse. Not good. Lin Mo pulled Lu Liang and quickly fled to the side. As soon as the two men left, the entire city wall collapsed. The two people who had already escaped to a safe area couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Lin, brother Lin, did we blow down this city wall? Lu Liang swallowed hard and asked Lin Mo. It seems, yes. Lin Mo nodded. It's over. The city wall is of vital importance to Jiangzhou City, and destroying it is a capital crime. We originally came here to capture the monsters that were destroying the city walls, but now, our destructive power is even greater than theirs, and we've directly brought the walls down. Not only will we lose the mission reward, but we'll also be punished and maybe even go to jail. Lu Liang looked ashen and said in despair. There's no need to be so pessimistic. The foundation of this city wall has long been damaged by those giant termites. Even if the cracks on the surface are repaired this time, it won't be long before it collapses. We've merely accelerated the process. Otherwise, if we leave this useless wall standing, when the alien beast army attacks in the future, it will likely lead to even more dire consequences. So, we solved this hidden danger in advance. Not only are we not guilty, but we've actually done something great. Lin Mo shook his head and said with a grin. Really? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Can I still lie to you? Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and said with a smile, let's go back and get the reward. Then the two of them disappeared in a flash. And shortly after the two left. Hearing the noise, Yang Shan also rushed over with a group of workers. After seeing the collapsed city wall, Yang Shan was completely stunned, his eyes wide open. Oh my god, what's going on? An army of alien beasts is attacking the city? Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau, 7th Investigation Team. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were assigned to this group. At this moment, in the team leader's office. What? You two caused the city wall to collapse? Zhang Wei, the team leader who was drinking tea, almost choked to death after listening to the reports of the two people, and spat out a mouthful of tea. Hey, team leader, this was just an accident. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. Don't call me team leader, you are my team leader. Lu Liang, you failed in missions one after another. I was wondering if it was because you were incompetent, but you immediately gave me a big one. And you, Lin Mo, you completed a level 2 mission on your first day at the Supernatural Administration. That's pretty good. I was just about to talk to you and give you a good compliment, but you immediately gave me another big surprise. You two are really my living fathers. Zhang Wei almost collapsed and was so upset that he could not even cry. What a great sin it would be to destroy the city wall. Not to mention that he is just a small team leader. I guess the director of the Jiangzhou branch will suffer as well. Chapter 15, It feels so good to slap someone in the face with facts. Team leader, you really misunderstood this matter. It's actually like this. Lin Mo briefly told Zhang Wei about the discovery of the insect nest under the city wall. You mean, the original foundation of the city wall has been destroyed? Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. That's right. And I suspect this matter isn't as simple as it seems. How did this insect nest just happen to appear right under the city wall? If someone did this deliberately, once the alien beast army attacks Jiangzhou City, wouldn't the city walls without a foundation be just a decoration? Lin Mo expressed his guess. Hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said seriously, this matter is serious. I have to report it immediately. After you two collect the rewards for this bounty mission, don't run around anymore. Be on standby at all times. Don't cause any more trouble for me, otherwise I can't protect you too. Clear. Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately stood up straight. Alright, you two, get going. Zhang Wei waved his hand immediately. He is now overwhelmed when he sees these two living dads. Lin Mo and Lu Liang nodded, then turned and walked out of the office. When I was about to reach the office door, Lu Liang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Zhang Wei and asked, by the way, team leader, does our discovery of the insect nest count as a special contribution? Are there any extra rewards? Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. He looked up at Lu Liang and said with a forced smile, of course, how about a 7-day trip to the prison cell as a reward? Then there's no need for that. Lu Liang's face changed with fear, and he quickly pulled Lin Mo out of the office. After the two left, Zhang Wei looked at the landline phone on his desk, his brows furrowed and his face full of worry. How should I report this matter to my superiors? Although it was understandable, the city wall was indeed blown down by Lin Mo and Lu Liang. My two ancestors, I am really going to be killed by you. Zhang Wei sighed deeply, and could only bite the bullet and dial the number above. After leaving the team leader's office, Lin Mo and Lu Liang went directly to the place where the task was to be handed over. Many investigators who came to do business smiled sarcastically when they noticed the two of them. Hey, aren't these the two guys who were supposed to team up to carry out the bounty mission this morning? How come they're back so soon? They look so dirty, didn't they fail? I don't think these two guys even went there. If they were level 2 and level 3, how could they have come back? I'm afraid they would have been killed long ago. Those two clowns must have realized how terrible the bounty mission was and came here to cancel it. What a disgrace! Lin Mo and Lu Liang chose to ignore these mocking words and went straight to the counter. The staff member was the same one from before, and he recognized the two of them. He immediately joked, "What? Regret it now?" That's right, it's not too late to give up the mission early. Bounty missions are simply not something you can complete at your level. Going in will only lead to your death. Come on, give me your credentials. I'll cancel the mission for you and let a capable investigator carry it out. Don't delay anything important. There's no need to cancel, because we've already completed this mission. Lin Mo handed over his ID and said lightly. What? Done? The staff was stunned. That's right, we are here to hand over the mission and receive the reward. Lu Liang also handed his ID to the staff. Hearing this, the contempt on the faces of everyone present suddenly became even stronger. In their view, this is simply impossible. Apparently these two guys are still bragging. The staff quickly took the two people's ID cards and swiped them on the machine. The next moment, the 5 big words mission completed popped up on the computer screen. The staff was immediately shocked, it's actually done. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on everyone's faces suddenly stopped. They hurried forward and saw what was on the computer screen. Their expressions were so wonderful that their eyeballs seemed to pop out of their heads. Obviously, neither they nor the staff had dreamed of this. 2 trainee investigators who were only at the 2nd and 3rd levels were able to team up to complete an extremely dangerous bounty mission. This is simply unbelievable. Can you give us the mission rewards now? Lin Mo looked at the staff and asked with a smile. Of course. The staff no longer dared to underestimate the two and hurriedly handled the relevant procedures for handing over tasks and distributing rewards. Because Lin Mo and Lu Liang completed the task as a team. Therefore, the 300,000 cash and 100 merit points were divided equally and transferred to the accounts of the two people. After confirming the reward has been received, Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned around and left. Before leaving, the investigators present looked at the two as if they were monsters, full of shock and surprise. Until they walked out the door. Everyone gasped and couldn't help but sigh, are all the trainee investigators nowadays so powerful? In the corridor. Brother Lin, this feeling is really great, especially the way those people looked at us when we left, it was so cool. Now I finally understand what you said to me this morning. Using facts to slap you in the face is much more satisfying than arguing with words. Lu Liang was so excited that he danced with joy and his mouth was almost unable to close. Isn't it time to finally hold your head high now? Lin Mo said with a smile. That's awesome. Let's see who dares to call me a loser again. Lu Liang grinned smugly, then as if he had thought of something, he quickly took out his phone. I almost forgot something important. What? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. Next second, his cell phone vibrated. Open it and take a look. It was Lu Liang who transferred the 150,050 merit points to him. See this. Lin Mo frowned, looked at Lu Liang, and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Brother Lin, we have an agreement. If you can complete this mission, I won't take a cent of the reward. It will all be yours. I must keep my promise. Lu Liang said with a smile. No, that won't do. No matter what, you contributed a lot this time. How can I have the nerve to take the reward for myself? Lin Mo immediately shook his head. Although he was short of money, he also needed a lot of merit points so that he could exchange them for the treasures he needed in the future. But as the saying goes, a gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. If Lu Liang had not risked diving underground and blowing up the insect nest during this bounty mission, it's hard to say what the consequences will be. So how could he possibly monopolize this reward? So Lin Mo quickly transferred the money and merit points back to Lu Liang. Why? Lu Liang directly held Lin Mo's hand, shook his head, and said seriously, "Brother Lin, please accept this reward no matter what. Honestly, we met by chance, yet you were willing to take me on such a dangerous bounty mission and help me avoid being expelled. This is simply a huge favor to me. I, Lu Liang, have no way to repay you, so I can only contribute my entire reward. I hope Brother Lin will not despise it. If Brother Lin really recognizes me as his friend, you can take me with you on future missions. Of course I recognize you as my friend, but this reward..." Lin Mo frowned. "If you really want to be my friend, forget about the reward. Let's go drink and get drunk tonight." Lu Liang put his arm around Lin Mo's shoulders and walked out of the Superpower Management Bureau. To this, Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Chapter 16, A Hero Appears? Get out. Municipal People's Hospital, VIP Ward. Dad, you must avenge me. If it weren't for my son's good fortune, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you this time. Wang Ba lay on the hospital bed, crying loudly with a look of grievance on his face. And in front of the bed stood a middle-aged man. Dark skin and short hair. Although he is not tall. But once you stand there, you will feel a terrifying sense of oppression. This person is none other than Wang Bai's father, a 9th-level psychic, the chairman of Wang Group, Wang Dalong. Looking at Wang Bai's face that was swollen like a pig's head, and his right arm and right leg covered in plaster, Wang Dalong's face was also extremely gloomy. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside. A young man in a black suit walked in. He quickly walked up to Wang Dalong, clasped his fists, and said respectfully, "Boss, I checked it out. Lin Mo has joined the Supernatural Management Bureau as an intern investigator. According to intelligence, he is now a 3rd-level supernatural user with a B-level supernatural quality. Humph. A mere trainee investigator, a 3rd-level psychic, dares to touch my son, Wang Dalong. I think he's really tired of living." Wang Dalong snorted coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He looked directly at the young man and ordered, "Send a level 4 psychic over immediately and kill him." "Boss, if it's just a 3rd-level psychic, then there's nothing to be afraid of. But he's from the Psychic Management Bureau after all. Before you touch him, why don't you first give the Jianzhou branch a heads up to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings?" The young man quickly clasped his fists and suggested. "No need. He's just an intern investigator. To put it bluntly, he's not even a regular employee. I can just kill him. I don't believe the Jiangzhou branch will fall out with me over such a loser." Wang Dalong waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Understood, I'll do it right away." The young man nodded and immediately turned around and went there. Wang Dalong turned his head to look at Wang Ba lying on the hospital bed, his face suddenly filled with a doting smile. "Don't worry, son, I will let you see Lin Mo's head fall off tonight." Night falls. Hauga food stall. Team leader Zhang Wei had ordered that the two were not allowed to run around. So Lin Mo and Lu Liang could only find this food stall near the community. This way, even if the Superpower Management Bureau wants to look for them, they can get back in time. "Brother Lin, why do you seem unhappy? Is there something on your mind?" Lu Liang took a big sip of beer, and seeing Lin Mo frowning, he asked curiously. "I'm wondering, who's paying for dinner tonight?" Lin Mo said seriously. "Ah." Lu Liang was stunned. "Ah, just kidding." Lin Mo grinned, then his expression turned serious. "Actually, I was thinking about the insect nest incident today. If that insect nest was deliberately placed there by someone, who could that person be? What was his purpose in doing this? Well, I don't understand either. But the higher-ups have already started investigating, so we two trainee investigators shouldn't worry about it. You have to trust the wisdom of the higher-ups." Lu Liang waved his hand and didn't take it too seriously. "I hope so." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. In fact, there was one thing he didn't tell Lu Liang. The bloodthirsty parasitic beast he had just killed yesterday. And today's insect nest. He always felt that there might be a certain connection between the two. But what exactly is it? He couldn't say. We can only wait for the results of the above investigation. Come on, drink. Brother Lin, I noticed that you were quite neat and tidy when fighting monsters. Why can't you drink? I've already finished a whole bottle, and you still have half a bottle? Finish it quickly, and don't keep the fish, or I'll make you treat me later. Lu Liang opened another bottle of beer and said to Lin Mo. Just do it. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, picked up the beer bottle, and planned to drink it all. Bang! But at this moment, a stone flew from somewhere and hit the bottle in Lin Mo's hand. The beer bottle exploded on the spot, and beer splashed everywhere. Oh my god, who is it? Lu Liang was so angry that he stood up immediately. Lin Mo frowned and turned to look in the direction where the stone came from. I saw it not far away. A middle-aged man with ordinary looks and wearing black sportswear was walking towards the side slowly. Your name is Lin Mo, right? Coming to the table, the middle-aged man looked directly at Lin Mo and asked with a sneer. It's me. Lin Mo nodded and asked doubtfully, Excuse me, who are you? You provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked, so? Speaking of this. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and said in a sinister tone, I am here to take your life. Oh? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked with interest, Can I know who it is? You'll know when you die. The middle-aged man said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately became alert. Even Lu Liang had picked up the beer bottle next to him, ready to fight at any time. Hey, what are you doing? But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately following, a burly man with a bunch of skewers in his hands and a Peppa Pig apron tied around his waist walked towards this side. He glanced at Lin Mo and Lu Liang at the table, then glared at the middle-aged man. He sneered and asked, What's going on? The Black Society? You're actually bullying students in my food stall. Why don't you ask around and find out who my brother Hao is? How dare you act so recklessly in my territory? Are you tired of living? Obviously, the visitor was the owner of this food stall. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, the hero is here. This Hao Ji's style and aura make you feel very strong and capable. Could this be a hidden master? The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at Brother Hao, then kicked the table in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The table shattered into pieces in an instant. You know, it's made of stainless steel. Hao Ji's eyes suddenly widened and he stammered in fear, superpower. Roll. The middle-aged man looked at Brother Hao again and said coldly. Hao took a deep breath, glared at the middle-aged man, and shouted in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Get out! Just get out! The words fell. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Seeing this, the ordinary customers at the food stall also stood up immediately and scattered. Soon, only Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and the middle-aged man were left in the food stall. Lin Mo was speechless and winked at Lu Liang. Lu Liang picked up the beer bottle in his hand and smashed it on the middle-aged man's head. Bang! The beer bottle exploded above the middle-aged man's head. But the next moment, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Lu Liang as if nothing had happened, with a sinister smile on his face. Didn't you eat? The words fell. The middle-aged man threw a punch. This punch was fast and fierce. Lu Liang was blown away on the spot, fell heavily to the ground, spit out blood, and fainted. Lu Liang. See this. Lin Mo's expression also changed instantly. Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him right away. The middle-aged man smiled grimly and punched Lin Mo directly. Chapter 17, People with superpowers are more valuable than super beasts? It seemed that this heavy punch was about to hit Lin Mo's chest. At this critical moment, Lin Mo took a step back, distanced himself from the middle-aged man, and avoided the punch. Wow, you're quite good at hiding. The middle-aged man raised his lips in a playful arc, and then his mind moved. Boom! A 5-meter-high and 5-meter-wide stone wall suddenly rose from the ground behind Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could react, a stone wall rose up in front of him, and on his left and right, and then surrounded Lin Mo. Now, let's see how you can hide. The middle-aged man said with a smug look on his face. His special ability is to manipulate stones, and building stone walls is his specialty. I don't know how many opponents have been defeated by this move of his. So now it is even easier to deal with Lin Mo, a mere third-level psychic. And at this moment, inside the stone wall, Lin Mo's range of movement is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, he will be squeezed into a meat patty by this stone wall. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his mind moved, and he activated his supernatural powers, intending to break the wall by force. But at this moment, a head suddenly popped out from the ground next to his right foot. Brother Lin. Hearing this, Lin Mo looked down, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Lu Liang, are you okay? Shoo. I was just pretending to faint. It's not that easy to kill me. Lu Liang put his index finger to his mouth and said in a low voice. Then, he looked at the surrounding stone walls and continued, Brother Lin, I just looked outside. This stone wall is very thick and strong. If you want to break it by force, it may not be that easy. Let me help you escape. You? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Lu Liang stretched out his hands and grabbed Lin Mo's legs. I can take you out. All right. Lin Mo nodded, then a cold smile appeared on his lips, but before leaving, I have to leave a little surprise for this old guy. Outside the stone wall, not far away. The middle-aged man saw that his stone wall had almost closed up. He estimated that Lin Mo inside had been squeezed to the point where he could not move. If it continued to close up, he would be dead. So, he walked forward with a smug look on his face, reached out and knocked on the stone wall, sneering, Boy, it must be very uncomfortable to be trapped by the wall, right? If you are willing to beg for mercy and admit defeat now, just give me a squeak. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go peacefully. However, no one responded from within the stone wall. The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said coldly, Huh? Hard-boned, huh? I want to see, your bones are harder, or my wall is harder. The words fell. He immediately thought about it and accelerated the closing of the wall, intending to squeeze Lin Mo into a pulp. Buzz. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the wall. The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically, not good. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The 4 stone walls collapsed on the spot due to a terrifying destructive force. The middle-aged man standing in front of the stone wall was naturally not spared. He was blown away on the spot, fell heavily to the ground, and vomited blood. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the ground beside him. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. See this. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He said in disbelief, How could this happen? Damn it, Brother Lin, the power of your light eliminating ball is so overbearing that it can seriously injure this guy even through the wall. Lu Liang took a look at the middle-aged man with a pale face and dying, and couldn't help but gasp. Lin Mo also smiled slightly. Just before Lu Liang took him away underground, he condensed a ball of eliminating light and stayed inside the stone wall. As a result, the middle-aged man gathered the wall and directly squeezed the elimination light ball to pieces, which led to the scene just now. Lin Mo leaned over and squatted down beside the middle-aged man. He looked at him and asked coldly, Tell me, who sent you here? Tell me, and I can spare your life. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man coughed up a large amount of blood, glaring at Lin Mo with his eyes, and said with gritted teeth, Lin Mo, I've capsized in the gutter today, I admit defeat. But you must not be complacent, it won't be long before someone more powerful comes to kill you, you won't live much longer, I'm waiting for you down there. Not good. Lin Mo's face changed, and he was about to open the middle-aged man's mouth. The next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and he spat out a large mouthful of black blood and died. Did you take poison? Lu Liang reached out and felt the middle-aged man's breath. After confirming that he was dead, he frowned and said, This guy is really cruel. He will die if he doesn't succeed. Brother Lin, who did you offend? This. Lin Mo thought about it in his mind. I shouldn't have any enemies. The only thing that is contradictory and conflicting. That is Wang Ba. Could it be that this person was sent by Wang Ba's father to seek revenge? And just when Lin Mo was confused. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for participating in killing a 4th-level psychic and gaining 3,000 psychic points. The system prompt sounded in my mind. This startled Lin Mo. Is there a reward for killing a mutant? And if I remember correctly, Previously, killing the 4th level alien beast, the termite queen, only gave 2000 power points. It seems that people with special abilities are more valuable than special beasts. In that case, my enemy, no matter who you are, please send more people with special abilities. Breaking through realms and evolving abilities all depends on you. Wang Dalong, who was accompanying his son in the hospital, suddenly sneezed violently. However, he didn't know what Lin Mo was praying for, otherwise he would have fainted from anger. Ability Management Bureau, Jiangzhou Branch. Zhang Wei, who had been busy all day, was getting ready to leave work. And just at this moment, the landline phone on his desk suddenly rang. Zhang Wei frowned, somewhat impatient. But when he saw the caller ID on the landline, his expression changed and he quickly answered the call. Hello, Director. Xiao Zhang, the collapse of the city wall has been thoroughly investigated. Someone deliberately buried an insect nest beneath the city wall, using termites to destroy the foundation. This is a conspiracy. The director's voice came from the phone. So, Lin Mo and Lu Liang are okay now? Zhang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, not only are they innocent, but they have actually done something meritorious. After all, they helped Jiangzhou City resolve a major hidden danger. Luckily, we discovered this in advance. We still have time to rebuild the city wall. Otherwise, if we allow those alien termites to destroy the foundation of the city wall, once an army of alien beasts attacks Jiangzhou City, it will be a terrible disaster. The director said. Great. I'll tell them both the good news right away. Zhang Wei was also very happy and was about to hang up the phone to inform Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Don't be too happy too soon, this matter is far more complicated than this. But at this moment, the director's slightly sullen words came from the phone. Chapter 18: The Revenge of the Cult. Forehead? Zhang Wei's hand holding the phone froze in mid-air, and he asked in confusion, Director, what do you mean? Do you know who placed the insect nest? The director asked back. Who is it? Zhang Wei frowned. God worship. The director said in a heavy tone. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's expression suddenly turned ugly. It turned out to be this group of lunatics. But this makes sense. Over the years, the God worship cult has been secretly sabotaging human cities, trying to create chaos, seize power, and control the cities. So this really seems like something they could do. Not only that, the bloodthirsty parasitic beasts before might also be related to the God worship cult. Lin Mo has already interfered with or indirectly sabotaged their plans twice in a row. Do you think the God worship cult will let this go? The director continued. You mean, the Church of God sent people to retaliate against Lin Mo? Wouldn't that put Lin Mo in danger? After all, those guys are lunatics who kill without blinking an eye. Our Ability Management Bureau has been fighting against them for years, but there has been a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. Lin Mo, a newcomer who just joined, will definitely die if he encounters them. Zhang Wei was suddenly extremely worried. This is exactly why I'm calling you. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just performed a great service. We can't let them suffer persecution from the God-worshipping cult anymore. We have to find a way to protect them first. The director said very seriously. Protect. Zhang Wei's eyes rolled around, and then as if he had thought of something, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I do know a place that's relatively safe. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang dealt with the middle-aged man's body, they lost their appetite. After paying the bill, they prepared to return to the dormitory. However, the two of them just walked to the gate of the community. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several dark shadows jumped out and blocked their way. Lin Mo and Lu Liang thought that the middle-aged man's helpers had arrived, and immediately prepared for battle. But the next moment, after seeing the appearance of these black shadows clearly, the two of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Because the people in front of him were all wearing the uniforms of the Superpower Management Bureau. Just then, the leading man took out his ID and handed it to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying in a cold voice, I am Han Dong, an official investigator. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two are suspected of destroying the city wall. Please come with us and be investigated. Destroy the city wall? Senior, you must be mistaken. We have already explained to team leader Zhang that this is a complete misunderstanding. Lu Liang's face changed and he spoke quickly. Team leader Zhang is the one who sent us here. Please cooperate. If we can prove that you were wrongly accused, we will naturally release you. Han Dong said with a serious face. Ah. Lu Liang quickly turned his head to look at Lin Mo, feeling a little overwhelmed. Brother Lin, this. Fine. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, rather calmly, then let's go with them. Jiangzhou City, City Wall Ruins number 1973. Workers are working overtime throughout the night to rebuild the city wall. Outside the city wall, less than 100 meters away from the ruins, several figures were standing here, watching everything silently. Just then, one of them, a rather elegant young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black windbreaker, said, "What a shame they were discovered so quickly. It seems our plan to destroy the city wall through the insect nest and then lure the alien beast army to attack the city has completely failed. I heard that the two trainee investigators from the Ability Management Bureau discovered the insect nest this time. One is called Lu Liang, and the other is called Lin Mo. What a nuisance. They are two troublesome guys." Next to the elegant man, an old man in a black tang suit said with a gloomy face and gritted teeth. Lin Mo? Such a familiar name. A figure wearing a blood-red robe and a hood suddenly spoke. The elegant man turned his head to look at the figure and asked in confusion, "Why? Have you dealt with him before?" The figure nodded, then took off his huge hood, revealing a beautiful and charming face in front of everyone. This turned out to be a woman, or to be more precise, a very beautiful woman. Bright eyes, white teeth, and snow-white skin. There is a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which adds a bit of charm to her. Yesterday, a bloodthirsty parasitic beast that I had lurking in the city was killed by someone, and that person seemed to be this Lin Mo. The charming woman said thoughtfully. It seems this guy is deliberately going against our god worship cult. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely affect our plans in the future. The elegant man narrowed his eyes, his face filled with murderous intent. In that case, let's do it tonight. The old man in black suggested with a sneer. Then, without saying a word, they walked directly towards the ruins of City Wall number 1973, intending to enter Jiangzhou City through here. A worker who was working looked up and saw several people suddenly appearing, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? How did you come in from outside the city?" The elegant man glanced at the worker, smiled coldly, and waved his hand. The next moment, the worker's head flew out and rolled a long way on the ground before stopping. Kill someone." Seeing this, the other workers were also frightened. They dropped their tools and tried to escape. However, the elegant man had no intention of letting them go and chased after them. It only took a few breaths. All 20 or so workers on the construction site lost their lives. The elegant man clapped his hands. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and took a look. The elegant man's mouth curled up into a smug smile. He turned his head to look at the others and said, "Everyone, I already know the exact location of Lin Mo." Hearing this, they all smiled grimly, then turned into afterimages, quickly rushing towards the city center. Superpower Prison. This was built and supervised by the Supernatural Administration. Those held inside are not ordinary prisoners. Instead, he is a super criminal who has awakened powerful superpowers, but has embarked on a crooked path and posed a huge threat to the city. As well as powerful monsters that caused destruction in the city and were captured by the Supernatural Administration and are waiting to be dealt with. Therefore, the entire supernatural prison is heavily guarded, and not even a mosquito can easily fly in. And at this moment, in cell 666. "Brother Lin, didn't you say that we were not only innocent this time, but we even made contributions? Why are we still in jail? Are we going to be stuck in jail forever?" Lu Liang was about to cry. Han Dong said that he brought them here for investigation, but after they were locked up in this cell, they disappeared without a trace. Even though he shouted for a long time, no one responded. This made him extremely panicked at the moment. "I originally joined the Supernatural Management Bureau in order to get a job and a stable job in the country. But now, he ends up in jail. Chapter 19 Special Mission, please survive within 10 minutes. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. It shouldn't be a big deal. I guess we'll investigate it tonight and release us tomorrow." Lin Mo was relatively calm and said with a smile. "I really envy your mentality, Brother Lin." "I hope so." Lu Liang sighed helplessly, looked down at the hard floor, and said bitterly, "It seems I'll have to make do with sleeping on the floor tonight. I really miss my big, soft Simmons mattress." Having said that, he had no choice but to lie down on the ground. See this. Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled, preparing to lie down beside him. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. A special mission has been triggered. Please survive within the next 10 minutes. If you complete the mission, you will receive a surprise reward. Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Mo was stunned. Survive for 10 minutes? How could such a task be triggered for no reason? Besides, what kind of life-threatening situation could there be in this cell? Boom! Sudden. One of the cell walls collapsed. What the hell? What's going on? Lu Liang, who was lying on the ground, jumped up immediately in fright. Wait until the dust clears. The two of them also hurriedly looked outside the collapsed wall. I saw it not far away outside. Several figures stood there. They were the elegant man, charming woman, and others who had just sneaked into Jiangzhou City and came to assassinate Lin Mo. Brother Lin, who are these people? Are they your friends? Lu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Mo and asked. I don't know them either. Lin Mo shook his head, but instinctively remained alert. After all, I just triggered the survival mission. These guys showed up. It's most likely related to that mission. Maybe they are the ones who are going to kill me. Think of this. Lin Mo also quietly put his right hand behind his back. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. The elegant man walked forward, looked at the two people in the cell, smiled and said, come out and talk. Do you think we're stupid? Leaving like this is like escaping from prison. Even those who were innocent before would be guilty. We won't leave. If you have the guts, come in and talk. Lu Liang rolled his eyes at the elegant man and said unhappily. Then, he did not forget to look at Lin Mo and whispered, Brother Lin, could these guys be sent by the organization to test us? It's hard to say, but try to hold them back as long as possible. The guards will be here soon. Lin Mo shook his head and said in a low voice. After all, what he has to do now is to find a way to drag these 10 minutes through. Prison break? Ha, you don't have to worry about that. You won't survive the night anyway. The elegant man said with a sneer. What? Lu Liang's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the elegant man and asked with a vigilant look, aren't you from the Supernatural Management Bureau? Superpower Management Bureau? No, we are believers of the God-worshipping cult. The elegant man shook his head and said with a sneer. Worship God. Worship God cult, you are actually members of a cult. Lu Liang had obviously heard of the God-worshipping cult, and naturally knew how crazy these guys in front of him were. Cult? Little brother, you're being a bit presumptuous. I really don't like this name. The charming woman smiled coquettishly and then waved her hand. Her entire right arm instantly turned into a several-meter-long tentacle and headed straight for Lu Liang. The speed is really too fast. Before Lu Liang could react, the tentacles wrapped tightly around his waist and tried to drag him out. Lu Liang was immediately frightened and quickly asked Lin Mo for help. Brother Lin, save me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and stretched out his right hand hidden behind his back. I saw that a ball of illuminating light had already condensed above his palm. Without saying a word, he threw it towards the charming woman outside. The charming woman frowned slightly, obviously feeling a sense of threat from the elimination of the light ball. He had no choice but to let go of Lu Liang, waved his tentacles, and blew the elimination light ball away. Boom! As soon as the light ball landed on the ground, it exploded, creating a deep pit in the ground. See this. The elegant man narrowed his eyes and said with interest, a 4th-level psychic? No wonder he was able to destroy the insect nest we placed under the city wall. Did you guys place that insect nest? Lin Mo was stunned. That's right. I originally wanted to use giant termites to destroy the city walls and then lure the alien beast army to attack the city. But I didn't expect that after I had only destroyed the foundation of one wall, you two discovered it and wiped it out. So, you must pay the price with your life. The elegant man nodded and said with a sneer. Humph. You bunch of cultists still want to kill us? You all just saw Brother Lin's strength. He took care of that insect nest with almost no effort. If you don't want to die, then run for your lives. Otherwise, Brother Lin will kill you without a single trace left. Lu Liang straightened his chest and tried to scare away a few people with Lin Mo's strength. However, regarding this, The elegant man showed a scornful smile on his face and shook his head disdainfully. He's just a level 4 psychic. How can he be that strong? The words fell. A powerful wave of supernatural power rose from his body. Feeling the fluctuation of breath, Lu Liang's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of shock. Sixth level superpower. And just at this moment, the charming woman not far away, the old man in black and others also released their own supernatural power fluctuations. Although they are not as good as the elegant man, they have all reached the level of 5th level psychics. This completely upset Lu Liang. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Lin Mo. Brother Lin, you should be able to beat them, right? What do you think? Lin Mo gave Lu Liang a speechless look. I'm not Superman. How could he possibly contend against a 6th level psychic and several 5th level psychics? A head-on confrontation will inevitably lead to death. It can only delay time. Firstly, if it takes too long, the prison guards will notice something is wrong and will come to check. Secondly, it is my own mission. Since the system will trigger this special task, then after I persist for 10 minutes, the system should help me solve the current trouble, right? Think of this. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, walked forward, looked at the elegant man and said, well, since this is our first meeting, I don't think we need to fight to the death. After all, there is no deep blood feud between us. As for destroying the insect nest, that was entirely in accordance with the mission of the Supernatural Administration Bureau, not my original intention. How about you give me a chance and let me join the god worship cult? As soon as these words were spoken, not only the elegant man and others were stunned. Lu Liang, who was standing by, also widened his eyes. Chapter 20, On the Brink of Life and Death, Mission Accomplished. Brother Lin, how could you join a cult? The god-worshipping cult has done so many evil things, constantly wreaking havoc on our cities. Countless investigators and civilians have died at their hands. Their harm is no less than that of alien beasts. How could we possibly associate with them? As members of the Supernatural Administration, we must fight them to the bitter end, to the death. Lu Liang quickly stopped him. Oh, that's wrong. Instead of being a hopeless trainee investigator at the Supernatural Administration, earning a meager salary, I might as well join the god-worshipping cult and join in on great things. Maybe I'll have a bright future. Lin Mo waved his hand and said seriously. You really think so? I thought you were a hero, but you turned out to be a rat. Lin Mo, I really misjudged you. Lu Liang stared at Lin Mo with extreme disappointment. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Lu Liang, you should be more sensible and join the god-worshipping cult with me. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Lu Liang and blinked quietly. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment, then he spat fiercely on the ground and said with disdain, You're dreaming. I, Lu Liang, would rather die than surrender. Since you are so ignorant of the current situation, there is nothing I can do. Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders, turned to look at the elegant man, and asked with a smile, I wonder if the worshipping god cult would be willing to accept me? Do you really want to join the god worship cult? The elegant man narrowed his eyes. Of course, the fortune teller told me that I'm destined to achieve great things in this life, but that's obviously not possible in the Supernatural Administration. Joining the god worship cult might be a good choice. Lin Mo nodded and said seriously. Haha, Lin Mo, do you think I'm an idiot? How could I not see through your little trick? You are deliberately stalling for time, hoping that the guards will come to rescue you, right? The elegant man suddenly sneered and said. How is that possible? I really want to join the god worship cult. Lin Mo's eyes were still very determined. Okay, then let's go to another place and show me your determination. The elegant man curled his lips slightly and then winked at the charming woman. The charming woman naturally understood what he meant, and her hands turned into tentacles, tightly wrapping around Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Then the group quickly retreated out of the prison. And they had just left. 2 prison guards rushed over. Looking at the crumbling wall of the cell, the prison guard suddenly lost his composure. Quick, notify the Supernatural Management Bureau. On the first floor of an unfinished building about 2 kilometers away from the prison. The elegant man and others stopped here. What are we doing here? Lin Mo looked around and asked in confusion. Don't you want to join our god worship cult? I'll give you a chance. The elegant man smiled coldly, then took out a sharp dagger from somewhere. Seeing this, the charming woman immediately let go of the tentacles on Lin Mo. The elegant man stepped forward, handed the dagger to Lin Mo, and said with a sneer, "Anyone who wants to join our god worship cult must first kill an investigator from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. This is a token of your loyalty and also proves your determination." As he said this, he pointed at Lu Liang. "This isn't very good. After all, we were teammates for a while, so I'm a little hesitant to do it. How about I find another investigator someday?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Do you think this is like buying groceries? You can be picky? Today, either you kill him or you die together." The elegant man stared at Lin Mo and said in a cold voice, "Call." Lin Mo took a deep breath and came to Lu Liang with a dagger in hand. He said helplessly, "Brother, I'm sorry. For my future, I have to sacrifice you. When you die, I will burn a lot of paper money for you. Lin Mo, you bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Come on, do it if you have the guts. Everyone is mortal since ancient times. It doesn't matter if you die early or late. But I, Lu Liang, will die gloriously and be a hero to mankind, while you and these cultists will be nailed to the pillar of shame and cursed by the world forever." Lu Liang straightened his chest and said with a fearless attitude, "What a noise!" The elegant man scratched his ears and urged impatiently, "Lin Mo, hurry up." Lin Mo glanced at the system time. Countdown, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Damn it! How come there is still more than a minute? There is no other way, it seems I can only give it a try. Think of this. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripped the dagger tightly in his right hand, and stabbed towards Lu Liang fiercely. Seeing this, Lu Liang's face suddenly changed drastically with fear. "No way, Lin Mo, are you serious? Stop talking nonsense and go to hell." Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his face full of murderous intent. The dagger in his hand was about to stab into Lu Liang's chest. However, at this critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly turned the blade and stabbed directly at the tentacles on Lu Liang's body. Puff! For a while, dark green blood splattered everywhere, spraying Lu Liang's face. Ouch! The charming woman let go of Lu Liang in great pain. Pa, what the hell is that? It got all over my mouth. It's so fishy and stinky. Lu Liang spat on the ground with a look of disgust. Stop vomiting and get underground. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's head and reminded him. Oh yes. Only then did Lu Liang react and immediately dodged, disappearing without a trace. Lin Mo was suddenly speechless. What he meant was to let Lu Liang take him away with him. In the end, this guy ran away first. But soon, Lu Liang's head popped out from the ground again, and he said with a wry smile, "Sorry, Brother Harlan, I almost forgot about you." Finished. He quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Lin Mo's ankles, and pulled Lin Mo in. "Ha, still want to run?" The elegant man was not at all panicked. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Block, open." The words fell. I saw a lot of blue light bursting out from his body. These blue lights transformed into a huge blue barrier in mid-air, covering the entire unfinished building. "Bring them both back to me." The elegant man turned his head to look at the charming woman and spoke. The charming woman nodded, her hands transformed into long tentacles, and thrust them forcefully into the ground. About 10 seconds passed. She withdrew her tentacles from the ground. And above the tentacles, two figures were entwined. Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Damn it! Where did this barrier suddenly appear? I almost got knocked into an idiot. Lu Liang rubbed his head and said with a painful look on his face. Just now, he was fleeing quickly underground with Lin Mo, when suddenly a blue barrier appeared in front of him. He had no time to brake and crashed head-on. Now he had stars in his eyes. The farce is over. The elegant man walked forward, looked at Lin Mo, sneered, and asked, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" However, at this moment, Lin Mo's attention is all on the system time. 00:0005. Only 5 seconds left. You don't want to talk? Then let's go together. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, the elegant man thought that Lin Mo had given up resisting, so he turned his head and winked at the charming woman. The charming woman smiled coldly, and the tentacles wrapped around the two of them began to tighten instantly. Crack! For a while, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's bones were crackling all over their bodies. If this continued, they would be strangled to death. It's over, I'm really dead now. Lu Liang was suddenly filled with despair. As breathing becomes more and more difficult, his face also changed from red to purple, and then to black. His consciousness began to blur, and he even saw his grandmother waving at him. Lin Mo's condition was not much better either, and he was about to die. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving 10 minutes and successfully completing the special mission. Chapter 21 SSS-level Supernatural Power Experience Card. The sound of the system is like a ray of light in the endless darkness. This gave Lin Mo, who had already despaired, a glimmer of hope. Finally done. What are the mission rewards? But please don't ask for money, houses, cars, or anything like that. Those things are completely useless in this situation. Congratulations to the host, you have received a surprise reward, a 1-minute trial card for the SSS-level Supernatural Power of World Destruction Final Form. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Although it's just a 1-minute experience card. But in this situation, it is not his turn to be picky. Use now. Lin Mo's mind quickly moved. Buzz. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying wave of supernatural power rose from his body. The elegant man on the ground frowned. Because of this fluctuation of superpowers, even he, a level 6 superpower user, felt a fatal threat. He quickly turned his head to look at the charming woman and urged, "There's something wrong with this kid. Kill them both quickly." Yes. The charming woman nodded and was about to control the tentacles to give Lin Mo and Lu Liang a fatal blow. However, at this moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes. I saw that his eyeballs had already turned completely red, shining brightly. At the same time, a terrifying pressure was released from his body, enveloping the elegant man and others. This made everyone's expressions change instantly. I don't know why. Facing Lin Mo at this moment, they all had an urge to kneel down, and even their knees began to bend involuntarily. Isn't it a bit late to kill us now? Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the tentacles wrapped around him and Lu Liang disappeared in an instant. Ah! My hand! The charming woman who lost both arms screamed in pain on the spot. Looking at this scene, the elegant man also swallowed his saliva dryly, looked at Lin Mo, and asked with a face full of fear, who are you? Don't you know? Lin Mo, the intern investigator from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Lin Mo said lightly, then raised his leg and walked towards the few people. See this. The elegant man raised his eyebrows slightly, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and quickly thought, forbid. A large amount of blue light was released from his body, turning into a blue light shield that enveloped and bound Lin Mo. However, this blue light shield only existed for 0.1 seconds before it shattered on the spot. How is this possible? The elegant man suddenly lost his composure. Let me. The old man in black at the back strode forward and opened his mouth. A large number of black crows flew out of his mouth, carrying a sharp breath and heading straight for Lin Mo. However, when these black crows flew to about half a meter in front of Lin Mo, they exploded one after another and turned into nothingness. See this. The old man in black also widened his eyes in shock. Don't just stand there, take action quickly, or everyone will die today. The elegant man quickly turned around and yelled at the others. Hearing this, no one dared to hesitate and immediately used their special abilities. For a while, all kinds of colorful superpowers were bombarding Lin Mo. But there are no exceptions. These attacks couldn't even get close to Lin Mo, and they all dissipated. Are all the performances finished? Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, then it's my turn. Destroy the world. As Lin Mo's voice fell. Boom! For a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The earth shook violently. The entire unfinished building began to shake. A large number of bricks and reinforced concrete blocks fell down and hit the elegant man and others. That's not all. The ground beneath their feet also began to crack at this moment. In the bottomless crack, you can even see boiling magma. What level of supernatural power is this? How can it be so terrifying? The elegant man and others couldn't even stand steadily at this moment, and their faces were full of fear. That's not right. Intelligence shows that Lin Mo is only a 4th level psychic. Even if his psychic ability is SSS level, How could he possibly exert such terrifying power with his meager psychic value? This is unscientific. The charming woman frowned and said with a puzzled look on her face. Don't worry about whether it's scientific or not, just find a way to escape first. The elegant man forced a blue barrier to form above his head to block the falling rocks and tried to escape from the unfinished building. Buzz. But at this moment, a terrifying aura fluctuation attracted the attention of him, the charming woman and others. Several people looked up quickly and their faces changed drastically. Just above their heads, a red ball of light with a diameter of 5 meters was floating there. Scarlet flames were burning on its surface, like a miniature version of the sun. See this. The elegant man and others felt their scalps tingling and their whole bodies began to tremble involuntarily. Hurry! Run! The elegant man was so frightened that his facial features were distorted and he screamed with all his might. The others were so frightened that they turned around and ran away without saying a word. You want to leave now? Lin Mo smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, It's too late. The words fell. Lin Mo waved his right hand lightly. The huge red fireball suddenly fell from the sky and hit the elegant man and others. No! Accompanied by a scream full of despair. The red fireball exploded suddenly. Wherever its power reaches, no matter what it is, it will be destroyed. The elegant man and others didn't even have time to struggle before they turned into ashes in an instant. Boom! The unfinished building, which was already shaky, reached its limit at this moment and collapsed with a loud bang. See this. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward and picked up Lu Liang, who had been strangled unconscious, and quickly evacuated the scene. Come to the open space outside. As soon as Lin Mo put Lu Liang down, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly rose from within him. He had no choice but to sit down on the ground as well. Obviously, the time for the SSS-level supernatural power experience card has come. Moreover, using this experience card almost exhausted all of Lin Mo's ability points and physical strength. This makes him extremely weak now. Fortunately, all the enemies have been eliminated. Lin Mo looked up at the location of the unfinished building. All I saw was that the place was already in ruins, with no life at all. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this the SSS-level supernatural power that can destroy the world? It's so powerful. Lin Mo also knew that it was because it was an experience card and his own realm was too low. The power just displayed was probably not even 1%. The full power of the world-destroying force must be even more terrifying. This also strengthened Lin Mo's determination to evolve his own ability to SSS-level world-destroying ability. By then, let alone Jiangzhou City. I'm afraid that looking at the whole of China, it will definitely have its own place. As for the so-called God-worshipping cult, they naturally dare not cause trouble for him again. Chapter 22, Breakthrough to Level 5 Psychic and Gain New Skills. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a Level 6 Psychic and gaining 5,000 Psychic points. Congratulations to the host for killing a Level 5 Mutant and gaining 4,000 Superpower points. Congratulations to the host for killing a Level 5 Mutant. For a while, Lin Mo's ability value skyrocketed. This time, he killed a total of 1 Level 6 Psychic and 6 Level 5 Psychics. The ability value alone increased by 29,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become a Level 5 Psychic power value 52,010,000. Now you have a chance to evolve your superpowers. Do you want to evolve? Lin Mo naturally did not hesitate and immediately chose to evolve. Congratulations, host! Your A-level ability, Elimination, has now evolved into an S-level ability, Annihilation. Can evolve into an SSS-level ability, World Destruction. Current progress is 70%. Congratulations, host! Your skills, Eliminate Light and Eliminate Light Ball, have now been upgraded to Obliterate Light and Obliterate Light Ball. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a new skill, Sword of Annihilation. Lin Mo's face was suddenly filled with surprise. It seems that this time, we have gained a lot. Not only did his own superpowers successfully evolve into S-level superpowers, but his skills were also upgraded. And also gained new skills. In this way, one's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Perhaps, with his current strength, he would be able to fight against the elegant man and the others even without the experience card. It won't be as embarrassing as before. Then, Lin Mo planned to use the Sword of Annihilation to see how powerful his new skill was. Ha! I'm still alive? But at this moment, Lu Liang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly woke up. See this. Lin Mo had no choice but to put away his supernatural power, stood up and looked at Lu Liang, and asked with concern, "How do you feel? Are you okay? Brother Lin? Have we reached the underworld?" Lu Liang was stunned for a moment, then hugged Lin Mo's thighs and said with a look of relief, "That's great. I didn't expect that I could still be with you after death. This really makes me feel safe." Lin Mo was immediately furious. He couldn't help but kick Lu Liang and send him flying. Ouch! Screams suddenly rang out. About half a minute passed. Lu Liang rubbed his waist and limped back to Lin Mo. "Are you awake now?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. "Damn, I can't believe we're still alive. What on earth just happened?" Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief and asked. "It's simple, I killed them all." Lin Mo said lightly. "Kill them all?" Lu Liang's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Then there was a plop sound. Lu Liang knelt on one knee and hugged Lin Mo's thigh again, pleading sincerely, "Brother Lin, oh no, Godfather, I will definitely hold on to your thigh from now on. If you carry out missions in the future, you must take me with you, otherwise I will not let go even if you kick me to death." Okay, I'll take you with me, okay?" Lin Mo was completely defeated by this guy and said helplessly. "Yeah, now that I have Tangxi and Mom doesn't have to worry about me failing to complete the mission anymore." Lu Liang suddenly jumped up and down in excitement, just like a 3-year-old child. Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau, conference room. Now, Director Zhao Tianlin, senior executives, and heads of various investigation teams have all arrived. The reason they gathered here was because Lin Mo and Lu Liang were kidnapped. This is ridiculous. Someone is imprisoned in your prison, with so many guards watching over them, and yet they can still be kidnapped? Are all the people in your prison good for nothings? Zhao Tianlin glared at the warden sitting next to him and was also furious. "Director Zhao, please calm down. This cult attack was sudden, and there were quite a lot of people coming, each of them quite powerful. That's why we were caught off guard," the warden said with a wry smile. "Director, there's no point blaming the warden now. The most urgent thing is to send someone to find him. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both have pretty good talents, especially Lin Mo. If he's properly trained, he could very well become the pillar of our administration and even the entire China. It would be such a shame if he were to be harmed by a cult," Zhang Wei said anxiously. "What do you think?" Zhao Tianlin turned his head to look at other senior executives and team leaders of the Management Bureau and asked. "Director, in my opinion, there's no need to look for them anymore. Lin Mo and Lu Liang are probably in grave danger now. Yes, as far as I know, the strongest cultist here is a level 6 psychic. Not to mention the 2 trainee investigators, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Even if a formal investigator were to encounter him, they might not be his match. The chances of survival are very slim." That's right, the followers of the god-worshipping cult are all lunatics who kill without blinking an eye. Lin Mo and Lu Liang are so weak, if they fall into their hands, they will surely die. I reckon the bodies of Lin Mo and Lu Liang are already cold, so the most urgent thing is to contact their families, prepare compensation, and comfort them before this matter gets escalated. Otherwise, it's very likely to damage the reputation of our Ability Management Bureau. The senior executives spoke up one after another. Obviously, in their opinion, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were doomed to die. Although what you said makes sense, as the saying goes, if they're alive, we have to see them. If they're dead, we have to see their bodies. If we just give up the search, it's bound to chill people's hearts. Zhao Tianlin frowned, then looked directly at Zhang Wei and ordered, "Zhang Wei, these people are from your Group 7. I order you to lead a team to investigate immediately and hunt down the cultists. Be sure to bring Lin Mo and Lu Liang back to me." "Yes." Zhang Wei clasped his fists and was about to get up and leave. Bang! But at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A figure walked in hurriedly. It was Han Dong, the official investigator who had gone to arrest Lin Mo and Lu Liang. "Director, Team Leader Zhang, good news." Han Dong breathed heavily and said with a happy face. "What good news?" Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei asked almost in unison. "Lin Mo and Lu Liang came back on their own," Han Dong said with a smile. "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were stunned. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open. Because in their opinion, this time, Lu Liang and Lin Mo fell into the hands of the god-worshipping cult, and they were bound to be in great danger. The possibility of them surviving was almost zero. But what they never expected was, at this moment, the two of them came back on their own. This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 23. Get rewards and spend money in the mall. Quick, call them both over. After Zhao Tianlin calmed down, he quickly looked at Han Dong and said, "Yes." Han Dong nodded and turned to go. After a while, he took Lu Liang and Lin Mo back to the conference room. Looking at the two people who are lively and safe, everyone present was shocked once again. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two really scared me to death. Fortunately, you are okay. Zhang Wei walked forward quickly and said with a worried look on his face, "I'm sorry to make the team leader worry." Lin Mo said with a smile, "Lin Mo, Lu Liang, how did you escape from the clutches of the cultists?" Zhao Tianlin walked up and looked at the two of them and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately pricked up their ears because they were all very curious about this. Of course it was Brother Lin who killed all those cultists. Before Lin Mo could speak, Lu Liang, who was standing beside him, straightened his chest and answered with pride on his face. The expression on his face seemed to be saying, "Look, is my godfather awesome?" What? Kill them all? Everyone present was shocked again. Lin Mo, according to the intelligence we have, those cultists are very powerful, and among them is a level 6 psychic. How did you do it? Zhao Tianlin looked at Lin Mo and asked in disbelief. Well, at the critical moment, I broke through to become a level 5 psychic. I took advantage of his opportunity and killed him. The rest of the cultists were naturally no match for me and all died at my hands. Lin Mo thought for a moment and spoke. What? You've made another breakthrough? Zhang Wei, who was standing by, was startled. He looked at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. But I remember when you first joined the Superpower Management Bureau, weren't you only at level 3? It's only been a few days, and you've already broken through to level 5? Hearing this, everyone present once again gasped in shock. Good job. Lin Mo had just joined the Ability Management Bureau for less than 3 days. The realm actually jumped from level 3 to level 5. This speed of improvement is too fast, too incredible, isn't it? In comparison, it is not surprising that Lin Mo can kill a level 6 psychic with the strength of a level 5 psychic. After all, for these monsters whose cultivation is as simple as drinking water, fighting against opponents of higher levels is just one of their most insignificant talents. I never thought that in this small Jiangzhou city, I, Zhao Tianlin, would meet a genius as gifted as you. Lin Mo, your cultivation talent is no less than those monsters at the Beijing headquarters. Zhao Tianlin was immediately overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure. After all, the Jiangzhou branch has a genius of this level, and it is a great honor for him as the director. Director, I told you Lin Mo is extraordinary. Zhang Wei said with a smile. At this moment, his chest involuntarily straightened up. After all, Lin Mo is a member of his 7th group. At this moment, the leaders of other groups looked at Zhang Wei with envy. Because everyone can see that Lin Mo will soar to fame and become famous throughout China in the future, that is inevitable. By that time, anyone who is close to him will definitely benefit greatly. Reward. This time I have to reward you. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand and said happily, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, for discovering the damage to the City Walls Foundation in advance and stopping the conspiracy of the God Worship cult, and now for killing several cult members, I will reward you with 2 million in cash and 500 merit points each. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present cast envious glances at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The 2 million in cash is easy to deal with. The senior executives and team leaders present were not short of money. But those 500 merit points are really precious. After all, a bounty mission with an extremely high risk factor only gives 100 merit points. Now Zhao Tianlin can get 500 merit points for every move, which is equivalent to 5 bounty missions, and there is no risk at all. How could they not be envious? To this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were also shocked. Because whether it is the 2 million in cash or the 500 merit points, it is a huge sum of money for them. Now I'm really rich. The two of them quickly clasped their fists towards Zhao Tianlin and said gratefully, Thank you, Director. 2 million in cash. Lin Mo and Lu Liang naturally each took half. However, Lu Liang originally planned to give all the money to Lin Mo, and even give half of the 500 merit points to Lin Missouri, but was sternly rejected by Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo had already collected all the rewards from the previous bounty mission. If I accept all the rewards this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. Although he is short of money and merit points, he can't just grab Lu Liang and plunder him. Besides, Lu Liang followed him through thick and thin. This time we were able to successfully kill the believers of the god-worshipping cult. Lu Liang also made great contributions. If he hadn't taken me underground, I wouldn't have survived the last moments. Then there will be no more events. Return to your residence. Lin Mo took a comfortable hot bath and lay on the soft Simmons bed. His mind became active again. With this reward, plus the rewards from the previous 2 tasks, my merit points have now reached 610. I should be able to spend some money at the Merit Mall now. After all, after these 2 attacks, Lin Mo became increasingly aware of the shortcomings of his own self-defense methods. Especially this time. If I hadn't accidentally activated the system's special task and obtained an SSS-level supernatural power experience card, I might have been in trouble. So, it's time to buy yourself some self-defense equipment. This way, if you encounter danger in the future, you won't be at a loss and can only sit and wait for death. Think of this. Lin Mo couldn't wait to take out his exclusive mobile phone and entered the Merit Mall. However, after a thorough walk, Lin Mo finally realized that he was really a poor person. The goods in this Merit Mall are really scary expensive. Equipment like armor and weapons all have grades. Similar to superpowers, from low to high, F to SSS. The higher the grade, the more expensive it is. Especially equipment above level A, which is ridiculously expensive. Lin Mo first set his eyes on an S-level armor. It is said that it can withstand the full force attack of monsters below level 8. This defensive power is already very impressive. If you wear it in Jiangzhou City, you can basically walk sideways. But look at the price. Lin Mo gasped in shock. It actually requires 99,999 merit points. Nearly 100,000 merit points, converted into money, that would be 1 billion. Even if Lin Mo added up all his wealth now, it would probably not be enough to just replace the belt on the armor. The difference is simply too big. No way. He could only look at other equipment. But after looking around, anything he likes will cost no less than 10,000 merit points. Those who are slightly more ordinary and of lower levels all need thousands of merit points. If you grit your teeth and ask Lu Liang for some money, you can afford it. But it doesn't mean much to him. This is a bit embarrassing. I can't afford the expensive ones, and I can't use the cheap ones. Just when Lin Mo was feeling a little disappointed and was about to quit the Merit Mall, a product in the corner caught his attention. Chapter 24, Getting the Trump Card Again. Product, 9 Nether Rosemary. Type, hallucinogenic poisonous fog. Price, 588 merit points. Introduction, this incense is made from the poison of the 10th level alien beast 9 Nether Snake King and the highly poisonous plant rosemary bluegrass. It is colorless and odorless. Inhaling a small amount will cause hallucinations, and inhaling too much can cause death. Special reminder, even level 10 psychics are not immune to this poison, please do not try to inhale it easily. Place an order now and get a bottle of antidote for free. After reading the introduction, Lin Mo also became interested immediately. Although this 9 Nether Rosemary is not as powerful as those S-level equipment, it should have miraculous effects if used properly. Then, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and decided to buy it. Your order has been placed and someone will deliver it to you tomorrow. Your merit point balance, 22. Looking at the few merit points he had left, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel distressed. It seems that I need to take on more tasks next time. These merit points are simply not enough to spend. Wang Group, Chairman's Office. Looking at the body of the middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Dalong's face was also extremely gloomy. The subordinates around him all lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. The atmosphere in the entire office was very depressing. Where was the body found? At this time, Wang Dalong turned his head and looked at a young man in a black suit next to him and asked. He was buried really deep in the flowerbed of the park next to the supernatural administration. If he didn't have a tracking device on him, it would have been really hard to find him. The young man replied quickly. Snort! Wang Dalong snorted coldly, staring at the young man, and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't you say that Lin Mo was only a level 3 psychic? How come a level 4 psychic couldn't kill him, and was even killed by someone else?" The information must be correct. Lin Mo is definitely a level 3 psychic. Could it be that someone else from the Psychic Management Bureau took action? The young man's face changed and he spoke quickly. Well, that's possible. After all, that's the territory of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Wang Dalong nodded thoughtfully. See this. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Dalong and said, "Boss, this Lin Mo is from the Ability Management Bureau. If he keeps hiding in the Ability Management Bureau, it will be difficult for us to touch him. After all, those people in the Ability Management Bureau are not vegetarians. Then what do you say we should do? Are we just going to swallow this anger? My son has been crippled, and now I've lost a capable general. If I give up, Wang Dalong, will lose all my face." Wang Dalong rolled his eyes at the young man and said unhappily, No, boss, that's not what I meant." The young man quickly waved his hand and explained, "What I'm saying is that we might be able to set a trap to lure Lin Mo out of his hole and lead him to a place far away from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Then we can take him down easily." "Oh? You have an idea?" Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Hey. The young man smiled smugly and said, "Isn't Lin Mo an intern investigator? I just happened to have an idea." Early the next morning, the staff of the Supernatural Management Bureau sent the 9 nether rosemary to Lin Mo. Opened the package. Inside was a small glass bottle filled with purple liquid. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary perfume. In addition, there is a small white medicine bottle with white pills inside, which should be the antidote. "Brother Lin, what did you buy?" Lu Liang from next door came out and asked curiously. "Secret weapon." Lin Mo smiled mysteriously and put away the 9 nether rosemary and the antidote. Seeing that Lin Mo was unwilling to say more, Lu Liang was also very tactful and did not continue to ask. "Lin Mo, Lu Liang, get up." And just at this moment, Zhang Wei walked towards the two of them. See this. The two of them also hurried forward and greeted him. "Hello, team leader. There's no need to be so polite between us." Zhang Wei waved his hand, then looked Lin Mo and Lu Liang up and down, and said with a smile, "It's still good to be young. Last night was so dangerous, and now I wake up, I am full of energy again. It just so happens that I have a good job for you." "Good job?" Lin Mo and Lu Liang were both stunned. "That's right." Zhang Wei nodded and continued, "In theory, since you two have made such great contributions, becoming full-time investigators shouldn't be a problem. However, the rule of completing 10 tasks before becoming a full-time investigator was set by headquarters, and even Director Zhao can't break this rule. However, I can't openly make you regular employees, but I can work it out privately. If there are any easier and simpler tasks in the future, I'll assign them to you two first. This will greatly speed up your progress in becoming regular employees." "I see." The two men suddenly realized what was going on and immediately clasped their fists towards Zhang Wei in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, team leader." "Don't be so polite." Zhang Wei waved his hand and continued, "All right, let's get back to the point. A giant spider was discovered in a clothing factory in the south of the city. Preliminary assessment suggests it's a level 2 alien beast. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it, right? A level 2 alien beast? That's easy. I already successfully broke through to level 3 last night. I don't even need Brother Lin to help. I can handle it on my own." Lu Liang patted his chest and said confidently. Lin Mo sensed the fluctuations of supernatural power in Lu Liang's body, and it was indeed much stronger than before. "It seems that this guy has quite good talent. Okay, then I'll leave this mission to you. If we leave now, it shouldn't delay our return for lunch. The earlier we go, the sooner we can return." Zhang Wei patted Lin Mo and Lu Liang on the shoulders, then turned and left the dormitory. Lin Mo and Lu Liang naturally didn't hesitate, changed their clothes, and headed straight to the mission location. Chapter 25. Lin Mo, hello. In the south of the city, Ikuan Garment Factory. Lin Mo and Lu Liangang arrived at the factory gate. A middle-aged man quickly came forward and said, "You two must be investigators from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and finally you're here. I'm Jia Haoren, the director of this clothing factory." "Director Jia, What an interesting name. A fake good guy? Doesn't that mean he's a real bad guy? Lu Liang joked with a smile. This guy is really joking. Jia Haoran wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly. Alright, Director Jia, where is that strange beast? Take us there quickly to prevent it from injuring any more workers. Lin Mo waved his hand and spoke. Please follow me, both of you. Jia Haoran hurriedly led the way. The three of them came to the front of a warehouse. Jia Haoran stepped forward and pointed at the closed warehouse door. He turned back to look at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said, "Two guys, the monster is in there. You must be careful. Don't worry, we are professionals. Open the door, and watch me kill it with one knife." Lu Liang took out a sharp dagger from his arms and said eagerly. See this. Jia Haoran quickly took out the key and walked forward to open the warehouse door. Lin Mo and Lu Liang walked straight in. The warehouse was large, but empty, with few goods. The shelves were covered with a thick layer of dust, as if they had been abandoned for a long time. But the floor was swept very clean and spotless. The two of them scanned the warehouse and soon found a huge spider web in the southeast corner of the warehouse. And at this moment, on the spider web, there was a giant black spider lying. Looking at its size, it's almost as big as a cow. However, judging from its aura, it is undoubtedly a level 2 alien beast. Perhaps he also noticed that Lin Mo and Lu Liang were approaching. The 8 eyes on the giant spider's head opened at the same time, emitting a strange green light, as if warning the two. See this. Lu Liang immediately became excited and volunteered, "Brother Lin, just stand here and don't move. Let me deal with this harmful beast." After saying that, he brandished his dagger and rushed towards the giant spider. Lu Liang was getting closer and closer to the giant spider. But at this moment, the giant spider lying on the spider web suddenly turned around and pointed its butt at Lu Liang. "Oh, you damn faggot, you're about to die and still want to seduce me with your ass, right? I'm going to blow your asshole." Lu Liang thought that the giant spider was provoking him and became extremely angry. Hearing this, Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled helplessly. What kind of vicious words are these? Wrong. Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed, as if he realized something, and he was about to open his mouth to remind Lu Liang. The giant spider raised its butt and suddenly sprayed out a huge spider web, heading straight towards Lu Liang. Lu Liang had no time to dodge and was caught by the spider web. What the hell, what's going on? At this moment, Lu Liang was firmly bound by the spider web and could not move. He tried to use a dagger to cut through the spider web on his body, but found that each strand of spider silk was extremely tough. No matter how hard he tried, even if he used all his strength, it was in vain. The giant spider jumped directly off the spider web and crawled towards Lu Liang quickly with its 8 long legs. See this. Lu Liang was also frightened and quickly shouted for help, "Brother Lin, save me." The giant spider came to Lu Liang, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to taste its prey. Buzz. But at this moment, a scarlet beam of light as thick as a telephone pole suddenly shone down and hit the giant spider's body. Bang! The giant spider that was originally showing its fangs and claws suddenly exploded, and dark green blood plasma and body parts splattered everywhere, leaving only a few broken spider legs. See this scene. Lin Mo was also shocked on the spot. After this elimination beam was upgraded to an annihilation beam, it was indeed much stronger. Not only has it become thicker, its power is at least 10 times greater than before. S-level superpowers are indeed domineering. The only pity is that the power value given by killing this second-level monster is now pitifully small, only 200, which is better than nothing. Lin Mo walked forward and looked at Lu Liang, who was shivering with his eyes closed in the spider web, and said jokingly, "Hey, time to get up." Hearing this, Lu Liang finally dared to open his eyes. After confirming that the giant spider was dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. I thought I was really going to be eaten today. You underestimated the enemy. Even though you are already a 3rd-level psychic, you must not be careless, otherwise you will end up in trouble. Lin Mo gave instructions while helping Lu Liang remove the spider webs on his body. That was just an accident. Next time, Brother Lin, give me another chance and I'll prove to you that I'm still very strong. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head and said with a wry smile. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and smiled. Let's go back and hand over the task first. Immediately, the two of them planned to leave the warehouse. Bang! But at this moment, the warehouse door suddenly closed. The entire warehouse became dark in an instant. Lin Mo frowned. Lu Liang hurried forward, patted the door, and shouted, "Director Jia, open the door. The monster has been dealt with." "My two brothers, I'm sorry, someone wants you dead, and I'm only doing this for money, so please don't blame me." Jia Haoran's voice came from outside the door, and then there was a click sound, and the door was locked from the outside. Damn! He really lives up to his name. Lu Liang stomped his feet in anger. But he quickly calmed down and sneered, "You think you can stop me with just a broken door? Don't forget what my special ability is." Then, Lu Liang planned to activate his special ability and get out directly. Swish! However, at this moment, the lights in the warehouse suddenly came on. Pa pa pa! Accompanied by a burst of applause. The innermost door of the warehouse slowly opened. More than a dozen figures rushed out from it. See this. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both frowned. Lin Mo, hello, we finally meet. Among the crowd, a young man in a black suit walked forward slowly. Chapter 26. It was a trap. Who are you? Lin Mo raised his brows slightly and asked in confusion. You two are going to die soon anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you my identity. The young man smiled coldly and introduced himself, assistant to the chairman of Wang Group, Su Kuan. Wang Group? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. You guys are here for Wang Ba, right? You're quite clever. Su Kuan nodded and said coldly, You injured young Master Wang, so my master will not let you off easily. It's just that you're lucky. You have the protection of the Supernatural Administration Bureau, so you were lucky enough to escape last time. Not even a level 4 supernatural user could kill you. So that guy from last time was sent by you guys. Lin Mo's face suddenly turned cold. He was still wondering at the time, he didn't have any enemies, so why would someone suddenly come to kill him? Now I finally figured it out. It seems that the Wang family really wants to kill me. The first person they attack is a level 4 psychic. Lin Mo, luck won't always be on your side. The last time you failed, it was because the Supernatural Administration Bureau helped you. But this time, I deliberately set this trap and lured you to this garment factory far away from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. No one can save you now. This time, you will definitely die. Su Kuan said with a smug look on his face. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were both shocked. It turns out that this mission was a trap from beginning to end. That's the case. Team leader Zhang Wei, are you aware of this? Or has he already colluded with the Wang family? Of course, we can only know all this after we go back. Okay, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. Get ready to go to hell. A cold light flashed in Su Kuan's eyes, and he waved to the dozen or so people behind him and ordered, Attack. Yes. The group of people nodded, and then without saying a word, they all rushed towards Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Lin Mo sensed the fluctuations of these people's supernatural powers, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because among this group of people, the weakest ones are all level 3 psychics. Among them, there are 3 level 4 psychics and 1 level 5 psychic. This lineup is almost as big as the followers of the god-worshipping cult last night. And they obviously have more people. Unexpectedly, in the Wang group, Wang Ba's father Wang Dalong is also a 9th level psychic. There are so many experts here. Don't underestimate it. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Lu Liang turned his head to look at Lin Mo and asked nervously. Haven't you always wanted to prove yourself? Here's your chance. Pick one, and I'll take care of the rest. Lin Mo said with a smile. Ah. Lu Liang was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lin, don't joke with me at this time. With so many people here, my advice is to stay alive and get out of here. Said. He directly activated his supernatural powers and escaped into the ground. Ouch. But soon, a wailing sound came from underground. Lu Liang emerged, rubbing his head, and said with tears in his eyes, It's that damn barrier again. I hate barriers. Ha ha ha. Su Kuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. He pulled out a stone emitting a purple glow from his arms and said with a smug look on his face, Do you think I didn't investigate you before you came here? You still want to escape? Now this warehouse has been sealed off by my barrier stones. You two are already trapped. You'd better surrender. Since I can't leave. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, and he immediately went towards the group of people, then killed them all. See this. Su Kuan's face showed a trace of disdain, and he sneered, "You are just a level 3 psychic, yet you are so arrogant that you even killed them all? You are just like an ant, and I will teach you a lesson soon." However, he had just finished speaking. Lin Mo ran into a level 3 psychic head-on and slapped him with his palm. Before the third level psychic could react, he flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, vomited blood, and died. Su Kuan's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Such terrifying power. This is definitely not something a third level psychic can possess. Could it be that this kid has already broken through to the fourth level psychic? Humph. Even so, he has only just broken through. His foundation is not yet stable, so he probably won't have a very strong fighting power. But the next moment, Lin Mo's eyes flashed red, and 2 beams of annihilation light burst out. This instantly killed 2 level 4 psychics. From beginning to end, the 2 level 4 psychics died on the spot before they had time to release their powers. See this scene. Su Kuan couldn't keep calm anymore. Because of the moment when Lin Mo released the annihilation beam. He sensed Lin Mo's supernatural power fluctuations. Its strength has obviously reached the level of a 5th level psychic. Su Kuan quickly looked at the only level 5 psychic and ordered, "Hurry up and take action. This kid is at the same level as you. Capture him immediately." Hearing this, the level 5 psychic did not dare to hesitate. He flashed in front of Lin Mo and punched him. Lin Mo was not afraid at all and also raised his fist to meet the attack. The 2 men bumped fists together, their bodies trembled slightly, and they each took several steps back. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you could actually break through to become a level 5 psychic. Your physical strength is on par with mine, but that's all. For a person with superpowers, no matter how strong their physical strength is, it is useless. Only when their superpowers are strong can they be truly powerful. Prepare to die. The level 5 psychic sneered, then stretched out his hands and shouted, "Sea-level psychic, flame." The words fell. I saw a large amount of flames erupting from his hands. These flames condensed into a 4 or 5 meter long fire dragon in mid-air, carrying a terrifying aura and flying straight towards Lin Mo. See this. Lu Liang, who was not far away, looked very unhappy. Because he felt a deadly threat from the fire dragon, he quickly warned, "Brother Lin, be careful." However, regarding this, Lin Mo remained calm as ever. He looked at the level 5 psychic opposite him and said with a playful expression, "I completely agree with your point of view." Said. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of annihilation light the size of a basketball quickly condensed into shape. Then Lin Mo threw the annihilation light ball directly at the fire dragon without any hesitation. As soon as the two came into contact, the annihilation light ball burst out with a terrifying devouring force. For a while, the flames on the surface of the fire dragon began to be continuously swallowed and absorbed by the annihilation light ball, and finally were completely swallowed up by the annihilation light ball. Buzz! It only took a blink of an eye. The diameter of the annihilation ball of light suddenly increased to about 1 meter, and its surface burned with scarlet flames. Carrying terrifying power, it headed straight for the level 5 psychic. Chapter 27. Only the dead can keep their mouths shut. See this. The level 5 psychic lost his composure, his eyes widening as he said in disbelief, "This. How is this possible? We're both level 5 psychics, how can your power swallow up mine entirely? Mine is only a level C power." Because. Lin Mo curled his lips slightly and sneered, "My ability is S-level." What? The 5th level psychic was suddenly shocked. Seeing the terrifying ball of annihilation light getting closer and closer to him, he instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, but it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the annihilation ball of light exploded. The 5th level psychic didn't even have time to struggle before he turned into ashes on the spot. The aftermath of the explosion swept all around, taking several level 3 psychics with them to their deaths. Looking at this scene, Su Kuan, who was not far away, was completely unable to remain calm, his eyes wide open. What kind of monster is this Lin Mo? He has only been awakened for a few days, but he is already so powerful. Also, didn't the young master say that Lin Mo's ability is only the worst F level? When did it become S class? Is he on drugs? But what kind of medicine can evolve an F-level ability into an S-level ability in just a few days? Even if it's an evolution potion that costs 10 million per bottle, it can't be done. And along with it, the only level 5 mutant in the team was killed. The remaining few people had lost all their fighting spirit and just wanted to run away quickly. But how could Lin Mo let them go? He chased after them directly, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, madly harvesting their lives. It only took a short while. Except for Lin Mo, no one was left standing. They all fell to the ground, deader than dead. Looking at this scene, Lu Liang, who had already been stunned, swallowed his saliva dryly, and after a long while he finally uttered those two words, "Awesome." Done. Lin Mo clapped his hands, turned to look at Su Kuan, and said with a playful look, "Next, you are the only one left." Su Kuan's entire body trembled involuntarily. He glared at Lin Mo and said in a timid voice, What are you going to do?" "I'm warning you, I'm the confidant of the chairman of the wine group. If anything happens to me today, you're dead." "Threatening me?" Lin Mo smiled coldly and appeared in front of Su Kuan in a flash. "You." Su Kuan wanted to say something harsh. Without saying anything, Lin Mo punched him in the lower abdomen. Su Kuan is not a person with superpowers, he is just an ordinary person. This punch almost took his life. Ouch! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Su Kuan covered his lower abdomen, lay on the ground, and put on a mask of pain. At this moment, he felt as if his lower abdomen was hit by a speeding motorcycle, and it hurt so much that it felt like it was about to explode. "Do you still dare to threaten me?" Lin Mo raised his foot and stepped on Su Kuan's shoulder, and asked with a sneer. Su Kuan was about to speak. But when he noticed Lin Mo's cold eyes, he was so scared that his whole body trembled involuntarily. Because he realized that Lin Mo would really kill him. Su Kuan no longer dared to be stubborn. He quickly shook his head and begged for mercy. "No. I won't dare anymore. Please, have mercy on me and let me live. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I will consider it." Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a sneer. "No problem, just ask, I'll tell you everything I know." Su Kuan nodded quickly. "How did you convince the supernatural administration to cooperate with your plan this time?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice. "The Ability Management Bureau will cooperate with me? How could I possibly have that ability? The Ability Management Bureau holds a very high position in Jiangzhou City. They won't give face to anyone except the city lord." Su Kuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Then what about this mission we're here to carry out? How did we fall into your trap?" Lin Mo continued to ask. "It's like this. In Jiangzhou City, whenever a strange beast appears, the Ability Management Bureau will issue a mission and send investigators to capture it. For a second-level strange beast like this, the ones usually sent are trainee investigators. So we spread the news about the strange beast first, set up an ambush in advance, and wait for the trainee investigators sent by the Supernatural Administration. If it's you who came to carry out the mission, we will take action. If not, we will let you go and wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, we were so lucky to meet you on our first try." Su Kuan explained. "I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "From this point of view, we can dispel our suspicions about Zhang Wei. The reason why Zhang Wei sent himself and Lu Liang to carry out this mission was entirely out of kindness, and it was not a collusion with the wine group in advance." This also made Lin Mo feel relieved. "Otherwise, if your team leader is a traitor, you will be hard to guard against in the future. Brother Mo, I've told you everything you want to know. Can you let me go now?" Su Kuan looked at Lin Mo and asked expectantly. "I can let you go, but after today's incident, you should know how to explain it when you get back, right?" Lin Mo looked at Su Kuan and asked coldly. "Don't worry, I'll just say I didn't meet you. I won't tell anyone about what just happened in the warehouse, including your strength and ability level. I promise to keep it a secret." Su Kuan quickly patted his chest and promised. "Is it a deal?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "It's a deal." Su Kuan nodded very seriously. "Okay, go ahead." Lin Mo waved his hand and took his feet off Su Kuan's shoulders. "Thank you so much, Brother Mo, you are such a kind person." Su Kuan was immediately moved and quickly stood up from the ground and was about to leave. Buzz. But at this moment, A beam of annihilation light burst out from Lin Mo's eyes and hit Su Koen directly. Su Koen's body suddenly exploded, and he was deader than dead. Keep your mouth shut? Only a dead person can do that. Lin Mo said with a sneer. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 mutant and gaining 4,000 superpower points. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 4 psychic and gaining 3,000 psychic points. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 3 mutant. This moment, Lin Mo's ability value skyrocketed. After all, killing more than a dozen psychics in succession is really a considerable gain. Even for killing Su Koen, the system rewarded 100 superpower points. As a result, Lin Mo's psychics soared to 85,300, and he was very close to breaking through to 100,000 and becoming a level 6 psychic. This also made Lin Mo's face show a look of satisfaction. It seems that today's trip was not in vain. Chapter 28: The Domineering Wang Group. Brother Lin, how did you end up messing with the Wang Group? That's the most powerful financial group in Jiangzhou. Their chairman, Wang Daolong, is a 9th level psychic and is said to have a close relationship with the mayor of Jiangzhou City. Lu Liang walked up and asked curiously. This is a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly when I get back and have time. The most urgent thing is to prevent Director Jia from getting away. Lin Mo waved his hand and spoke. That's right, that's right. This old fellow actually dared to cheat us. We must make him pay. Only then did Lu Liang remember Jia Haoren, who was still outside the warehouse. The two of them quickly came to the warehouse door. Brother Lin, I'll go out and help you unlock the door, said. Lu Liang planned to use his ability to pass through walls. Bang! Lin Mo kicked the door directly, and the heavy door collapsed with a loud bang. This scene. Not only did Lu Liang get scared, but even Jia Haoren, who was guarding not far from the door, was stunned on the spot with his eyes wide open. No one expected that such a sturdy and heavy door could be kicked open with just one kick. Lu Liang was also stunned for half a minute, and once again said those two words, awesome. Then he rushed towards Jia Haoren without saying a word, old dog, don't run. Because the barrier stone had just been shattered along with Su Koen. There was nothing that could stop him anymore. Before Jia Haoren could react, Lu Liang rushed to him and kicked him to the ground. Please spare my life, I know I did something wrong, please don't kill me. Jia Haoren quickly begged for mercy. Don't kill you. We, the people from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau, fight supernatural beasts every day to protect the peace of Jiangzhou City. And you actually teamed up with the bad guys to harm us? Are you even human? Lu Liang asked, glaring at Jia Haoren angrily. I was forced into this, Jia Haoren said with a look of grievance on his face. Bullshit. I think you're just greedy for money. Tell me, how much money did the Wang Group give you? Why are you willing to cooperate with them like this? Lu Liang asked unhappily. 500,000. Jia Haoren said tremblingly. What? Only 500,000? Brother Lin and I, such excellent investigators, are only worth 500,000? And you still agree? Lu Liang became even angrier and felt his dignity was insulted. I have to agree. If I don't agree, the Wang Group will kill my whole family. I have no choice but to do this. As Jia Haoren spoke, he burst into tears. This. Lu Liang immediately turned off the engine, turned his head to look at Lin Mo, and asked, Brother Lin, this guy seems to have been forced into this. What should we do with him? Lin Mo thought for a moment, then walked forward, looked down at Jia Haoren, and asked, Has the Wang Group always acted so domineeringly? Yes, the Wang Group relies on its power and influence, and the large number of people with special abilities it employs, to act tyrannically in Jiangzhou City. Who dares to say no to what they want to do? Anyone who says no will die. Over the years, countless people have been oppressed by them, unable to even raise their heads. Countless people have been exploited and humiliated by them, leaving their families broken up. My situation is still relatively good. I still get paid. They've taken a fancy to a food factory in the north of the city and wanted to buy it at a low price. The factory manager refused and disappeared the next day. So they came to me, and how could I not do what they said? Jia Haoren said with a look of grievance. It's true that if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. No wonder Wang Ba behaves like that, it seems all this has something to do with his father. And this Wang group is also a cancer for Zhangzhou. The harm it causes is probably no less than that of strange beasts. Think of this. Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and said, "First, take this guy back to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau and lock him up. He should be able to use him against the Wang group in the future." "Brother Lin, are you going to deal with the Wang group?" Lu Liang was suddenly shocked. "That's right." Lin Mo nodded, his eyes flashing with coldness. "Others are already trying to kill me. If I don't fight back, then I am still a man. Brother Lin, if you want to deal with the Wang group, I, Lu Liang, will definitely help you. However, the Wang group is very powerful. You and I are like ants in front of it. How can we compete with it?" Lu Liang said with some concern. "Don't be anxious, just wait for the right opportunity." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a plan already came up in his mind. Return to the Superpower Management Bureau. First they locked up Jia Haoran, and then the two of them went to complete the task and receive the reward. When team leader Zhang Wei learned that the two had captured a person, he immediately rushed over to find out what happened. When he learned that this mission was a trap set by Wang Group to deal with Lin Mo, Zhang Wei was also furious. This is too much. They even dared to touch the people from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. The Wang Group has become more and more arrogant in recent years. Team leader, could our Ability Management Bureau step in and help Brother Lin and I get an explanation from the Wang Group? Lu Liang looked at Zhang Wei and asked. This. Zhang Wei frowned and said with some embarrassment, "Lin Mo, Lu Liang, if any other forces in Jiangzhou City dared to treat you like this, the Ability Management Bureau would definitely not let them off easily. However, the Wang Group has a special status, and their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a very famous hero in our Jiangzhou City. Back when the alien beast army attacked the city, Wang Dalong made great contributions. It can be said that if it weren't for him, Jiangzhou City would have been breached. It is precisely because of this that he has a close relationship with our Jiangzhou City Lord. If our Ability Management Bureau comes forward and asks Wang Dalong for an explanation, the City Lord will definitely be very dissatisfied when he finds out. That will not be a good thing for our Ability Management Bureau. So are we just going to let the Wang Group do whatever they want and take advantage of us? What if Brother Lin and I go on another mission and the Wang Group attacks us again? Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous?" Lu Liang clenched his fists and said angrily. "After what happened today, I think the Wang Group will be more restrained. The two of you must urgently complete the 10 tasks, pass the assessment, and become official investigators. That way, the Wang Group won't dare to touch you easily. After all, official investigators are all on the payroll and are protected by our Beijing headquarters. No matter how arrogant and domineering the Wang Group is, they will never dare to provoke our headquarters." Zhang Wei thought about it and suggested. But Lu Liang wanted to say something else. Lin Mo, standing aside, waved his hand to interrupt Lu Liang. He then looked at Zhang Wei and said with a smile, "Instead of letting our relationship continue to deteriorate like this, team leader, could you please arrange for me to meet with Wang Dalong, the chairman of the Wang Group? Wouldn't it be better if we could meet and talk and turn hostility into friendship?" Chapter 29. Are these two people really enemies? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Liang was stunned. Didn't Brother Lin say before at the garment factory that he wanted to go to war with the Wang Group? Why are we suddenly talking about peace now? Could it be that? Lu Liang seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly widened. If you can let go of your hatred and are willing to make peace, that would be great. I'll go find our director right now and have him set up this situation. It shouldn't be a problem, Zhang Wei said with a smile, and then hurried towards the director's office. After Zhang Wei walked away, Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lin, you are not planning to fight with Wang Dalong when you meet him, right?" "That's exactly what I meant." Lin Mo sneered and nodded. "That Wang Dalong is a 9th level psychic." "Are you sure?" Lu Liang asked with a worried look on his face. "Don't worry, when the time comes, just follow my lead." Lin Mo nodded and said confidently. "I originally thought it would be very difficult to arrange a dinner with Wang Dalong." Unexpectedly, after the other party learned about this, he quickly agreed. The time was set at 8 o'clock in the evening. Hailong Hotel. This is the only 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, and it is also an industry under the Wang Group. Lin Mo, originally Director Zhao, was supposed to accompany you to tonight's dinner, but he had something urgent to do. So I'll accompany you and Lu Liang. Don't worry, though. Boss Wang is very respectful of our Ability Management Bureau, so we can clear up the previous misunderstanding tonight. From now on, you two can keep yourselves separate and everyone will be happy. Of course, when you go in later, you must be careful with how you speak. Be patient if you can, and always consider the overall situation. In the parking lot in front of the hotel, Zhang Wei parked the car and repeatedly reminded Lin Mo. Clear. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then took out 3 white pills from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Wei and Lu Liang, saying, "Take these, they'll sober you up. We're going to talk business later, so don't drink too much." You're so thoughtful. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang didn't think much about it and took 1 pill each. Lin Mo also ate 1. Then the 3 of them went directly to the agreed VIP room and pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, Team Leader Zhang, long time no see." At the table, a plain-looking man with dark skin and short hair immediately stood up and greeted the 3 people after seeing them. "Boss Wang, the last time we met was about 2 years ago. I miss you so much." Zhang Wei hurried forward and greeted him. Then, he turned around and introduced Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, this is the chairman of Wang Group, Boss Wang Dalong." "Hello, Boss Wang." Lin Mo looked at Wang Dalong, smiled and nodded. "Oh? So you are Lin Mo. I heard that you've just joined the Supernatural Administration and already achieved remarkable success. Not only did you discover the damage to the City Walls Foundation and prevent the God Worship cult's conspiracy, but you also captured all of its followers. You're truly a hero from a young age, much better than my disappointing son." Wang Dalong looked at Lin Mo and praised him repeatedly. With that kind smile on his face, if you didn't know better, you would think that the 2 of them had no grudge against each other. Lin Mo also sneered in his heart. This old dang is indeed much more cunning than his son. Seeing that Boss Wang and Lin Mo are so harmonious, I feel relieved. Before I came here, our director also told me that I must resolve the conflict between you two today. Now it seems that the 2 of you should be fine, right? Zhang Wei looked at Wang Dalong and Lin Mo and asked with a smile. Alas, it was my son's ignorance that caused some unnecessary friction with brother Lin Mo. However, these are all minor matters. How could I, Wang Dalong, be the kind of person who would take revenge for any slight? After tonight, the story between me and little brother Lin Mo will be over. Maybe we can even become close friends regardless of age difference. Wang Dalong waved his hand and said magnanimously. Lin Mo, look, Boss Wang has already expressed his stance, what about you? Zhang Wei quickly looked at Lin Mo and blinked. Boss Wang has moved on. If I continue to hold it against him, wouldn't it make me look petty? Let's just let the past go. I'm willing to shake hands and make peace with Boss Wang. Lin Mo said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I just like brother Lin Mo's straightforward personality. Come on, let's get drunk tonight. Wang Dalong walked up to Lin Mo, grabbed his hand, and walked towards the table. Lu Liang, who was at the back, was also confused when he saw this scene. Are these 2 still enemies? Isn't it said that enemies become jealous of each other when they meet? How does this look so harmonious? Could it be that these 2 are acting? That acting skill is really too good. I'm almost going to the Oscars to receive an award. Soon. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Wang Dalong stood up with a glass of wine in his hand and walked to Lin Mo. Brother Lin Mo, can I ask you a question? Boss Wang, you're too polite, but you can say whatever you want. Lin Mo nodded. There was a man who once saved an entire city and was hailed as the city's hero. He was extremely rich and powerful, admired by thousands of people. But suddenly one day, his son was beaten and crippled. Tell me, should he seek revenge? Wang Dalong stared at Lin Mo and asked. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly, took a bite of food, and said calmly, that depends on whether his son is asking for death. If his son is so shameless as to seek death and gets beaten up, even if he is crippled, he deserves it. He's a hero, the savior of this city. No matter how despicable his son is, no one has the right to teach him a lesson. What's more, that person is just an ant living at the bottom of society. This is simply an insult to a hero. Wang Dalong said coldly with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, realized something was amiss and quickly came over with his glass of wine. He said with a smile, "Come on, Boss Wang, let's have a drink. We're having a good time, why are we talking about unhappy things? Team Leader Zhang, please wait a moment and let me finish what I have to say." Wang Dalong waved his hand to stop Zhang Wei, then looked at Lin Mo and said coldly, "Lin Mo, you are a smart man. Now that we have come to this point, I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore. Those men under my command went to kill you, but you killed them in return. That's because they were incompetent. They deserved to die. I won't say anything. But you touched my son, that's absolutely not okay. If it were any other time, you would have already been a corpse by now. However, since Director Zhao of the Ability Management Bureau has spoken, I'm letting you go no matter what. I'm giving the Ability Management Bureau some face. As long as you kneel before me and kowtow 3 times, and then I break your limbs and cripple your supernatural powers, we can put the matter between you and my son behind us. How do you do that? Chapter 30. Tonight is the day you die. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions changed. He acted so magnanimous just now, but in the end he still had to take revenge on Lin Mo. Just breaking limbs and destroying superpowers, isn't that too much? Wouldn't that mean Lin Mo's life would be ruined? Boss Wang, didn't we already agree to reconcile? Zhang Wei looked at Wang Dalong and asked with a smile. That's right, I agreed to reconcile, but my conditions must be met. This is my bottom line. Wang Dalong said coldly. You this. Zhang Wei was a little at a loss for a moment. He. But at this moment, Lin Mo suddenly sneered. Why are you laughing? Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Since Boss Wang has already made his offer, let me also state my own conditions. Lin Mo raised his head, looked at Wang Dalong, and said with a playful look on his face, first, give the Wang group to me, and change your surname to Lin from now on. Second, you and your son must kneel before me in kowtow and admit your mistakes. Third, you must destroy your own supernatural powers, take your son and get out of Jiangzhou City, and never appear before me again. As long as Boss Wang agrees to these 3 conditions, I'll shake hands with him and make peace. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. How do you say that? Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang beside him were stunned. Looking across the entire Jiangzhou City, no one should dare to speak to Wang Dalong like this, right? As expected, Wang Dalong's expression suddenly darkened. He stared at Lin Mo and asked in a deep voice, so you didn't come here to make peace with me sincerely today, right? Isn't it the same for Boss Wang? Why do you have to pretend to be so magnanimous? Lin Mo asked back with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong immediately threw his head back and burst into laughter. He then glared at Lin Mo and said with a cold expression, little bastard, I really underestimated you. You're so scheming at such a young age. I have to admit that if you continue to grow up, it will really give me a headache. There's just one thing I don't understand. How did you have the courage to come see me? With your ant-like strength? Or do you think Zhang Wei and the Supernatural Power Management Bureau can protect you? I'm telling you, in Jiangzhou, no one can protect anyone I, Wang Dalong, want to kill. Do you understand? So you'd better consider my conditions. As long as you accept them, I can still spare your life. Lin Mo took a sip of wine and said calmly, Boss Wang, please consider my conditions carefully. If you accept them, I can spare your life. Hearing this, Wang Dalong's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. You are courting death. It's not that I don't give the Supernatural Power Management Bureau face, but if that's the case, then go to hell. The words fell. He threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Suddenly, a large group of figures emerged from behind the white jade screen not far from the wine table, at least 20 or 30 people. These people are all people with special abilities. And their strength is all above level 4, and there are even several level 6 psychics among them. This lineup is indeed powerful. Without saying a word, they rushed forward and surrounded Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang. Boss Wang, what do you mean? Zhang Wei's expression suddenly changed and he asked with a frown. Don't worry, team leader Zhang. I'm only targeting Lin Mo tonight. As long as you two don't move around, nothing will happen. Wang Dalong said with a sneer. Boss Wang, Lin Mo is a talent that our Ability Management Bureau has focused on training. Even Director Zhao holds him in high regard. If anything happens to him, Director Zhao will definitely not let it go. Zhang Wei said quickly. At this time, he could only move Zhao Tianlin out. He was just a trainee investigator, not even a regular employee. I can kill him if I want. How can Director Zhao turn against me? After I kill him tonight, I'll go and explain to Director Zhao. Don't bother team leader Zhang with any more worries. Wang Dalong sneered, then looked at Lin Mo and ordered directly, catch him. Yes. The psychics surrounding Lin Mo immediately rushed forward and were about to attack Lin Mo. Suddenly, one of the psychics' face changed drastically, his body softened, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. He then screamed miserably on the spot, "Don't come over here, please don't kill me." Before the rest of the psychics could react to what was happening, they fell to the ground one after another. Their condition was similar to the first one, as if they had been hit by an illusion. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were originally planning to use their special abilities to break out of the encirclement and go to support Lin Mo. But the people with special abilities around them also fell one after another. It only took a short while. The 20 or so people with special abilities all lay on the ground, wailing and screaming, and no one was still standing. See this scene. Not only Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were confused. Wang Dalong was also stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. What is going on? He. Lin Mo calmly put down the chopsticks in his hand, then took out a purple glass bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. It's none other than 9 nether rosemary. But at this moment, the purple liquid in the glass bottle has almost run out. What is this? Wang Dalong frowned. Boss Wang, have you ever heard of 9 nether rosemary? Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked jokingly. Of course I've heard of it. This poison is colorless and odorless. Inhaling even a small amount can make a person extremely weak and cause hallucinations. If inhaled in excessive amounts, it can lead to immediate death. Even a level 10 psychic wouldn't be able to withstand it. Speaking of this, Wang Dalong seemed to realize something. He stared at the purple glass bottle in front of Lin Mo with his eyes wide open. He said in disbelief, "Could it be, that's what's in your bottle?" That's right. I've been secretly releasing this poison while we were drinking and eating. Now, I'm afraid the whole house is filled with the scent of 9 nether rosemary. Lin Mo nodded and said with a sneer. Brother Lin, then why are team leader Zhang and I okay? Oh, now I remember. It turns out that the white pills you gave us in the parking lot weren't for hangovers at all, but were the antidote to this poison. Lu Liang suddenly realized. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then looked at Wang Dalong and asked with a playful look, Boss Wang, who do you think will go to hell tonight? I'm going to kill you, little bastard. Wang Dalong was furious and was about to pounce on Lin Mo, but his face suddenly changed and he fell to the ground weakly. See this. Lin Mo stood up, looked at Wang Dalong on the ground, sneered and said, as expected of a 9th level psychic, the poison is only just beginning to take effect, but that's all. Wang Dalong. Tonight is the day you die. Chapter 31 Superpowers, Clones. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Wang Dalong, who was lying on the ground, was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed arrogantly on the spot. You want to kill me? Just you? Lin Mo, who do you think you are? You're just an ant at the bottom of society. Even if I gave you 800 guts, you would never dare to kill me. I'm the chairman of the Wang Group, and I'm the hero who saved Zhangzhou. If anything were to happen to me today, do you think the Wang Group would let you go? Will the people of Jiangzhou forgive you? The Lord of Jiangzhou City, my best friend, will personally avenge me. By then, even Director Zhao of the Supernatural Administration Bureau won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang, who were standing by, also had their expressions changed. Indeed, Wang Dalong's identity is very important. If he is really killed, it would be like poking a big hole in the sky, and it might bring disaster. Lin Mo, how about? The two were just about to speak up to persuade Lin Mo. Buzz. A ray of extinguishing light burst out from Lin Mo's eyes and hit Wang Dalong's head. Bang! For a while, Wang Dalong's head exploded on the spot, and he was deader than dead. What are you babbling about? It's so noisy. Lin Mo scratched his ears and said impatiently. See this scene. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were also stunned, their eyes wide open. They obviously didn't expect it. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all and killed the man directly. That's the chairman of Wang Group. A big shot who could make Zhangzhou tremble with just a stomp of his feet. And now, Lin Mo killed him just like that. This time, the sky has really been broken. Lin Mo, you are too impulsive. Zhang Wei sighed deeply and said helplessly. I was the one who killed him. I will bear all the consequences, and you two will definitely not be harmed. Lin Mo said very calmly. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? You don't consider me a brother, right? I'm also involved in this matter today. If the sky falls, we will carry it together. Lu Liang walked forward and said, patting his chest. Thank you, your words are enough. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Well, let's get out of here quickly. After all, this is Wang Group's territory. If someone finds out something's wrong, we won't be able to leave. Zhang Wei shook his head helplessly and had to make the suggestion. Then the three of them hurried out of the private room and were about to walk towards the elevator. Lin Mo, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? But at this moment, the door of the private room next door suddenly opened. A figure slowly walked out from it. When Lin Mo and the other two saw the figure's appearance clearly, they were all shocked and their eyes widened. Because this figure is none other than someone else. It turned out to be Wang Dalong, who had just been killed by Lin Mo. This time, the three of them were completely unable to remain calm. After all, they watched Wang Dalong die with their own eyes. How come you are alive again now? Could it be that I really saw a ghost in the middle of the night? Boss Wang, are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Wei blinked, thinking he was hallucinating. Don't worry, team leader Zhang, I'm alive and well. It won't be that easy for me to die. Wang Dalong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smug look on his face. Then who was in the private room just now? Lin Mo asked with a frown. Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong laughed out loud and said proudly, let me introduce my special ability to you. The words fell. Wang Dalong's body was seen flashing with light. The next moment, those lights actually condensed into a Wang Dalong beside him. Moreover, this Wang Dalong looks exactly like Wang Dalong himself, even his aura is the same. Clone. Your special ability is actually clone. Lu Liang's eyes widened suddenly, and he suddenly realized. That's right, so the one who just died was just one of my clones. Wang Dalong curled his lips slightly, then looked at Lin Mo and sneered, you are indeed smart, little bastard. You are so young, yet you are so scheming. You even prepared a strange poison like 9 nether rosemary. It's really hard to guard against. But do you think I, Wang Dalong, have made it this far just by luck? Luckily, I was well prepared, otherwise, I would have really capsized in the ditch today. Now that your poison is gone, do you have any other cards? If not, get ready to go. The words fell. Suddenly, a large number of figures emerged from both ends of the corridor and quickly approached Lin Mo and the other two. This is several times more than the number of people in the private room just now, and each of them is very powerful, all above level 4. See this scene. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions were also extremely ugly. Brother Lin, why don't we retreat first? A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. As Lu Liang said this, he quickly grabbed Zhang Wei and Lin Mo's wrists and was about to escape downwards. But the next moment, Lu Liang suddenly found that his special ability seemed to have failed and he could not escape from the floor no matter what. This made him lose his composure immediately. How could this happen? Don't waste your energy. When this hotel was first built, it was entirely made of special materials that could block supernatural powers. Not only is it indestructible, but any technique that allows you to escape underground or penetrate walls will be unusable here. I checked your information in advance and knew you had this ability. To prevent you from escaping tonight, I specially arranged the meeting place here. You'd better surrender and prepare to die. Wang Dalong said with a sneer. Hearing this, Lu Liang's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. It's over, it seems like there's really no escape tonight. In that case, let's fight our way out. Lin Mo's eyes flashed red, and he was ready to fight to the death. At this time, Wang Dalong's men had also rushed up. No way. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang had no choice but to get ready for battle. A war is about to break out. Stop it now. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. Everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with a slightly fat figure striding towards this side. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of surprise as if he had seen a savior, Director Zhao. Obviously, the visitor was Zhao Tianlin, the director of the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Beside Zhao Tianlin, there was an old man wearing a silver tang suit and with white hair and beard. When I saw this old man, Wang Dalon's brows knitted together. City Lord Jiang? Chapter 32: The Crisis of Jiangzhou City, the Tide of Ghost-level Beasts. Under the gaze of everyone, two people came forward. Why don't you pay your respects to City Lord Jiang? Zhao Tianlin pointed at the white-haired old man beside him and said to Lin Mo and the other two. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Lin Mo and the other two quickly clasped their fists and saluted. You're welcome. Zhang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a smile, without any airs of a city lord. Director Zhao, so when you said you had something urgent to do, you actually meant you were going to ask the city lord for help. Zhang Wei finally reacted and suddenly realized. I predict that tonight's peace talks won't go smoothly. If a conflict breaks out, I'm afraid only City Lord Jiang can intervene to calm the situation. That's why I made this preparation, just in case. Now it seems that everything is just as I expected. You two really broke down the negotiations. Zhao Tianlin said helplessly. The director is wise. Zhang Wei gave Zhao Tianlin a thumbs up. Okay, stop flattering me. Are you all okay? Lin Mo, are you okay too? Zhao Tianlin looked at the three of them and asked with concern. Don't worry, Chief, we are all fine. Lin Mo said with a smile. I'm glad you're okay. You're the treasurer of our Jiangzhou branch now. Even if I'm injured, I can't allow you to get hurt. We still count on you to bring honor to our Jiangzhou branch in the future. Zhao Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhang Qinian beside him, clasped his fists, and said, City Lord Jiang, the rest of the matter depends entirely on you. Rest assured. Zhang Qinian nodded, turned to look at Wang Dalong, and said with a smile, Boss Wang, these are all our people, let your men disperse first. City Lord Jiang, you're not here to intercede for Lin Mo, are you? Wang Dalong asked with a grim expression. Isn't it possible? Doesn't Boss Wang want to give me this face? Zhang Qinian stroked his white beard and asked with a smile. It's not that I don't want to give you this face. If it were anything else, City Lord Jiang would only need to say one word, and I would have no objection. However, the grudge between Lin Mo and I has reached the point where we can't stop until one of us dies. Today, either he dies or I die. I hope City Lord Jiang won't interfere in this matter. Wang Dalong clasped his fists and pleaded. Hey, I already know the whole story. It's not as serious as you say. Zhang Qinian waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just that little friend Lin Mo and your son had some friction. They're both young people, so it's normal for them to be full of youthful energy. Why do they have to fight to the death? City Lord Jiang, that was more than just a little friction. Lin Mo is a cruel and ruthless man. He crippled my son's right arm and right leg. He's still lying in the hospital. He also killed dozens of my men. And this time with the ghost-level beast tide, Jiangzhou City might be in real danger. Zhang Wei said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed. It seems that Jiangzhou is in great danger this time. Ghost-level beast tide. Looking at the beast tide information and location displayed on the tablet, a solemn look also appeared on Wang Dalong's face. So, Boss Wang, under these circumstances, I hope you can unite with the Supernatural Power Management Bureau and overcome this disaster together. As for those personal grudges, let's put them aside for now. Otherwise, if we continue to engage in internal strife at this time, Jiangzhou City will be destroyed, and all the businesses you have painstakingly built in Jiangzhou will be destroyed. Wouldn't that be a greater loss? Zhang Qinian continued to persuade. Wang Dalong naturally knew what was important, but he still said unwillingly, but my son was injured like that, and he lost so many of his men. I can't not get an explanation, otherwise where will my face be? I've already thought of this for you. I'll have the City Lord's Mansion's dedicated physician treat your son's injury. I guarantee he'll be fully recovered within 3 days. As for the men you lost, the City Lord's Mansion is currently recruiting soldiers to bolster the city's defenses. Those recruited will be given priority. We'll fill in as many gaps as you need. Is that all right? Zhang Qinian asked with a smile. All right, then let's do as you say. For the sake of Jiangzhou City, I'm willing to put aside my personal grudges. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and nodded in compromise. Because he knew that Zhang Qinian had already given him a lot of face, and one should not be too greedy. As for the grudge with Lin Mo, there will be plenty of opportunities to resolve it in the future. As long as Lin Mo is still in Jiangzhou, he has plenty of ways and means to kill Lin Mo. Boss Wang is truly a hero. He truly understands the bigger picture and has the overall situation in mind. As long as we unite as one, I believe there won't be any difficulties we can't overcome. Zhao Tianlin stretched out his right hand towards Wang Dalong and said with a smile. Director Zhao, thank you for your praise. Wang Dalong forced a smile and shook hands with Zhao Tianlin. See this. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, everyone is happy. Let's put today's events behind us and go our separate ways. Zhang Qinian waved his hand and was about to leave. Lord City Lord, please wait a moment. But at this moment, Lin Mo called out to Zhang Qinian. Chapter 33, Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. Oh? Little friend Lin Mo, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Qinian stopped and asked in confusion. Boss Wang has sent people to kill me many times before, which not only nearly cost me my life, but also caused me heavy losses. To show Boss Wang's sincerity in reconciling, shouldn't he also compensate me? Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to me. Please, Lord City Lord, do me justice. Lin Mo said with a look of grievance. Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. You. Wang Dalong's eyes were about to spit fire. If Zhang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin were not there, he would have wanted to tear Lin Mo into pieces immediately. Alright, Boss Wang, you're not short of money. What Lin Mo said does make some sense. After all, it's not easy for young people to save up a fortune. Just think of it as spending money for charity and compensate him. Zhang Qinian patted Wang Dalong on the shoulder and comforted him. City Lord Jiang, it's not that I'm stingy. I'd be willing to spend money to buy some peace and quiet, but who knows how much 588 merit points are? How can I compensate him for that? I don't have any merit points to give him. Wang Dalong said through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter. I don't have any merit points to pay for it. 1 merit point in our Ability Management Bureau is equivalent to 10,000 Chinese yuan. Team leader Zhang and director Zhao can both testify to this. Lin Mo pointed at Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin next to him and said with a grin. Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin on the side almost laughed out loud, but they still suppressed their laughter and nodded, saying, Lin Mo is right. 1 merit point is worth 10,000? Just that broken thing is worth 5.88 million? Wang Dalong's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly turned to look at Zhang Qinian, saying angrily, City Lord Jiang, did you hear everything? Lin Mo is clearly taking advantage of the opportunity to blackmail me. Hey, I have to say a few words on Lin Mo's behalf. The 9 Nether Rosemary is indeed priced at 588 merit points in the Merit Mall of our Supernatural Power Management Bureau, which is 5.88 million Chinese yuan. This is the unified price set by the headquarters and is absolutely reasonable. Zhao Tianlin spoke. Boss Wang, did you hear everything? Lin Mo didn't ask for too much, so just give it to him right away. Once you do, this matter will be over, and we can work together to resist the beast tide. Besides, to you, it's only 5.88 million, it's nothing. Zhang Qinian looked at Wang Dalong and persuaded him. But Wang Dalong was still a little unwilling. Those who achieve great things don't mind small details. If Boss Wang can't even let go of this little money, how can he achieve great things in the future? Zhang Qinian patted Wang Dalong on the shoulder and said with a smile. Wang Dalong took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, Alright, City Lord Jiang, I'm doing this for your sake. However, our Wang group is short of cash recently. I do have a villa in my name that I can mortgage to him. Little friend Lin Mo, what do you think? I'd been to Boss Wang's villa. It's right in the heart of our city. It's gorgeously decorated and the location is first rate. It's definitely worth your 9 Nether Rosemary. Zhang Qinian looked at Lin Mo and asked. A villa? Lin Mo rolled his eyes and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I will accept it reluctantly. Hearing this, Wang Dalong was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. According to the market price, his villa is worth at least 8 million, not including the decoration, furniture and appliances. If the group's capital chain was not tight now, he would not be willing to pay it to Lin Mo. But Lin Mo still looked very embarrassed. This made him want to strangle Lin Mo to death. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Dalong quickly said goodbye to Zhang Qinian and left quickly with his men. He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, Lin Mo would be angered to death. After Wang Dalong left, Jiang Qinian turned his head to look at Zhao Tianlin and said with a smile, "Director Zhao, I have helped you to settle this matter. Do you have to do me a favor as well?" "City Lord Jiang, please speak." Zhao Tianlin quickly clasped his fists. The City Lord's mansion is recruiting soldiers and expanding the city's defense forces recently. They need manpower right now, and my men are already extremely busy, so I'd like to ask Director Zhao to lend me some manpower. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a smile. While speaking, his eyes were always looking at Lin Mo. "See this." Zhao Tianlin's expression changed slightly. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Lin Mo behind him, and said with a wry smile, "Alas, actually, our Ability Management Bureau has been very short of manpower recently. You know, the city has been in turmoil lately, with strange beasts and evil cults causing trouble. We are almost running out of investigators." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Qinian threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Director Zhao, you're afraid I'll snatch your precious child away, right? Don't worry, a gentleman won't take away what's loved. I'm only borrowing her for a few days. Once I'm done recruiting, I'll definitely return her intact." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlin finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said, "Lin Mo, Lu Liang, then the two of you should go to the City Lord's mansion and help City Lord Jiang recruit soldiers." "Yes, sir." Lin Mo and Lu Liang clasped their fists. In a dilapidated courtyard in the slums in the west of the city. "Fuck you. I'll give you one last week. If you don't pay me back, I'll kill you." A group of strong men with tattoos walked out of the yard cursing. At this moment, two figures with bruised faces and noses were lying on the ground in the yard. It was none other than Lin Mo's uncle Lin Yuan and aunt. In order to buy evolution potion for his son Lin Nanfei, the two sold their house, borrowed money everywhere, and finally borrowed a large sum of money from a loan shark, and only then did they barely get enough money together. But their family became penniless and heavily in debt. The reason they were able to survive in the past was because of the chicken farm left by Lin Mo's parents. But since the chickens were gone, the chicken farm went bankrupt. So Lin Yuan's family is living a miserable life now. They can only rent such a shabby and old yard in this slum and live a hard life. Today, a loan shark came to their house to collect a debt. Since the couple had no money, they were severely beaten. Their already dilapidated home was smashed to pieces, leaving not even a complete bowl. Chapter 34. Our city lord only likes double eyelids. "Dad, are you okay?" Auntie got up from the ground and looked at Lin Yuan, who was still lying on the ground motionless, and asked with a worried look on her face. "I'm fine. Has the debt collector left?" Lin Yuan opened one eye and asked cautiously. "They've already left." My aunt glanced outside the door and said, "Call." Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat up from the ground. He gritted his teeth and said with resentment, "Damn it. It's all the fault of that unlucky Lin Mo. He sent him to look after the chicken farm, and all the chickens were eaten by the monsters in one night. Otherwise, if we could sell the chicken farm for a good price, why would we have to borrow money from loan sharks? That's right, that little bastard Lin Mo deserves a miserable death. He's really ruined our family. If I meet him again, I'll scratch his face." My aunt also said very angrily. "Humph. This loser has awakened the most useless and rubbish F-level ability. Without us, how could he survive in this city? I guess he's begging under some overpass right now. He might even have starved to death." Lin Yuan snorted coldly and said with disdain on his face. "That's right, our Fei Fei is really promising. He originally awakened a D-level ability, but after taking the evolution potion, he has now successfully evolved to a C-level ability. He has a promising future. It won't be long before we can get through these hard times." Aunt said with a longing look on her face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." And just at this moment, a figure walked in from outside the gate. It was Lin Nanfei. "Fei Fei is back." Lin Yuan and his aunt immediately went to greet him. "How did you get hurt? And why is our house so messy?" Lin Nanfei looked at the couple with bruised faces and noses, and the courtyard that was smashed to pieces, and was also puzzled. It's okay. Mom and Dad are fine. Let me talk about you first. Did you gain anything from this trip?" Lin Yuan waved his hand and asked expectantly. "Of course, I have great news to tell you." Lin Nanfei curled his lips slightly, then pulled out an advertisement flyer from his pocket and said excitedly, "The City Lord's mansion is recruiting people. The salary is quite generous. Once you are selected, your future is limitless. Great, son. Then hurry up and sign up. With your C rank abilities, you'll definitely be selected. Our family's comeback depends entirely on you. The couple was immediately overjoyed. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll sign up for the audition tomorrow morning, but I'm sure it'll just be a formality. With my C rank abilities, I'm absolutely 100% selected. No one can compete with me. When I join the City Lord's mansion and become the City Lord's man, I will definitely let you live a good life and enjoy all the glory and wealth. Your efforts for me will not be in vain. Lin Nanfei clenched his fists and said confidently. He now felt like the protagonist in a novel. Although he was born in poverty, he will eventually change his fate and reach the peak of his life. City Lord's mansion. Early in the morning, a long queue formed at the gate. Obviously, they all came to sign up after receiving the news that the City Lord's mansion was recruiting soldiers. After all, the City Lord's mansion is the largest force in Jiangzhou. If you can join the City Lord's mansion, you will definitely have a very good future. My ability is C-level freezing, and my combat power is amazing. Moreover, I am only 28 years old this year, but I have already cultivated to the level of a 4th level ability user. I have a promising future. In front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, a young man is introducing himself with all his might. Then he swung his right palm and slapped the scarecrow next to him. The scarecrow was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. The young man flicked his finger. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered instantly and turned into ice chips on the ground. Oh my god, this ability is awesome. Lu Liang couldn't help but sigh. My 2 examiners, please accept me. Although I am not the best, I am definitely the most loyal. I swear to serve the City Lord even if it means death. The young man quickly knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Very good. Congratulations. Lin Mo nodded and said with a smile, eliminated. Ah. The young man was stunned for a moment, then turned and left in great disappointment. No, Brother Lin, why? Whether it's superpowers or cultivation talent, isn't it all pretty good? Why was he eliminated? Lu Liang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Fool. Lin Mo slapped Lu Liang on the head, turned his back, and asked in a low voice, do you remember the promise the City Lord made to Wang Dalong yesterday? Lu Liang was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled, you mean, the City Lord promised Wang Dalong that the first people he recruited would be sent to their Wang group first? That's right. Lin Mo nodded and continued, so, the more outstanding the person, the more we should not accept them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to strengthening the Wang group? Although the City Lord mediated yesterday and Wang Dalong and I temporarily stopped fighting, the day of war will come sooner or later. Anyone we send to him now will become our opponent in the future. Oh. I understand. Brother Lin is far-sighted, and I am the one who is dull. Only then did Lu Liang suddenly realize. So now you know what to do? Lin Mo asked with a sneer. Clear. Lu Liang nodded with a wicked smile. The 2 men turned around. Soon, the next applicant came up. My dear examiners, my ability is B-level. Single eyelids, our City Lord only likes double eyelids, you are eliminated. My dear examiners, I am now a level 6 psychic. You're too old. Your pension will be paid in 2 years. Next. Examiners, You have body odor, out. It only took a short while. Lin Mo and Lu Liang eliminated more than a dozen people one after another. There was even one who was eliminated because he stepped into the goal with his left foot first. The applicants who were still queuing at the back were also confused when they saw the scene. Are the City Lord's mansion's recruitment standards so high this year? There was not a single person who met the requirements for most of the day. This made them all nervous. Brother Lin, we haven't passed a single one in half a day. If the City Lord asks about it later, it will be difficult to explain. How about we just pass a few symbolically? Lu Liang turned his head to look at Lin Mo and said with some concern. Let's wait and see the next one first. Lin Mo said thoughtfully. Examiners, my name is Niu Dezhuang. My father is a dung collector, my mother is a dung hauler, and I am a dung maker, As the 2 were talking, an incomparably innocent and foolish laugh came from the front. Chapter 35. Please join us. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang subconsciously turned their heads to look. Only in front of the two of them. At this moment, there stood a tall and strong boy who looked like Fat Tiger in Doraemon. The only difference is that not only are his eyes a little cross-eyed, but one of his eyeballs is rolling upwards and the other is rolling outwards. Such a wise look, coupled with a big snot bubble under the nose that is about to fall into the mouth. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem very smart. However, regarding this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. It's the best. What did you say your name was? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Hey, examiner, are you asking for my Chinese name or my English name? Niu Dazhuang scratched the back of his head and asked with a silly smile. You have an English name? Lin Mo was surprised. He, of course I do. My English name was given to me by my dad. It's called Shit Boy. Niu Dazhuang said with a silly smile. Dig out the shit boy? Put. Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Emma, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. This family of excrement collectors is too funny. Lu Liang held his stomach and twitched with laughter. He, what are you laughing at, examiner? Tell me, I want to laugh too. Niu Dazhuang asked curiously. It's okay, your father is so talented that he actually gave you such a shocking name. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Fortunately, this happened on Blue Planet. If I had dared, it would have happened on Earth in my previous life. Niu Dazhuang's father would be chopped into pieces if he went out. Xiao Haizi, is this a possible name? Examiners, will I be selected? My father said that if I'm not selected, I'll have to go with him to shovel manure. Niu Dazhuang sniffed a bubble of snot and asked with anticipation. Please join our team. Lin Mo immediately stood up and stepped forward to hold Niu Dazhuang's hands, saying seriously, if we miss a talent like you, it will be a loss for the City Lord's mansion. Yes, congratulations, you passed. Lu Liang quickly took out an identity information form and handed it to Niu Dazhuang. He pointed to a room inside and said, see that red door? Go inside and fill out the form to register your identity. There are steps at the door. Remember to lift your legs. Also, the door is closed. Be sure to push it open with your hands before going in. Remember? He, I've remembered it all. Thank you, examiners. Niu Dazhuang was overjoyed. He took the identity form and jumped towards the red door. Dad, Mom, I've been chosen. From now on, I can get. However, the words were not yet finished. Niu Dazhuang tripped and fell on the steps at the door, and his two front teeth were knocked out. He screamed in pain on the spot. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were immediately confused. Brother Lin, what kind of expression do you think Wang Dalong would have when he saw such a top-notch item? Lu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Mo and asked. I think he will be very happy. Lin Mo said with a wicked smile. Then, the two continued the interview. And there is the precedent of Niu Dazhuang. Lin Mo and Lu Liang also knew what kind of people they should recruit. Stupid, disabled, not very smart, or those with extremely poor superpowers, whose fighting power is like air. In short, there is only one goal. If these people were sent to Wang Dalong, not only would they not be able to help him, they would also cause trouble for him. That's all. It only took a short while. Such talents. Lin Mo and Lu Liang recruited more than 20 people. Although during this period, the sun was shining brightly overhead, the chair was very hard, and I couldn't even drink a sip of water from beginning to end. But when people do bad things, no matter how hard it is, they don't feel tired at all, and they even become more and more excited. The City Lord's Mansion building. Located in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor. A figure was standing here, and he had a clear view of everything that had just happened in the yard below. And this figure was none other than the City Lord, Jiang Qinian. Lord City Lord. Just then, a middle-aged man in city defense uniform hurried in and knelt on one knee beside Jiang Qinian. Get up! Jiang Qinian waved his hand. The middle-aged man quickly stood up and handed a stack of documents to Jiang Qinian. He said angrily, My Lord City Lord, these Lin Mo and Lu Liang are outrageous. They worked hard for most of the day and only recruited a total of more than 20 people. Look at what a bizarre group they recruited. Our City Lord's mansion is looking for elite soldiers, not disabled fools or weaklings. How are we going to replenish the city defense forces in the future? How are we going to fight against the beast tide? We won't even be able to take care of them on the battlefield. Jiang Qinian glanced at the documents in the middle-aged man's hand, shook his head and smiled. I already know what you said. You knew this a long time ago? Why did you let them do this? We're recruiting talented people, warriors who can fight monsters on the battlefield, not doing charity and showing love. How can we just recruit some mentally retarded people? Lord City Lord, if you're worried about hurting the reputation of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau, then let me speak. I, Pei Hu, am not afraid of offending anyone. I'll chase these two guys away. Said. The middle-aged man was about to turn around and leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Qinian quickly waved his hand to stop Pei Hu, saying with a smile, when will you change your impatience? Also, who told you that these people you're recruiting now are to supplement the city defense army? So what is this? Pei Hu asked in confusion. These people must be sent to Wang's group first. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a smile. Wang group? Pei Hu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Lord City Lord, please forgive my ignorance. I still don't quite understand why you would recruit such useless people and send them to the Wang group. Jiang Qinian smiled, turned around and walked to the French window, squinting his eyes and said, over the years, the Wang group has leveraged the power of the City Lord's mansion to develop a little too quickly. Before we knew it, it has become the third largest force in Jiangzhou City besides the City Lord's mansion and the Ability Investigation Bureau. Of course, we don't have to worry about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. After all, they are an official force and are ultimately on the same page as us. But the Wang group is different. If we allow them to continue to grow, sooner or later they will escape the control of the City Lord's mansion. And recently I've often heard people say that in our Jiangzhou City, there are actually two City Lords. During the day, I, Jiang Qinian, am the City Lord, and at night, he, Wang Dalong, becomes the City Lord. These words are definitely not groundless. So, Lord City Lord, you want to take this opportunity to weaken the power of the Wang group? Pei Hu finally reacted. I wouldn't say I'm weakening them, I just don't want the Wang group to continue growing at such a rapid pace. That's why I'm asking Lin Mo and Lu Liang to help recruit people. Jiang Qinian shook his head, looked down at Lin Mo who was sitting below, and said with a smile, I really like this little guy. Although I didn't tell him in advance, we have reached a tacit understanding on this matter. Let him keep going. I think Wang Dalong will really like this great gift. Chapter 36 Why aren't you laughing? Hey, have you heard? There was a lame guy up there who actually passed the screening and was chosen by the City Lord's mansion. It's not just the cripple, there's an idiot who was also chosen. That guy is so stupid he doesn't even know 1 + 1 = 2, and yet he was chosen. This year's City Lord's mansion recruitment standards are such a mystery. They were shockingly high at first, but now it seems like everyone is welcome. Perhaps they all have their own strengths, but it's better to lower the standards. That way, we can all be selected. Wouldn't that be wonderful? At the gate of the City Lord's mansion, the applicants who were queuing up were talking about it. Lin Nanfei was standing in the queue, and after hearing these words, his confidence suddenly increased. Even fools and lame people can be selected. Then I can definitely be selected. Perhaps, this is an opportunity given by God to make me soar to the sky. Think of this. Lin Nanfei also showed a hint of excitement on his face. Soon, it was his turn. Lin Nanfei walked forward and was about to introduce himself. However, when he raised his head and saw the examiner clearly, he froze in his tracks. Lin Mo? Lin Nanfei? Lin Mo also widened his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet his cousin here. Brother Lin, is this your relative? Seeing that the two knew each other and both had the surname Lin, Lu Liang immediately picked up an identity information form and was about to announce that Lin Nanfei had passed. Lin Mo held Lu Liang down, shook his head, and said coldly, No, he is my enemy. To this day, he will never forget how embarrassed he was when Lin Yuan's family of 3 kicked him out of the house that night. From that moment on, he completely severed all ties with Lin Yuan's family. Hey, Lin Mo, you haven't starved to death yet. I thought you wouldn't even have enough food to eat after being kicked out of the house. I didn't expect you to be able to survive until today. It's really not easy. Lin Nanfei's face was immediately filled with contempt, and he said with a sneer. Don't worry, I'm alive and well. I won't die even if you die. Lin Mo said with a cold expression. Ha, he's just a loser who has awakened an F-level superpower. Even if he can survive for a few more days, what good is that? He's ultimately just an ant at the bottom of society, and he'll never be able to rise above it. But I'm different. My superpowers have already evolved to sea level. After joining the City Lord's mansion today, I'll soar to the sky. From now on, we're from two different worlds. Lin Nanfei said very confidently. Then, he looked around and asked impatiently, Alright, I'm too lazy to waste my breath with a loser like you. Tell me, where is the examiner? Isn't it sitting right in front of you? Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said jokingly. Lin Nanfei glanced at Lin Mo and asked with a sneer, Who? You're not saying you're the examiner, are you? Ha, Lin Mo, please stop teasing me, okay? You're just a useless piece of shit with an F-level ability, and you want to be an examiner at the City Lord's mansion? You might as well be begging. I think the examiner went to the bathroom, and you took the opportunity to sit here. Stop pretending. You're just a stinking beggar. Even if you wear a dragon robe, you don't look like a prince. Do you understand? What are you talking about? Lu Liang glared at Lin Nanfei and said unhappily, Brother Lin and I are indeed the examiners appointed by the City Lord himself. Please speak with respect, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Wow, Lin Mo, you're really good. You've made it big. You even found someone to help you act. But do you think you can fool me like that? Only an idiot would believe your nonsense. Lin Nanfei curled his lips in disdain, then looked at the two of them, sneered and threatened. You two actually dared to impersonate examiners from the City Lord's mansion. Do you know what kind of crime this is? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Otherwise, I will call for help and summon the guards from the City Lord's mansion. Then you will be in big trouble. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang glanced at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. What are you laughing at? Lin Nanfei glared at the two of them and asked. Laugh at you idiot. Lin Mo said with a smile. Lin Nanfei's face suddenly darkened. He glared at Lin Mo and said through gritted teeth, Okay, Lin Mo, I was thinking about letting you go because of our blood relationship. As long as you kowtow and admit your mistake, this matter will be over. But you are so ungrateful, so don't blame me for not remembering our friendship. The words fell. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Someone, come quickly, there's a disturbance here. Soon. 2 guards from the City Lord's mansion, wearing silver armor and holding spears, rushed over. What are you shouting here? One of the guards glared at Lin Nanfei fiercely and asked in a cold voice. Lin Nanfei was startled and said quickly and aggrievely, Guardmaster, someone is pretending to be an examiner from the City Lord's mansion and is trying to cause trouble. I'm trying to stop them. Impersonating an examiner? Both guards were stunned. That's right, Sir Guard, these are the 2 guys, quickly catch them. Lin Nanfei quickly pointed at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. See this. The 2 guards looked at Lin Nanfei as if he were an idiot. However, Lin Nanfei obviously hadn't realized this yet. Looking at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, he said with a smug look on his face, are you scared now? If you dare to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion, you too will die. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, waving to the 2 guards. 2 guards immediately stepped forward and asked respectfully, Examiner Lin, what can I do for you? Wait, what did you call him? The smile on Lin Nanfei's face froze instantly. Mr. Lin Mo is the examiner appointed by the City Lord himself. We will call him Examiner Lin. Do you have any questions? One of the guards turned around and glared at Lin Nanfei, asking unhappily. The City Lord personally, appointed him personally? Lin Nanfei's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth was almost unable to close. Smile, why aren't you smiling anymore? Are you born not to smile? Didn't you smile quite happily just now? Why is your smile gone now? Oh, it turned out to be transferred to my face. Lu Liang looked at Lin Nanfei and said sarcastically. No, this is impossible. You must have made a mistake. Lin Mo is just a useless F-level psychic. How could he possibly become an examiner for the City Lord's mansion? There must be a misunderstanding here, or you must have been deceived by Lin Mo. I want to see the City Lord, I want to report, I know the truth. Lin Nanfei shook his head and continued to speak without giving up. Idiot, who can see the City Lord just because they want to? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, what kind of person are you? The guard rolled his eyes at Lin Nanfei and said with disdain. Stop talking nonsense with him. We just eliminated him, and he might have been mentally stimulated. He's a little abnormal now. Get him out. Lin Mo waved his hand and said with a sneer. Yes, sir. The two guards clasped their fists, then stepped forward to pick up Lin Nanfei and forcibly drag him outside. Chapter 37, The City Lord's Thank You Gift, Sea-Level Weapon. Let me go, I'm not crazy, I still want to participate in the selection, I want to join the City Lord's mansion. Lin Nanfei struggled desperately and shouted loudly. This made the two guards a little impatient, and they threw him to the open space outside the door and started beating him up with punches and kicks. Big brother, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. Please let me go. Lin Nanfei covered his head, curled up on the ground, and begged for mercy repeatedly. With your current status, you still want to join the City Lord's mansion? Go home and dream on. If you dare to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion again, I will kill you. Ha! The two guards spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Lin Nanfei and turned away. After the guards go away. Only then did Lin Nanfei dare to stand up from the ground. The applicants around him were pointing at him at this moment, their faces full of contempt and ridicule, as if they were looking at a clown. Lin Nanfei felt that he was about to lose all face and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Moreover, he couldn't understand how Lin Mo, who had only awakened F-level superpowers, could suddenly become an examiner of the City Lord's mansion? No, I have to tell my parents about this right away. Think of this. Lin Nanfei quickly got up from the ground and, facing the mocking gazes of the crowd, quickly fled the City Lord's mansion. After a busy day. After the unremitting efforts of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Finally, we have gathered 60 talents. You're not to mention. It is really not an easy task to pick out these talented people from the vast crowd and bring them together. Looking at the people who were recruited, they all looked stupid and missing limbs. Lin Mo and Lu Liang felt a great sense of accomplishment. Little friend Lin Mo, you've worked really hard today. Jiang Qinian walked down from upstairs, looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. No, it's not hard at all. Lin Mo waved his hand, then pointed to the 60 people he had recruited not far away, and asked with a smile, Lord City Lord, are you satisfied with the people I recruited? Jiang Qinian took a glance and nodded in praise, well, very good. Come quickly, send these talents to Wang's group immediately. From beginning to end, he didn't even want to take a second look. Friends Lin Mo and Lu Liang, you have truly helped the City Lord's mansion a great deal today. To express my gratitude, I have specially prepared a small gift. Please don't despise it. Said. Jiang Qinian waved his hand. Two servants immediately came forward carrying 2 trays. And on that tray, there were 2 identical black swords. This is a C-class weapon. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Liang's eyes, and his face was suddenly filled with surprise. Yes, young Master Lu Liang has a good eye. I don't have much else in this City Lord's mansion, but I do have some weapons. Although this sea-level weapon isn't particularly valuable, it should be sufficient for you 2 young friends at your current level. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a smile. Your Excellency, City Lord, is too polite. This gift is already very precious. Lin Mo also said with surprise. You know, a sea-level weapon would cost at least 1,000 merit points in the merit market of the Ability Management Bureau. Moreover, since he poisoned more than 20 of Wang Dalong's men last night, he has officially entered the realm of a 6th-level psychic, and it is time for him to own a psychic weapon. This sea-level weapon is just enough. As long as you don't mind. Jiang Qinian rolled his eyes, looked at Lin Mo, and asked with a smile, I wonder what little friend Lin Mo thinks of my City Lord's mansion? City Lord's mansion. Lin Mo was about to speak. Haha, is City Lord Jiang here? A burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from outside. Then a figure hurried in. It's Zhao Tianlin. Director. Lin Mo and Lu Liang hurried forward to greet them. Director Zhao, why are you here? Jiang Qinian asked doubtfully. I'm here to take my people home. Zhao Tianlin pointed at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Jiang Qinian was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and joked, I think you're afraid that I'll leave them both in this City Lord's mansion, right? Alas, a gentleman does not take away what others love. I believe City Lord Jiang would not do that. Moreover, the City Lord's mansion is full of talented people. How could City Lord Jiang possibly look down on 2 trainee investigators from our Supernatural Management Bureau? Zhao Tianlin waved his hand and said deliberately. Old Zhao, you have a really powerful mouth. Jiang Qinian shook his head helplessly and smiled, then waved his hand. Well, since you are here, let's take them away. Okay, let's make an appointment another time. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, let's go back to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Finished. Zhao Tianlin walked outside without looking back. Lin Mo and Lu Liang had no choice but to pick up their sea-level swords, thanked Jiang Qinian, and quickly followed. Looking at Lin Mo's departing back, Jiang Qinian's eyes were full of reluctance. Lord City Lord, stop looking, they're almost gone. Pei Hu walked forward and said with a smile. What a pity. Such a talented person cannot be used by our City Lord's mansion. Why does the Ability Management Bureau always get the upper hand? Jiang Qinian sighed deeply and said with a look of regret. Are you talking about Lin Mo? I don't see anything special about him. He's just a little younger and has better talent. Pei Hu curled his lips and said disapprovingly. Trust my judgment. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. It won't be long before he shines and makes a big splash. And that day shouldn't be far away. Jiang Qinian narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Walked out of the City Lord's mansion and got in the car. The smile on Zhao Tianlin's face immediately disappeared, and he gritted his teeth and said, Old fox, you actually want to steal my girl? No way. Director, City Lord Jiang probably doesn't mean that, right? Lin Mo said with a smile. You don't mean that? Then he gave you a C-rank weapon? Even though it's not a particularly precious treasure, it only helped recruit soldiers for one day. Why would you be so generous? Zhao Tianlin said with a hint of jealousy. Then he looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said seriously, try to have as little contact with the people in the City Lord's mansion as possible, especially Jiang Qinian. Also, you don't have to come tomorrow. I will arrange for other people to come and help. This isn't good. Lin Mo touched his nose. It's okay. I'll go talk to Jiang Qinian. You two need to hurry up and complete the 10 tasks to become official investigators. That's the real work, okay? Zhao Tianlin repeatedly reminded him. Clear. Lin Mo and Lu Liang smiled at each other and nodded. Back to the dormitory. Lin Mo took a comfortable hot shower and lay down on the big bed. System, open the information panel. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Realm, level 6 psychic power value 1693005000000. Superpower, S-level oblivion can evolve to SSS-level world destruction. Current evolution progress is 70%. Special reminder, the host still has one chance to evolve his superpowers, but hasn't used it yet. See this. Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled. After the breakthrough last night, I was so exhausted that I fell asleep straight away and forgot about evolving my abilities. System, evolve immediately. Chapter 38 Change a batch for me immediately. Congratulations host, your S-level superpower obliteration has evolved into S-level superpower obliteration can evolve into SSS-level world destruction. Current evolution progress is 80%. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dazzled. S-level evolution to S-level? Doesn't that mean there is no change? However, after noticing the subsequent upward evolutionary progress, Lin Mo suddenly realized. It seems that after reaching S-level superpowers, one evolution opportunity is not enough to evolve upwards. According to the current rate of increase, it would take about 2 more times for me to successfully evolve my superpower into SSS-level world-destroying power, thus unlocking new superpowers. This progress is already very fast. Who would have thought that a few days ago, his ability was only F-level? In such a short period of time, a qualitative leap has been achieved. If outsiders knew about this, they would be shocked. And Lin Mo discovered. Although I didn't successfully evolve my superpowers to SS level this time, my control over my superpowers is obviously much more proficient than before. It seems that this 10% progress was not in vain. I gained a lot today. Lin Mo was in a particularly good mood and soon fell asleep with his eyes closed. However, tonight, someone is destined to be unable to sleep. Wang Group. After a busy day, Wang Dalong was about to get up and go to the hospital to check on his son's injuries. Just then, one of his men pushed open the door, walked in quickly, and said respectfully, "Boss, the superpowered people that the City Lord's mansion promised to replenish us have been delivered to us." Oh? It seems the City Lord's mansion is quite efficient.
They managed to recruit everyone in just one day. Quick, call them all in so I can see them,
Wang Dalong said with a smile.
Forehead.
The subordinate hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, "Boss, before you see them, I advise you to be mentally prepared. After all, these people may disappoint you a little."
Oh, I've already thought about this.
People recruited with the help of others are definitely not as good as those trained by myself.
But how bad can they be? As long as they can be used, it's fine. My requirements are not that high. Hurry and call them in.
Wang Dalong waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned and walked to the coffee table, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to savor it leisurely. Although Lin Mo's life could not be taken for the time being, he had lost so many of his men, and they were replenished today, which was a rare good thing.
This put him in a good mood at the moment.
The subordinate opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally held it back and turned to walk outside.
After a while, Wang Dalong heard footsteps outside the office.
He looked up with a smile on his face, trying to make a good impression on his new subordinate.
However, when he saw the group of people walking in, he was completely stunned.
He couldn't hold the teacup in his hand firmly and it fell to the ground.
Stupid, lame, old, with broken arms and legs, and even blind. It's like all kinds of gods have gathered together. The smile on Wang Dalong's face suddenly froze.
This feeling is like going to a K-spot princess store, but a bunch of old people in their 50s and 60s come in. It just makes people feel angry and they want to book a KTV on the spot.
Hey, hello, Boss Wang, I'm the excrement boy.
However, at this moment, Niu Dezhuang volunteered to step forward and introduced himself with a silly smile. It would be fine if he didn't smile, but when he smiled, his already wise eyes, coupled with his two missing front teeth, added a bit of silliness to him. This is a critical hit of 100,000 points for Wang Dalong. I'll take your grandma's leg. Wang Dalong glared at Niu Dezhuang fiercely and shouted to the outside of the door, "Someone, come quickly." The subordinate who had just come over immediately trotted in.
What's going on here? Where are the people the city lord's mansion helped recruit?
Wang Dalong was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly.
These are them,
the subordinate said with a wry smile.
Get lost. Are you kidding me? What are these people?
A tour group of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled?
Change a batch, quickly, change a batch for me immediately. Wang Dalong rolled his eyes at his men and said angrily. Without the boss, that's all. It's all here. The subordinate spread his hands helplessly. No more?
Wang Dalong's blood pressure suddenly rose, and he frowned and said in confusion.
Why? City Lord Jiang and I have a good relationship, why would he treat me like this?
Even if he doesn't send me someone super strong, at least send some normal people.
What does he think this place is? An orphanage? Boss, I heard that the city lord's mansion is recruiting soldiers today.
Because they are short of manpower, they specially borrowed someone from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
That person is Lin Mo. These people were actually recruited by Lin Mo.
The subordinate spoke.
Lin Mo. Upon hearing this name, Wang Dalong's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Why is it you again?
I was magnanimous and spared your life, but you always opposed me.
This is really too much.
Just wait for me, I will kill you.
Early the next morning.
At the gate of the Supernatural Management Bureau community.
A taxi stopped here.
The car door opened. Lin Yuan and his aunt got out of the car carrying several boxes of gifts.
Looking at the magnificent gate of the community,
both the husband and wife showed a look of surprise on their faces.
It seems like Lin Mo is really doing well. He actually lives in such a high-end residential complex.
I heard that the cheapest house nearby costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter.
Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Humph.
I don't know how this loser got so lucky to become so rich all of a sudden. Logically speaking, he's inferior to our son in every way. His looks, character, and talent are all far inferior to our son's.
How on earth is he doing so well? God is so unfair.
My aunt snorted coldly and said with jealousy on her face, "Don't even mention how sour you are.
Let's talk about this in private. Don't say this when you see Lin Mo later."
From what my son said, Lin Mo is now an examiner at the city lord's mansion and is highly regarded by the city lord. If we can please him, maybe he can directly arrange for our son to work in the city lord's mansion and even give him a minor official position.
Then our family will be prosperous.
Lin Yuan hurriedly reminded.
Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'll definitely say something nice when we meet.
But as for Lin Mo, I hope he doesn't get shameless and thinks he doesn't want to acknowledge us just because he's rich now. If he helps our son arrange things today, I'll give him a good look, but if he dares to say no, I'll teach him a lesson.
Aunt said arrogantly.
Then the two of them stepped forward and registered with the guard first. When the guard heard that they were Lin Mo's relatives and saw that the two were carrying gifts, he let them in without asking any questions. After all, ever since the construction of the Supernatural Management Bureau's residential area, no one has dared to cause trouble here.
That really means I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 39. Have you ever ridden a bungee jumping machine? Bang, bang, bang.
Lin Mo, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the knock on the door, so he had to go to open the door with sleepy eyes. He thought it was Lu Liang who was knocking on the door, and scolded him with a smile. You fellow, you finally learned how to knock on the door when you come to see me.
However, when you open the door.
After seeing that it was Lin Yuan and his aunt standing at the door, Lin Mo, who was still a little sleepy, woke up instantly. Why are you here?
Oh, Momo, it's been a few days since we last met.
Your aunt said she missed you, so we came to see you specially, and we brought you a lot of goodies. Lin Yuan quickly picked up the gift in his hand and said enthusiastically. Yeah, Momo, your uncle is usually such a stingy person, but today, just to see you, he spent hundreds of dollars just on gifts.
Aunt also said with a smile.
He looked like a completely different person from the night he drove Lin Mo away. Then the two of them didn't hesitate and went straight into the house.
See this.
Lin Mo immediately put his hand against the doorframe, blocking the two people outside the door, and said coldly, if you have anything to say, just say it here.
You are not welcome in my home.
Lin Yuan and his aunt's expressions changed.
Hey, look at you, kid. Aren't we all family? Why do we have to make such clear distinctions between your home and my home? If you want to go home, we welcome you anytime.
Lin Yuan said shamelessly.
No need for that. From the moment you kicked me out of the house that night, we no longer have any relationship. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last time. Please don't disturb my life again. No. Then, Lin Mo was about to close the door. See this. The smile on Lin Yuan's face disappeared instantly, and he stopped pretending and said with a gloomy face.
Alright, Lin Mo, you're rich now, your wings are strong, and you don't even recognize your uncle and aunt who raised you for so many years.
What's the difference between you and an ungrateful person? You want to sever ties with us, right?
Okay, you've been living in our house for the past decade or so, eating and drinking our food.
We've worked so hard to send you to school and spent so much money. Otherwise, how could you be where you are today? You have to acknowledge this debt, right? Isn't it time to pay it back to us?
I did a rough calculation on the way here, and after adding up all the miscellaneous items, you can just give us 10 million.
Take the money and we'll leave. We won't bother you again. That's right, Lin Mo.
As for my Feifei's job, as long as you arrange for him to work in the city lord's mansion and get him a position, we will be even.
Otherwise, we will never let you go. My aunt also said shamelessly.
Ha, so this is the real purpose of your coming here today. Lin Mo smiled coldly.
Now that we've made it clear, Lin Mo, I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore.
I don't know how you got so lucky and suddenly became so successful, but even if outsiders don't understand you, don't we, the two of us, understand you? If you don't let us handle this today, we'll go to your workplace and make a scene. We'll let your boss know how heartless and heartless you are. We'll also let everyone know that your ability is only F level. By then, you'll be out of a job. I don't believe they'll keep a useless F level person around. Lin Yuan said very arrogantly.
Are you threatening me?
A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
Even if that's the case, what? You still want to hit me? I'm your uncle. If you have the guts, try to touch me. I'll be the one to rebel against you.
Lin Yuan puffed out his chest and said provocatively. Hey, I was originally planning to save your face, after all, we are relatives, but you really forced me to do this. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and sighed, then kicked him out without saying a word.
Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound.
Lin Yuan's whole body instantly bent like a shrimp and flew backwards several meters until he hit the wall and fell to the ground.
Ouch! For a while, heart-wrenching screams filled the entire corridor. The child's father. The aunt was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Lin Mo to actually dare to do it. She immediately turned around and glared at Lin Mo, cursing. Lin Mo, you little orphan, you have such a cruel heart. You even dare to hit your own uncle. Do you still have any respect for your elders? You deserve to be an orphan. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression suddenly turned icy cold. What a stinky mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo slapped him. Bang! There was only a crisp slapping sound. My aunt was like a spinning top, spinning and flying out on the spot. As luck would have it, she hit Lin Yuan right on the body, and there were wails everywhere again. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo's heart did not fluctuate at all. Elder? Uncle? I came here from another time, so I don't care who you are. If you dare to show off, I will make you fly. Brother Lin, what's going on? Lu Liang, who lived next door, came out immediately after hearing the noise. Awake? That's great. Help me send them off. Lin Mo pointed at Lin Yuan and his aunt not far away and said with a sneer. Lu Liang naturally understood what Lin Mo meant, and nodded immediately, grinning and saying, I understand, Brother Lin, just wait and see. Then he flashed and came in front of Lin Yuan and his aunt. You, who are you? If you hit us again, we'll call the police. Lin Yuan and his aunt were also frightened and quickly shrank back. Don't be afraid, you two. I was sent by Lin Mo to take you away. Lu Liang tried to force out a relatively kind smile and asked, by the way, before I send you off, I'd like to know if either of you has any heart disease? No. Lin Yuan and his aunt both shook their heads. Have those two ever been on a bungee jumping machine? Lu Liang asked excitedly. What is a bungee jumping machine? Lin Yuan and his aunt were both confused. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Liang curled the corners of his mouth slightly, stepped forward, grabbed the wrists of the two men, and fled directly downwards. You know, this is the 28th floor. About 2 minutes passed. Bite. The elevator door opened. Lu Liang walked out from it. Sent away? Lin Mo asked with a smile. They've all been sent away, but I think if they come again in the future, they should wear diapers or prepare an extra pair of pants. Lu Liang grinned mischievously, then glanced at the gifts scattered on the ground in front of Lin Mo's door, and was also stunned. Could these two be your relatives? It's irrelevant. Lin Mo waved his hand and was about to turn around and go back to his room to take another nap. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. However, at this moment, a figure walked quickly towards the two of them. It was the leader of Group 7, Zhang Wei. Team leader? Lin Mo and Lu Liang were both stunned. Zhang Wei walked up to the two of them anxiously, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, something happened. Chapter 40 Han Dong disappears. What's wrong? Lin Mo frowned. Han Dong, our team's official investigator, disappeared while on a mission. Zhang Wei said. Missing? What mission was he on? Was it dangerous? Lu Liang asked in confusion. No, it's just an ordinary level 4 mission, and Han Dong has already completed the mission and submitted the completion application on his mobile phone. However, the scavengers who went to deal with the scene did not see Han Dong and only found this at the scene. Said. Zhang Wei took out a yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened the yellow talisman. There were only 6 big characters written on it with a cinnabar pen. Let Lin Mo come and lead the people. See this. Lin Mo also frowned and asked in confusion, what does this mean? How does it have anything to do with me? You don't know, this yellow talisman is used by the god worship cult. I suspect Han Dong was held hostage by the followers of the god worship cult, and the reason they asked you to go must be because of what happened before. Zhang Wei explained. The god worshipping cult wants to use this opportunity to take revenge on Brother Lin? Lu Liang's face changed, and he immediately looked at Zhang Wei and said, Team leader, this matter is of no small importance. We should report it to the director and have him send out other investigation teams to search for Han Dong's whereabouts. Hey, I reported it last night, and the director sent out 4 investigation teams, but after a night, they still found nothing. Apart from this yellow talisman, there were no other clues. Zhang Wei sighed and said with a grim expression. Team leader, you don't have to worry too much. Since the god worship cult wants to use Han Dong to lure me out,
I think Han Dong should be safe for the time being before he meets me. Lin Mo patted Zhang Wei's shoulder and comforted him.
That's right, Brother Lin is right. Lu Liang also nodded in agreement.
But soon, his brows knitted together, and he asked in confusion, "This is really strange.
Since this cult wants you, Brother Lin, to pick someone up, but they don't tell you the address and only leave this yellow talisman, what is their intention?" Hearing this, Lin Mo also narrowed his eyes. And just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID shows an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo quickly winked at Lu Liang and Zhang Wei, then answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. "Hello? He, Lin Mo, I guess you've already got the yellow talisman, right?"
A sinister voice came from the phone.
"Who are you?"
Lin Mo raised his brows slightly.
"Don't worry about that.
You just need to know that Han Dong is in my hands. If you don't come to pick him up, he's probably going to die."
The words had just fallen.
A heart-wrenching scream was heard from the other end of the phone.
This made Zhang Wei's face change suddenly and he clenched his fists.
Because he could hear that it was Han Dong's scream. Seeing Zhang Wei was a little agitated, Lin Mo quickly made a silence gesture with his index finger to his lips, and then said, "Since the person you want to see is me, why bother Han Dong?
Give me an address and I'll go there." Lin Mo, it seems you really are not afraid of death at all.
The person on the phone said with a sinister smile.
"If you are afraid of death, will you let me and Han Dong go?" Lin Mo asked back with a sneer. "That's quite interesting. I'm actually looking forward to meeting you now. Burn the yellow talisman, and it will lead you to me.
Remember, come alone, don't bring anyone else, otherwise, all you will see is Han Dong's corpse."
Finished.
The person on the other end hung up the phone. It turns out this yellow talisman can also guide the way. Lin Mo glanced at the yellow talisman in his hand and said thoughtfully,
"Then let's set off quickly.
I'll tell the director to send more people to go with us to rescue Han Dong."
Zhang Wei couldn't wait to say, "No."
Lin Mo shook his head and said seriously, "Team leader, I know you have a good relationship with Han Dong and I'm very worried about his safety, but the person on the phone just now made it very clear that he wanted me to go alone, otherwise Han Dong would be in real danger."
"Brother Lin, if you go there alone, what if there's an ambush? Wouldn't that put you in even greater danger?" Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and said worriedly, "We have to think of a foolproof solution."
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and his brain started working rapidly. The Supernatural Power Management Bureau community, across the street.
There is a white van parked here. Two men, one fat and one thin, were wearing sunglasses and leaning on their seats, seemingly taking a nap.
In fact, their eyes hidden under the sunglasses have been keeping an eye on the gate of the community.
"I'm just wondering, didn't our boss reconcile with Lin Mo under the mediation of City Lord Jiang? Why does he still want the two of us to keep an eye on him?" Just then,
the fat man yawned and complained impatiently.
"Calling you a pig is really unfair to a pig. You are dumber than a pig."
The thin man rolled his eyes at the fat man and said unhappily, "When has our boss ever suffered such a loss?
How could he let Lin Mo off so easily?"
Although City Lord Jiang has already stepped in to deal with this matter, it's not easy to take action against Lin Mo openly, but he can do it secretly, such as when Lin Mo goes on a mission.
"Oh, I see."
The fat man suddenly understood. "You mean, when Lin Mo is on a mission, we can kill him. That way, we can pretend that Lin Mo failed the mission and was killed by the monster.
Then no one will suspect our Wang group? You're not hopelessly stupid."
The thin man rubbed the fat man's belly and sneered, "Even if someone suspects our Wang group, so what? Without evidence, even if City Lord Jiang finds out, it will just be a waste of time. After all, half of Jiangzhou City now has the surname Wang.
If this can be accomplished, we will definitely accomplish a great feat. I won't be sleepy anymore."
The fat man suddenly perked up and turned his attention back to the gate of the residential complex opposite.
And just at this moment,
a figure hurriedly walked out of the community gate.
This immediately caught the attention of the two. Because that person was Lin Mo.
Lin Mo first stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and then lit the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman suddenly turned into a white dove and flew in one direction.
Lin Mo asked the taxi to catch up immediately. "Hurry, call the boss. It looks like Lin Mo is about to go on a mission.
Tell him to send more people over so we can capture him in one fell swoop. That way, we can claim the credit for our work." The thin guy was also very excited. He quickly started the van and followed behind.
The fat man immediately took out his phone and contacted Wang Dalong. Chapter 41, Yoli Taoist. This is an abandoned factory located in the suburbs, surrounded by deserted people. Even in broad daylight, one can feel a very strong yin energy. Lin Mo got out of the car, knocked on the window, and was about to speak. As a result, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and fled the place at a high speed without even asking for the fare. This made Lin Mo feel helpless. He originally wanted to ask the driver to wait here for a while, as he still needed to take a ride back. After all, this place is in the middle of nowhere, so it's definitely not easy to get a taxi. But I didn't expect the driver to drive so fast. It seems that I can only wait until I go back and find another solution. Lin Mo stomped lightly on the ground, then followed the white dove in the sky and walked into the factory. He had just been in for a short time. A white van stopped at the factory gate. Under the leadership of the white dove, Lin Mo came to a factory building at the innermost part of the factory. Whoosh! The white dove in the sky suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Lin Mo knew that they had arrived. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open and walked in. The factory has been abandoned for many years. There is dust everywhere. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Mo choked and sneezed. He glanced around and found that there was no one in the factory. This made Lin Mo frown and said in a deep voice, "You went to so much trouble to lure me here, why don't you show up yourself?" He. Accompanied by a sinister and eerie laugh. In the open space not far ahead, an old man in a green Taoist robe appeared out of thin air. "Lin Mo, we finally meet." The old man in green robe looked at Lin Mo and said with a sinister smile, "Who are you?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "God-worshipping sect, Taoist Yoli." The green-robed old man introduced himself. "You are indeed members of the God-worship cult. You are really still ruthless. I have killed so many of you before, and you still dare to come to me?" Lin Mo said coldly. He, I'm completely different from those losers. I know you have some abilities, but since you met me, that's all. Taoist Yoli said very confidently. "In that case, let Han Dong go first. I'm already here anyway, and there's no point in keeping him around." Lin Mo said. "Well, you're right. There's really no point in keeping him. But I can't let him go. No one from the Supernatural Administration Bureau can escape from my hands alive. This goes for Han Dong, and it goes for you too," Taoist Yoli said with a sneer. "Are all members of the God-worshipping cult so dishonest? I've already come here alone, as you requested, yet you're going back on your word?" Lin Mo frowned. "Come alone? Are you sure?" Taoist Yoli asked back with a sneer. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart also skipped a beat. Was he discovered? And just at this moment, a man ran in from outside the factory, quickly came to Taoist Yoli, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Sir, they are here." "Really?" Taoist Yoli curled his lips slightly, as if everything was already under his control. He turned to look at Lin Mo and said with a smug look on his face, "Lin Mo, is this what you call coming alone? You want to play the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind? Sorry, you're still too naive. I don't understand you." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Still pretending? Very well, then today I will make you die knowing the truth." Taoist Yoli smiled coldly and then winked at the man. The man immediately took out a tablet from his arms and held it in front of Lin Mo. Now, what was displayed on the tablet computer was the surveillance footage of the abandoned factory gate. I saw several Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles parked here. The car door opened and dozens of figures walked out. When Lin Mo saw the figure in the lead clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because that person was actually Wang Dalong. Why is he here? Lin Mo, do you really think I asked you to come here alone because I'm afraid of the Supernatural Administration? I said this on purpose. Only in this way can you pretend to be clever and secretly bring reinforcements. And I can use their tricks to catch them all in one fell swoop, severely damaging the morale of the Supernatural Administration Bureau to avenge what happened that day. Taoist Yoli looked at Lin Mo and said complacently. Hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. It seems that Taoist Yoli regarded Wang Dalong and the others as reinforcements he brought secretly. In that case, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, his face suddenly filled with arrogance. "Since you already know,
then I believe you can also see how powerful the reinforcements I brought this time are, right? If you don't want to die, just hand Han Dong over to me. Maybe I can let you live. Taoist Yoli laughed triumphantly on the spot. Lin Mo watched Wang Dalong's men die tragically one after another, and he felt so happy in his heart that the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. But he still pretended to be furious on the surface, staring at Yoli Taoist and yelling, "Asshole, stop it now. If you kill them all, I'll become a sinner of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Stop it now." Stop? Ha, the fun has just begun. Taoist Yoli said with a sneer. Lin Mo gritted his teeth in anger. And he stomped his feet on the ground a few more times. However, when Taoist Yoli saw the scene, he thought Lin Mo was just mad with anger and didn't take it to heart. Chapter 42 Unexpected Gains. At the gate of an abandoned factory. Wang Dalong and others, who had avoided the first wave of traps and mechanisms, were about to move forward. Bang! Sudden. A sharp bone claw broke out of the ground and grabbed one of the men's ankles. What the hell? The man was startled and quickly bent down to look. And just at this moment, a white skeleton suddenly emerged from the ground, opened its mouth, and bit the man's face. Ouch! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. For a while, blood splattered everywhere. The man's face was about to be bitten off alive. Wang Dalong's face darkened and he quickly stepped forward and kicked out. The white skeleton was instantly shattered by the kick. But the man's face could not be saved. He lay on the ground, covering his face and rolling around in pain. Ah! My face! Wang Dalong frowned, turned his head to look at the rest of his men, and warned, "Everyone be careful." However, his words had just fallen. On the ground around them, white skeletons emerged one after another, and soon the number reached hundreds, surrounding Wang Dalong and others. "Boss, what kind of strange beasts are these? Why are there so many of them?" One of Wang Dalong's men said with a grim expression. "No, these are not alien beasts, they are not alive." Wang Dalong shook his head, squinting his eyes, and said thoughtfully, "Rumor has it that within the god-worshipping cult, there's a Taoist named Yoli who's proficient in unorthodox techniques. His special ability is to control corpses. Anyone he kills can be transformed into a bone puppet through his special ability for him to control. If I'm not mistaken, that little bastard Lin Mo is colluding with the people from the god worship cult and deliberately set a trap here to lure us in and catch us all in one fell swoop. Lin Mo, you are so audacious that you even dared to collude with a cult. I wonder how City Lord Jiang and Director Zhao can protect you now. Colluding with a cult is a capital crime. Even if I kill you, they won't be able to say anything." Immediately, Wang Dalong looked directly at his men and ordered, "Brothers, follow me and charge out. Capture Lin Mo and the cultists alive. I will then personally ask for a reward from the City Lord's mansion for you. Kill." For a while, everyone was full of fighting spirit and rushed towards the skeletons. Although there are many white bones and skeletons. But this time, Wang Dalong brought the elite of the wine group. Plus there is Wang Dalong, a 9th level psychic. After suffering some casualties, they still managed to break out of the encirclement and headed towards the factory building deep inside. And at this moment, inside the factory, 9th level mutant. Taoist Yoli had obviously seen Wang Dalong's strength and was shocked on the spot. Could it be that even the director of your Jiangzhou branch has personally dispatched this time? Watching Wang Dalong break out of the encirclements safely, Lin Mo felt a little sorry in his heart, but he pretended to be proud on the surface. "What? Are you scared now? This time, it's not just our director who's coming, but also the elite of our Supernatural Management Bureau. If you know what's good for you, quickly release Han Dong and surrender obediently, otherwise you will die without knowing how." Ha ha ha. However, regarding this, Taoist Yoli raised his head and laughed disdainfully, then said confidently, "Lin Mo, I still say the same thing, you underestimate me. Since I dare to set up this game today, it means I have already made sufficient preparations. What is there to be afraid of? Someone come." The words fell. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared from all directions. There were men and women, young and old, all dressed in different clothes, and there were more than 100 people in total. And between their eyebrows, there is a red cross pattern painted. That is the symbol of the cult. See this. A hint of surprise also flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He obviously didn't expect it. There are so many believers of the god-worshipping religion lying in ambush here.
It seems that this Taoist Yoli has a high status in the god-worshipping cult. Soon, these believers gathered behind Taoist Yoli. And in the crowd, Lin Mo actually discovered Han Dong's figure. At this moment, he was tied tightly to a cross stake, his mouth and eyes were wrapped with black tape, and he was being guarded by two believers. Confirm that Han Dong is still alive. Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief, and then stomped the ground lightly twice. Lin Mo, do you see what's behind me? Taoist Yoli turned to look at Lin Mo and said with a smug look on his face, I have not only prepared traps and mechanisms, I have also summoned most of the elite members of the god-worshipping cult lurking in Jiangzhou City. Our original goal was just to severely damage the elite forces of the Ability Management Bureau, but we didn't expect to get such a surprise today. Even the director of the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau has come out in person. If we can capture him, wouldn't the Jiangzhou branch exist in name only? Then Jiangzhou City will belong to our worship sect. By then, maybe even the Lord sect leader will come to Jiangzhou City in person to reward and commend me in person. Lin Mo, I really want to thank you very much. You are really my lucky star. Hearing this, Lin Mo was delighted. The elite of the god-worshipping cult? How come there is an unexpected gain? Taoist Yoli. You are my lucky star. Bang! Soon, the factory door was kicked open by someone outside. Wang Dalong led the rest of his men and rushed in aggressively. When they saw Lin Mo, Taoist Yoli and hundreds of other believers of the god-worshipping sect standing together, Wang Dalong's eyes were about to spit fire. He glared at Lin Mo and roared, Lin Mo, you. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Mo immediately put on an excited expression as if he had seen reinforcements, and said with red eyes, Director, you are finally here. I have tried my best to delay time. If you don't come, I will be dead. Forehead? Wang Dalong was stunned for a moment, a question mark on his head. What director? What a mess. Before he could react, Taoist Yoli waved his hand and ordered the followers of the god worship cult behind him, everyone, your chance to pledge allegiance to the god worship cult has come. Anyone who can kill the director of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau will be rewarded handsomely. Walking with God, forever and ever. The believers chanted slogans and rushed towards Wang Dalong and others. Humph. A bunch of evil ants, you dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, you're courting death. Wang Dalong snorted coldly and ordered his men directly, kill them. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed forward and fought with those believers. Wang Dalong locked onto Lin Mo, who was not far away, and without saying a word, he rushed towards Lin Mo. Chapter 43 There is someone behind you. To this, Lin Mo was not panicked at all. Seeing Wang Dalong getting closer and closer to him, Lin Mo quickly pointed at Taoist Yoli standing beside him and said loudly, Director, you've come at the perfect time. This man is the leader of the god-worshipping cult in Jiangzhou City. If we take him down, the god-worshipping cult will never be able to make waves in Jiangzhou City again. Snort! Wang Dalong snorted coldly, staring at Lin Mo with his eyes wide open, and said in a stern tone, What I want to capture is. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Whoosh! A figure suddenly came up and blocked Wang Dalong's way. Not someone else. It's Taoist Yoli. Ha, you're the director of the Supernatural Administration, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Today, I'd like to borrow your head so I can collect the reward. Would you be willing to do so? Taoist Yoli laughed triumphantly. You ignorant old dog, get out of here now, I'll come and deal with you later. Wang Dalong glared at Taoist Yoli fiercely and scolded him impatiently. I really don't like the way you talk to me. If you apologize now, it's too late. A cold light flashed in Taoist Yoli's eyes, he made hand gestures with his right hand and chanted a spell. Crack! The ground around them cracked inch by inch, and 8 white skeletons suddenly emerged from underneath. Different from the skeleton puppets at the factory gate just now. These 8 white skeletons all emit powerful aura fluctuations, and the strength of each one is almost equivalent to that of a 7th-level psychic. See this. Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant your wish. The words fell. Wang Dalong stomped his feet and activated his clone's supernatural power. Just a moment. He then created 8 clones, and the aura of each clone was comparable to that of the white skeleton. Come on. Wang Dalong waved his hand.
The 8 clones rushed directly towards the 8 white skeletons and fought fiercely with them. He himself was not idle either, and rushed towards Taoist Yoli head-on.
The war is about to begin. I have to admit it. Wang Dalong is indeed a 9th level psychic.
Every punch and every palm carried a terrifying sense of oppression, making it hard to breathe. Although Taoist Yoli was obviously inferior to Wang Dalong in terms of aura, he did not fall into a disadvantage in a short period of time. Seeing this, Lin Mo, who was standing aside, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that this Taoist Yoli is so powerful. He must be at least at the level of an 8th level psychic. Fortunately, I didn't fight him directly just now, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on Han Dong, who was not far away. At this moment, there were only 2 believers of the god-worshipping sect left there to guard it. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and rushed forward.
Stop! One of the believers immediately rushed forward to stop Lin Mo.
Lin Mo activated the annihilation ray without saying a word.
Boom!
The believer was instantly blown to pieces. The remaining believer was also frightened when he saw this. He quickly took out a dagger from his arms and put it on Han Dong's neck. You don't come over again, otherwise I will kill him.
Don't get excited, look behind you first.
Lin Mo immediately stopped where he was and pointed behind the believer.
Humph. Don't try to fool me. There's definitely nothing behind me. Trying to distract me? No way.
The believer snorted coldly and said with great certainty.
Puff.
Suddenly, a black sword pierced his chest from behind.
Who told you there was nothing? At the same time,
a joking voice came from behind the believer.
How is this possible?
The believer's eyes widened in disbelief, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth. He tried his best to turn his head to see who had attacked him. But just as he turned halfway, he ran out of breath and fell to the ground with a bang. And the one who attacked him was not someone else.
It's Lu Liang. In fact, from the moment Lin Mo walked out of the community, Lu Liang hid underground and followed Lin Mo secretly, waiting for Lin Mo to give orders. Just now he saw the opportunity, came out from behind and dealt a fatal blow to the believer. Brother Lin, what should we do next?
Lu Liang wiped the blood off the sword on the believer, walked forward, looked at Lin Mo and asked.
Save people first.
Having said that, Lin Mo immediately stepped forward, took Han Dong down from the cross, and untied the black tape on Han Dong's face.
However, Han Dong was seriously injured and was now unconscious.
Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and said, "Take Han Dong and escape first."
Director Zhao and the others should have arrived at the rendezvous point. Han Dong needs immediate treatment. What about you? Are you planning to stay? Lu Liang asked.
Lin Mo glanced at the 2 powerful warriors fighting fiercely not far away, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. That's right.
Brother Lin, are you crazy? These 2 groups are here to kill you. If you stay, won't it be very dangerous? Come with me.
Lu Liang said with some concern.
It's okay, I know what to do. After you meet Director Zhao and the others, just follow the original plan. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, Brother Lin, then you must be careful. I'll come pick you up after I send Han Dong out. Lu Liang couldn't persuade Lin Mo, so he had to support Han Dong and escape underground. After the 2 of them left, Lin Mo stood up and went to a more secluded corner,
looking at the strong men from both sides not far away. Lin Mo's eyes were also shining.
Level 4 psychics, level 5 psychics, and level 6 psychics. That's a lot of superpowers. It looks like we can get another big score today. But you should only have one chance to take action. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli. If the 2 of them turn around and attack me, that would be bad. We have to fight quickly and decisively. Think of this.
Lin Mo's eyes rolled around, and then he quickly stretched out his hands, his mind moving. A ball of annihilation like the size of a football condensed and took shape above his hands.
However, this is far from enough.
Lin Mo continued to consume his energy, causing the annihilation ball to grow larger and larger.
About half a minute passed.
The diameter of the annihilation light ball has reached 2 meters, and the terrifying aura of destruction spreads in all directions.
Almost there. Lin Mo took a deep breath.
At this moment, most of the supernatural power in his body has been consumed. The power of this annihilating light ball is probably enough to give those people a hard time. Then, without any hesitation, he threw it with both hands. The huge ball of annihilation light was like a scorching sun, emitting scorching light and flying towards the strong men on both sides. Soon, they arrived above the center of the crowd.
What is this? Who dried up the sun? Oh no! Run!
Feeling the terrifying fluctuations emitted by the annihilation ball of light, everyone soon realized that something was wrong and turned around to escape. But it was too late.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang.
The annihilation ball of light exploded on the spot.
Chapter 44, Sword of Annihilation. For a while, the terrifying destructive power swept around in an instant.
Those closest to the center of the explosion were reduced to ashes on the spot.
You know.
This was condensed by Lin Mo, a level 6 psychic, using half of his psychic power.
Its power is extremely terrifying.
Those with abilities below level 6 have no power to resist at all.
Anyone affected will be seriously injured, even if they don't die. So it won't take long.
The number of casualties among the strong men on both sides reached as many as 20 or 30.
That's not even counting the minor injuries.
Wailing and screaming instantly filled the entire factory. You shameless old thing.
You actually attacked my men while I was fighting you.
You are truly despicable and shameless.
Wang Dalong noticed this scene and thought it was done by Taoist Yoli, so he immediately started cursing.
Which eye of yours saw that it was my sneak attack? Also, among those who died or were injured, there were also people from our worship sect, okay? If I really wanted to launch a sneak attack, why wouldn't I even spare my own people?
Taoist Yoli rolled his eyes at Wang Dalong and said unhappily. Stop talking nonsense. What can't you cult members do? Suicide attacks are your specialty. Give me your life. Wang Dalong was immediately enraged.
He had few men to begin with, and so many of them had died.
He wished he could skin Taoist Yoli alive. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Taoist Yoli also felt very aggrieved, so he faced the enemy head-on and fought fiercely with him again.
See this.
Lin Mo, who was hiding in the corner, curled his lips slightly.
It seems that these two guys didn't notice.
In that case, let us harvest another wave.
Think of this.
Lin Mo's mind moved. I saw a red light flashing in his right hand.
The next moment,
the red light actually condensed into a long sword in his right hand. However, this sword is not a physical entity and is red and translucent.
Scarlet flames were burning on its surface.
And this is exactly the new skill that Lin Mo had just acquired not long ago, the Sword of Annihilation.
Never had time to try it before. Today I just took this opportunity to test its power.
Lin Mo held the Sword of Annihilation in his hand and rushed directly towards the group of people.
Lin Mo. The first person to discover Lin Mo was one of Wang Dalong's men.
Lin Mo rolled his eyes and said, "Don't panic. I know you are here to deal with me today, but the cult has so many members now, and the situation is quite unfavorable for both of us. Why don't we join forces first to get through this disaster, and then we can decide the winner after that, how about it? I'll trust you for once." The man nodded and turned around to deal with the followers of the god-worshipping cult. Lin Mo took a quick step forward and swung the Sword of Annihilation in his hand.
Puff!
The man's head flew out immediately, and his body was instantly burned to ashes by the flames of the Sword of Annihilation.
See this.
A hint of surprise also flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
This power is really overbearing.
Then he immediately dodged and changed his position.
Lin Mo.
This time, it was a believer of the god-worshipping sect who discovered Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained very calm. He waved his hand and said, "Calm down. The ability administration suffered such a huge loss today because of me. They will definitely punish me severely when I return. So I decided to join you and fight alongside you to resist the ability administration. What do you think?"
"Okay, you're smart."
The believer sneered and nodded, and was about to turn around. Suddenly, he swung his right hand. A cold light shot straight towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, reacted extremely quickly, and immediately dodged, avoiding the deadly cold light.
"What do you mean?"
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes.
"Humph, I don't trust you."
The believer snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth,
"In that case,
Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and smiled, his face instantly filled with murderous intent. Then go to hell. The words fell. Lin Mo took a quick step forward and swung out with the sword of annihilation in his hand. The believer tried to block, but was split into two pieces alive. And this scene. A believer of the God-worshipping church nearby saw this and was so frightened that his face changed instantly. What did you just see? Lin Mo turned his head to look at him and asked with a sneer. Aye. The believers were so frightened that they stuttered. Puff. The sword of annihilation swung and the believer's head flew off on the spot. You know too much. Lin Mo said coldly, and then disappeared into the crowd again like a ghost. Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli, who were fighting fiercely, soon realized that something was wrong. Because they found that there seemed to be fewer and fewer of them. So the two of them separated for a while and looked intently into the crowd. Lin Mo was seen holding the sword of annihilation in one hand, slashing through the crowd with great pleasure. He killed one person with one sword, just like cutting melons and vegetables. The number of strong men on both sides is also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mo. For a while, Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli were almost biting their teeth off. Without saying a word, the two rushed towards Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo, who was enjoying chopping, raised his eyebrows and immediately sensed a dangerous aura. He turned his head and when he saw Wang Dalong and Yoli Taoist, his expression changed instantly. He quickly raised his foot and stomped the ground hard. Lu Liang, hurry! Seeing Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground beside Lin Mo, grabbed Lin Mo's ankle, and pulled Lin Mo down. Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli suddenly missed. Want to run? Taoist Yoli's face darkened, and a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air. He waved gently. The yellow talisman immediately disappeared into the ground. Taoist Yoli closed his eyes and sensed it, then immediately flew in one direction. Lin Mo is mine, don't try to snatch it from me. See this. Wang Dalong immediately chased after him. In a forest about 2 kilometers away from the abandoned factory. Lu Liang and Lin Mo crawled out from underground, gasping for breath. Why don't you keep running? It's not safe here. Lin Mo asked doubtfully. No, I can't run anymore, my energy is all gone. Lu Liang slumped down on the ground and said weakly. Lin Mo frowned and was about to pull Lu Liang to another place. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, run, keep running if you can. However, at this moment, a burst of triumphant laughter suddenly came from not far away. Lin Mo turned his head and his expression changed immediately. I saw that Taoist Yoli and Wang Dalong had actually caught up with them. This is really bad. Chapter 45 Space Ring. Soon, Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli rushed over and sandwiched Lin Mo and Lu Liang from the front and back. The powerful aura emanating from the two of them doubled the pressure on Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Lin Mo, you little bastard, you actually killed so many believers in our God-worshipping sect. You must pay the price for your actions. Taoist Yoli glared at Lin Mo and said viciously. Lin Mo, you've really hurt me terribly. If I can't tear your tendons and skin you alive today, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Wang Dalong also gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Mo. Then the two of them were about to step forward and attack Lin Mo. Stop it. However, at this critical moment, a loud voice suddenly came. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly turned their heads to look and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the visitor. It was Zhao Tianlin and a group of official investigators from the Supernatural Management Bureau. See this. Wang Dalong's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retracted his fist. Boss Wang, why are you here? Zhao Tianlin walked up, looked at Wang Dalong and asked suspiciously. Aye. Wang Dalong was speechless for a moment. It was not glorious to have secretly attacked Lin Mo today, and now he was caught red-handed, which made him extremely embarrassed at the moment. Boss Wang is helping our Supernatural Administration Bureau capture the cultists. Just now, Boss Wang and his men fought bravely. Lin Mo said jokingly. Oh? Really? Zhao Tianlin looked at Wang Dalong. The corner of Wang Dalong's mouth twitched. He is now in a state of silence, unable to express his pain. He was clearly tricked by Lin Mo and lost so many of his men. In the end, he still couldn't settle the score with Lin Mo, otherwise he couldn't explain why he appeared here and brought so many people with him.
No way.
He could only bite the bullet and said with a wry smile, yes, I'm helping you.
Thank you so much, Boss Wang.
Zhao Tianlin smiled and clasped his fists, then looked at Taoist Yoli and coldly scolded him, Evil Dao, why don't you surrender? Today, your worship of the gods will be over. So you are the director of the Superpower Management Bureau. Taoist Yoli narrowed his eyes, turned his head and glared at Wang Dalong, and asked in a deep voice, then who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business and ruining the plans of the god-worshipping sect?
Do you dare to tell me your name?
Wang Dalong's expression changed slightly, and he didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, the people who worship God are a bunch of lunatics. If they hold a grudge against me, I will have no peace in the future. But at this moment, Lin Mo walked forward, pointed at Wang Dalong, looked at Yoli Taoist and said, hey, you ignorant fool, listen carefully. He is the chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong.
Remember that?
You. Wang Dalong was so angry that his eyes widened.
Hey, Boss Wang, don't thank me. How can you show off your power if you don't tell me your name?
This must scare the old dog. Lin Mo said with a grin. Wang Dalong felt his brain buzzing, his blood pressure soared, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot.
He really wanted to strangle Lin Mo to death now. Wang Group, Wang Dalong, right?
Very good, I will remember you, and you will definitely pay the price for what happened today. Taoist Yoli stared at Wang Dalong with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to engrave Wang Dalong's appearance into his mind.
Wang Dalong was speechless. Lin Mo was the one who killed them all, why do you remember me? I'm innocent too.
But at this moment,
Taoist Yoli took out a yellow talisman from his arms. Oh no! He's trying to run away. Catch him quickly. Don't let him get away. Wang Dalong's face changed and he spoke quickly. Zhao Tianlin winked at the investigators behind him. The investigators were about to rush towards Taoist Yoli. Taoist Yoli directly threw out the yellow talisman in his hand. Bang! The yellow talisman exploded and turned into billowing black smoke. Cough, cough, cough.
The investigators were choked so hard that they couldn't open their eyes for a while.
And wait for the black smoke to dissipate. Taoist Yoli had long disappeared from the spot. What a pity, this demon got away. Zhao Tianlin said with some regret. It doesn't matter.
There are still many followers of the god-worshipping cult in the abandoned factory, and they are being held hostage by Boss Wang's men.
Let's go and catch them all in one fell swoop.
Lin Mo pointed to the abandoned factory not far away and suggested.
Everyone went there immediately.
As for the result, needless to say, it is obvious.
Taoist Yoli was defeated and fled, so the remaining believers were naturally nothing to be feared.
With the concerted efforts of Zhao Tianlin and the investigators, they were quickly wiped out.
Lin Mo also took the opportunity to chop a few more.
Soon, his ability value rose to 320,000, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to become a level 7 ability user. I have to say that today's harvest is quite significant.
Wang Dalong, on the other hand, was almost crying when he finally counted the number of people.
Because of the dozens of elite soldiers he brought with him this time, less than 1/3 were left due to the combined efforts of the worshipping god cult and Lin Mo. This made Wang Dalong's heart bleed.
Zhao Tianlin also wanted to express his gratitude to him.
As a result, he ignored Zhao Tianlin, his face turned pale, and he angrily led his men out of the abandoned factory.
What happened, Boss Wang? Zhao Tianlin asked with a puzzled look on his face. Maybe I was thinking of something sad.
Lin Mo said, suppressing his smile.
Forget it, let him be.
Zhao Tianlin waved his hand, then looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, you and Lu Liang have done a great job this time. Not only did you successfully rescue the official investigator Han Dong, but you also helped our Ability Management Bureau eliminate so many followers of the god worship cult.
I have to reward you well.
Tell me, if there is anything you want, just ask for it and I will do my best to satisfy you.
Can you give us 2 permanent positions? Lin Mo asked expectantly.
This. Zhao Tianlin thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Mo and said, I can help you with those 10 tasks.
I'll assume you've completed them, but you still have to take the regularization assessment.
But that shouldn't be a difficult task for you too. It's just a formality at best.
Thank you very much, Director Zhao. Lin Mo clasped his fists. Besides that, is there anything else you want? Zhao Tianlin looked at the two of them and asked.
Lu Liang thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Tianlin and asked, Director, I've always wanted a space ring.
Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to carry things or weapons with me when I go out. I wonder if this request can be fulfilled. Space ring. Hearing this,
there was also a gleam in Lin Mo's eyes. As he was obsessed with online novels in his previous life, he naturally knew what kind of treasure this was. That was when I just received the 500 merit points reward.
Lin Mo also wanted to exchange one. This way you can put anything you want when you go out, which is very convenient. But when he saw the price, Lin Mo immediately gave up the idea.
A space ring with an internal space of only 1 cubic meter.
They are all priced at 3,000 merit points. That's 30 million. Most people really can't afford it.
So when Lu Liang made this request, he also began to look forward to it.
Chapter 46 Night Patrol Mission.
You look quite honest, kid, but you really want to scare people to death when you open your mouth.
Zhao Tianlin rolled his eyes at Lu Liang in anger and said helplessly.
A space ring is a rare item. Only senior investigators from our Ability Management Bureau are qualified to equip it. Ordinary official investigators can't afford it, let alone trainee investigators. And these things are very rare. Our entire Jiangzhou branch only has a dozen or so, and they're all already owned.
Is it so scarce?
Lu Liang's eyes rolled around, and then he seemed to have thought of something, grinning and saying, But I heard from City Lord Jiang that their City Lord's mansion does have quite a few space rings. Last time, he said he would give one to Brother Lin later.
What? Zhao Tianlin's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly looked at Lin Mo and asked, Did City Lord Jiang really say that?
Forehead.
Lin Mo glanced at Lu Liang.
At this moment, Lu Liang was constantly winking at him.
Lin Mo smiled helplessly and said ambiguously, Okay, I think so.
Zhang Qinian, this old fox, is really trying to steal my girl with all sorts of tricks. He's even willing to give up such a precious treasure as the space ring. If you accept this, and he later tries to recruit you to join the City Lord's mansion, you won't even have a reason to refuse.
No, I absolutely cannot let him succeed. Zhao Tianlin took a deep breath, as if he had risked everything.
He looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said, I'll do my best to apply to headquarters for the space ring.
Just wait for my good news.
Finished. He took out his cell phone and turned to walk aside. Hey, Brother Lin, now we have a good chance of finding our space ring. Lu Liang said with a grin.
You are the only one with so many clever ideas.
Lin Mo shook his head and smiled.
Outside Jiangzhou City, a figure fled in panic. It was Taoist Yoli. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?
But at this moment,
a joking voice suddenly rang out. Taoist Yoli quickly stopped and looked ahead. Not far away, a young man in a black robe was standing there.
The man had silver short hair and looked quite handsome. On its chest hangs a blood-red cross pendant.
See this.
Taoist Yoli hurried forward, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Greetings, Master Priest.
Get up.
The silver-haired man waved his hand.
Taoist Yoli didn't dare to move.
He lowered his head and said tremblingly, I am a sinner of the god-worshipping cult.
I dare not stand up. Oh? What happened?
The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. Taoist Yoli immediately told the silver-haired man what had just happened in the abandoned factory.
It's this Lin Mo again. How many times have you suffered at his hands? How come you haven't learned anything from your lessons? Is he really that strong?
The silver-haired man asked in a cold voice with a flash of coldness in his eyes.
No, he's just an intern investigator at the Supernatural Administration.
He's a level 5 supernatural at best, but this guy has incredibly good luck.
He always manages to turn danger into safety.
This time, a guy named Wang Dalong suddenly showed up and disrupted my plan.
Otherwise, I would have captured Lin Mo long ago. Taoist Yoli gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. All right, it's useless. Almost all the believers in Jiangzhou City are dead, right?
The silver-haired man asked coldly.
This. Taoist Yoli's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. It doesn't matter.
Jiangzhou City's fall is only a matter of time. That ghost-level beast tide is getting closer and closer. The silver-haired man turned and looked in one direction, narrowed his eyes, sneered, and said, We have to find a way to speed it up. Master Priest, please leave this matter to your subordinates. I have a spell that can make the strange beasts extremely excited, which will definitely speed up the beast tide's advance. Toast Yoli clasped his fists and volunteered. Oh? Really? Then I'll leave this matter to you. It can be considered as your redemption. Go! The silver-haired man waved his hand. Yes, sir. Only then did Toast Yoli dare to stand up and rush towards the direction of the beast tide. Looking at the departing back of Toast Yoli, the silver-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, Lin Mo, that's quite interesting. I hope you won't interfere with the great plan of my god worship cult. Otherwise, this priest won't mind personally sending you off. Ability Management Bureau, Jiangzhou Branch. Are we on patrol tonight? Lin Mo frowned. That's right. Before the formal examination, all trainee investigators must perform a night patrol. The mission system will randomly assign you to a jurisdiction. All you have to do is ensure that the jurisdiction remains safe that night and that there are no civilian casualties. Zhang Wei explained. I see. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both nodded thoughtfully. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were pretty lucky. The system actually randomly assigned them to the area where the Supernatural Power Management Bureau is located. This is definitely one of the safest areas in Jiangzhou City. After all, the Ability Management Bureau is here, so who would be so ignorant as to cause trouble here? Lin Mo and Lu Liang suddenly became full of confidence. This is a sure thing. The night patrol officially begins at 8 o'clock. Didn't they say the night patrol would provide a car? Lin Mo glanced at the two shared bicycles that Zhang Wei pushed over and was also very upset. Bicycles? The official investigators have taken all the bikes, and the bureau is short on funds lately. We only have these two shared bikes, and I paid for them out of my own pocket. You two can just make do with them. Zhang Wei patted the car seat and turned to leave. It seems that when I have time, I have to buy a car. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. At the beginning, everything was peaceful. In the blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were so hungry that they decided to go to Hao Ji's food stall next to the Supernatural Management Bureau to grill some skewers. Ah! Help! There's a strange beast. A terrified scream suddenly rang out. And the direction from which the scream came. It looks like it's that Hauga food stall. Chapter 47. Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately became excited. Finally came to life. Otherwise, it's so late at night, I'd be so bored that I'd almost fall asleep. For a while. The petals of both of them were almost smoking as they quickly rushed to Hao Ji's food stall. Only on the stall. A strange beast that looks like a crayfish is waving its claws and chasing a beautiful girl wearing a pink JK. Most of the tables, chairs and benches had been knocked over. Suddenly, the beautiful girl stepped on an empty wine bottle and slipped. The crayfish monster rushed over immediately. The pretty girl was also frightened. Her long legs wrapped in white silk stockings kicked around on the ground, but she couldn't stand up no matter what. Lin Mo frowned and was about to step forward to help. But at this moment, Lu Liang, however, reached out to stop Lin Mo, patted his chest, and volunteered, Brother Lin, the aura of this strange beast isn't very strong, so let me handle it. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled. How could he not know Lu Liang's little thoughts? Is that to deal with the strange beasts? It's obvious that he has taken a fancy to the girl and wants to be a hero and save her. Evil beast, let go of that girl and let me subdue you. Lu Liang roared and rushed directly towards the crayfish monster. Now he is also a third-level psychic and is very fast. It only took a blink of an eye. He rushed to the front of the crayfish monster and kicked it without saying a word. Ouch! Accompanied by a shrill scream. The crayfish monster flew out on the spot and fell heavily to the ground. Ha! Why does this strange beast's cry sound a bit like a human? Lu Liang was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. He quickly turned around and came to the side of the beautiful girl, shook his bangs, and forced a smile on his face that he thought was very handsome. Girl, are you okay? You. The beautiful girl looked at Lu Liang with her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with horror. Lu Liang thought the beautiful girl was just frightened, so he quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I will protect you. Then he bent down to help the beautiful girl up from the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
But at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came. A portly man in a leather jacket and a peaked cap stormed into the food stall. He glared at Lu Liang and asked unhappily, "Where did you come from, kid? Are you trying to cause trouble?" I was saving someone. If I hadn't intervened just now, this girl would have been eaten by a strange beast. Lu Liang was also confused and quickly explained. "Why are you saving such a fool? We are filming a skit, you know?" The fat man pointed to the side angrily. Lu Liang turned his head to look. I saw a man squatting not far away, holding a camera and filming this side. But the strange beast just now. Lu Liang quickly looked towards the crayfish monster that he had kicked away. The strange crayfish beast actually took off its hood, and the man inside had a look of pain on his face. He rolled on the ground holding his stomach in pain. This. Lu Liang was completely dumbfounded. "Boy, are you sent by the crew next door to cause trouble? You want us to finish filming later so you can release the film early and grab the attention, right? If you don't explain it to me today, I'll take you to the police station. Do you believe it?" The fat man grabbed Lu Liang's arm and said angrily. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Mo quickly stepped forward and explained, "Brother, there's a misunderstanding. We are from the Supernatural Management Bureau. It's our duty to capture supernatural beasts. We just heard someone shouting for help, so we came over immediately. I didn't expect you were filming a scene. You say it is, so it is? You're riding a crappy shared bike and you're pretending to be a big shot. What proof do you have?" The obese man rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said unhappily. Lin Mo took out his ID and handed it to the fat man. However, the obese man just glanced at it and threw it back to Lin Mo, sneering, "It's fake at first glance. We have plenty of stuff like this on our crew." As he said that, he turned around and shouted, "Props, bring our stuff over here." "Okay." A man came jogging over and opened his backpack, which was full of documents. There are those from the Supernatural Management Bureau, the City Lord's mansion, and all kinds of departments. Everything is available. The key is that it is almost exactly the same and very realistic. See this. Lin Mo was also speechless. "Well, boys, now you have nothing to say, right?" The fat man curled his lips slightly, took out his cell phone, and said with a sneer, "Then let's go to the police station and talk." Bang! But at this moment, a huge shrimp claw suddenly stretched out and knocked the cell phone out of the fat man's hand to the ground. This scared the fat man and he quickly turned his head to look. There was a strange crayfish beast standing next to him. "Fuck you, Wang Gooden, you want to die? I just bought you a 16 Pro Max fruit. If it breaks, I'll deduct your salary." The obese man gave the crayfish monster a cold look and quickly bent down to pick up his phone. After confirming that the screen is okay, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the crayfish monster, bewildered. "Weren't you rolling around in pain just now? Are you okay now? I tell you not to stand up. Keep lying there screaming. Stay still for a while. When the police come, these two guys will have a hard time." Crack. Crack. However, the crayfish monster kept clenching its claws and didn't say anything. "What? Did he kick you and make you mute? Did he kick your vocal cords or something? What the hell are you pretending for?" The obese man slapped the lobster on the head, then turned around and glared at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying unhappily, "See? You kicked my employee into silence. You have to take responsibility. Don't even think about paying a penny less for the medical expenses." Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at each other and both took a few steps back. "What? You still want to run? In a society ruled by law, how can you run away? I'm calling the police right now." The fat man said this and continued to make a call. "Director." But at this moment, the cameraman who was not far away whispered, "What are you doing? Didn't you see me calling the police?" The obese man glared at the cameraman. "Look there." The cameraman quickly pointed. The obese man looked in the direction the cameraman pointed. "Just see there." The man who had just been kicked away by Lu Liang was still lying on the ground, holding his stomach and rolling around. "Wang Gooden?" The obese man was stunned. "The person lying on the ground over there is Wang Gooden. Then who is the crayfish monster next to him? Could it be?" The obese man quickly lowered his head to look at his right hand, which he had just used to pat the lobster's head.
It was covered with thick mucus and had a strong fishy smell.
Strange, strange beast.
The fat man's face changed instantly, and he subconsciously looked up at the crayfish monster in front of him. At this moment, the crayfish monster was also staring at him, its dark green eyes filled with a desire to kill.
Oh my god.
The fat man was so scared that he turned around and tried to run away without saying a word. But it was too late. The crayfish monster waved its huge claws and smashed directly on the fat man. This knocked the overweight man weighing more than 200 pounds away on the spot.
Chapter 48 Mixture Number 1. Ouch.
For a moment, screams like those of a pig being slaughtered filled the entire food stall.
There's a strange beast, everyone run. Everyone in the crew was terrified and turned around and ran away. The cameraman even threw away his camera.
The crayfish monster glanced around and soon its eyes fell on a beautiful girl not far away and walked straight towards her.
You, don't come over here.
The beautiful girl was suddenly frightened and her face turned pale. She struggled desperately to get up from the ground, but the more anxious she was, the harder it was to stand up. They were just filming and she was acting, but now she is really scared and her legs are weak. The crayfish monster was getting closer and closer to the beautiful girl.
Lu Liang. Lin Mo winked at Lu Liang. Clear. Lu Liang nodded and went directly into the ground.
The crayfish monster was about to continue approaching the beautiful girl. But at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed his legs and pulled them down hard. Half of the crayfish monster's body suddenly sank into the ground, trapped in place, unable to move forward at all.
Brother Lin.
Lu Liang came out from the side and threw a black sword to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the black sword and took a step forward.
Clang.
The sword was unsheathed, and a flash of cold light cut through the night sky.
The next moment,
the entire head of the crayfish monster flew out and rolled a long way on the ground before stopping. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 alien beast the mutant crayfish, and gaining 100 superpower points. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and smiled. As one's own realm improves, the ability points gained from killing low-level monsters are getting less and less. However, the sea-level weapon given by City Lord Jiang is really good. The hardness of the shell of this strange crayfish beast is comparable to that of solid rock. I didn't expect that under this black sword, it would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, so vulnerable. And the most important thing is, using this black sword does not consume any power points and is very suitable for long-term combat.
Hey, sister, this time I really saved you.
Lu Liang walked to the side of the beautiful girl and extended his right hand to her.
Thanks.
The pretty girl blushed, grabbed Lu Liang's right hand, and stood up from the ground.
See this. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This guy Lu Liang really only looks honest. Hey, are you okay? Are you still alive?
Lin Mo turned around and walked to the fat man's side and kicked his big butt. He wasn't worried about the obese man's safety. But there must be no civilian casualties in tonight's mission.
So we can't let the fat man die here no matter what. Alive, alive.
The obese man rubbed his butt and immediately got up from the ground, saying with a wry smile, "So you two are really from the Supernatural Management Bureau?"
Oh? You don't doubt us anymore? Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and joked. Hey, how dare I? No matter what, you saved our lives.
I'm really sorry for what happened just now.
I didn't recognize you.
The obese man changed his previous attitude and his face was full of apology and respect.
Okay, if there's nothing else, you guys can continue filming. Lin Mo was too lazy to argue with him, waved his hand and was about to leave. Ah! Strange beast.
But at this moment, a terrified scream suddenly came from the back kitchen of the food stall.
Lin Mo frowned. What happened today? Isn't this area usually quite safe?
Why is it like today I have disturbed the nest of strange beasts, one after another?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were about to rush into the kitchen. And just at this moment, a figure ran out from the kitchen.
He has a short haircut, a beard, a muscular body, and is wearing a Peppa Pig apron.
Who else could it be? It's Brother Hao, the owner of this food stall. What's going on inside?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang hurried over to greet them. Strange beasts, there are strange beasts everywhere. Hauge said with horror on his face. At this moment, he noticed the crayfish monster with its head chopped off not far away, and immediately pointed and shouted, "That's it, all of it."
Why are there so many crayfish monsters in your kitchen? Lin Mo asked in confusion. I don't know. I also learned a secret recipe for making crayfish online. A customer just ordered it, and I was just cooking it when it popped out of the pot.
Brother Hao shook his head in confusion.
Secret recipe? Lin Mo frowned. Brother Lin, come out. Just then, Lu Liang raised his hand and pointed at the kitchen. Lin Mo turned his head to look.
I saw one crayfish monster after another rushing out of the kitchen. Brother Hao, who had just calmed down with great difficulty, was suddenly so frightened that he almost peed his pants. The obese man and other guests had already disappeared.
Let's do it.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, then rushed forward with Lu Liang. Although there are a large number of crayfish monsters, there are about 10 to 20 of them.
But they are all just level 2 monsters. Soon,
Lin Mo and Lu Liang killed them all.
To prevent more crayfish from mutating,
Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed directly into the kitchen and killed all the remaining crayfish, only then did they feel relieved.
Thank you so much, my 2 little brothers. Otherwise, someone would have died today.
Brother Hao was so grateful that he almost knelt down to the 2 of them.
Boss, you're so polite.
If it's convenient for you, please grill some skewers for us.
We're so hungry.
Lu Liang rubbed his rumbling stomach and said with a grin.
No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Brother Hao quickly turned around and went there. After a while, a bunch of grilled skewers were brought to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The 2 of them ate with relish, feeling very happy. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to have thought of something.
He put down the skewers in his hand and looked at Brother Hao, who was tidying up the tables and chairs not far away. He asked, Boss, you just said that you learned a secret recipe for making crayfish online.
Can you let me see it? No problem.
Brother Hao immediately took out his cell phone, walked over, and placed the phone in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. 13 spices, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, mixture number 1.
Wait, the previous ingredients are all normal, so what is this mixture number 1? Lin Mo frowned and asked in confusion.
The person who gave me the recipe sent this to me. They said it was for flavor and freshness. It was indeed fragrant when I first put it in, but it didn't take long for the crayfish in the pot to transform into a strange beast.
Hao Gu explained. Do you still have the number 1 mixture? Let me see it. Lin Mo asked.
Yes, I'll get it right away. Brother Hao quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen.
Brother Lin, do you suspect that the crayfish's sudden transformation into a strange beast is related to compound number 1? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. I hope I'm overthinking it. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said seriously, otherwise, this matter will be serious.
Chapter 49, Invitation from the God Worship Cult.
After a while, Brother Hao returned.
But his hands were empty.
That's really strange. I clearly remember putting it next to the stove. How come it's gone?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at each other.
Something is wrong. Did you just get knocked over by a strange beast? Lu Liang looked at Brother Hao and asked. No way.
Even if it was knocked over and the contents spilled, the bottle should still be there. I searched all over the kitchen, but couldn't find anything.
It's like it disappeared out of thin air.
Brother Hao shook his head.
Can you still contact the person who gave you compound number 1? Lin Mo asked.
Brother Hao quickly took out his cell phone, found the number and dialed.
Sorry, the number you dialed is not available.
Listen to the notification tone coming from the phone. Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed. Now it can be confirmed with 100% certainty that there is definitely something wrong with mixture number 1.
Only. What was the purpose of that person sending compound number 1 to Brother Hao? Just to create these crayfish monsters? Or is he using Hao Gu for experiments? For a while, Lin Mo also fell into deep thought. It's just behind a big tree diagonally opposite the food stall.
A pair of eyes are quietly watching all this. This is a young boy, about 15 or 16 years old. He looks very clean, with short hair and big black glasses. At first glance, he looks like an obedient child. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Mo and Lu Liang, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that my research is very successful. I even attracted people from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
Said
The boy raised his right hand, and was seen holding a small white bottle with the word number 1 written in black on the bottle.
However, the potency of mixture number 1 is ultimately limited.
It can only mutate low-level creatures like crayfish. If we want to make a big splash, we must hurry up and research mixture number 2.
By then, he.
The boy became more and more excited as he spoke, and turned around and disappeared into the night. And he had just left. Lin Mo, who was still in deep thought, suddenly turned his head and looked at the big tree where the boy had just hidden.
"What's wrong, Brother Lin?" Lu Liang asked in confusion.
Just now it seemed like there was a pair of eyes watching us in the dark. Lin Mo said with a frown.
Could it be the guy who sent compound number 1 to the boss? Doesn't criminal psychology say that most criminals like to return to the crime scene after committing a crime? Perhaps that guy also wants to see the effects of compound number 1? Lu Liang speculated. You're so good. You even know criminal psychology?
Lin Mo was a little surprised.
Hey, I saw it in the movies.
Lu Liang scratched the back of his head and said with a wry smile.
Forehead.
Lin Mo's face suddenly turned black, and then he said, no matter what, if it is really that guy, he should not have gone far. If we chase him now, maybe we can still catch him in time.
What are you waiting for? Hurry and give chase.
This guy definitely has no good intentions for making something like mixture number 1. Lu Liang stood up directly. Lin Mo nodded and turned to look at Brother Hao. Boss, we have something to do.
We will pay you when we come back. It's late at night. Walking in the dim alley.
The boy's mind was full of thoughts on how to develop compound number 2.
Whoosh!
But at this moment, several dark shadows suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the boy's way.
The boy stopped and looked up, not panicking at all. What do you want to talk to me about? Chu Tianqi, we finally found you.
In the darkness, a leading figure stepped forward. He was a burly middle-aged man. And between his eyebrows, there was a red cross painted.
A member of the god-worshipping cult? Chu Tianqi narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully, we have never had any dealings with each other. Why are you looking for me?
I'm impressed by your abilities, so I want to invite you to join our god worship cult and work together for great things. The middle-aged man extended his right hand towards Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi took a glance and immediately shook his head. Sorry, you and I are not on the same path, so there is no need for this.
Aren't we on the same page? Chu Tianqi, we invite you to join us because we think highly of you. Don't be so shameless.
I think you should have heard about the fate of those who dare to reject our god worship cult. So today, you have to agree whether you agree or not.
The middle-aged man smiled coldly and said arrogantly.
And his words had just fallen. The several believers of the god-worshipping sect behind him immediately stepped forward and blocked Chu Tianqi's retreat.
What? Are you going to use force?
Chu Tianqi looked back and said coldly.
Chu Tianqi, you only have 2 options now. Or, hand over the formula for mixture number 1. Or, leave your life behind.
You decide for yourself. The middle-aged man said with a sneer.
What if I don't give them both? Chu Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Ha.
The middle-aged man raised his head and laughed disdainfully.
He looked at Chu Tianqi and said with disdain, do you really think you are a big shot?
You are just a waste who will never be able to awaken your superpowers.
If it weren't for the number 1 mixture, I wouldn't even look at you. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't make a decision, I'll help you.
The words fell. The middle-aged man's mind moved, and a powerful supernatural power wave rose from his body. At the same time, a whip-emitting blue light condensed in his right hand, with arcs of electricity flashing on it.
And this is his special ability, Lightning Whip. See this. A solemn look also appeared on Chu Tianqi's face.
Because he could see that the middle-aged man in front of him was a 4th-level psychic and should not be underestimated. We must find a way to escape as soon as possible. Chu Tianqi rolled his eyes. At this moment, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the cockroaches in the trash can next to him, and immediately a plan came to his mind.
It's just compound number 1. It's no big deal. If you want it, I'll give it to you.
There's no need to resort to violence. Chu Tianqi grinned and took out the number 1 compound from his pocket.
Is this the number 1 mixture?
The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed.
But he soon calmed down, looked at Chu Tianqi, and said suspiciously, you handed it over so readily, is it a trick?
If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Chu Tianqi said as he opened the bottle cap and poured the number 1 mixture into the trash can.
What are you doing?
The middle-aged man frowned.
You'll know soon enough. Chu Tianqi's lips curled up slightly. The words had just fallen. Bang! The trash can was blown up. Immediately following,
one giant cockroach after another crawled out of the trash can. Each of them was about 2 meters tall, with scarlet eyes flashing and filled with bloodthirsty desire.
See this. The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. Chapter 50. Please arrest me quickly. Do you believe it now? Chu Tianqi asked with a sneer. How dare you play dirty tricks on me? The middle-aged man became furious and reached out to strangle Chu Tianqi's neck. And just at this moment, those giant cockroaches rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's very magical.
When the giant cockroach passed by Chu Tianqi, it did not attack Chu Tianqi, but chose to ignore him and rushed straight towards the middle-aged man and several other believers of the cult.
No way.
The middle-aged man and others could only use their special abilities to fight fiercely with these giant cockroaches.
Chu Tianqi took this opportunity to step aside and said with a sneer, "You think you can steal my number 1 potion? You're courting death." Squeak! Just then, a mouse came into Chu Tianqi's sight.
Chu Tianqi immediately sprinkled the number 1 mixture on the mouse.
Just a moment.
The rat then became as big as a car and rushed straight towards the middle-aged man.
Lightning 5 whips.
The middle-aged man kept waving the lightning whip in his hand. Although these giant cockroaches are only level 2 monsters, they can be killed with just 1 whip.
But there are too many of them. Dozens of them.
With the addition of giant rats to the battlefield, the middle-aged man and others were unable to resist for a while. Even some of the weaker believers of the god-worshipping sect had suffered serious injuries. Chu Tianqi was planning to conjure up some more strange beasts to send the middle-aged man and others on their way. But at this moment, he turned his head to look at the entrance of the alley, his brows raised slightly.
He actually followed me? Ha, you want to catch me? No way.
The words fell. Chu Tianqi turned around and ran to the other end of the alley, and soon disappeared into the night.
And shortly after Chu Tianqi left,
2 figures rushed here.
It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang.
WC, why are there so many strange beasts? Looking at the densely packed giant cockroaches and the giant rat in front,
the two were also shocked.
Then Lu Liang drew out his sea-level longsword and went forward to help. Lin Mo grabbed Lu Liang and pointed at the red cross pattern on the foreheads of the middle-aged man and others. Here, look.
People from the god-worshipping cult? That's fine.
Lu Liang immediately sheathed his sword, crossed his arms, and watched coldly.
Soon,
the middle-aged man and others had exhausted their supernatural powers and could no longer resist the attack of the strange beast. Several of the believers were torn to pieces by giant cockroaches on the spot. The middle-aged man was not much better off. He was knocked to the ground by the giant rat, drooling all over his face and struggling hard.
And just at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Mo and Lu Liang not far away, and immediately shouted for help. Hey, brothers, don't just stand there and watch, come over and help.
Help you?
We're from the Supernatural Management Bureau. We're already doing well by not stabbing you twice. You still want us to help you? Lu Liang rolled his eyes at the middle-aged man and said unhappily. Superpower Management Bureau. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and then he took a deep breath. That's all.
In this situation, even if I am caught by the people from the Supernatural Management Bureau, it is better than dying at the hands of a monster. So, he quickly shouted at Lu Liang and Lin Mo, 2 investigators, I surrender.
Please catch me quickly and arrest me.
Oh, Brother Lin, this is the first time I've heard of such a request.
The believers of this god-worshipping cult are indeed not ordinary people.
Lu Liang joked with a smile. Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head and smile, then looked at the middle-aged man and asked, where do these strange beasts come from? This is all caused by that little bastard Chu Tianqi. This guy is absolutely unforgivable. Investigator, please don't let him go. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said angrily. Oh? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, and kicked the giant rat.
Squeak! Accompanied by a scream.
The giant rat immediately flew 7 or 8 meters away, killing several giant cockroaches along the way.
But the kick was not fatal. The giant rat quickly got up from the ground, stared at Lin Mo with red eyes, and rushed over again. Level 3 alien beast? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. The giant rat was getting closer and closer. Buzz! 2 rays of annihilation burst out. The giant rat's body exploded instantly, and then turned into nothingness without leaving even a drop of blood. This is the horror of the annihilation ray, it can make objects disappear completely from this world. And this scene. The middle-aged man on the ground was stunned, his face full of horror. Obviously this moment. In his eyes, Lin Mo is much scarier than giant rats and other strange beasts. Following Lin Mo's move, Lu Liang also joined the battlefield. The two of them quickly dealt with the remaining giant cockroaches like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. As for those believers of the cult, they had already been killed by giant cockroaches. Only the middle-aged man survived. Lin Mo came to the middle-aged man and asked calmly, "You just said that these strange beasts were transformed by Chu Tianqi. What did he use to transform them?" The middle-aged man seemed a little hesitant. Bang! Lu Liang slapped the middle-aged man on the head and scolded him angrily. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and say it. How could you hit someone? Doesn't the Superpower Management Bureau treat prisoners well?" The middle-aged man covered the back of his head and said with a look of grievance. "Oh my god, you're treating prisoners well, huh? Today, I'm going to treat you well." Lu Liang rolled up his sleeves and started punching and kicking the middle-aged man. It only took a short while. The middle-aged man was beaten so badly that his nose and face were swollen and bleeding, and his face and body were covered with shoe prints. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything." The middle-aged man begged for mercy again and again. Bah! Lu Liang spat fiercely on the ground and said angrily, "You bastard, you won't behave yourself if I don't punish you. Tell the truth. Chu Tianqi used mixture number 1. The middle-aged man covered his head and said quickly, "Potion number 1. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes suddenly flashed. Just as expected. This Chu Tianqi is really not an ordinary character. Then how did you start fighting? Isn't he a member of your cult?" Lin Mo frowned and asked in confusion. After all, Chu Tianqi's previous behavior was indeed somewhat similar to the cult of god worship. Of course not. I was actually sent here today to win him over because he has the number 1 compound. If he joins our god worship sect, it will definitely be a powerful addition. It turned out that this guy was quite arrogant and didn't want to join us. We were about to attack him, but he tricked us. While we were being beaten by the monsters, he ran away. The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a wry smile. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar, lifting him up from the ground. "Come on, come back to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau with us, and tell me everything you know about Chu Tianqi." Chapter 51 Tragic Life. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang brought the middle-aged man back to the Superpower Management Bureau, they handed him over to team leader Zhang Wei for interrogation. After all, they both still have night patrol duties to complete. This night, the entire Supernatural Power Management Bureau was out of power. Only the electric baton was fully charged. Early the next morning, Lin Mo and Lu Liang just returned to the Superpower Management Bureau. Zhang Wei came over with a document, yawned, and said, "I've asked everything clearly. He's told me everything he should and shouldn't say. Here's Chu Tianqi's information. Thank you for your hard work, team leader." Lin Mo took the document. "We're all family, why are we being polite? I need to hurry and arrest someone." That kid revealed the hiding places of several members of the god-worshipping cult. Now we should be able to wipe out the god-worshipping cult's influence in Jiangzhou. Zhang Wei said with a grin, then turned and hurried away. Lin Mo opened the file. Chu Tianqi, male, 16 years old, registered in Jinshui District, Jiangzhou City. He was in a car accident at the age of 6, and both his parents died. His own foundation was damaged and he would never be able to awaken his superpowers. After his relatives plundered his property, they drove him out of the house and left him to fend for himself. The orphanage despised him as a good-for-nothing and refused to adopt him, so he had no choice but to make a living by wandering and begging. Later he was adopted by a kind family, but within 2 years, the family was killed by a strange beast, and Chu Tianqi became an orphan again, and has been so ever since. See here. Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed. What a miserable kid.
Even worse than myself. I don't know how he managed to survive all these years.
Brother Lin, Chu Tianqi's father, is a very famous scientist in China.
He was researching a purification potion that could restore strange beasts to normal. Chu Tianqi must have invented compound number 1 based on the purification potion his father developed. I have to say, this kid is really a genius.
After reading Chu Tianqi's information, Lu Liang couldn't help but sigh.
He is indeed a genius. If such a person can follow the right path, he will become as famous as his father in China in the future.
But if we are left without guidance and go astray, we will become a great threat to humanity in the future.
Lin Mo said thoughtfully.
What are you going to do, Brother Lin? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. What do you think about recruiting him into our Superpower Management Bureau?
Lin Mo thought for a moment and suggested.
What? Recruited into the Supernatural Management Bureau? Brother Lin, stop kidding.
Although this kid isn't a cultist, according to the Supernatural Administration, he's an antisocial personality and very difficult to discipline and control.
You're bringing him in, aren't you afraid he'll cause trouble for you? What if he takes advantage of the fact that no one's around and creates a bunch of strange beasts to tear down our administration? That would be a huge mess.
Lu Liang was startled and said with some concern. His previous behavior was indeed a bit antisocial, but that's because no one guided him onto the right path.
Perhaps the two of us can give it a try.
I can't bear to see such a promising young man go to waste. Lin Mo said with a grin.
In fact, there is a more important reason why he wants to recruit Chu Tianqi into the Supernatural Management Bureau. That is the number 1 potion in Chu Tianqi's hand. This potion number 1 can transform ordinary creatures into exotic beasts.
As long as you keep killing strange beasts, you can upgrade infinitely and evolve your abilities. If Chu Tianqi cooperates with me,
wouldn't that mean just stepping on your right foot with your left foot and taking off directly?
Such a good assist should not be missed.
Jinshui District, Century Huafu, Villa number 9.
Chu Tianqi looked at the magnificent villa in front of him with mixed feelings. Because this was once his home, carrying all his childhood memories.
But since my parents passed away, this villa has been forcibly occupied by my uncle's family. Take a deep breath. Chu Tianqi walked up and rang the doorbell.
Soon, the door opened.
A middle-aged woman came out. It was Chu Tianqi's aunt, Lu Yueru. What are you doing here, you jinx?
Go away, get out of here. Lu Yueru glanced at Chu Tianqi and drove him away with a look of disgust.
I'm here to take back my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi said coldly.
We thought your parents' things were unlucky, so we threw them away a long time ago.
There's nothing here that you want. Lu Yueru said unhappily. Then let me go in and take a look. Said.
Chu Tianqi was about to walk into the villa.
Stop.
But at this moment, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a slightly bald head walked out of the villa in a swagger.
It was Chu Tianqi's uncle, Chu Liancheng.
Little bastard, have you forgotten what I told you back then? If you dare come back again, I'll break your dog legs.
Chu Liancheng glared at Chu Tianqi fiercely and scolded him in a deep voice. My home, why can't I go back? Chu Tianqi clenched his fists. Your home?
Ha, this place has belonged to us 10 years ago.
What does it have to do with you?
Chu Liancheng said with a sneer.
That's right, you little beggar, dirty and smelly, you still want to enter our villa? Do you deserve it? Even dogs won't let you in. Lu Yueru also had a look of disdain on her face.
I can choose not to go in, but please give me my parents' belongings.
Chu Tianqi took a deep breath and insisted. Ha, everything in this villa belongs to me now. Don't even think about taking a toothpick with you. Hurry up and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs.
Chu Liancheng smiled coldly, very arrogantly.
You are really going too far.
Chu Tianqi's eyes were suddenly filled with a chilling coldness.
What? You still want to fight?
You're a piece of shit with no special powers.
If you want to fight, just say so. Chu Liancheng rolled his eyes at Chu Tianqi with disdain.
Chu Tianqi gritted his teeth, took out the number 1 mixture and sprayed it on the flower bed next to him.
For a while,
a large number of giant ants and giant spiders crawled out of the flower bed and headed straight for Chu Liancheng and Lu Yueru.
Strange beast. Lu Yueru's face turned pale with fright. Don't panic.
Chu Liancheng was not afraid of danger, and curled his lips slightly. Someone come here. He had just finished speaking. 6 bodyguards in black suddenly rushed out of the villa and headed straight for the giant ants and giant spiders. See this. Chu Tianqi's expression also changed instantly. Because these black-clad bodyguards are all level 4 psychics and are very powerful. They quickly wiped out all the strange beasts. Chu Tianqi was just about to create some more exotic beasts. But at this moment, Chu Liancheng took a quick step forward and snatched the number 1 potion from Chu Tianqi's hand. Give it back to me. Chu Tianqi's face changed drastically, and he was about to step forward to grab it back. Buzz! A terrifying wave of supernatural power rose from Chu Liancheng's body. Chu Liancheng didn't say anything and slapped Chu Tianqi on the chest. This knocked Chu Tianqi flying, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood and his face pale. Chu Liancheng swaggered forward, looked down at Chu Tianqi lying on the ground, and said smugly, "Little bastard, you still want to fight me? In the past 10 years, with the help of the property left by your parents, I have also cultivated to the level of a 6th level superpower. With this piece of rubbish you made, you dare to act wildly in front of me? You're really courting death." The words fell. Chu Liancheng threw the number 1 mixture directly to the ground and stomped on it. He then turned around and ordered the 6 bodyguards, "Break the limbs of this little bastard and throw him outside the city wall to fend for himself." Yes. The 6 bodyguards nodded and stepped forward to attack Chu Tianqi. So many people bullying a child, how can they be ashamed? But at this moment, suddenly, a sarcastic voice came. Chapter 52. I am an exception. Chu Liancheng frowned and turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. I saw 2 figures walking towards this side. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our family's affairs? Chu Liancheng glared at the 2 of them and asked with a gloomy expression. We don't really care about your family's little troubles. We are here for him. Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed at Chu Tianqi on the ground, saying, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Mo, an intern investigator at the Supernatural Administration." Said. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both took out their IDs. At first glance, it turned out to be someone from the Superpower Management Bureau. Chu Liancheng's expression also changed slightly. After all, there are 3 major forces in Jiangzhou that cannot be provoked. City Lordess Mansion, Supernatural Power Management Bureau, Wang Group. Especially the Ability Management Bureau, the characters there are all difficult to deal with. Chu Liancheng immediately forced a smile on his face and stepped forward to greet him. So you're a friend from the Supernatural Management Bureau. I was short-sighted and didn't recognize you just now. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay. If there's nothing else, just let your people withdraw. We're going to take Chu Tianqi away. Lin Mo shook his head and pointed at Chu Tianqi. Did this little bastard do something wrong? How could he even alert your Supernatural Management Bureau? Chu Liancheng asked curiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Do you think you can ask about our Supernatural Management Bureau's affairs? Lu Liang rolled his eyes at Chu Liancheng and scolded him unhappily. He hated from the bottom of his heart this kind of beast who occupied other people's property and couldn't even tolerate his own nephew. I'm so sorry, I spoke too much. Chu Liancheng quickly slapped his mouth and then ordered the 6 bodyguards, come back. The bodyguards immediately stepped aside. Lin Mo and Lu Liang walked forward quickly. At this moment, Chu Tianqi was already very weak. After seeing that it was Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression changed instantly. It's actually you. How come you're injured so badly? Lin Mo frowned and looked at Lu Liang. Hurry up and get him to the nearest hospital immediately. Good. Lu Liang nodded and was about to pick up Chu Tianqi. Wait a minute. Chu Tianqi grabbed Lin Mo's arm and said through gritted teeth, I'm not going anywhere until I get my parents' belongings. Relic? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Liancheng and asked, are his parents' things in your house? What? I don't know. We've been here for 10 years, and we've never seen anything belonging to his parents in this villa. Even if there was, it would have been thrown away long ago. Who would keep a dead person's things for so long? Don't you agree? Chu Liancheng shook his head and said with a grin. Impossible. That thing is in the safe in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The box that holds it is made of gold. You can't possibly be willing to throw it away. Chu Tianqi glared at Chu Lianqing and yelled.
Hearing this, Chu Lianqing's expression also changed, and he was obviously feeling guilty. But he still pretended to be confused and said, "What golden box? I've never seen one before."
"You're talking nonsense again, kid."
"That's right, I know exactly what we have at home. If we don't have it, then we don't have it."
"Stop talking nonsense in front of the investigator."
Lu Yueru also said it with confidence. "Alright, let him go up and take a look and we'll know. Since it's someone's parents' relic, it's better to return it to them as soon as possible," said.
Lin Mo winked at Lu Liang and they were about to walk into the villa together. But at this moment, Chu Lianqing quickly stepped forward to stop the three people and said with a gloomy face, "Investigator Lin, I have already given you face, but please don't go too far.
This is my home.
Even if you're investigators, you have no right to enter without my permission. Otherwise, I'll sue you for trespassing."
Speaking of this,
Chu Lianqing suddenly leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, "Also, I need to warn you.
I also know the leader of your Ability Management Bureau.
If you insist on forcing your way into my house today, be careful or I'll make sure you don't lose your job. After all, you two are just trainee investigators.
I guess I can just use some connections and get someone to take care of things, and then you can pack up and leave, right? So, know when to stop. Don't ruin your future for an insignificant person." Hearing this,
Lin Mo's mouth curled up in a sinister arc.
He turned his head to look at Chu Lianqing and asked with a sneer, "Are you threatening me?"
"It's not a threat, just some kind advice." Chu Lianqing shook his head and smiled, then reached out and patted Lin Mo's shoulder with an arrogant look on his face. "Investigator Lin, you are still young, and there are many things you don't understand yet. In today's society, if you want to gain a foothold, fists alone are useless. It depends more on connections and background. You must not narrow your own path."
"Advice, huh?"
Lin Mo sneered and nodded, then looked directly at Lu Liang. "Take Chu Tianqi upstairs to find something.
I wonder who can stop you today." "Okay."
Lu Liang held Chu Tianqi and continued to walk into the villa.
"Investigator Lin, what do you mean?"
Chu Lianqing stared at Lin Mo and asked.
"Can't you see?"
Lin Mo spread his hands and said with a playful look, "I don't accept your advice."
Chu Lianqing's face suddenly darkened.
He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Investigator Lin, I've already given you a chance. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude to you." The words fell. A powerful wave of supernatural power rose from Chu Lianqing's body.
"Oh? A level 6 psychic?"
Lin Mo raised his brows slightly.
"Well, are you scared now? You're just a trainee investigator, at most a level 4 psychic. In front of me, you're like an ant."
"I advise you not to ask for trouble," Chu Lianqing said with a smug look on his face.
"Who told you that trainee investigators can only be 4th level psychics?"
Lin Mo curled his lips slightly and sneered, "I am an exception." The words fell.
A wave of supernatural power that was no weaker than Chu Lianqing's rose from Lin Mo's body.
"See this." Chu Lianqing's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. You are actually a level 6 psychic.
And so young? How is this possible?"
After all, he had spent countless money and resources and practiced for nearly 20 years to reach his current level. But looking at Lin Mo again, he was only about 20 years old, but he was on par with him. This shocked him so much.
Chapter 53 Golden Box. "I told you, I'm an exception,"
Lin Mo said with a playful look on his face.
Even if you're a level 6 psychic, so what?
Today, I'll let you know that even among level 6 psychics, there are still differences." Chu Lianqing snorted coldly, then stomped his foot hard. Crack! The ground in front of him was cracking inch by inch. A large amount of rubble rose into the air and hovered in front of Chu Lianqing. "Today, I'll let you experience the power of my C rank ability."
"Smash it for me!" accompanied by Chu Lianqing's loud shout.
Those pieces of broken stones actually condensed into a huge stone fist in mid-air, carrying a terrifying momentum, and rushed towards Lin Mo.
"See this."
Lu Liang, who was standing by, looked very pale and quickly warned, "Brother Lin, be careful."
"No problem."
Lin Mo shook his head calmly. "Ha, you're still pretending to be awesome even when you're about to die.
What's wrong?"
"I can beat you up so badly with this punch that even your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Chu Lianqing smiled coldly and said with disdain.
The giant stone fist was getting closer and closer to Lin Mo. And at this critical moment, buzz! Two rays of annihilation emitting scarlet light burst out from Lin Mo's eyes. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound. The giant stone fist exploded on the spot and disappeared into thin air. Chu Liancheng, who was originally very proud, saw this and the smile on his face froze instantly. This? How is this possible? But he quickly recovered, gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a large amount of rubble flew into the air. Chu Liancheng's mind moved. Those pieces of broken stones condensed into huge stone palms and stone fists. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, suspended in mid-air. At first glance, they are densely packed, and each one exudes a terrifying aura. Now let's see how you can handle it. A cold light flashed in Chu Liancheng's eyes, and he waved his hand. All these stone fists and stone palms suddenly blasted towards Lin Mo. It seemed that Lin Mo was about to be submerged. Buzz! However, at this moment, a scarlet sword energy slashed out. Just a moment. Those stone palms and stone fists were all cut in half, and then shattered and dissipated. What? See this. Chu Liancheng lost all composure and his eyes almost popped out of his head. After all, he had used up almost all of his supernatural powers to condense it, so how could it all be defeated in an instant? Before Chu Liancheng could recover from his shock, a shadow rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Chu Liancheng's expression suddenly changed. Because that afterimage was Lin Mo. He was about to activate his supernatural powers again. But it was too late. Lin Mo's speed was so fast that he flashed in front of Chu Liancheng and kicked him directly. This kicked Chu Liancheng to the ground. Chu Liancheng still wanted to struggle to get up from the ground. But at this moment, a long sword emitting red light was placed on his neck. Chu Liancheng was so frightened that he couldn't move. Because he felt a fatal threat from this red sword. He even believed that if he moved again, the sword would definitely chop off his head immediately. You're right. Even though we're both level 6 psychics, there are still differences between us. Lin Mo curled his lips slightly and sneered, you are not my opponent at all. You, what's the grade of your superpower? Why is my C-grade superpower like child's play in front of you? Chu Liancheng took a deep breath and asked with a look of fear on his face. At this moment, he no longer dared to look down on Lin Mo. Me? Just an F-level ability, not worth mentioning. Lin Mo waved his hand and said lightly. However, Chu Liancheng didn't believe even a single punctuation mark of these words. F-level ability? Can it be this strong? Isn't this nonsense? He would rather believe that he is too bad. Now, do you still want to stop Chu Tianqi from taking back his parents' belongings? Lin Mo asked with a sneer. Lin Mo, I can't beat you, I admit defeat, but I will definitely go to the Supernatural Administration to complain about you afterwards, so just wait to lose your job. Chu Liancheng gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Whatever you want. Lin Mo didn't care and winked at Lu Liang. Lu Liang took Chu Tianqi and immediately walked into the villa. About 10 minutes passed. The two returned. In Chu Tianqi's hand, there was also a golden box about the size of a palm. See this. Chu Liancheng's face changed, he gritted his teeth in anger, and even his whole body was shaking. This item was indeed left by Chu Tianqi's parents. But since the boxes are made of gold, the things inside must be priceless. That's why he tried every means to keep it and planned to study it carefully to find out what kind of treasure it is. But now, he could only watch Chu Tianqi take the things away, which made him extremely unwilling. Nothing left? Lin Mo looked at Chu Tianqi and asked. That's all, this is the most important thing. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Okay, let's go to the hospital now. Lin Mo asked Lu Liang to support Chu Tianqi and walked directly out of the community. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Chu Liancheng's eyes were about to spit fire, and he roared angrily, I must report this to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. If the Supernatural Power Management Bureau doesn't do anything, I will report it to the City Lord's mansion. I don't believe that no one will uphold justice for me. I've been in Jiangzhou for so many years, I must have some connections. Lin Mo, you're just a trainee investigator, yet you dared to assault me and help that bastard Chu Tianqi snatch my treasure. Just wait and see, I'll make you pay 1,000 times the price. Municipal People's Hospital.
Lin Imo showed his ID from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau, and the hospital immediately arranged the best ward for him.
On the hospital bed,
Chu Tianqi held the golden box tightly in both hands and refused to let it go no matter what. Even when the doctor was treating him, he did not let go. Lin Imo and Lu Liang were also quite curious about this.
Chu Tianqi, what kind of treasure is in this golden box of yours that you care so much about it? As soon as the doctor left, Lu Liang couldn't help but look at Chu Tianqi and asked.
It's just my parents' relic, not a treasure. Chu Tianqi shook his head, his eyes somewhat evasive. Come on, that villa is also your parents' legacy, and everything in it is also your parents' legacy.
Why do you want this when there is such a big villa? Even if gold is valuable, this box is so small, it can't be sold for much, right?
What's more, just now in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, there were so many gold bars and jewelry in the safe, and you didn't even look at it.
Hurry up and tell the truth, we are not that easy to fool. Lu Liang curled his lips, naturally not believing what Chu Tianqi said. In his opinion, the things in this golden box are definitely not simple. Chapter 54 Zombie Virus Outbreak. However, facing Lu Liang's questioning,
Chu Tianqi simply closed his eyes and chose to remain silent.
No, buddy, we just saved you, and you won't even tell us this?
You also. Seeing this, Lu Liang was also a little angry.
And just at this moment,
Lin Imo waved his hand to interrupt Lu Liang, looked at Chu Tianqi and said, "It seems that you still don't trust us. In fact, the reason we helped you today was because we wanted to be friends with you, but now it seems that our wishful thinking was just one-sided. After all, the first prerequisite for becoming friends is mutual trust. Just take good care of yourself and we won't bother you anymore."
Finished.
Lin Imo reached out and grabbed Lu Liang, then walked out of the ward.
Wait until the ward door is closed. Chu Tianqi slowly opened his eyes and murmured thoughtfully, "Friends?
I haven't heard of these two words in a long time."
In the corridor outside the ward. Brother Lin, are we leaving just like this? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo unwillingly and asked. What else can we do if he doesn't leave? You tie him up, torture him, and force him to tell you what's in the golden box? Do you think he'll still join us?
Lin Mo said with a smile.
So what do you mean? Lu Liang asked with a frown. Let it be.
Lin Mo waved his hand and planned to return to the Superpower Management Bureau.
Buzz.
But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was team leader Zhang Wei who called.
Hey, team leader, what's going on? Lin Mo answered the phone. Lin Mo, where are you and Lu Liang now? Zhang Wei's anxious voice came from the phone. Municipal People's Hospital.
Lin Mo said truthfully.
What? You're at the Municipal People's Hospital? Quick, get out of there immediately. Hearing this, Lin Mo was also stunned and asked puzzledly, did something happen? A zombie virus has broken out in the morgue of the Municipal People's Hospital. That's where the largest number of corpses are stored in Zhengzhou City.
If the virus breaks out completely, it will be a disaster of the wolf level at the very least. The director is already on his way with the elite officers of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. The two of you should hurry and run as far away as you can. This is beyond your ability to interfere at your level.
Zhang Wei quickly explained.
Okay, we got it. Lin Mo nodded, and then he and Lu Liang planned to leave immediately.
Ah!
But at this moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from not far ahead.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked up.
I saw a zombie holding a patient and biting him wildly, with blood splattering everywhere. Two hospital security guards rushed over and were about to step forward to stop them. A large group of zombies rushed out from the stairs on the side.
For a while,
the whole hospital was in chaos. Screams, roars, and cries were everywhere.
Looking at this scene, Lin Mo stopped. Brother Lin, why don't you leave? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo, puzzled.
Save people first. Lin Mo took a deep breath and rushed directly towards the zombies.
Brother Lin, well, whatever.
Lu Liang shook his head helplessly, took out his sea-level longsword and followed.
There are simply too many zombies.
There are 30 or 40 of them on this floor alone.
Moreover, at the stairs, zombies continued to rush out from below.
Fortunately, these zombies have just been infected with the virus and are not too strong.
Most of them can only be considered as first-level monsters, and only a few are second-level. Mom, I'm scared. A little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old was huddled in the corner in fear. Not far away, 2 zombies were approaching her. Seeing this, the mother in the wheelchair's face changed drastically. She quickly shook the wheelchair and rushed towards the little girl. But at this moment, the left wheel of the wheelchair accidentally pressed on the arm of a corpse. The mother was so frightened that her wheelchair fell to the ground. The 2 zombies were getting closer and closer to the little girl. The mother ignored the pain and desperately crawled forward, shouting, "Please, eat me, don't eat my daughter." However, the 2 zombies didn't even turn their heads, and their bloody hands were about to fall on the little girl's fair skin. No! The mother's eyes were bloodshot and she was extremely desperate. Buzz! At this critical moment, 2 scarlet beams of light shot out and landed precisely on the heads of the 2 zombies. Bang! The zombie's head suddenly exploded, and its body froze in place for about a second before falling to the ground with a bang. "Are you okay?" Lin Mo came to the mother's side, helped her back to the wheelchair, and pushed it in front of the little girl. Thank you." The mother looked grateful. "You're welcome." Lin Mo smiled slightly, turned around and rushed towards the other zombies. The other side. A female nurse had her legs pinned by an overturned medicine cabinet and could not move even though she tried her best. Unfortunately, a zombie was approaching her. She closed her eyes in despair, and her seriously ill brother flashed through her mind. Tears immediately flowed uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, brother, I can't take care of you." The zombies were about to pounce on the female nurse. Swish! A black sword slashed across. The next moment, the zombie's head was instantly chopped in half. "Hey, nurse sister, are you okay?" Listening to this laughter that sounds like that of a pervert. The female nurse also opened her eyes, and what came into view was a simple and honest smiling face. "You." The female nurse was about to speak. "That's right, I'm the hero sent by God to save you. With me here, no one can hurt you today." Lu Liang immediately shook his bangs, put his hands on his waist, straightened his chest, and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Puff! This made the female nurse laugh. "There's hope." Lu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was just about to get closer to the female nurse. "Lu Liang, damn it, it's already this late and you're still trying to pick up girls? Come over here and help me." But at this moment, Lin Mo's cursing voice came from the side. Lu Liang's face changed, and he quickly stepped forward to lift the medicine cabinet from the nurse, and said with a wry smile, "Sister nurse, I have to go save the world. Let's talk later." After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Lin Mo, who was besieged by zombies. Looking at Lu Liang's departing back, the nurse's face also turned slightly red. Chapter 55, Going to the Morgue. With the joint efforts of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they finally wiped out the zombies on this floor and blocked the door to the stairs. In this way, the zombies below will temporarily be unable to reach this level. 2 heroes, you are truly our saviors. The doctors, nurses and patients who were rescued are now filled with gratitude. Some even knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude. After all, if Lin Mo and Lu Liang had not taken action in time, I guess no one on this level can survive. "Everyone, you're welcome." Lin Mo waved his hand, looked at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone who can take care of things? Come out for a moment." At this time, a male doctor in a white coat came out and introduced himself. "Hero, I'm the vice president of this hospital, Lu Hao." "Vice President Lu, only this floor of the hospital is temporarily safe now. The other floors are still being attacked by zombies. So we have to go down and deal with the other zombies immediately. This floor will be left to you to manage and command. What you have to do now is to isolate those who have been bitten by the zombies. Also, reinforce the door at the stairwell to prevent other zombies from rushing up. Do you understand?" Lin Mo looked at Lu Hao and instructed. "Understood, please rest assured, heroes." Lu Hao immediately patted his chest and promised. Lin Mo nodded, then looked at Lu Hao and asked, "By the way, I want to ask, approximately how many bodies are stored in our hospital morgue?" It's like this. After the monster outbreak, in order to facilitate unified management, other hospitals in Jiangzhou City no longer have morgues. All corpses are sent to the Municipal People's Hospital for storage and safekeeping. So the morgue at the Municipal People's Hospital has been expanded several times and is now quite large. They can store quite a lot of bodies. As far as I know, there are probably over 2,000. Lu Hao said. More than 2,000.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were startled.
Doesn't that mean that there are at least 2,000 zombies under this hospital?
And this doesn't count the zombies that turn into zombies after biting people.
It makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. However, now that you've entered the game, there's no turning back.
Lin Mo winked at Lu Liang, who immediately activated his special ability and took Lin Mo to the next level.
Ouch. The two of them just came down.
More than a dozen zombies surrounded them. Lin Mo glanced around and couldn't help but gasp.
There are obviously many more zombies on this floor than on the previous floor. There are hundreds of them. Split into two groups, saving lives is the priority. Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and said. Lu Liang nodded. There are obviously far fewer survivors on this level.
The two tried their best and only managed to rescue more than 20 people. After clearing all the zombies and blocking the stair door,
the two continued to go down. Just as Lin Mo expected. The further down you go, the closer you get to the morgue floor.
The number of zombies will increase. After cleaning 3 floors in succession, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's supernatural powers were also mostly consumed. Even though the two of them had tried to use their supernatural powers as little as possible and use sea-level longswords more often.
But there's no way. There are simply too many zombies. Brother Lin, this isn't a solution. We'll both die of exhaustion before the reinforcements from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau arrive.
Lu Liang leaned against the wall and said while panting.
We have to find a way.
Lin Mo frowned, as if thinking about something. I just heard from a doctor that the underground morgue actually has a very thick and sturdy door. If we can close the door and prevent the zombies from coming out, then our situation will be much easier.
However, we have no idea what's going on in the morgue right now.
I'm afraid there are zombies everywhere. If we go down there now, it would be like walking into a tiger's mouth.
It's too risky. Lu Liang said. But now, it seems that this is the only way to go.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and made a decision immediately. Let's go to the morgue immediately.
Are you really going? Brother Lin, I don't want to turn into a zombie. Lu Liang said with some fear. So do you want the new nurse you just met to turn into a zombie?
If you don't close the door, more and more zombies will appear, and she'll be dead.
Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Lu Liang. Hearing this,
Lu Liang's expression suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn it!
For my nurse sister, I'm going to risk it all.
Brother Lin, you must help me prove that I can sacrifice my life for her.
This is all the power of love. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get going. If you're any later, your nurse sister will turn into a crazy baby.
Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and urged him.
Lu Liang took a deep breath, grabbed Lin Mo's wrist and fled downwards. The morgue is located on the 3rd underground floor of the hospital.
There is no sunlight here all year round, and the yin energy is extremely heavy. As soon as Lin Mo and Lu Liang came down, they both shivered involuntarily and felt a chilling coldness.
It's so dark, where is the morgue? Looking at the dark surroundings, Lu Liang also frowned. We're very close to the elevator, so the morgue must be nearby. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to transport the bodies. Look around here. Lin Mo analyzed in a low voice.
Then the two of them carefully explored the area nearby.
Ouch! Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from the darkness and pounced towards the two of them. Careful!
Lin Mo pushed Lu Liang aside and slashed with his sword. The zombie's head suddenly flew out like a ball and rolled a long way on the ground. Although it was a close call. But this movement also alarmed the other zombies.
For a while,
howling was heard everywhere. The dense sound of footsteps made the two of them change their expressions.
It's not like the one above.
At least there is light up there, so we can deal with it even if there are many zombies. But the 3rd floor underground is pitch black. Only a few dim emergency lights were on. Even if it wasn't pitch dark, it was almost there. Once surrounded by a large number of zombies, it would be quite dangerous.
Lu Liang, escape underground first.
Lin Mo immediately turned his head and looked at Lu Liang and said.
Good. Lu Liang nodded, grabbed Lin Mo's wrist, and was about to escape underground.
But the two of them had just escaped halfway when they were forcibly bounced out by a force.
What's going on? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. Why is there a barrier underground? Lu Liang was also a little confused. I see. The hospital must have opened a barrier to seal off the hospital in order to prevent the zombies from escaping and wreaking havoc in Zhengzhou City. They're waiting for reinforcements from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau to arrive. Lin Mo said with a frown. What should we do now? We can't get out. Lu Liang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 56 Regeneration Mutation, Muscular Zombie. It seems that the only way out is to fight our way out. Lin Mo took a deep breath and his mind moved. Buzz. Suddenly, a scarlet long sword quickly condensed in his right hand. It is the Sword of Annihilation. Back to back, don't get separated. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Lu Liang and said. Good. Lu Liang nodded. The two just leaned against each other. Several zombies pounced towards the two of them. Lin Mo wielded the Sword of Annihilation. A scarlet sword energy, emitting dazzling light, slashed out horizontally. Those zombies disappeared in an instant. And with the help of the light brought by the sword energy, the two of them had a rough idea of the situation around them. They saw that they were surrounded by hundreds of zombies, so densely packed that there was no end in sight. Oh my god, this really disturbed the zombie den. Lu Liang was so scared that his face turned green. I just saw the door to the morgue. It's about 100 meters in front of us. Lin Mo pointed ahead and said. Brother Lin, at this time, you still care about this? And let alone moving forward 100 meters, I don't think we can even move 10 meters. Lu Liang's face was full of bitterness. We're already here, and if we don't close this door, the pressure on the two of us will only grow. Lin Mo said with a serious expression. Okay, let's do it. You command, and I'll listen to you. Lu Liang nodded helplessly. I'll lead the way, and I'll leave the rest to you. The words fell. Lin Mo didn't waste any words. He rushed forward with a sea-level longsword in one hand and the Sword of Annihilation in the other. Lu Liang followed closely behind, covering Lin Mo's rear. I have to say, the power of the Sword of Annihilation is still very considerable. With one swipe of the sword, 7 or 8 zombies turned into nothingness on the spot. But the speed at which the superpower value is consumed is also astonishingly fast. But it's time now. Lin Mo couldn't care less and swung the Sword of Annihilation wildly. With the combined efforts of the two, they finally fought their way out and arrived at the door of the morgue. Looking at the door in front of me, which is more than 1 meter thick and made entirely of pure steel, Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. Just close this door. In a short period of time, the group of zombies in the morgue will definitely not be able to rush out. This way the pressure will be much less. Then, Lin Mo didn't say anything and went straight forward to push the heavy door. During this time, zombies continued to pour out of the morgue. Lin Mo could only push the door with one hand, and wave the Sword of Annihilation with the other hand to prevent the zombies inside from pouncing on him. In this way, the speed of closing the door naturally slowed down. Although Lu Liang was anxious watching from behind, he also had to guard the rear for Lin Mo, so he couldn't go forward to help. Boom! Fortunately, Lin Mo withstood the pressure and saw that the door was about to close. Bang! However, at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly hit the door. This instantly pushed the door, which was about to close, open again. Lin Mo, who was pushing the door, was shocked and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. He hit a concrete pillar and fell to the ground. A large number of zombies rushed towards Lin Mo in an instant and quickly submerged his figure. Brother Lin. See this. Lu Liang's face changed instantly and he was extremely worried. And just at this moment, he felt a terrifying aura coming from the morgue. Gurgle. Lu Liang swallowed hard and subconsciously turned his head to look inside the door. I saw a terrifying zombie that was over 3 meters tall and covered with explosive muscles, staring at me. Those eyes, like copper bells, emitted a strange green light, filled with the desire to kill. Obviously, it was this one that suddenly broke open the door just now. Lu Liang was completely unable to remain calm, regardless of size. Judging from its aura alone, this zombie's strength has at least reached the level of a 6th-level alien beast. How could there be such horrible zombies in this morgue? Could it be that the zombie virus has mutated? Ouch! And just at this moment, the muscular zombie raised his head and let out a deafening roar. The zombies around him immediately made way for him.
It took heavy steps, like a speeding truck, and rushed directly towards Lu Liang.
Oh my god.
Lu Liang was so frightened that his face turned pale and he turned around and tried to run away. But he was surrounded by zombies and had no way to hide.
The muscular zombie quickly caught up and swung his palm.
Lu Liang quickly held the C-class long sword across his chest and took the blow from the muscular zombie. He was knocked away on the spot. It flew for dozens of meters before falling to the ground.
Puff!
Lu Liang's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. When the zombies around smelled the blood, they became more excited and swarmed towards Lu Liang.
See this. Lu Liang's face changed drastically, and he tried to negotiate. Well, can you just bite one of my fingers and let me join you?
I'm really afraid of pain.
However,
the zombies didn't understand what he said at all, and there was only desire for food in their eyes.
This made Lu Liang extremely desperate. It's over, I'm completely dead now.
It's such a pity for the nurse I just met.
If I could have survived and returned, maybe we could have had a romantic love story. Now I can only die with regret. Oh, God, you are really blind. I'm still a virgin. Can't you let me be consummated before I die?
The zombies were getting closer and closer to Lu Liang, and some of them had even touched Lu Liang's thighs.
Buzz!
But at this moment, a scarlet sword energy slashed across.
The dozen or so zombies surrounding Lu Liang exploded instantly and turned into nothingness.
Lu Liang, who had originally closed his eyes and waited for death, quickly opened them, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on?
Did God appear?
Okay, little virgin, hurry up and get up. It's your brother who has appeared.
A joking voice sounded. Lu Liang quickly got up from the ground.
Not far away, he saw a figure rushing towards him at a rapid speed.
Not someone else. It was Lin Mo who was knocked away just now.
Fuck, brother Lin, you're still alive?
Lu Liang looked very happy. After all, in the situation just now, he thought Lin Mo was dead. I must live. I'm not perfect yet. Lin Mo joked with a smile.
Brother, just keep it to yourself what I just said.
I beg you not to tell anyone.
Lu Liang quickly clasped his fists and pleaded.
Lin Mo grinned and was about to speak. Ouch. Sudden. A deafening roar rang out.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly turned their heads to look.
The muscular zombie rushed towards the two of them with terrifying momentum. See this.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang's expressions changed instantly.
Chapter 57 Mysterious White Pearl. Level 6 Monster.
A solemn look flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered a strange beast of this level.
To say there is no pressure would be a lie.
After all, at the same level, exotic beasts are much more difficult to deal with than humans.
Brother Lin, can you handle this? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo with a worried look on his face and asked. Help me guard the rear, I'll come and meet it. Lin Mo threw his C-level sword to Lu Liang. Brother Lin, go ahead and do it without worry.
As long as I'm alive, don't even think about a zombie stealing your ass. Lu Liang quickly patted his chest and made a promise, then brandished two C-level swords and rushed towards the rushing zombies. Lin Mo looked up at the muscular zombie, took a deep breath, and faced it head-on with the sword of annihilation in his hand.
Ouch.
Perhaps it was because he saw that such a tiny human like Lin Mo dared to rush towards him. The muscular zombie raised his head and roared, waving his huge palm and slapping towards Lin Mo with terrifying momentum. Lin Mo swung his sword directly.
Clang!
The two collided, and a sound of metal clashing broke out. The once invincible sword of annihilation, when it chopped on the palm of the muscular zombie, only left a white mark.
What an abnormal defense! Lin Mo frowned, then his mind quickly moved. Buzz!
Two beams of annihilation burst out from his eyes and shone on the muscular zombie. However, this only pushed the muscle zombie back a few steps and did not cause any further damage to it.
This made Lin Mo somewhat uneasy. After all, these two skills of mine could easily kill opponents in seconds before. Is this the 6th level monster? It's really powerful. Ouch.
The muscular zombie pounded his chest, as if mocking Lin Mo, and then rushed towards Lin Mo again. Lin Mo could only release the annihilation ray to repel the muscle zombies. But this is not a solution. After all, there will always be a moment when your ability value is exhausted.
We must find a way to break through the defense as soon as possible. Lin Mo looked the muscular zombie up and down, and soon his eyes were fixed on the muscular zombie's huge mouth. No matter how indestructible a fortress is, there will always be a weak point. Lin Mo's eyes rolled around, and a plan immediately came to his mind. Ouch! The muscular zombie rushed towards Lin Mo again. This time, Lin Mo did not release the ray of annihilation to repel it. So it was just a moment. The muscular zombie came in front of Lin Mo and grabbed Lin Mo with its huge palm. Lin Mo took a deep breath and chose to stand still, allowing the huge hand to strangle his neck. Then Lin Mo was picked up by the muscular zombie. Seeing this, Lu Liang, who was desperately fighting off the zombies in the rear, changed his expression. Brother Lin. He immediately turned around to rescue Lin Mo. Don't come over here. And just at this moment, Lin Mo spoke up to stop him. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment and stopped where he was. The muscular zombie grabbed Lin Mo and held him in front of him, then opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite Lin Mo's head. See this scene. Lu Liang's heart was in his throat. At this critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly raised his right hand. In his right hand, he was holding a ball of annihilation like the size of a football. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo threw the annihilation ball directly into the mouth of the muscular zombie. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Lin Mo was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. He endured the pain, got up from the ground and looked up. The entire jaw of the muscular zombie was blown to pieces at this moment, and its huge body trembled on the spot for a while before falling to the ground with a bang. However, it is not dead. After lying there for about 2 seconds, he struggled to stand up from the ground. Now! Lin Mo rushed to the side of the muscular zombie in one step, and with a wave of his right hand, the sword of annihilation condensed into shape. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it hard into the muscular zombie's mouth. Without the protection of the chin, this sword instantly pierced the entire mouth of the muscular zombie. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the sword of annihilation burst out with terrifying sword energy. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The muscle zombie's entire head exploded. At this point, it finally lost its breath. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6th level beast, the Iron Zombie, and gaining 6,000 superpower points. After the death of the muscle zombie, its originally indestructible body began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a pool of blood. In that blood, a white bead the size of a ping-pong ball caught Lin Mo's attention. What's this? Lin Mo quickly bent down and picked it up. The white beads are warm to the touch, and their surface emits a faint glow. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing. This should be what was left behind by the Iron Zombie after its death, but Lin Mo didn't have time to study what it was at the moment. After all, there are hordes of zombies around. And the door of the morgue is not closed yet. Lin Mo put the white beads into his pocket for the time being, turned his head to look at Lu Liang and said, "Help me cover the rear, you must close the door." Finished. He rushed directly towards the morgue door. This time, no more accidents happened. Lin Mo tried his best and finally closed the door of the morgue and locked it from the outside. Listen to the sound of zombies inside constantly banging on the door. Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. Without the endless stream of zombies pouring out, the pressure will be much less. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Lu Liang leaned against the gate, fighting off the zombies while looking at Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo looked up and quickly noticed the elevator not far ahead. The elevator buttons are lit. This means that the power supply of the elevator is not cut off, and you can take the elevator up. Go to the elevator and take it. Lin Mo immediately brandished the sword of annihilation and led the way. Lu Liang followed closely behind. However, this seems to be only 100 meters away. For Lin Mo and Lu Liang, it seemed like the farthest distance in the world. After all, after the previous war, both of them have almost exhausted their physical strength and supernatural powers. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the last gasp of a dying force. Plus the sound of fighting just now attracted all the zombies from the entire underground 3rd floor. At this moment, there were hundreds of zombies surrounding Lin Mo and Lu Liang, and their numbers were increasing. This made it difficult for the two to move forward, and they could only deal with it exhaustedly. Lin, brother Lin, I'm afraid I can't make it. How about, you just go ahead and leave me alone? Finally, Lu Liang reached his limit first, knelt on one knee, and said with a pale face. Chapter 58. He is here. What nonsense! Since we came here together, we must go back together. Lin Mo directly helped Lu Liang up, holding him with one hand and swinging his sword to kill the zombies with the other. But this made the progress even slower, and we didn't move forward for half a day. No way. There are so many zombies. Gradually, Lin Mo's breathing also began to become heavy, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He could feel that his ability value was almost reaching the bottom. Even the sword of annihilation in his hand became dim and unreal. However, the number of zombies did not decrease at all, and they pounced on the two of them madly. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay from falling. Because if he falls down again, he will definitely die. Brother Lin, please leave me behind. You might be able to fight your way out alone, but with me as a burden, neither of us can escape. Honestly, the time I spent as your teammate was the happiest time of my life. Thank you for not looking down on a loser like me and for always being with me. If there is a next life, I will still be your teammate. Lu Liang said very weakly. Stop talking nonsense and save some energy. Lin Mo naturally would not abandon Lu Liang. But at this moment, his supernatural power value was exhausted, and the sword of annihilation dissipated instantly. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, quickly took the sea-level longsword from Lu Liang, and continued to chop down the zombies rushing towards him. But the power of the sea-level longsword is obviously not as strong as the sword of annihilation. The number of zombies around was increasing, and several times, they almost knocked Lin Mo and Lu Liang down. Hoo-hoo! Lin Mo was breathing heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. And his right hand holding the sword was also shaking at this moment. Obviously, his physical strength is about to be overdrawn. This made a hint of despair flash across Lin Mo's eyes. Could it be that I really have to die here today? It seemed that a large number of zombies were about to rush over again. Lin Mo's face was also extremely ugly. Bite. However, at this critical moment, the elevator door suddenly opened, accompanied by a warm light shining into the darkness. Immediately following, one after another, giant ants, giant cockroaches and giant flies rushed out of the elevator. They rushed straight towards the zombies in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang and fought with them. See this scene. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were also stunned. What's going on? And just at this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the elevator. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang saw the face clearly, they were also shocked. Because that person was actually Chu Tianqi. What are you still standing there for? Get in the elevator. Chu Tianqi waved to the two of them. Without saying a word, Lin Mo used up his last bit of strength to help Lu Liang up and rush towards the elevator. They are restrained by those giant ants and giant cockroaches. This actually opened up a way out for Lin Mo and Lu Liang, and for the time being, no zombies came to stop them. Finally, at the moment when Lin Mo was about to run out of strength, the two men fell to the floor of the elevator. Bite. As the elevator door closed again, Lin Mo and Lu Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally saved. You weren't bitten, were you? Looking at the two people covered in blood, Chu Tianqi also frowned slightly. Don't worry, this is all zombie blood, we are both fine. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. By the way, buddy, weren't you recuperating in the ward? Why are you downstairs? Lu Liang looked at Chu Tianqi and asked with a puzzled look. Shortly after you two came down, I heard from Vice President Lu that you were going to clear out the zombies, so I followed you all the way down. However, time is running out. I can't collect enough insects to create too many exotic beasts. Those just now are all I can find. If not, they're just zombies, nothing to be afraid of. Chu Tianqi said lightly. Why are you helping us? Lin Mo suddenly asked. Chu Tianqi paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, You two saved me, so naturally I have to help you once. I don't like to owe favors to others. Is it that simple? Lin Mo smiled. What else could it be? You don't think I treat you as my friends, do you? Don't be so self-indulgent, okay? I will never have any friends. Chu Tianqi smiled coldly and said in a pretended indifference. Hey, you. Lu Liang was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Mo waving his hand. Lin Mo stretched out his right hand towards Chu Tianqi and said with a smile, "No matter what you think or how you view us, you will always be our friend here." Hearing this, Chu Tianqi's body trembled noticeably. He turned around quickly. Because his eyes were already red and tears were flowing uncontrollably. Chu Tianqi suppressed the corners of his mouth that were raised, and said stubbornly, "It's up to you." Bite. Just then, we have reached the first floor. The elevator door slowly opened. Outside the elevator door, there was a large group of figures standing there. Certainly. These figures are not zombies, but reinforcements from the Superpower Management Bureau. Lin Mo? Lu Lian? Looking at the two people covered in blood in the elevator. Zhao Tianlin, Zhang Wei and others who were standing outside the elevator door were also shocked. Fuck. I'm not dreaming, right? Director, team leader. I never thought I'd see you in my lifetime. I'm so happy. Lu Liang was so excited that he almost cried. Are you all right? Lin Mo, how are you? Did you get bitten? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei hurried forward and asked with concern. Especially when they looked at Lin Mo at last and confirmed that Lin Mo was fine, they both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Mo was the treasurer of the Supernatural Management Bureau. If he were to die here today, the two of them would be heartbroken and guilty to death. I'm fine, thanks to Chu Tianqi who showed up in time and saved us. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, telling the two of them roughly what had just happened. Chu Tianqi? Zhang Wei glanced at Chu Tianqi and nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Lin Mo. You really scared me to death. Didn't I tell you on the phone before that you and Lu Liang should evacuate quickly? Why didn't you listen? As an investigator from the Supernatural Administration, it's my duty to capture supernatural beasts and protect civilians. I watched with my own eyes as those civilians perished one by one at the hands of zombies. If I had remained indifferent and walked away from such a situation, I would have been unworthy of my status and conscience. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said seriously. Chapter 59, Gain New Skills, Annihilation Field. Good. Very good. Zhao Tianlin patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said admiringly, Lin Mo, I'm glad you have such an idea. As an investigator of the Supernatural Administration, if someone runs away when they encounter danger and abandons civilians, then such a person is not worthy of being an investigator. Our identity and status are given by the common people. When disaster strikes, we must stand in front of the common people. Even if there are thousands of people against me, I will go forward. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will never retreat. It is precisely because of this spirit and heroism that humanity has been able to survive the encirclement and suppression of all races to this day. Director, you're too kind. I'm still far from being a hero. Lin Mo waved his hand modestly. Oh, that's not an exaggeration at all. You and Lu Liang can be called heroes for what happened today. When this is over, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Zhao Tianlin said with a smile. The Superpower Management Bureau entered. This wolf-level disaster caused by the zombie virus was naturally brought under control quickly. In a ward on the third floor. This place is temporarily used as a lounge for Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi to rest. Lin Mo lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, calling up his information panel in his mind. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Superpower, S-level annihilation. Realm, level 6 psychic 3732855000000. See this. Lin Mo's mouth corners also curled up slightly. Although this time it was very dangerous. But the harvest is still not small. My ability value has increased by nearly 50,000. I am getting closer and closer to breaking through to become a level 7 mutant. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has obtained a level 6 beast essence. Do you want to absorb it immediately? Level 6 beast element? Could it be that white bead? Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately chose to absorb it. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully broken through to become a level 7 psychic. You now have the opportunity to evolve your powers. Lin Mo was suddenly shocked. Is this a breakthrough? After all, he is still tens of thousands of psychic points away from breaking through to become a 7th level psychic. A level 6 beast essence can actually add so much supernatural power value? Lin Mo quickly put his hands into his pockets, trying to find the white bead, but sure enough, it was gone. What a great stuff! This is much better than working yourself to death to kill the monster. But, what exactly is this beast essence? Why isn't it in the body of the strange beast that I killed before? Think of this. Lin Mo also opened his eyes, looked at Lu Liang beside him and asked, "Do you know what beast Yuan is?" Beast essence? Lu Liang was obviously stunned and shook his head. "I don't know." Okay.
Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, and was about to take out the mobile phone of the Superpower Management Bureau to check it.
And just at this moment,
Chu Tianqi, who was standing by, said, "Generally, a pill will form in the bodies of exotic beasts above level 5.
We humans call it beast essence.
It is a top-notch cultivation resource, containing a large amount of pure energy.
It is extremely precious.
And the higher the realm of the psychic, the more they need to use beast essence to improve their own strength."
I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, "Is it true that all exotic beasts above level 5 have beast essence in their bodies?" That's not necessarily true. The probability of beast essence appearing is extremely low.
It's just that it might be found in the bodies of level 5 or higher exotic beasts, but the chance is about the same as winning the lottery.
That's why beast essence is so rare and precious. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Mo was also happy. It seems that my luck is pretty good.
This is my first time facing a level 6 alien beast, and it actually has beast essence in its body.
This really helped me a lot. Otherwise, it will take some time to break through to the 7th level of superpower. System, evolve the ability immediately. Lin Mo gave an order in his heart.
Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved to SS-level. Oblivion can evolve to SSS-level world destruction. Current evolution progress is 90%.
Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new skill, Annihilation Domain. Skill description: when the domain is deployed, it will cause infinite destruction within a 20-meter radius centered on the host. Any creature below the host's realm will be instantly destroyed. Creatures of the same realm or higher will also be damaged and suppressed by the domain. Please note, the annihilation field consumes a lot of energy points.
The system recommends that the host use it only when they are at level 9 or above. After reading the introduction of the system,
Lin Mo was also overjoyed. A new skill has been unlocked. Moreover, this skill seems to be much more powerful than the previous 3 skills. 20 meters in radius is not a small area. I believe that when my ability evolves to SSS level, it will be able to increase.
And look at it through the skill introduction.
This is a killer move.
It is not needed normally, but it can definitely work wonders at critical moments. Take today at the morgue, for example.
If I had this skill, maybe I wouldn't have to be so passive.
Of course.
You have to listen to the system's advice. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to use it. Brother Lin, what are you laughing at?
Seeing Lin Mo lying on the bed and grinning foolishly, Lu Liang was also a little worried.
Could it be that he injured his brain during the battle with the muscular zombie underground just now? Ahem, it's okay. Lin Mo quickly put away his smile. I almost forgot, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi are also there. You have to be more restrained. It's not too late to be silly and laugh when you go home at night and hide in bed alone. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. And just at this moment, Chu Tianqi stood up. See this.
Lin Mo quickly stood up, walked forward, looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, "I haven't had time to ask you, are you willing to join us?"
Join you? Chu Tianqi was stunned. That's right.
Join our Supernatural Power Management Bureau, like me and Brother Lin, punishing evil and promoting good, and protecting Jiangzhou.
Isn't that much better than wandering around outside all day, homeless?
Lu Liang said with a grin. Chu Tianqi's brows suddenly furrowed together.
Lu Liang. Lin Mo quickly rolled his eyes at Lu Liang. Although this is true, you can't say it in front of others. It will hurt their self-esteem.
I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Lu Liang quickly covered his mouth. Chu Tianqi, don't take it to heart. Lu Liang didn't mean that. We really want to invite you to join us because I don't think your life should be like this.
Lin Mo looked at Chu Tianqi and explained.
I know. Chu Tianqi nodded, thought for a moment, looked at Lin Mo and said, "But I'm not interested in joining you." Finished. Chu Tianqi walked directly out of the ward. This made Lin Mo and Lu Liang somewhat disappointed. However, just when Chu Tianqi was about to walk out of the ward, He suddenly stopped, turned around to look at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said, "Haven't you always wanted to know what's inside my golden box? I can tell you now." Chapter 60 Meteorite Fragments. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately became excited. "Actually, this thing has no value to outsiders, but to me, it is extremely important." Chu Tianqi took out the golden box, then bit his thumb and dripped his blood on it. Buzz! The surface of the golden box flashed with golden light. Then there was a click sound. The golden box actually opened by itself. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly looked over. What was contained inside was actually a purple crystal stone about the size of a bottle cap. "This is?" Lin Mo frowned. 100 years ago, a meteorite named Tiandao landed on Blue Star, changing its magnetic field and causing all races to awaken. And this piece is a fragment of that meteorite. My father spent a lot of effort to obtain it, and even paid with his life for it. My father firmly believed that with this meteorite fragment, he could create a purification potion that could transform the alien beast back into a normal creature. Unfortunately, he failed. Chu Tianqi explained. "I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, "Then why are you so eager to get this meteorite fragment?" "Although my number one mixture was successfully developed, it can only transform low-level creatures like cockroaches and ants into exotic beasts. This is far from achieving my goal. So, I'm going to start developing compound number 2. I want to create more powerful beasts. Only in this way can I gain a foothold in this world. And this meteorite fragment is the important material for my development of compound number 2. Chu Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he spoke excitedly. "No wonder you refused to tell me no matter how I asked you before. It turned out to be such a secret. How did you figure it out now?" Lu Liang looked at Chu Tianqi and asked. "Because I think you two are still trustworthy." "Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Goodbye." Finished. Chu Tianqi closed the golden box directly, turned around and left the ward. "Brother Lin, should we report this to the higher-ups? If he really has developed compound number 2 and is creating powerful monsters everywhere, wreaking havoc in Jiangzhou City, that would be terrible." Lu Liang said with some concern. "No, I believe he won't do that." Lin Mo shook his head and squinted his eyes and said, "Although he refused to join us, I believe he still has some conscience, otherwise he would not have rescued us today. Since he chose to trust us, then we must trust him." "I hope so." Lu Liang shook his head helplessly. After the wolf-level disaster was completely quelled, the Supernatural Management Bureau immediately held a commendation meeting. At the scene, all the senior officials of the Ability Management Bureau and a group of investigators were present. There were even quite a few reporters who came to broadcast the event live. Now, please welcome the two heroes of this disaster. Intern Investigator, Lin Mo. Trainee Investigator, Lu Liang. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Lin Mo and Lu Liang came in front of everyone. The reporters present immediately pointed their cameras at the two of them. For a moment, the flashlights kept flashing. Two trainee investigators have become the biggest contributors to quelling the wolf-level disaster. This is truly a first since the establishment of our Supernatural Management Bureau. You can't deny it. I heard that the two of them risked their lives to go to the morgue, close the door, and trapped more than half of the zombies, greatly reducing the danger of this disaster. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would have died. Yeah, that kind of courage alone is something not even a trainee investigator, let alone a full-time investigator, would possess. So I have no objection to saying they deserve the most credit. The people below were talking about it. Obviously, at this moment most people sincerely admire Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two, as trainee investigators, faced a wolf-level disaster, yet you didn't flinch. Instead, you bravely forged ahead and performed such a great deed. Now, on behalf of the Supernatural Administration, I will award you two the Medal of Heroes. Zhao Tianlin took out 2 golden 5-pointed star medals and handed them to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. For a while, the people below cast envious glances at him. The Hero Medal is only awarded to official investigators who have completed 100 missions. I didn't expect that Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who are just trainee investigators, already have it. Yes, from now on, the two of them really have a bright future. Thank you, Chief. Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the medals and bowed deeply to Zhao Tianlin. Don't thank me yet, I have a big surprise prepared for you today, Zhao Tianlin said with a grin.
Then he took out two small boxes from his pocket and handed them to the two of them.
This is?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the small box and opened it to take a look.
I saw a black ring inside.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were stunned at first, then suddenly overjoyed. Space ring.
After you mentioned it last time, I applied to the headquarters.
With your contribution this time, you are fully qualified to wear the space ring. In addition, this director will also reward each of you with an additional 1,000 merit points. I hope you will continue to work hard and do not let me down.
Zhao Tianlin said with a smile.
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone present was shocked, and they were all envious to the extreme.
Space rings are extremely precious, and there are only a few of them in the entire Jiangzhou branch.
Plus 1,000 merit points.
This reward is really generous. At this moment, everyone below wanted to receive the award on behalf of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. After all, these things are worth their many years of hard work.
Wang Group, Chairman's Office. Watching Lin Mo receiving an award on TV, Wang Dalong was so angry that he threw the remote control away.
Boss, why are you so angry? The secretary in black stockings quickly picked up the remote control and asked with concern.
It's that Lin Mo again.
He should have been an ant crushed to death by me, but I didn't expect him to get better and better. He even became some kind of bullshit hero. In Jiangzhou City, only I, Wang Dalong, can be called a hero.
Does Lin Mo deserve to be called a hero?
Pa! Wang Dalong gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face.
Oh, boss, calm down, don't be angry.
Speaking of heroes, who in Jiangzhou City can compare to you?
You are the hero who saved the entire Jiangzhou City. How can Lin Mo be compared with you? He's just a nobody at best.
You're so noble, there's no need to get angry with such a small-time character.
Otherwise, wouldn't that be lowering your status?
The secretary in black silk stockings quickly comforted her.
Hearing this, Wang Dalong's complexion improved a lot.
He looked up at the hot secretary in black stockings in front of him, and his eyes suddenly became hot. Wang Dalong immediately pulled the secretary in black stockings into his arms, roughly kneading her beautiful legs in black stockings, and said with a wicked smile, "Your little mouth is really getting more and more talkative. I wonder if your skills in bed have improved."
Oh, boss, that's annoying.
The secretary in black stockings blushed and shyly buried her head in Wang Dalong's arms.
Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong picked up his secretary in black stockings and walked towards the bedroom in the office.
When passing by the TV, he glanced at Lin Mo on TV, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Lin Mo, I'll let you show off for a while. When the ghost-level beast tide comes, it will be your death. Chapter 61 Black Rhino Armor. Hospital, in front of the bed.
Shu Yuqi watched the commendation meeting through the live broadcast on her mobile phone. This made her mood very complicated at the moment. She looked at Wang Ba, whose limbs were disabled and lying on the hospital bed. He looked at Lin Mo, who was full of energy, on the phone again. For some reason, a feeling of regret arose in my heart. Lin Mo, who was originally thought to be a waste in this life, suddenly turned into a hero and attracted everyone's attention. But looking at Wang Ba again, although he had the help of famous doctors from the city lord's mansion for treatment, his injuries were too serious. Even if he recovered later, he would still suffer from certain disabilities. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? Think of this. Shu Yuqi felt a mixture of emotions in her heart, not to mention how bad she felt. Jiangzhou City, slums, under a bridge. Lin Yuan and his family of 3 huddled here, covered in wounds. Because he had no money to repay the loan sharks. All 3 of them had their legs broken and lost their homes. They could only live by begging under the bridge. On the TV in the convenience store directly opposite the hole in the wall, the commendation meeting of the Supernatural Administration Bureau was being broadcast. See this. The 3 of them looked extremely ugly. This is unscientific. How could Lin Mo, a loser, get better and better and become a hero now? If I had known earlier, I would never have kicked him out of the house. Then we could be a family of heroes, enjoying endless wealth and glory. One wrong step, and all the steps are wrong. This moment. Lin Yuan and his family of 3 were regretting their decision so much, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. As the commendation conference of the Supernatural Administration Bureau was broadcast throughout the city, Lin Mo and Lu Liang became popular celebrities in Jiangzhou City for a while.
Many people came to visit, and many patients who were saved by the hospital and medical staff also came to express their gratitude with valuable gifts. Even though Lin Mo and Lu Liang had tried their best to avoid it.
But I was still busy until the early morning before I could finally have some peace and quiet.
Return home.
The two of them lay down on the bed exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep.
Early the next morning,
someone knocked on Lin Mo's door.
Open the door and take a look. It was team leader Zhang Wei. Team leader, what's up?
Lin Mo asked with a smile. The location for the regularization exam has been confirmed.
It's in Can next door.
The exam will officially begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
You and Lu Liang should hurry up and get ready. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Mo and said.
Okay, thank you, team leader.
Lin Mo clasped his fists. And just at this moment,
Lu Liang came out of the elevator carrying a bunch of stuff, looked at the two of them and said, "Hello, brother Lin, team leader, good morning.
Where did you go shopping so early in the morning?"
Lin Mo looked at the bottles and jars that Lu Liang was holding and asked curiously.
You're talking about this?
These are all the training resources I bought in the Merit Mall.
The regularization exam is coming up soon.
I plan to work hard and strive to become a level 4 psychic, so that I won't be a drag on you, brother Lin.
Lu Liang explained with a smile. I see. Lin Mo nodded. Lin Mo, don't you want to buy some? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Mo and asked. What are you buying? Lin Mo was stunned. Cultivation resources, there's still 1 day left. I remember you were about to break through to the 7th level of Esper. Don't you plan to make another sprint? Zhang Wei asked. You're talking about this, of course we have to sprint. Lin Mo nodded quickly. Okay, then you guys get ready, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Wei turned and left. By the way, Lu Liang, what are these cultivation resources you bought? What are their specific uses?
Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Lu Liang and asked. Of course, it's the supernatural potions, supernatural herbs, and supernatural pills, things that can increase supernatural values.
These are essential for us supernatural practitioners to practice. Brother Lin, haven't you used them before? Lu Liang asked in confusion.
Lin Mo scratched the back of his head.
With the system plug-in, why would I need this kind of thing?
As long as you kill strange beasts, your ability value will increase rapidly. There is no need to rely on these external forces at all. But in order not to reveal the secret. Lin Mo nodded again. Of course I have used them, but I don't know which ones are better. Please recommend some to me later.
No problem. Lu Liang grinned. Return to the room.
Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his mobile phone and opened the Merit Mall. This time, Lu Liang reminded himself. Since joining the Superpower Management Bureau, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But he has never purchased any cultivation resources. Naturally, no one noticed in a short period of time. But over time, it will always arouse suspicion. Then, Lin Mo symbolically bought some cultivation resources in the Merit Mall to cover up his tracks. By the way, he strolled around the Merit Mall again. After this wolf-level disaster, Lin Mo also realized his own weaknesses. That means there is no means of defense. Once the energy points are used up, like what happened in the morgue yesterday, without any reinforcements, you can only wait for death. So, Lin Mo once again found the S-level armor he had seen last time. Product, Black Rhino Armor. Grade, S. Price, 99,999 merit points. Introduction: this armor can withstand the full force of an 8th level beast, and can offset more than 80% of the attack of a 9th level beast. Special function: in moonlight, it can help the wearer gradually recover their supernatural power. Lin Mo already knew the defensive power of this Black Rhino armor. As long as you put it on, any monster below level 10 will basically not be able to kill you instantly. It's the special function at the back. Lin Mo just noticed it today. This made Lin Mo's eyes light up immediately. His own annihilation field cannot be used easily because it consumes energy points too quickly. But this Black Rhino armor can help restore superpowers under moonlight. If you add the two together, wouldn't you be invincible at night? Get it. Must get it. Only. Lin Mo's total ability value now is only about 1,000.
It's a bit far away from this 99,999. There was no other way, Lin Mo could only add it to his shopping cart first. It seems that I need to take on more tasks in the coming period. Chapter 62 Regularization Assessment. The next day came in a flash. Today is the day for the regularization assessment. Since Kancheng is right next to Zhengzhou City, it is only a few dozen kilometers away. Under the leadership of team leader Zhang Wei, Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at the assessment location on time. And this assessment, it is carried out uniformly across the country. In addition to Lin Mo and Lu Liang from Zhengzhou City, trainee investigators from the ability management bureaus of other cities also came. Assessment venue. The auditorium was already filled with people of all kinds, men, women, young and old. Some of them are from the local management bureau of Cannes, and some have come from other cities to watch the fun. After all, the Ability Management Bureau's regularization assessment is only held once a year, so it is naturally not to be missed. Are there any outstanding intern investigators this year? I heard there's a trainee investigator in Nanzhou City named Lan Yi. He's quite impressive. At such a young age, he's already reached the level of a 6th level psychic, and his ability is a legitimate a level 1. So talented? Then it seems he should be the first in this test. While everyone in the audience was discussing, at the venue, trainee investigators from various branches who came to take the assessment gathered here one after another. And in the crowd, a young man wearing a blue robe and with long blue hair was particularly eye-catching. He is Lan Yi, an intern investigator from the Nanzhou City Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Brother Lanya, it looks like there aren't any strong opponents for this year's regularization exam. You're guaranteed to take first place. Next to Lan Yi, a girl with long pink hair, wearing a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, said with a pursed smile. Yes, Brother Lan Yi, this time, our Nanzhou branch is going to be famous throughout the country. After all, it has been a long time since we have produced a genius as outstanding as you. And I heard that the reward for first place in this regularization assessment is very tempting, 5,000 merit points, plus a mysterious reward. Let's put everything else aside. Just to get these 5,000 merit points, we need to take on countless missions to earn them. Now it must be you. On the other side, a burly man also said confidently. Don't be too happy too soon. There are hidden talents among the trainee investigators. Don't be careless. Lan Yi put one hand behind his back. Although he said this, he could no longer conceal the smug look on his face. Because when entering the market, he glanced briefly at the crowd. Most of the trainee investigators who came to take the regularization test were at the level of 4th level psychics, with only a few at the 5th level. And he is the only one with level 6 superpowers. Obviously, the first place belongs to him 100%. And just at this moment, two figures walked into the venue. It was Lu Liang and Lin Mo. Oh my god, Brother Lin, I didn't expect there to be so many trainee investigators taking the regularization exam. There must be over 100 of them, right? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Liang couldn't help but sigh. That's normal. This is a national unified assessment, so there will definitely be a lot of people. Lin Mo said with a smile. God bless me. I don't ask for any ranking. As long as I can pass the exam and become a regular employee, that's enough. Then I can go home with my head held high. I'll see which relative dares to look down on me. Lu Liang immediately put his hands together and began to pray on the spot. See this. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, then turned his head and glanced at the crowd. Just at this moment, Lan Yi also looked over. The two of them looked at each other. Where does this person come from? Lan Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his head and looked at the burly man next to him and asked. For some reason, he actually felt a sense of oppression from Lin Mo's eyes, which made him very uncomfortable. The burly man glanced at Lin Mo, a scornful smile suddenly appearing on his face. He seems to be from Zhengzhou City, just a small city. I guess the level of their trainee investigators won't be too high. A level 3 or 4 is the best. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Lan Yi also breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at Lin Mo again, the feeling of oppression disappeared. I think it must be my own illusion. So he looked away directly. After all, he was just a small character and not worth his special attention. To this, Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled. Haha, I broke through to the 6th level of superpowers. But at this moment, a loud laugh filled with triumph suddenly rang out in the conference hall.
This immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw a young man in black sportswear jumping and dancing excitedly there. A powerful wave of supernatural power emanated from his body, and he had indeed reached the level of a 6th level supernatural power user.
This seems to be Wang Yuan, an intern investigator from Luochang. He's quite talented.
At only 24, he's already a level 5 psychic, and he's awakened to an A-level ability. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, he's achieved another breakthrough. Now he should be able to compete with Lan Yi for first place.
What a lucky guy.
He made a breakthrough before the test started.
Looks like the first place is going to be a close call. This will be a fierce battle between Wang Yuan and Lan Yi. It's going to be exciting.
I didn't expect that Luochang would also produce a genius of this level.
I'm really envious. At the venue,
Wang Yuan restrained his breath. The two trainee investigators from Luochang who came with him were also very happy and took out Furong King cigarettes to order for Wang Yuan.
Brother Yuan, the assessment will begin soon, and we're all relying on you to protect us.
The two of them said with flattering expressions. Don't worry, we're all from Luochang, so we naturally need to take care of each other. Now that I've broken through to the 6th level of superpowers, it won't be a problem for me to help you pass the assessment.
And speaking of this,
Wang Yuan looked at Lan Yi not far away, put one hand behind his back, and said confidently, I want to fight for the first place.
And just at this moment,
Lan Yi also looked at Wang Yuan, his face instantly darkening.
See this.
Wang Yuan immediately made a neck-wiping gesture with his hand and said arrogantly, Lan Yi, I, Wang Yuan, have secured first place today.
No one else can snatch it from me, including you.
I will definitely prove to the whole country that I am the strongest.
You're dreaming. Lan Yi snorted coldly and turned away. Just then,
a middle-aged man who was a little overweight walked into the venue.
He looked at everyone present and said, Welcome to the trainee investigators from various cities.
I am the chief examiner of this assessment, Zhang Tong.
I hereby announce that the formalization examination is about to begin. Chapter 63 New Rules.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place immediately became quiet. Whether it was the trainee investigators present or the people in the audience, their eyes all fell on the examiner Zhang Tong. Everyone, before the assessment begins, I have something to inform you. Compared to previous years, we will be adopting a completely new assessment rule this year. In previous years, assessments used man-made monsters, and killing 15 was considered a pass. However, according to headquarters statistics, the casualty rate among official investigators in various cities has been extremely high in recent years. To prevent this number from continuing to rise, headquarters has specially formulated new assessment rules, raising the threshold for becoming a regular employee. So this year, we will do away with the artificial monsters and replace them with real exotic beasts to test you all. As Zheng Tong's voice fell,
the whole audience was in an uproar and talked a lot. The rules have changed? And it's a real exotic beast. If this happens, the difficulty of the test will skyrocket.
Yes, man-made monsters have no intelligence, and they're made of wood. As long as you have a little strength, killing a dozen of them is not a problem. But now they're alien beasts, the danger has increased several times.
There might even be casualties. It's over, it's over. It looks like my dream of getting a permanent job is going to be ruined.
My 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and my 50,000 yuan monthly salary are all gone.
This moment, the person who was most restless was the trainee investigator who was taking the assessment.
Especially those who were not strong to begin with, were so scared that their faces turned pale when they heard that the ones used in the assessment would be real exotic beasts. Only Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
Is there such a good thing?
Zheng Tong waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and then said, Now, let me announce the new rules.
The venue for this assessment is the Purgatory Town outside of Cannes. You must enter the Purgatory Town and kill the strange beasts. You have 3 hours.
Killing a level 1 monster gives 1 point, a level 2 monster 2 points, and so on. 60 points or more will pass, and you'll be eligible for regular status. In addition, there will be a standings, and the top 3 will receive extra rewards.
Do you have any objections? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads.
Very good, Then please collect your points bracelets and head to Purgatory Town. Remember, before the end of the assessment, please make sure your points bracelet is not damaged. Otherwise, you will be disqualified and eliminated. Also, during the assessment, you are not allowed to kill anyone. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, you will be eliminated immediately and expelled from the Ability Management Bureau. You will not be hired for life. Zheng Tong said with a serious face. Soon, several buses drove into the venue. Before getting on the bus, the staff gave everyone a blue wristband to record the points earned during the assessment. Once you enter Purgatory Town, do not take off your bracelet. It will locate you in real time to ensure your safety. If your life is in danger, you can press the SOS button on the inside of the bracelet and someone will come to your rescue. However, you will also lose your qualification for the assessment. After handing the bracelets to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, the staff repeatedly reminded them. Clear. Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the bracelets and got on the bus. After all the trainee investigators were on board, the bus headed directly towards the outer town of Purgatory. At the same time, right above the assessment venue, a huge projection light screen is formed here. In addition to displaying everyone's dynamics in Purgatory Town, there is also a real-time scoreboard next to it. Soon, everyone who took the test entered Purgatory Town. Brother Lin, where are we going? Lu Liang touched his points bracelet, and a virtual map appeared out of thin air in front of him. The above shows the distribution of strange beasts in Purgatory Town. Look at the map. There are the largest number of exotic beasts in the center of the town, and they are all high level. The further out you go, the fewer exotic beasts there are. Do you have a dream? Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and asked. You mean competing for the top 3 in the standings? If possible, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Lu Liang said excitedly. Then head straight to the center of town and don't waste time. Lin Mo said with a grin. Hearing this, Lu Liang took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said, let's do it. Assessment venue. Most of the audience's attention was focused on Lan Yi and Wang Yuan. After all, the two of them are the favorites to win this assessment. But at this moment, everyone suddenly discovered that 2 figures were rushing towards the center of the town at an extremely fast speed. This startled everyone. Oh my god, who are those 2 people? What are they going to do? There are a terrifying number of exotic beasts in the center of the town, and they are all high-level exotic beasts. Are they rushing over there in such a hurry to die? I looked it up. These 2 guys are called Lin Mo and Lu Liang. They seem to be trainee investigators in Zhengzhou City, a small 4th-tier city. I don't think they're very strong. And the information shows that Lin Mo has only been with the Ability Management Bureau for less than a week. What? They're taking the probationary exam in less than a week? They're just connections, right? Even so, shouldn't they be hunting isolated beasts in the outskirts and slowly gaining points? Rushing headlong into the town center like this is no different than going straight to reincarnate. They're just 2 clueless clowns who want to attract attention. They think they're capable and are eager to show off in public, but they don't know they're worthless. It won't be long before they're eliminated. Then, everyone was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Mo and Lu Liang anymore, and turned their attention back to Lan Yi and Wang Yuan. Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the audience, was watching this scene with cold sweat on his forehead. You 2 living fathers, what on earth are you trying to do? In Purgatory Town. Following a flash of blue lightning from the sky, a chicken-shaped monster was chopped into charcoal on the spot. Vulnerable. Lan Yi curled his lips slightly and put away his special ability. Brother Lanya, congratulations. With the points from this level 3 beast, you are now number 1 on the leaderboard. The pink-haired girl said with a smile. Lan Yi clicked on his bracelet, and a light screen appeared out of thin air, showing the scoreboard. At this moment his name is at the top of the list. After this hour of killing, his score has reached 65, so there is no problem in getting promoted to a formal investigator. It's a really deadly bite. However, when Lan Ye's eyes fell on the second place, his face suddenly darkened. Because the second place was Wang Yuan, with 60 points, only 5 points behind him. This made Lan Yi very unhappy. He immediately turned to look at the pink-haired girl and the burly man and said, if you find any other strange beasts next time, let me kill them first. I will make sure that no one can shake my first place.
When there is only 1 hour left, I will help you advance.
The pink-haired girl and the burly man both nodded.
At the same time, the other side. Wang Yuan just burned a level 2 monster to death with a fireball.
At this point, his points reached 62, and he was only 3 points away from the first place Lan Yi.
Lan Yi, I told you, this first place is mine, no one can take it away from me. Wang Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said confidently.
Buzz. But at this moment, the standings suddenly changed.
Wang Yuan's name dropped directly from second place to fourth place.
Lan Yi fell from first to third.
2 new names took the first and second place and appeared in the public eye. And those 2 names. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Chapter 64. I have a plan. Sudden changes in the standings. Not only did it shock all the trainee investigators in Purgatory Town.
The eyes of the people in the audience were wide open.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang? Aren't these the 2 reckless clowns from earlier? How did they suddenly become the first and second place? Wait, am I seeing things? How come they have so many points? At this moment, I only see the standings. First place, Lin Mo, 230 points. Second place, Lu Liang, 160 points. Looking at this scene,
everyone present rubbed their eyes subconsciously. They all thought they were hallucinating. After all, the assessment had only just begun for an hour. Even the favorites to win the championship, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who are 6th level psychics, only have around 60 points now. Lin Mo and Lu Liang, 2 trainee investigators from a small 4th-tier city, actually both earn triple-digit salaries?
Is this true? Examiner Zhang, is there a bug in the leaderboard?
Someone quickly looked at Zheng Tong and asked.
To be honest,
when Zheng Tong first saw the names of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, he was shocked for a while.
However, after he confirmed the situation in Purgatory Town, he said with certainty, the standings are fine. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked again.
Zhang Wei, sitting in the audience, took out his cell phone with a trembling right hand and quickly dialed a number. Hello, director?
I want to tell you something.
Our Jiangzhou branch is going to make history this time.
In Purgatory Town.
A convenience store in the center of town. This place was originally the nest of a spider monster. However, now it has become a ruin, without even a spider egg left. Hey, Brother Lin, your method is still the best. After destroying several alien beast lairs in succession, our points are now ranked first and second. Lu Liang glanced at the standings and said with a grin.
This is just the beginning.
Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. After arriving at the center of this small town,
only then did he know what heaven was. This place is full of nests and gathering places of strange beasts.
Moreover, perhaps because these exotic beasts are kept in captivity, they all like to gather in groups. Just throw a ball of annihilation light in, it feels so good.
Eliminate the time wasted in the initial rush. It only took a short while. He gained nearly 20,000 supernatural power points. Lin Mo didn't want to leave at all. Keep going. There seems to be a rat's nest about 50 meters away from us. Let's take it down. Said.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed over without stopping. The other side. Lin Mo and Lu Liang watched their points rising rapidly.
Lan Ye's expression was extremely ugly. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Are these 2 guys cheating? Brother Lan Yi, I just asked around.
Someone saw these 2 guys heading straight for the town center.
Could it be that the monsters there are easier to kill?
The burly man analyzed with a frown.
It must be like this.
Otherwise, how could 2 ants from a small 4th-tier city gain so many points in such a short time?
Let's go to the town center right away. First place will definitely be mine.
Lan Yi gritted his teeth and spoke in a grim tone. Then the 3 of them immediately rushed towards the center of the town. But they found out when they arrived at the town center.
There are many strange beasts here. But it's not easy to deal with at all.
Their strength is all above level 3, and they are much harder to kill than those on the periphery. Fortunately, Lan Yi was very powerful and killed several strange beasts in succession. However, the speed at which the points increased was still far behind Lin Mo and Lu Liang. No, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with these 2 guys even when time runs out.
Lan Yi said with a frown. Brother Lan Yi, actually, I have a solution.
At this moment, the burly man spoke.
What method?
Lan Yi quickly looked at the burly man. Lin Mo and Lu Liang must have some kind of weapons of mass destruction on them, so they can earn points much faster. But if we really talk about strength, these two ants from a small 4th-tier city definitely can't compare to us, especially you.
So why not just go all out and find them and eliminate them both? Then, wouldn't the first place be yours?
The burly man said with a sneer.
But the assessment rules say you can't kill people. Lan Yi frowned, a little worried.
The assessment rules only say that killing is prohibited, but they don't say that attacking each other is prohibited.
As long as we defeat them both and break their points bracelets, they will be eliminated. No matter how many points they have, it will be useless.
The burly man said with a cold gleam in his eyes and a grin.
Hearing this, Lan Yi also suddenly realized it.
He slapped his thigh and praised, "Okay, your idea is quite good.
In that case, let's go find Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately.
The town center is not large, so we should be able to find them soon."
You dare to snatch the first place from me, Lan Yi?
Humph, you really don't know how to live or die.
Get ready to go back home. This is a gas station.
It is also the lair of a group of black bull monsters.
The strength of these black bull monsters is all above level 4, and there are even several level 5. In order not to alarm them,
Lin Mo condensed a number of annihilation light balls in the distance in advance, and then asked Lu Liang to sneak underground and bring them to the bottom of the gas station. When the number is almost the same, detonate it directly.
The ball of light exploded, annihilating the gas station along with it. Instantly a dish of braised beef came.
However, 2 level 5 black bull monsters survived. Lin Mo and Lu Liang each took one head, and went forward to finish them off, completely wiping them out. Originally, Lin Mo wanted to see whether these 2 level 5 black bull monsters would drop beast essence.
Sadly, there isn't one.
As Chu Tianqi said, the probability of producing beast essence is even lower than the lottery.
After getting rid of this group of black bull monsters,
Lin Mo's points have reached 306.
Lu Liang also came to 243.
The two of them dominated the entire standings. Those below them, even Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, would probably die of exhaustion before they could catch up. After all, their points now are less than 100.
Then,
Lin Mo and Lu Liang planned to find a place to rest and recover their physical strength and ability points. After all, after the recent bombardment, his energy value has been almost consumed.
However,
the two of them just landed on their butts.
Lin Mo, Lu Liang, so you were hiding here. I finally caught you.
At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came.
Chapter 65. You all come together.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang frowned and looked up. I saw that the person coming was none other than myself.
It was Lan Yi and his group of 3. Do you have anything to do with us? Lu Liang asked in confusion. Is there something wrong? Remove the word ma.
Lan Yi rolled his eyes at Lu Liang, then walked forward and stretched out his right hand, hand it over.
What?
Lin Mo raised his brows slightly. Of course it's your points bracelet, what else could it be? If you hand it over now, you won't have to suffer any hardship. Otherwise, if I try to snatch it, things won't be so simple.
Do you understand? Lan Yi said very arrogantly.
Why should we give you our points bracelet?
Lu Liang asked in dissatisfaction. Why?
Ha ha. Lan Yi smiled coldly, looked at Lu Liang and said, my strength is stronger than yours.
If you dare to steal my first place, you will be eliminated. Do you understand now? I finally understand.
Lin Mo stood up from the ground, patted the dirt off his butt, and said lightly, you think you can't surpass the two of us in a normal way, so you are planning to lose face.
Humph. The victor is king and the loser is a bandit. As long as I can take first place in the standings today, it will be the supreme glory. No one will care what means I used.
Lan Yi snorted coldly and said shamelessly.
Ha ha ha, well said.
But at this moment,
a loud laugh came from the side. Everyone present turned their heads to look.
I saw more than a dozen figures rushing towards this side.
And the leader among them was Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, why are you here? Lan Yi's expression suddenly changed. Ha, Lan Yi, don't be nervous. I'm not here to oppose you, but to cooperate with you.
Wang Yuan said with a grin.
Cooperation? Would you be so kind? Lan Yi was still a little wary. Certainly. Wang Yuan nodded, then glanced at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, sneered, and said, I also saw that the points of these two guys were increasing too fast. If they continue like this, they will die of exhaustion and never catch up. So, I teamed up with some old acquaintances and planned to come over and get these two guys out first. I didn't expect you to get there first. We really think alike. Hearing this, Lanya's face also showed a hint of joy. In this case, let's team up to get these two guys out first, and then you and I will compete for the first place. How about it? That's exactly what I meant. Wang Yuan nodded, and then led his men to stand together with Lan Yi and the other two. For a while, the number of opponents has reached nearly 20. And besides Wang Yuan and Lan Yi, 2 level 6 psychics. The strength of the rest is at least at the 4th level, and there are several 5th level. This lineup is nothing short of terrifying. See this. Lu Liang's expression changed instantly. He quickly moved to Lin Mo's side and whispered, Brother Lin, we are outnumbered. Why don't we run away first? Otherwise, we will suffer a great loss. Haha, you want to leave? Lu Liang, don't think I don't know what your special ability is. I already found out on the way here. It's just underground escape, I'm prepared for it. Wang Yuan threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. He turned to look at a fat man beside him and said, Lao Shang, I leave it to you. No problem. The fat man nodded, quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted, Block, open. A huge purple barrier enveloped everyone present. Once this barrier is opened, even I won't be able to close it within an hour. Now I wonder where you can run. The fat man said complacently. See this. Lu Liang stamped his feet in anger, it's the barrier again. I have an irreconcilable vengeance against barriers. Ha ha ha. Lan Yi threw his head back and laughed heartily. He walked forward and said with a smug look on his face, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, considering you're from a small, 4th-tier city, it's not easy. I can give you a chance to fight one-on-one. As long as one of you can beat me, I can consider letting him go, how about it? No need to bother. Lin Mo shook his head, looked at Lan Yi, Wang Yuan and the others, and said lightly, you all come together. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Did I hear correctly? Lin Mo, you're not scared because there are so many of us, are you? Wang Yuan rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said with disdain. Although I don't know how you managed to gain so many points in such a short time, I've learned all about you before coming here. You've only just joined the Jiangzhou branch a few days ago. The information shows that when you first joined, your realm was only level 3, and your ability was still B level. Even if you are extremely talented, you have broken through to the 4th level in the past few days. But you're still like an ant in front of me and Lan Yi. I really don't know where you got the courage to let us go together. That's right, Lin Mo, are you really afraid that you won't die today? Although the assessment rules prohibit killing, there shouldn't be any problem with beating you into a disability, right? Are you coming together? You dare to act so arrogant in front of 2 of us level 6 psychics? It's ridiculous. Someone who doesn't know you would think you're a level 7 psychic. You're just a level 3 or 4 loser. Lan Yi also said with a sarcastic look on his face. At this moment, the other people present also cast contemptuous glances at Lin Mo, as if they were looking at a clown. Why? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, his lips curled slightly, and said jokingly, these days, no one believes the truth. But you are right about one thing. I really am. Level 7 psychic. The words fell. A terrifying wave of supernatural power rose from Lin Mo's body. Just a moment. A strong sense of oppression enveloped everyone. This made Lan Yi, Wang Yuan and the others' expressions change instantly, and they froze in their tracks. Chapter 66, I didn't hit you, right? At the same time, everyone in the audience was stunned. Level 7 psychic. Oh my god, how could Lin Mo's realm be so high? Jiangzhou is just a small 4th-tier city, how could it produce such a genius? Forget about trainee investigators. Even many official investigators probably haven't reached this level yet, right? No wonder he's already taking the probationary assessment after only joining for less than a week. Who can possibly beat him? I originally thought that the first place in this regularization assessment would definitely be between Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, but I didn't expect a dark horse to emerge. And this dark horse is so dark. This moment. Everyone present couldn't remain calm anymore. After all, none of them were optimistic about Lin Mo.
Even though Lin Mo and Lu Liang had high points, they would definitely be defeated facing the siege of nearly 20 people from Lan Yi and Wang Yuan.
But now, something seems to be wrong. In Purgatory Town,
Wang Yuan, Lan Yi and the others were also shocked for a long time, and the corners of their mouths twitched.
Isn't this unscientific? Whose trainee investigator is a level 7 psychic? Do you dare to be more outrageous? Who will go first?
Lin Mo glanced at everyone and asked lightly.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Who dares to fight a level 7 mutant? Wouldn't that be courting death? Not talking?
Lin Mo curled his lips slightly, sneered and said, "Then let's clean it up together."
The words fell.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and the sword of annihilation condensed and took shape in his right hand.
A terrifying aura of destruction spread out in all directions. See this. Everyone's faces changed again in fear. Wang Yuan quickly waved his hands, putting on a smile, and tried to negotiate. Well, buddy, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We just happened to pass by and didn't mean to offend you. We were just joking with you just now. How about we just stop here and leave now? You can fight if you want to, or make peace if you want to.
Lin Mo smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "It's too late."
Finished.
Lin Mo rushed forward holding the sword of annihilation.
What should I do?
Wang Yuan's face changed and he turned to look at Lan Yi.
What else can we do? Let's fight.
With 2 level 6s, a few level 5s, and a bunch of level 4s, we might not be a match for a level 7 like him.
Let's fight him. Lan Yi gritted his teeth, mobilized his lightning ability, and faced the enemy head-on. Let us fight.
Wang Yuan also quickly used his fire ability and rushed forward. As soon as the two of them attacked, their moves were fatal. A blue lightning bolt several meters long and a terrifying fireball with a diameter of 1 meter hit Lin Mo at the same time. But at this moment, a scarlet sword energy slashed across.
The blue lightning and terrifying fireball disappeared in an instant. See this.
Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were suddenly shocked.
What level of supernatural power is this? It's too domineering. Before the two of them could react,
Lin Mo's figure was like a ghost, rushing in front of the two men and kicking them without saying a word.
Ouch! Accompanied by a shrill scream,
Lan Yi flew backwards on the spot. Wang Yuan wanted to fight back, but Lin Mo's slap had already landed on his face.
Bang! Wang Yuan suddenly flew out like a spinning top. Just a meeting. The 2 level 6 psychics were defeated instantly. This is the horror of a 7th level psychic. The rest of the people were also frightened when they saw this scene. After all, even the strongest among them, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, were defeated instantly by Lin Mo. How could they possibly be Lin Mo's opponent? Even at this moment, they didn't have the slightest thought of resistance in their hearts. However, this did not mean that Lin Mo would let them go, and he rushed over with a sword in hand. For a while, wailing sounds were heard everywhere. Without Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, these people are no match for Lin Mo in one move. If only I couldn't kill people. Lin Mo really wanted to kill them as strange beasts and add some supernatural power points to himself. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Lin Mo's attack was very heavy. These people either had broken arms or legs, and were spitting blood all over the ground. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who were knocked away, were so frightened when they saw this scene that their faces turned pale. Was this guy a gangster before? This is really a beating to death. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Mo broke several ribs of one of the level 5 mutants with one kick. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan gasped in shock. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. Run! Without saying a word, the two turned around and tried to escape, but ended up running headfirst into the barrier. This barrier was set up just now to prevent Lin Mo and Lu Liang from escaping, but now it has trapped them. Lao Zhang, quickly turn off the barrier. Wang Yuan hurriedly shouted at the fat man not far away. The fat man had just been kicked by Lin Mo and was rolling on the ground in pain. Hearing this, he said helplessly, "I can't do it. Once this barrier is opened, it will not be closed until an hour later. Your grandfather's, your own special ability, can be turned on but not off, right?" Wang Yuan stamped his feet in anger. And just at this moment, Lin Mo turned his head and looked at him, a sinister arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Still want to run?
Wang Yuan was so frightened that he almost peed himself.
He was about to wave his hands and explain, "No, listen to me."
Lin Mo rushed over directly.
For a while, Wang Yuan's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the town.
Seeing this, Lan Yi on the side had a cold glint in his eyes. He immediately condensed a bolt of lightning, intending to attack Lin Mo from behind while Lin Mo was beating Wang Yuan.
The lightning was about to hit Lin Mo.
However, at this critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly turned around, swung the sword of annihilation in his hand, and directly split the lightning in half.
What? Lan Ye's face changed instantly. What? I was just busy beating him and didn't hit you, right?
Lin Mo smiled coldly and rushed forward. Soon, Lan Ye's screams resounded through the sky.
Standing that far away, Lu Liang watched this scene with a gloating smile on his face. "Tell me, why did you have to provoke him for no reason? Now you feel relieved, right?"
Then, he took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket, sat aside, and ate the seeds while enjoying this one-sided beating.
It only took a short while.
Lan Yi, Wang Yuan and the others were beaten so badly that they lay on the ground, not daring to move.
You can't beat him, and you can't run away. This made them all extremely desperate. Lin Mo was simply a little tired from fighting, so he stopped and looked at Lu Liang not far away and said, "Do you want to have some fun?" Upon hearing this, everyone on the ground was frightened out of their wits. Coming again?
They quickly knelt on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy. "Brother, please stop hitting us, please let us go, we really can't take it anymore."
This moment,
in their eyes, Lin Mo was even more terrifying than any strange beast.
How can this be a human being? It's clearly a devil. Chapter 67. Don't let him kill you. If you want me to let you go, fine.
Just crush the bracelet yourself and get out. Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a sneer.
Ah. Hearing this, everyone seemed hesitant and reluctant.
After all, if you crush the bracelet, it will be regarded as elimination.
If you want to become a regular employee, you can only wait for the assessment next year. What? You don't want to?
Anyway, this barrier won't disappear for about half an hour, so I'll beat you up for another half an hour.
Said. Lin Mo was about to walk towards the crowd. See this. Everyone's faces changed instantly. No one dared to hesitate any longer.
They took off their points bracelets and crushed them with force.
Soon, only Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were left. The two of them were extremely unwilling to accept this.
As a 6th level psychic, I thought I would shine in this regularization examination and become famous throughout the country. As a result, he ended up being eliminated early. This made them regret it so much. If they had known this, they would not have bothered Lin Mo even if they were beaten to death. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Just when the two were still hesitating and struggling,
a cold gaze fell on the two of them.
This frightened the two of them so much that they trembled involuntarily and quickly crushed the points bracelets.
At the same time, Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the names of everyone present also disappeared from the scoreboard in an instant. This means that they are eliminated and have completely lost the opportunity to become regular employees. Everyone in the audience was a little confused when they saw this.
After all, since the regularization assessment was introduced, there has never been a case where nearly 20 people were eliminated at the same time.
Moreover, these 20 people were all eliminated by one person. This is absolutely the first time in history. This Lin Mo is really too cruel. Isn't he afraid of offending people by doing this? So what if he offended me? Weren't they the ones who provoked him first? When someone bullies you, do you have to just endure it? I actually like Lin Mo's character.
Whoever dares to mess with me, I'll pay them back double.
While this does feel somewhat satisfying, Wang Yuan and Lan Yi are both from big cities, and their management bureau had high hopes for their success in this regularization assessment. Now that they've been eliminated mid-game, how could they possibly let it go? I just saw the people who came with them already calling the bureau. Just wait and see, Lin Mo is in big trouble today. Listening to the discussions of the audience,
Zhang Wei's face was extremely ugly. "No, we have to contact the director immediately, otherwise something big will happen today."
He quickly took out his cell phone. In Purgatory Town,
Lin Mo obviously didn't know that what he had done had caused an uproar.
However, given his personality, he would still do it even if he knew. Wait until the barrier dissipates. Lan Yi, Wang Yuan and others left the town in a very embarrassed manner. Lin Mo and Lu Liang had just finished their rest, so they continued to look for their targets. After all, Lin Mo hasn't gained enough supernatural power points yet. In the blink of an eye, there was only half an hour left before the end of the assessment. So far, Lin Mo's score has reached an astonishing 666 points. Lu Liang also had 432 points. The two lead the entire standings. Others are far behind these two. After all, the highest score among them was only 70 or 80 points. Therefore, everyone has given up any hope of getting first or second place and can only fight for third place. Assessment venue. The chief examiner Zhang Tong was keeping an eye on the situation in the entire purgatory town. Just then, a staff member hurried over and whispered, "Examiner Zhang, why don't you announce the end of the examination early?" "Why, there's still half an hour left," Zhang Tong asked in confusion. "Because if the assessment doesn't end soon, all the strange beasts in the town will be killed by Lin Mo. You know, in order to build Purgatory Town and cultivate the exotic beasts within, our headquarters has expended a tremendous amount of manpower and resources, and it took a full 2.5 years to prepare. We had originally planned to use Purgatory Town for the regularization assessments for the next few years, but in just one day, no, 2.5 hours, Lin Mo killed hundreds of exotic beasts. Furthermore, he didn't spare any offspring, but instead killed the old and the young in one brood, not even giving the exotic beasts a chance to reproduce. If he continues to kill people in there, this Purgatory Town will probably be completely destroyed," the staff member said with a grim expression. "It shouldn't be that exaggerated." Zhang Tong seemed a little disapproving. He called up the image of Lin Mo on the big screen. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were seen in the center of the town, frantically harvesting the lives of strange beasts. Just by looking at him, more than a dozen strange beasts died. The corners of Zhang Tong's mouth also twitched. Is this person really a trainee investigator? Isn't this definitely a god of death? Even official investigators are not as skilled and ruthless as him in dealing with strange beasts, right? Well, I think your worry is justified. Zhang Tong quickly took out a microphone and said into it, hello, Lin Mo, can you hear me?" Lin Mo, who was looking for the next unlucky guy in Purgatory Town, also stopped and looked up. Above the town, there is a big loudspeaker. Zhang Tong's voice came from here. Lin Mo knew that Zhang Tong could see him, so he nodded. "Lin Mo, with the points you and Lu Liang have accumulated, you are already qualified to be promoted to official investigators, and your first and second place will be unchallenged. There's less than half an hour left until the end of the assessment. I suggest you two withdraw first. Continuing to kill the monsters is meaningless for you," Zhang Tong said quickly. "Brother Lin, what Examiner Zhang said makes sense. How about we leave now?" Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. "That makes sense." Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, then he shook his head and said, "But I don't accept his advice. Keep killing. The exotic beasts in this small town are much more docile than the wild beasts outside because they are artificially bred. Their fighting power is not as strong as that of wild beasts, and they like to gather in groups. But after killing, the power value given is exactly the same. It would be a waste not to kill. It will be difficult to find such a good opportunity in the future. So don't say there's only half an hour left." Even if there was only half a minute left, Lin Mo was unwilling to retreat early. Not only that, a bold idea also came into his mind. He plans to take advantage of this last bit of time to make a big move. Chapter 68, Annihilation Domain, Open. Seeing that Lin Mo and Lu Liang were unmoved, he continued to search for the strange beast. Zhang Tong was also a little helpless. After all, everything that needed to be said had been said. He couldn't just rush into the town and forcibly drag Lin Mo out in front of everyone. That was really against the rules, so he could only let Lin Mo go. In Purgatory Town. "Brother Lin, according to my investigation, there are several exotic beast lairs around where we are, and their strength is not low, generally above level 3. Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and said. "Very good, then follow the plan. You will wake them all up and lead them over to me," Lin Mo said excitedly. "Brother Lin, it's not difficult to wake them up and lure them over here, but are you sure you want to do this? There must be at least 300 beasts in these beast lairs combined. If they all rush towards you at the same time, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Lu Liang said with some concern. Don't worry about this, just do as I say. Lin Mo shook his head and said with a smile. Okay, I'm going there, so get ready. Lu Liang gave some instructions and then disappeared. About 3 minutes passed. Lu Liang emerged from underground, sweating profusely, panting and saying, Brother Lin, I've woken them all up. Are you ready? He had just finished speaking. Ouch. Not far in front of Lin Mo, a large group of wolf-like beasts rushed out of their nest, their eyes flashing scarlet light, and rushed straight towards the side. The number must be at least 30 or more. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, a heavy sound of footsteps was heard on Lin Mo's right. I saw a group of bear-like monsters running towards this side with heavy steps, like one speeding truck after another. That's not all. This moment, strange beasts rushed towards Lin Mo from all directions. At first glance, they are so densely packed that there must be at least hundreds of them. If an ordinary person saw this kind of scene, they would have been scared to death. But at this moment, there was only excitement in Lin Mo's eyes. Seeing the strange beasts getting closer and closer to him. Lu Liang, you can go now. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Lu Liang and said. Can you do it alone? Lu Liang swallowed hard and asked worriedly. Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure of. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder. Then take care of yourself. Finished. Lu Liang directly escaped into the underground. Lin Mo glanced around. At this moment, the distance between him and the strange beasts was very small. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Almost there. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then his mind moved, animal field, open. Buzz. For a while. Within a radius of 20 meters with Lin Mo as the center. The earth collapsed in an instant, revealing one shocking crack after another. Hot magma continues to gush out from it. As soon as those strange beasts touched the magma, they exploded instantly, turned into white smoke, and evaporated on the spot. At the same time, the sky is covered with dark clouds. One after another, scarlet lightning bolts as thick as telephone poles fell from the sky, as dense as raindrops, covering the entire area. Even if a beast with strength of only level 3 or 4 can avoid the magma under its feet, it will die instantly if hit by this scarlet lightning. Lin Mo himself was in the center of the annihilation field, emitting a dazzling red light all over his body. Any strange beast that wants to get close to him will be turned into white smoke by the red light. And the strange beast that his eyes were fixed on only required a thought. Even a level 6 monster will disappear in an instant. This is the horror of the annihilation realm. Creatures below Lin Mo's realm cannot survive at all. For a while. The number of strange beasts is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strange beast that had just rushed into the annihilation area noticed something was wrong and wanted to retreat. But at this moment, a red wall of light rose at the edge of the field, trapping them all inside. If the strange beast wants to force its way out of the light wall, it will be strangled to death by the light wall. If you don't go out, the scarlet lightning falling from the sky and the magma underground will also take their lives. This moment. This place is simply hell on earth. The screams of the strange beasts resounded through the sky. At the assessment venue, Zhang Tong, standing in front of a huge screen, watched the scene. Besides feeling sorry for the strange beasts, he was also quite shocked. What level is Lin Mo's supernatural power? According to the information from the Ability Management Bureau, he only has a B-level ability. But what kind of B-level ability has such power? Think of this. Zhang Tong immediately looked at the staff beside him and instructed, save this scene and send it back to headquarters so they can see it. Clear. The staff immediately took out their mobile phones and started recording. And at this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. In their opinion, Lin Mo is simply a monster. About a minute passed. The hundreds of strange beasts that rushed towards Lin Mo were all turned into ashes. Seeing this, Lin Mo showed a satisfied smile on his face. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed and he collapsed to the ground. The annihilation realm disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to calm. Because of this moment, Lin Mo's supernatural power value has been completely drained, and his physical strength is also exhausted. The whole person is extremely weak, at the end of his strength. I didn't even have the strength to stand up. Now, any random first-level monster could probably take his life. Lin Mo finally knew. Why does the system remind me to wait until I reach level 9 before using the annihilation field? The speed at which this ability value is consumed is really terrifying. It had only been a minute and I had already drained myself dry, even a little overdrawn. Fortunately, all the strange beasts nearby have been killed. Otherwise it would be really dangerous. Brother Lin, are you okay? Just then, a head popped out from the ground. It's Lu Liang. See this. Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. Take me away from here. The assessment time is coming to an end. Besides, he has no extra ability points left now, so it is meaningless for him to stay. Okay. Lu Liang quickly got out, supported Lin Mo, and walked out of Purgatory Town. See this scene. Zheng Tong, who was at the assessment venue, also breathed a sigh of relief. This ancestor finally came out. Otherwise, the strange beasts in this Purgatory Town would be killed to extinction. Chapter 69 Mysterious Reward. With the last beat of the second hand. At this point, the assessment is officially over. As a result, some are happy while others are sad. Those trainee investigators who had accumulated 60 points and were eligible for regular employment were extremely happy. Those who don't have enough points can only beat their chests and stamp their feet in frustration. Of course, there is another group of people whose faces at this moment are uglier than if they had eaten shit. It was Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and others who were eliminated halfway through. They are the ones who have truly disgraced themselves. And from now on, they will definitely become the laughingstock among the various branches. Maybe no one mentions it normally, but once there is a regularization assessment, they will definitely be dragged out and flogged. The assessment is over and the next step is the award ceremony. The top 3 in the standings will be rewarded with merit points. Third place 1,000. Second place 2,000. And the first place is 5,000. As for who will be the first in this assessment, there is naturally no doubt about it. Lin Mo's final score has reached 1,800 points. Not only did it maintain its first place position, it even set a record. And this record is unlikely to be broken for many years. In the eyes of everyone full of envy, the examiner Zheng Tong transferred 5,000 merit points to Lin Mo's account. To this, Lin Mo also showed a satisfied smile on his face. This time the regularization assessment. I have gained a lot. Not only did he madly increase his ability value by nearly 600,000, but he also got closer to becoming an 8th level ability user. Now he has obtained another 5,000 merit points. This is 50 million Chinese yuan. Although it is not enough to take down the S-level Black Rhino armor. But if I scrape together some more, I should be able to buy a good A-level weapon. If I were to take on tasks, I wonder how many tasks I would have to complete to get so many merit points. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that the top-ranked person in the annual promotion assessment, in addition to the regular merit points reward, will also receive a random mystery prize. Now, I'll draw this year's mystery prize. Zheng Tong spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present instantly focused their attention on Zheng Tong, and they were obviously very curious about the mysterious prize. The staff brought a transparent lottery box filled with folded slips of paper. This year's mystery prize is. Zheng Tong casually pulled out a card, opened it, and read from it, "Clear the Merit Mall shopping cart." Hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned. Empty shopping cart? After I saw the S-level Black Rhino armor yesterday, I added it to the shopping cart. Could it be that? Think of this. Lin Mo became excited. Come on, Lin Mo, take out your phone and open the Merit Mall. Everything in your shopping cart will be paid for by the Supernatural Administration. Zheng Tong looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. Any product is acceptable? Lin Mo took out his cell phone with trembling right hand, unlocked it, and handed it to Zheng Tong. Of course, anything is fine, but it has to be added to your shopping cart before you take the regularization assessment. Zheng Tong smiled and nodded, speaking confidently. After all, in his opinion, as a trainee investigator who had just joined the Ability Management Bureau not long ago and did not have many merit points, he would definitely not look at those particularly expensive products. It's like a wage earner who earns 3,000 yuan a month. How could he possibly go to see a sports car worth millions?
Therefore, the items in Lin Mo's shopping cart are only worth tens or hundreds of merit points at most, and thousands of merit points is probably the maximum. However, when Zhang Tong clicked into Lin Mo's Merit Mall and saw the S-level black rhino armor in the shopping cart, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. 90, more than 90,000? Zhang Tong's eyes suddenly widened. He turned to look at Lin Mo and asked in confusion, "Lin Mo, you're just a trainee investigator. Even with this reward, you only have a few thousand merit points in your account. Why did you look at such an expensive item and add it to your shopping cart?" Hee, everyone should always have dreams. I added this black rhino armor to the shopping cart to remind myself not to slack off and to work hard to earn merit points. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head with a wry smile, then asked, "Examiner Zhang, can this be cleared? It won't be too difficult, right?" The corner of Zhang Tong's mouth twitched. The words have already been spoken, and in front of the national branch, how can I go back on my word? He also looked at the time when the black rhino armor was added to the shopping cart, and it was indeed the day before the regularization assessment. It completely complies with the regulations. Well, I need to contact headquarters. This amount is a bit large, 100,000 merit points. I can't make the decision alone. Zhang Tong took a deep breath, took out his cell phone, turned around and walked aside. About 2 minutes passed. Zhang Tong came back and looked at Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, you're really lucky. The headquarters actually agreed to honor the deal. Do you know what an S-rank armor represents? Let me tell you, outside of those big cities, many senior investigators in the branch offices, or even the director, may not be able to afford it. This thing is so precious and rare that I'm a little envious of you." Hearing this, Lin Mo's face also showed a hint of excitement. "I thought I would have to fight for this S-level black rhino armor for a long time, but I didn't expect to get it right away. It's like a dream. This is even lower than the probability of winning the first jackpot in the Mark 6 lottery. Thank you, Examiner Zhang." Lin Mo quickly clasped his fists towards Zhang Tong. "Why thank me? Thank yourself. It was you who worked hard to win first place. It was also your luck that you won the mysterious prize of emptying your shopping cart. If you become rich in the future, just don't forget me." Zhang Tong waved his hand and said with a smile. Obviously, he saw great potential in Lin Mo. "Of course not." Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. "I declare that Lin Mo's mysterious prize is an S-rank black rhino armor." Zhang Tong looked at everyone and spoke loudly into the microphone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. S-rank black rhino armor? Damn, Lin Mo's luck is just too good. I found it in the merit market. This S-rank black rhino armor is worth nearly 100,000 merit points. What? 100,000? I've never seen such an expensive prize before. Lin Mo has really made a killing this time. I'm so envious I'm drooling. Oh my god. How great would it be if I were Lin Mo? Does this guy have some kind of system that allows him to have all the good things happen to him? For a while, everyone was extremely envious. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who were eliminated by Lin Mo, were so angry that their faces turned green. Because in their opinion, this first place reward originally belonged to me. This S-level black rhino armor should also be mine. As a result, they were all taken away by Lin Mo. This made them so angry that their teeth were about to break. Chapter 70, Leaving the City Under Siege. After the award ceremony, this year's regularization assessment has come to an end. Because the S-rank black rhino armor is too precious, it is stored in the treasury of the Beijing headquarters and cannot be awarded on the spot. Someone will deliver it to Lin Mo in a few days. So Lin Mo and Lu Liang didn't stay any longer and went straight to the audience to meet Jiang Wei. Let's go back to Jiangzhou immediately. Jiang Wei grabbed the wrists of the two and spoke anxiously. Are you in such a hurry? Lin Mo asked with a smile. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. You've offended the management bureaus of several cities this time, especially Nanzhou and Luocheng. I guess their people are already on their way here. Jiang Wei said with a frown. Come on. They were the ones who started the trouble with Brother Lin first. It's only natural for Brother Lin to eliminate them. They have no reason at all. Even if they come, what can they do? Lu Liang curled his lips and disagreed. Oh, you don't understand.
Other cities are easy to deal with, but Nanzhou and Luocheng are both big cities. Their management bureaus are several levels higher than our branch bureau. If we really make a fuss, I'm worried that they won't even give our director Zhao face. Zhang Wei said with a look of fear. I think I forgot to turn off the natural gas at home. Let's go back quickly. Lu Liang's face changed and he immediately quickened his pace. However, the three people's car had just driven a short distance out of Cannes. He was surrounded by more than a dozen cars on the road. It's bad, but he didn't get away after all. Zhang Wei sighed helplessly and could only open the door and get out of the car. Lu Liang also planned to follow. Lin Mo suddenly reached out and grabbed him, asking, "Do you have any potions that can help restore your superpowers?" "Yes, I bought some yesterday and brought them with me in my space ring. I thought I would need them during the assessment." Lu Liang nodded. "Give me one, I'll lend it to you and I'll return it to you later." Lin Mo said. "Look at what you said. With our relationship, how can you say borrow? I'm giving it to you." Lu Liang's mind moved, and he took out a blue potion from the space ring and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened the lid without saying a word and drank it all in one gulp. The depleted energy value in his body slowly recovered. "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you going to fight later? We are all from the Supernatural Management Bureau. Even if we belong to branches in different cities, we are still one family. We shouldn't go to war and kill each other over such a small matter, right?" Lu Liang asked with a frown. "Just in case. If they're reasonable, then we'll be reasonable. If they want to use force, then we'll fight them to the end." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. And at this moment, outside the car. See Zhang Wei get off the car. The people in the dozen or so cars also got out. Among them were two figures leading the way. An old man with a white beard. It was Song Wuji, the deputy director of the Nanzhou Supernatural Management Bureau. The other burly bald man is the deputy director of the Luocheng Supernatural Management Bureau, Chen Feihu. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan followed behind them. The people who got in and out of the other cars were the leaders of the branches in other cities. The crowd was very aggressive, and as soon as they got out of the car, they surrounded Zhang Wei in the car. "Where's Lin Mo? Let him come out to see me." Song Wuji stroked his white beard and said in a deep voice. "That's right, gentlemen, everyone is responsible for their own actions." "What? You did the deed, and now you want to hide away like a coward?" Chen Feihu also said with a sneer. "Lin Mo, get out here right now. You're so audacious. How dare you eliminate someone from our branch?" The leaders of several other branches roared angrily. "Everyone, please calm down. I'm Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th investigation team of the Jiangzhou branch. I'm also Lin Mo's direct supervisor. If you have anything to say, you can tell me." Zhang Wei quickly waved his hand and said with a smile. "Tell you? Who do you think you are? You're just the head of an investigation team in a 4th-tier city branch, a lowly official. Your status is not even comparable to mine. It would be better if your director Zhao came in person." Song Wuji rolled his eyes at Zhang Wei and said with disdain. "That's right, get out of here as soon as possible. The person we're looking for today is Lin Mo. If you get in the way again, don't blame us for being rude to you." Chen Feihu glared at Zhang Wei and shouted angrily. At the same time, a powerful wave of supernatural power rose from his body. Zhang Wei's expression suddenly changed. Because this Chen Feihu was actually a 9th-level psychic. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Deputy Director Lin Mo is hiding in the car. And just at this moment, Lan Yi suddenly pointed inside the car and said, "Humph! You're really a coward." Chen Feihu snorted coldly and was about to step forward. Zhang Wei quickly reached out to stop Chen Feihu, took a deep breath, and said, "Deputy Director Chen, Lin Mo is a key target for our Jiangzhou branch. If you hurt him, our Jiangzhou branch will never let you off." "Oh my, you still dare to threaten me?" Chen Feihu's face suddenly darkened. He glared at Zhang Wei and said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Get out of here, or I'll really take action. If you want to touch Lin Mo, you have to get past me first." Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized his special abilities, intending to protect Lin Mo with all his might. "Well, you're asking for death." A cold light flashed in Chen Feihu's eyes, and he swung his palm to hit Zhang Wei. "Wait a moment. But at this moment, the car door opened. Lin Mo and Lu Liang got out of the car. "What are you doing down here? Get back to the car." Zhang Wei's face changed and he quickly looked at Lin Mo and said, "Team leader, there are some things that cannot be avoided. I have to face them all by myself." Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, then walked forward, looked at Chen Feihu, Song Wuji, and the others and said, "I am Lin Mo. I eliminated all the people in your branch. If you have any problems, just come to me. Don't make things difficult for my team leader and teammates. They are innocent." "Oh, you are so brave." Chen Feihu smiled coldly, turned to look at Lin Mo, and said in a deep voice, "But I'm afraid you can't bear it." The words fell. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Mo. For a while, Lin Mo felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and even breathing became extremely difficult. 9th level mutant. And it seems that he is even stronger than Wang Dalong. This momentum is truly terrifying. Lin Mo quickly activated his supernatural powers, forcing himself to support himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "I thought the supernatural management bureaus in big cities were all heroes who understood justice and reasoned with reason. I didn't expect them to be so indiscriminate and bully others." Chapter 71 Level 10 Psychic. Indiscriminate? Ha, Lin Mo, you really are sharp-tongued. The genius our branch has carefully cultivated for many years has been eliminated by you. He has lost his qualification for regularization and has become a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone. Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Now we're the ones to blame? How ridiculous. Song Wuji said with a sneer. They asked for it. If they hadn't come to trouble me, how could I have done anything to them? Or is it that trainee investigators in big cities are inherently superior, so even if they attack me, I can't fight back? Instead of that, why not just give them the awards directly? Why bother with the assessment competition? Lin Mo said in a deep voice. You little brat, even after all this, you're still quibbling. It seems like the pressure I put on you isn't enough, is it? Chen Feihu glared at Lin Mo, then turned to look at Song Wuji and said, Brother Song, let's increase the intensity. That's exactly what I meant. Song Wuji smiled coldly, and his mind moved immediately. A pressure that was no weaker than Chen Feihu's enveloped Lin Mo. For a while, Lin Mo felt the pressure doubled, his right leg suddenly bent, and he almost fell to his knees. He gritted his teeth, withstood the tremendous pressure, and forced himself to stand up straight. But in return, all my bones were creaking. Keep going like this. I'm afraid even if Song Wuji and Chen Feihu don't take action, Lin Modu died of comminuted fractures all over his body. Stop it now. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were about to step forward to help. People from several other police stations immediately rushed forward and stopped the two. What do you think, Lin Mo? Are you still going to be stubborn now? Actually, we don't want your life today. As long as you're willing to kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and hand over the reward you received, we'll let you go. Chen Feihu said with a sneer. You are dreaming. Lin Mo's gums were bitten until they bled, and veins bulged on his forehead, but he still refused to give in. He was waiting for the supernatural power in his body to recover. But it is not enough now, and I cannot use the field of annihilation. He's still stubborn even when death is imminent. Deputy Director, I suggest we just take action and make him suffer a little more. Let's see how long he can hold out. Lan Yi clasped his fists towards Song Wuji and suggested. Well, then you can do it yourself. He's being suppressed by me and Deputy Director Chen's aura and can't move. You can just avenge your previous shame. Song Wuji nodded. Yes, sir. Lan Yi was suddenly very excited. You go too. Chen Feihu winked at Wang Yuan. The two of them immediately came to Lin Mo. Ha, Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to have this day, did you? Where's that arrogant energy you had in Purgatory Town just now? Why don't you continue to act cool? Lan Yi looked at Lin Mo and said with a smug look on his face. Lin Mo, you're just an ant from a small 4th-tier city. Even if you're a level 7 psychic, so what? Ants are still ants after all. If you dare to mess with us, no one can save you today. Wang Yuan said with a grim smile. Then the two of them were about to step forward and attack Lin Mo. Stop it. But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came. I saw it not far away. Two cars, one black and one white, stopped.
Among those who got off the white car were Zhao Tianlin and others.
With Zhao Tianlin here, I don't think anyone would dare to touch Lin Mo. Zhao Tianlin walked forward quickly and protected Lin Mo behind him. For a while,
the pressure on Lin Mo instantly decreased a lot, and at least he could breathe normally.
Director Zhao? You've arrived just in time.
Lin Mo from your branch maliciously assaulted someone from our branch and caused them to be eliminated early from the regularization assessment.
Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this matter?
Chen Feihu narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice.
That's right, you must give us an explanation today. Punish Lin Mo severely and make him apologize.
Lin Mo is a man with a vicious heart. He must not remain in the Ability Management Bureau team and should be expelled. People from the other branches also spoke up.
What explanation do I need to give you? I've already understood what happened today. Lin Mo did nothing wrong.
It was your people who started the trouble first.
They deserve to be eliminated. Zhao Tianlin said in a deep voice. So, Director Zhao is going to protect his own son?
Then we have no choice but to seek justice with our fists. Chen Feihu said coldly.
What? Still want to fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Tianlin's mind moved, and a powerful wave of supernatural power rose from his body.
He also reached the level of a 9th level psychic.
However, regarding this, Song Wuji was extremely disdainful. Director Zhao, how could you possibly be a match for the two of us? If we really fight, you will definitely lose. Really? What if I am included in the mix? Just then, a playful voice came.
I saw the door of the black car not far away also opened. A figure walked down from above.
See this.
Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang were all shocked. Because that person turned out to be the mayor of Jiangzhou City, Zhang Qinian.
City Lord Zhang? This is an internal matter of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. It has nothing to do with your city lord's mansion. Why are you interfering? Chen Feihu asked with a frown. That's wrong. Little friend Lin Mo is a hero of our Jiangzhou City. Not long ago, a wolf-level disaster broke out in Jiangzhou City.
Little friend Lin Mo made great contributions.
How can you say that it has nothing to do with me?
Zhang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a sneer, so whoever wants to touch him today must first ask my permission.
The words fell. A wave of supernatural power that crushed the entire audience rose from his body.
This made Chen Feihu and Song Wuji's expressions change instantly, level 10 psychic.
To this,
Lin Mo was also very surprised. I didn't expect that Zhang Qinian, who usually looks amiable, is so powerful that he has reached the level of a 10th level psychic.
But it's normal, I think. Without some means and strength, how could he possibly sit on the position of the Lord of Jiangzhou City? Haha, Song Wuji, Chen Feihu, what are your chances of winning now? Zhao Tianlin threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Hearing this, Chen Feihu and Song Wuji's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Zhao Tianlin alone is naturally nothing to be feared.
But if Zhang Qinian is added, things won't be so easy. If we insist on taking action, there will inevitably be heavy casualties, and it will be difficult to explain when we return. After all, it was a fight among our own people, and it would be shameful to tell others about it. The two looked at each other and nodded, reluctantly retracting their supernatural powers.
Lin Mo, you're lucky today. Let's see what happens.
And Director Zhao, your Jiangzhou branch has a grudge against our Nanzhou branch and Luocheng branch.
There will always be a day of reckoning. Let's go. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu waved and prepared to take their people away. Wait a minute.
But at this moment,
Zhang Qinian suddenly called out to the two of them. City Lord Zhang, we've already given you face, what else do you want?
Chen Feihu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked unhappily. You guys just bullied little friend Lin Mo for a long time.
Shouldn't you apologize to little friend Lin Mo before leaving? Zhang Qinian asked with a sneer. Chapter 72. Let us keep fighting. Hearing this,
Song Wuji and Chen Feihu's faces suddenly darkened.
City Lord Zhang, please don't go too far. We should apologize to him? Why?
Chen Feihu said through gritted teeth.
If you don't apologize, I'll beat you until you apologize. I won't tolerate your bad habits. Zhang Qinian took a step forward, revealing the full aura of a level 10 psychic.
This made Song Wuji and Chen Feihu feel a lot of pressure.
There is no way. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. If we take action today, we will suffer a great loss. Think of this.
The two of them gritted their teeth and had no choice but to step forward, clasped their fists towards Lin Mo, and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry for offending you today."
Finished. The two were about to turn and leave. Two leaders, please wait a moment.
Lin Mo called out to the two of them, then pointed at Lan Yi and Wang Yuan standing beside him and said with a sneer, "They haven't apologized yet."
Lin Mo, don't push your luck.
Why should I apologize to you, a piece of shit?
Do you deserve it? Lan Yi couldn't help but burst into cursing. Exactly. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly ant from a fourth-tier city. What qualifications do you have for us to apologize to you?
If you weren't lucky enough to have someone rescue you today, I would have beaten the shit out of you.
Wang Yuan also said this through gritted teeth. Whoosh!
Lin Mo turned into a shadow and rushed towards the two of them, swinging his hands in the air and pulling out fiercely.
Snap! Snap!
Accompanied by two crisp slaps. The two men flew out in a spin and fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood and losing several teeth.
For a while,
heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky.
It seems that I didn't defeat you in Purgatory Town before, right? In that case, let's continue the fight.
Lin Mo smiled coldly and rushed towards the two again. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were both about to piss themselves, and they quickly cried for help. "Deputy Director, save me."
You are so arrogant.
Song Wuji and Chen Feihu's faces suddenly darkened, and they were about to stop Lin Mo.
But at this moment, two figures came forward. They were Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin.
Let the young people sort things out among themselves, and we old guys should just watch from here.
Jiang Qinian put one hand behind his back and said lightly. You. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu glared in anger. Ouch. Soon,
Lan Yi and Wang Yuan's heart-wrenching screams rang out again. The two were beaten all over the place by Lin Mo, and they had no power to fight back.
It was so miserable.
Song Wuji and Chen Feihu were so anxious that their teeth were about to break, but they could do nothing but watch the two men get beaten.
Brother Lin, give that brat Wang Yuan another kick on the butt. Yeah, give Lan Yi another slap on the right cheek. I think his face is a little swollen and asymmetrical. Hey, Wang Yuan rolled his eyes. He must be a little dissatisfied with you. This is a provocation, a naked provocation.
Lu Liang took gleeful delight in giving orders from the side.
Humph.
You've been looking down on our small city. It's bad enough that you used to steal our resources from headquarters every day, but you've also been constantly verbally humiliating us.
You deserve it. This scene is so satisfying. Zhang Wei also clenched his fists excitedly. It only took a short while.
Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were beaten beyond recognition. The two men clung to Lin Mo's thighs tightly, crying and begging for mercy. "Brother, please stop hitting me.
I really can't take it. Please have mercy on us and let us go.
We surrender, completely surrender." Then the two of them knelt down in front of Lin Mo and kowtowed to apologize. "What happened today was our fault. We were the ones who caused the trouble first.
We were eliminated, and we still brought people to cause trouble for you. We are despicable and shameless. Please forgive us. If you had said that earlier, this wouldn't have happened."
Lin Mo smiled coldly, then stopped and turned back to Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin.
"Go, quickly carry them to the car." Song Wuji and Chen Feihu quickly waved to their subordinates.
Several people quickly stepped forward, lifted up Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who had bruised faces and noses, and walked towards the car.
"Deputy Director Song, Deputy Director Chen, we won't send you off then. Come visit us in Jiangzhou when you have time." Zhao Tianlin looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Snort.
The two men glared at Zhao Tianlin and Lin Mo fiercely, then turned around and got into the car and left. I originally came here to get back at them today, but ended up being severely humiliated instead.
This made them too embarrassed to stay any longer.
When the people from other branches saw that their leaders had run away, they immediately left in shame.
Soon, only Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and others were left there. "Thank you, Director and City Lord, for your help."
Lin Mo turned around, clasped his fists towards the two of them, and expressed his gratitude.
"Hey, we're all family, it's so awkward to say that." Zhao Tianlin waved his hand.
"Yes, little friend Lin Mo, you represented the Jiangzhou branch and shone brilliantly in this national regularization assessment, achieving such an outstanding result as first place. Speaking of which, as the city lord, I'm also very proud. It's been a long time since Jiangzhou City has been so proud in front of a big city.
Zhang Qinian also said with a grin. Thank you for the compliment, Lord City Lord. Lin Mo clasped his fists humbly. Master Director, Master City Lord, it's not safe outside the city after all. Let's get in the car and talk while we walk, Zhang Wei suggested. Then everyone got into the car and drove towards Jiangzhou City. And shortly after the convoy left, several figures walked out of a bush not far away. The leader was a young man with a black robe, silver hair, and a red cross pendant on his chest.
It seems that the internal structure of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau is not monolithic. This is very beneficial to our worship sect.
Taking over Jiangzhou City is just around the corner.
The silver-haired man sneered.
Master Priest, please forgive my ignorance. Jiangzhou is just a small fourth-tier city. Even the Kan city right before us is more prosperous than it. Why are the higher-ups so obsessed with taking Jiangzhou? Wouldn't it be better to use this energy to capture a large city?
A subordinate next to him frowned and asked in confusion. The higher-ups naturally have their own meanings, we just need to follow them. And from what I know, Jiangzhou City is not as simple as it appears on the surface.
There are mysteries hidden within it.
If we can capture Jiangzhou City, our great cause of worshipping the gods will be halfway to success, the silver-haired man said with narrowed eyes.
Then, he turned to look at his men beside him and ordered, Go, inform Taoist Yoli and tell him to do everything he can to speed up the advance of the ghost-level beast tide and strive to capture Jiangzhou City within half a month. Chapter 73 I Have a Solution.
Beijing, the headquarters of the Supernatural Management Bureau, the Director's Office. As the Director General, Long Zhan is in charge of the National Ability Management Bureau and should be considered one of the busiest people in China. His desk was piled with various urgent documents that needed to be processed. The East Sea Dragon Clan has been putting pressure on several coastal cities recently, hoping to open up customs and promote trade between the two clans. The god worship cult has captured Moon City. The Supernatural Power Management Bureau within Moon City has been completely uprooted, and countless civilians have been killed or injured. A large number of exotic beasts have been spotted gathering in the southeast region, potentially creating a dragon-level disaster. Several nearby cities are requesting assistance. Look at these files. Long Zhan also let out a long sigh. He is only 50 years old, but at this moment he looks particularly haggard and old.
No way. Today's China is facing internal and external troubles. As the Director General, you can imagine how much pressure he is under. Headquarters. Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside.
A young man walked in hurriedly holding a tablet.
What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?
Long Zhan glanced at the young man and asked in confusion. General Administration, please take a look at this video. The young man placed the tablet in front of Long Zhan.
And the one playing above.
It was the video of Lin Mo releasing the annihilation field in Purgatory Town.
When was this filmed? Who is this person?
Long Zhan, who originally looked tired, suddenly became energetic. Zhang Tong had someone take this video of the probationary period assessment. The person in the video is called Lin Mo, a new recruit from the Jiangzhou branch. The young man hurriedly explained.
Jiangzhou.
Long Zhan's eyes flashed, and he immediately replayed the video and said excitedly, Domain.
This is definitely a domain skill. But aren't domain-type skills only possessed by SS level and above abilities?
But I checked Lin Mo's information at the Ability Management Bureau, and it shows that his ability is only B level. The young man said in great confusion. Or maybe this guy is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Or, he must be playing the pig to eat the tiger.
There's no mistake in this game. This is definitely a territorial skill.
Long Zhan said this with great certainty, then slammed the table and stood up from his chair. I've been getting so much bad news these past few days that it's almost driving me crazy.
Finally, there's some exciting good news. I never thought that after so many years, another genius with SS-level superpowers would appear in China. God bless China.
Immediately arrange a special plane. I will go to Jiangzhou to meet him in person.
Yes.
The young man nodded and was about to turn around and leave.
Etc.
But at this moment, Long John seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly called out to the young man.
Directorate, anything else?
The young man stopped and asked in confusion.
No, I can't go see him now.
Long John shook his head and said with a frown.
Why is that?
The young man asked with some confusion. He's too weak right now, and my goal is too big. Once I go meet him, I'm sure all the major forces will know about this soon. By then, he'll undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. I'm afraid the tragedy of that year will happen again.
I don't want to see it.
Long John said this with a serious expression, then sat back in his chair.
Yes, it's such a pity for Donching.
He had SSS-level superpowers, but because they were exposed too early, he was poisoned by the god-worship cult, which destroyed all his superpowers and made him a useless person.
Otherwise, if he had been trained until now, China would have had another top-level expert.
The young man sighed deeply and said with a look of regret.
Therefore, we must protect Lin Mo even more. Pass on my order to delete all videos and do everything in our power to block this matter. Fortunately, this is our internal promotion assessment, and it's not being broadcast live nationwide.
Furthermore, there are very few people on the scene who can recognize the field, so it shouldn't be leaked.
Long John gave the order.
Yes, sir.
The young man nodded and immediately turned around and went there.
Looking at the young man's back as he left, Long John narrowed his eyes and murmured, Zhangzhou, Lin Mo, it's as if it was destined by heaven. I hope this is a turning point in the fate of my human race. Zhangzhou City, at the gate of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Zhao Tianlin stopped Jiang Qinian, who was about to go in, and said, Brother Jiang, Lin Mo has returned safely.
If you have nothing else, go back to the city lord's mansion. After all, you are quite busy.
What? You just throw away your pants after you pull them up, right?
I've helped you so much, you shouldn't even offer me a cup of tea, right? Jiang Qinian rolled his eyes at Zhao Tianlin and said unhappily. Look at what Brother Jiang said. It's really not convenient today.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just been transferred to official investigators, and I still have to handle the paperwork for them.
I guess I'll be busy until very late. Zhao Tianlin said with a wry grin. Come on, is it really necessary for a big director like you to handle this little thing personally? Jiang Qinian naturally didn't believe Zhao Tianlin's nonsense. He rolled his eyes and said, It's okay if we don't drink tea. Let me talk to Lin Mo alone.
No, that won't work.
If you kidnap my people again, I won't have anywhere to cry. Zhao Tianlin immediately shook his head, his expression as if he was guarding against a thief. Then in front of you, this should be okay, right? Jiang Qinian said helplessly. That's more like it.
Zhao Tianlin nodded, then shouted to Lin Mo, who was not far away, Lin Mo, come here, City Lord Jian wants to tell you something.
Lin Mo immediately walked over and asked doubtfully, Lord City Lord, is there something wrong? I heard you got an S-class armor this time. You're quite good. There aren't many treasures of this level in my City Lord's mansion. You really made a fortune.
Jiang Qinian said with a smile.
Luck, I'm just lucky.
Lin Mo scratched the back of his head and said with a wry smile.
Don't be so modest. Luck is also part of strength.
Jiang Qinian patted Lin Mo's shoulder, and then his expression suddenly became serious. But I have to remind you, this man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure.
S-level armor is not an ordinary item, especially in a small city like Zhangzhou. It is very eye-catching and will definitely attract the covetousness of others. When you get it, be careful. After all, you are in the open while others are in the dark.
Lin Mo's expression changed, and he quickly clasped his fists. Thank you for the reminder, senior.
I will definitely keep it in mind. And this time, you've completely offended the supernatural management bureaus of Nanzhou City and Luocheng.
Although they didn't dare to do anything to you today because of Director Zhao and I being here, they will definitely retaliate against you in the future.
But I do have a plan that should be able to protect you temporarily. Are you willing to do it?
Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and asked with a smile.
Chapter 74 Snow Monster in the Slums. What method? Lin Mo asked curiously. Zhao Tianlin on the side also quickly pricked up his ears. My city defense army currently has a vacant deputy commander position. If you are willing, this position can be given to you.
Jiang Qinian said with a smile.
Stop. Zhao Tianlin rushed forward, glared at Jiang Qinian and said, Old Jiang, I'm still here, and you're poaching me right in front of me so blatantly. Oh, Brother Zhao, that's not what I meant. What I mean is that Lin Mo can hold multiple positions.
He is not only an investigator for your Supernatural Power Management Bureau, but also the deputy commander of my city lord's mansion. And with this identity, the ability management bureaus of Nanzhou City and Luochang will have to think twice before trying to cause trouble for Lin Mo. They can give face to your Jiangzhou branch, but they must give face to my city lord's mansion. Zhang Qinian quickly waved his hands and explained. But, Lin Mo is already an official investigator. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to serve as deputy commander? Zhao Tianlin said with a frown. What's the big deal? Didn't your Director General Long Zhan also serve as the commander-in-chief of the capital's garrison? We are one family, so why should we be so clear-cut? Zhang Qinian smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlin nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this is the only way. As long as I can protect Lin Mo, I will do anything. Lin Mo, do you agree with my idea? Zhang Qinian looked at Lin Mo. I have no objection, but I'm going to cause trouble for the city lord. Lin Mo said a little embarrassedly.
Zhangzhou has finally produced a genius like you. I will protect you no matter what. Don't be polite. Zhang Qinian waved his hand, then looked at Lin Mo and said, once you have completed the formalization procedures, come to the city lord's mansion to report. That day, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's dormitory was moved from the original 80 square meters to a large flat with a river view of over 200 square meters. The decoration is so luxurious. Their salaries also increased directly to 50,000 yuan per month, and they were covered by 5 insurances and 1 fund. The salary has increased several times. And because Lin Mo and Lu Liang performed well in the regularization assessment, Zhao Tianlin also awarded each of them 1 million in cash.
Brother Lin, now that we've been officially hired, it's time for a car for missions.
Let's go to the 4S store and have a look. Lu Liang suggested. Walk.
The two went straight to the 4S store. Originally, I wanted to take a look at the new SUV released by Xiaomi, but considering that it is an electric car, it would be more convenient to use a gasoline car when going on missions in the future.
I can just fill up the gas and drive away.
So the two of them came to the BMW 4S store, and after a round of shopping, they set their eyes on a BMW X5, known as the King of the Road. There aren't as many pretentious and face-slapping things in real life as in novels.
The salesperson's attitude was very good.
He smiled throughout the whole process and introduced the products to the two of us.
Lin Mo was also very fond of the BMW X5.
He asked about the price and found out that the total cost was about 700,000 yuan, so he paid with a credit card. After all, this amount of money is nothing to Lin Mo now. The 4S store has the car in stock and the registration procedures are completed quickly. Lin Mo and Lu Liang drove away directly.
As for things like driver's licenses, I don't think any traffic police would dare to check their cars.
They can just apply for a new one later.
I drove and stopped by the city lord's mansion. Lin Mo completed the entry procedures and received the deputy commander's token.
With this token, he can directly mobilize the city defense troops.
So far,
house, car, and military power.
Lin Mo possesses all 3 magic weapons of a man.
It's hard to imagine that a week ago he was a loser who was disliked by his ex-girlfriend and kicked out by his family.
Fate is really amazing. Lin Mo, where are you now? There's an urgent mission.
While I was driving, I received a call from my team leader Zhang Wei. The two immediately rushed back to the Superpower Management Bureau.
Here is the information, take a look. Zhang Wei handed a document to the two of them. The slums, the strange beast is a snow monster? We're not in a snowy mountain here, where did the snow monster come from? Lin Mo was stunned.
Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't know the details, so you two have to go and find out. According to eyewitnesses, this snow monster is very powerful, at least level 5, and very likely even level 6.
I've thought about it, and right now, you two are the most suitable for our team.
Go and investigate as soon as possible and capture this snow monster. Team leader, judging by the data, the few times the snow monster has appeared, it's either robbing bread from a convenience store or stealing apples from a fruit shop.
It hasn't hurt anyone.
It should be considered one of the more kind-hearted monsters out there.
Lu Liang said. There are no such things as kind monsters. Monsters are inherently brutal and inhumane.
Regardless of whether it harms anyone or not, allowing a level 6 monster like this to stay in the city is a huge threat. As investigators, we must eliminate it as soon as possible.
This is our duty,
Zhang Wei said with a serious face.
Understood, let's set off immediately.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the information and left the Ability Management Bureau directly.
Slums. Compared to the prosperous city center, this place is full of desolation and poverty.
But this is where many poor people and low-income workers live. The rent and prices here are extremely low, allowing many people who live a hard life to finally see a little hope of survival.
Brother Lin, this slum is so big, where can we find the snow monster? Lu Liang looked around and frowned. This mission is no less difficult than a bounty mission. There are no useful clues at all.
I can only rely on myself to find out.
Let's go to the convenience store where the Yeti appeared first.
Lin Mo shook his head and was about to move forward. But at this moment, he found that Lu Liang was still standing there motionless. Following Lu Liang's gaze, I saw a little boy about 4 or 5 years old squatting on the side of the road not far away. His face was dirty and his clothes were tattered and full of patches. In front of him was an old bowl full of cracks, probably for begging. How pitiful. Lu Liang felt a little sorry for the little boy, so he took out his wallet, pulled out a few $100 bills and put them into the little boy's bowl.
Uncle, this is too much, I can't take it.
The little boy was startled and spoke quickly and carefully.
It's okay, Uncle gave it to you, just take it.
Lu Liang said with a smile. At this time, Lin Mo also came over, put all the cash he had on him into the box, and asked, "Little boy, what's your name?"
My name is Nunu.
The little boy blinked his big eyes and answered.
Nunu? What a strange name.
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then reached out and rubbed Nunu's little head, and said, "Nunu, it's getting dark soon.
There are snow monsters around here. You should go home early. Do you hear me? Hear the word snow monster." Nunu's expression changed noticeably. But it's not fear, it's worry. However, this scene. Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who had already turned and left, did not notice. Chapter 75, Finding Traces. 24-hour convenience store. This is where the Yeti first appeared.
At that time, the snow monster rushed in and snatched a piece of bread here, and was captured by the surveillance camera. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang showed their IDs, they were able to successfully access the surveillance video.
On the screen.
It is a monster that is 3 meters tall, covered with snow-white hair and has a pair of deer antlers. His purpose was quite clear. He grabbed the bread and ran away immediately without stopping. And from the monitoring point of view, the cashier on duty at the time was only 2 meters away from the snow monster, and they even met face to face. But the snow monster had no intention of hurting him.
This is a bit strange. Which strange beast doesn't eat people and only steals bread? Not much to gain here. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were planning to go somewhere else. "Uncle, is this your wallet?"
As soon as the two walked out the door, they were stopped by a petite figure.
It's the little boy just now, Nunu. And in his hand, he was holding a wallet.
Lu Liang saw that it looked familiar and quickly touched his pocket. His eyes widened immediately. "Oh my god, it really is my wallet."
"Thank you, Nunu." "Uncle, you're welcome. Goodbye." Nunu handed the wallet to Lu Liang and turned away.
Lu Liang opened his wallet to see if anything was missing, but he found that most of the money he and Lin Mo had just given to Nunu had been returned, leaving only 5 yuan. This little guy. Lu Liang was about to look up and call out to Nunu, but he could no longer see him.
"See this."
Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled helplessly. Nowadays, many beggars only regret that the money they receive from others is not enough, and some even make it their profession to make a profit. And Nunu came out to beg, perhaps he really wanted to survive. What a poor child.
Let's go. If we meet him again, it's not too late to give it to him. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and was about to get in the car.
But at this moment, in the alley directly opposite the two of them, a white shadow suddenly flashed by. This made the two of them stunned.
Lu Liang swallowed his saliva and asked uncertainly, "Brother Lin, did you see that? That white afterimage seems to be snow monster."
Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he immediately chased after him. A dark alley. A woman with heavy makeup and wearing a black silk miniskirt is walking forward, twisting her slender waist. The sound of high heels echoed in the alley. However, she didn't notice that a tall white figure was quietly following her not far behind her.
Soon we arrived under a street light.
The woman suddenly stopped. Because she found a huge black shadow on the ground in front of her. This is obviously not my own shadow. She quickly looked back. I saw a 3-meter-tall snow monster covered with white hair standing behind me, staring at me.
Ah!
The shrill screams suddenly filled the entire alley. The woman was so frightened that she almost fainted on the spot. But at this moment, the snow monster stretched out his huge palm, covered the woman's mouth, and made a hush gesture with his index finger at his mouth. The woman wanted to escape, but her legs were weak and no matter what orders her brain gave her, they just wouldn't obey.
Woohoo!
At this time, the snow monster pointed his finger forward, then pointed at himself, and looked at the woman with a questioning look in his eyes.
What are you saying? I don't understand at all.
The woman looked confused.
Woohoo!
The snow monster sighed helplessly, reached out and grabbed the woman's slender waist, carried her directly on his shoulders, and was about to walk into the depths of the alley.
Where are you taking me? Put me down quickly.
The woman was immediately frightened and struggled and screamed desperately. The snow monster waved his right hand, and directly conjured up a fist-sized snowball and stuffed it into the woman's mouth.
The
woman was extremely desperate.
It's over, I'm really dead now. With such a big snow monster, I guess there won't be even a bone left of me.
Whoosh! But at this moment, 2 figures emerged from the ground.
It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Looking at the woman on the Yeti's shoulder. Lin Mo was stunned at first, then a sneer appeared on his lips. I was wondering why you didn't hurt anyone. It turns out you're not interested in men and only target women, right? Woohoo!
The snow monster looked at the 2 people in front of him, his big eyes full of confusion. It was obvious that he didn't understand what Lin Mo meant for a moment. Superpower administration, you are under arrest, put that woman down immediately. Lu Liang took out his ID and held it in front of the snow monster.
See this.
The snow monster's expression suddenly changed. He quickly put the woman on the ground and raised his hands. That simple and slightly frightened look was actually a little cute. This is something that Lin Mo and Lu Liang can't handle.
Perform so many missions. This is the first time I've seen a strange beast surrender as soon as it comes up.
It seems that this task is not as difficult as imagined. Brother Lin, it seems this guy has also seen that you are not a good person, and he was scared into surrendering. Lu Liang directly took out a pair of handcuffs specially used for strange beasts from the space ring and was about to go forward to put them on the snow monster.
Call.
But at this moment, a cold wind mixed with a large amount of ice and snow suddenly swept in.
This made Lu Liang and Lin Mo unable to open their eyes for a while. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang can see clearly,
the snow monster in front of him had disappeared, leaving only the woman who was paralyzed on the ground with fear.
Run away? Lin Mo frowned. Oh my god, it seems this snow monster has a very high IQ. It even knows the 36 stratagems? Lu Liang was also very surprised.
He walked forward and looked at the woman who was still in shock.
He asked with concern, "Beautiful lady, are you okay? It's really scary."
The woman patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was summer, she only wore a suspender top with very little fabric on her upper body. With a deep breath, you can clearly see the undulating peaks and the quite deep ravines. Lu Liang swallowed hard, then reached out to help the woman up. Ahem, beautiful lady, if you have nothing else to do, we'll leave first.
Finished. The 2 of them turned around and left. Wait a moment.
But at this moment,
the woman quickly caught up, her eyes scanning the 2 of them, and asked doubtfully, "Are you 2 really investigators from the Supernatural Administration?"
Well, if it weren't for the investigators, who would be so kind as to come out here and catch strange beasts at night instead of staying at home? That's just pure insanity. Lu Liang curled his lips.
Very good.
The woman was instantly extremely excited and threw herself into Lu Liang's arms. While caressing Lu Liang's chest with her hand, she said delicately, "I heard that the investigators at the Supernatural Administration Bureau are not short of money. Anyway, it's too late for me to go to the guests now. Do you 2 want to have some fun? Come one by one or all at once, I can accept it."
Chapter 76 Nunu and Dubai. Lu Liang was originally enjoying it.
Upon hearing this, he immediately pushed the woman away from his arms, staring at her and asking, Are you a jerk? Hey, don't say such harsh words.
I'm just a weak woman who was lonely late at night and wanted to make some extra money.
The woman patted Lu Liang's chest and said with a charming smile, "Don't worry, since you saved me, I can give you a 30% discount."
Puff. Lin Mo on the side couldn't help laughing out loud.
Bro originally thought it was a romantic encounter.
I didn't expect it to be a koan. Go away. I've always pursued pure and beautiful love.
I despise this kind of money for body exchange the most.
I'd rather be a pilot at home. Lu Liang gave the woman a cold look, then pulled Lin Mo and ran out of the alley quickly. Brother Lin, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Want to shut me up? You'll treat me to supper tonight.
No problem, I'll take care of tomorrow's breakfast too.
The end of the alley.
No one cares about the corner full of garbage.
A little boy was curled up here. If Lin Mo and Lu Liang were there, they would definitely recognize him. Because this little boy is Nunu.
At this moment, he was holding a red apple in his hand.
Woohoo! Just then,
a tall, snow-white figure walked in. It was the snow monster that had just escaped from Lin Mo and Lu Liang. However, when Nunu saw the snow monster, instead of being scared, he stood up and threw himself into the snow monster's arms. "Dabai, you're back."
Woohoo!
Dabai rubbed Nunu's little head lovingly.
"Hey, I bought this especially for you. Don't steal other people's apples anymore, okay?"
Nunu handed the red apple in his hand to Baymax.
Uluru! Dabai was immediately very happy.
He took the apple and swallowed it in one gulp.
"Did you finish it so quickly?" Nunu was also surprised. Woohoo! Dabai rubbed his stomach, as if he was not full.
"Oh, a kind person gave me $5 today, but it's only enough to buy you an apple.
I'll beg for more tomorrow and buy you more, okay?" Nunu scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly. Uluru! Dabai nodded happily.
Then the two of them squatted down in the corner, snuggling together.
Dabai,
you smell so good, it seems like the smell of perfume."
Nunu sniffed Dabai's shoulder, then seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Dabai and asked, "Did you go to investigate again?" "Woo!" Dabai said while making gestures. "The amazing thing is..."
Nunu could actually understand its language and said in surprise, "You must have met those two kind-hearted uncles.
They are actually from the Supernatural Administration. We have to be more careful recently and must not let them meet us again. Although they are kind, they will definitely capture you." Woohoo!
Dabai made several more gestures.
Nunu's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. "You know where my mother is?" Woohoo! Dabai waved to Nunu, stood up and walked outside. Nunu took a deep breath, hesitated for a while, and finally followed.
In the slums, a veteran-s barbecue stall.
"You know what, even though this slum looks shabby, the barbecue here tastes really good." Lu Liang rubbed his stomach and said with a satisfied look on his face. He and Lin Mo had just had a big meal.
After paying the bill,
Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Brother Lin, where are we going now?"
After the previous scare, the Yeti probably won't show up tonight.
Let's find a place to sleep first and continue looking tomorrow. Lin Mo analyzed. Then the two of them got up and left. "Hey, Brother Lin, look at that guy, isn't that the Nunu we met before?"
Suddenly, Lu Liang pointed to a small bar across the street and said.
Lin Mo turned his head to look.
"I saw a petite figure standing at the door of the bar.
It's Nunu."
Originally, the bar's security guards wouldn't let him in and kept driving him away.
But I don't know what he said to the security guard.
The security guard actually took him into the bar.
See this.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were both stunned.
"Damn it, Brother Lin, are we being tricked? This kid is organized." Lu Liang's expression suddenly changed. That shouldn't be the case. If he was from that kind of begging organization, he wouldn't have returned the money to us.
Lin Mo shook his head and said with certainty. After all, that kind of organization specifically hired children to beg outside. They had a target every day, and if they failed to achieve it, they would definitely be beaten when they returned.
Then why is Nunu going to the bar? Lu Liang asked in confusion. Follow and see.
Lin Mo felt like there was something hidden, so he immediately stood up and walked over.
And at this moment, inside the bar,
under the guidance of security guards,
Nunu walked into a private room. I saw a young man in a white shirt sitting on the sofa in the middle of the private room. And in front of him stood a whole row of women wearing heavy makeup and very sexy clothes. The security guard walked up quickly and whispered something in the young man's ear. What? Looking for mom? The young man glanced at Nunu, who looked a little reserved at the door, and waved. Nunu mustered up his courage and walked forward quickly. Little boy, come and see who is your mother here. The young man pointed at the group of sexy women in front of him and asked Nunu. Nunu took a quick look and shook his head. They are not my mother's. What's your mother's name? Tell me so I can tell her to get out of here. She gave birth to a child and still eats and drinks here for free. The young man said unhappily. My mother's name is Chumeli. Nunu said. What? Hearing this, the young man's expression suddenly changed, and he said gloomily, why did that bitch leave a bastard outside? My mom is not a bitch. Although Nunu was scared, he still retorted when he heard someone insulting his mother. It doesn't matter anymore. The young man smiled coldly, waved to the security guard next to him, and said, just kill him and throw him into the river to feed the fish. Do it cleanly. Clear. The security guard nodded, then looked at Nunu with a ferocious smile on his face. He was about to reach out and grab Nunu's neck. Bang! Sudden. The door of the private room collapsed. A tall white figure rushed in. It's Dubai. Chapter 77. Then use another identity. Strange beast. Ah! The young man and the sexy women were immediately frightened, their eyes widened. Dubai turned sideways to let the women escape from the private room, and then rushed directly towards the young man and the security guard. For a while, heart-wrenching screams filled the entire private room. Brother dog, how are you, brother dog? The young man's men immediately came to support after hearing the noise. But when they rushed into the private room and saw Dubai sitting on the young man, they were so scared that their faces changed instantly and they immediately pretended that they saw nothing. Brother Go is not here, let's look for him in other rooms. Hearing this, the dog brother who was being sat on by Dubai was so angry that he almost died on the spot. You bunch of bastards, I really raised you for nothing. Soon, the screams of dog brother were heard again in the private room. Stop. Sudden. A cold shout rang out. Two figures rushed in. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Look carefully, it's Queen White. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were also obviously stunned. Why is the snow monster here? Dubai, run. Nunu hurriedly shouted at Dubai. Dubai? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, then glared at Dubai and said, the Supernatural Administration is investigating the case. Surrender immediately. Woohoo! Dubai waved his hand, and the wind and snow quickly condensed, sweeping towards Lin Mo and Lu Liang. You still want to try this trick? Lin Mo's eyes flashed coldly, and he turned to look at Lu Liang and said, catch him. Clear. Lu Liang dived directly into the ground, and appeared behind Dubai the next second, quickly locking Dubai's feet with handcuffs. The handcuffs of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau are specially made and can release high-voltage current to the supernatural beasts, which has a suppressive effect. In just a moment, Dubai fainted. Dubai. Nunu was very worried and rushed to Dubai's side. Don't worry, it was just electrocuted, it's fine. Lu Liang explained. Uncles, Dubai has never hurt anyone. Please let it go. Nunu begged. Nonsense. Who said it never hurt anyone? I was almost beaten to death by it just now. Dog brother climbed up from the ground with a look of pain on his face, then looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang and said, Comrade investigators, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I, an honest citizen, would have died at the hands of this beast. Please kill this beast. And this little bastard, it's obvious he's in cahoots with the beast. He ordered the beast to hurt people, which is a serious crime and can't be forgiven lightly. You know the law quite well. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Of course I do. As a law-abiding citizen, I must understand the law. Dog brother said with a grin. Uncle, that's not the case. He's a bad guy. He captured my mother. Dubai attacked them because he wanted to save me. Nunu said quickly. Oh? Lin Mo raised his brows slightly. Little bastard, don't slander me. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. When did I arrest your mother? What evidence do you have? Dog Brother's face changed and he glared at Nunu and said, "You know my mother's name, and you insult her." Nunu clenched his fists and said angrily, "I." Dog Brother still wanted to open his mouth to quibble. But he was interrupted by Lin Mo's eyes. "Shut up and let him talk." Immediately, Lin Mo squatted down, looked at Nunu in front of him, and said, "Nunu, you have to explain it clearly to your uncle, so that your uncle can help you." "Uncle, this is what happened. A month ago, my mother suddenly disappeared, and I became a homeless orphan. Later, when I was picking up trash, I met Dabai. Dabai didn't hurt me. He even took care of me. When I was starving, he went to the convenience store to grab some bread for me. I remember all of that. Today, I bought Dabai an apple out of the $5 you gave me. I've already returned the rest to the convenience store. Dabai has been helping me find my mother for a while now. Later, Dabai found out that my mother disappeared in this bar, so he brought me here." After listening to Nunu's words, Lin Mo and Lu Liang also looked at each other. It turns out that there really are kind-hearted beasts in this world. And compared to Dabai, those who kidnapped Nunu's mother and made Nunu homeless are the real beasts. For a while, Lin Mo and Lu Liang simultaneously cast cold glances at Dog Brother. Dog Brother was so frightened by the look on his face that he quickly waved his hands and argued, "To investigators, you can't just believe this kid's one-sided story, right? What if he's lying to you? It doesn't matter whether he lied to us or not. What matters is whether you will lie to us." Lin Mo smiled coldly, then looked at Lu Liang and said, "Let this kid taste the interrogation methods of our Supernatural Administration Bureau." "Okay." Lu Liang's mind immediately moved. An extremely thick electric baton appeared in his hand. As soon as the switch was turned on, the electric baton immediately made a crackling sound of electricity. Lu Liang brandished the electric baton and came in front of Gogu, sneering and saying, "This electric baton is specially used on exotic beasts. A beast weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds would become incontinent if it were hit by it. Tell me, what would it feel like if it were to hit you? This might kill someone." Dog Brother was so scared that his face turned pale. "Brother Dog, we are here to rescue you." At this moment, Dog Brother's men rushed in again. But when they saw Dabai lying on the ground and the electric baton in Lu Liang's hand, which was almost as thick as a telephone pole, their faces suddenly changed. "Hey, this is really strange. I clearly heard Dog Brother's voice just now, how come he's gone? It seems it's not here, retreat." They immediately turned around and ran away, disappearing in a flash. Dog Brother was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was completely desperate. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. I confess everything, but I didn't capture Nunu's mother, and you might not be able to afford to offend the person who captured her." "Who is it?" Lin Mo asked coldly. "President of the Black Dragon Society, Chen Boguang." Dog Brother took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Walk out of the bar." "Brother Lin, are you really going to the Black Dragon Society?" Lu Liang asked with a frown. "That's right." Lin Mo nodded. "Oh, I can't go there." Lu Liang waved his hand quickly. "Why not?" Lin Mo asked doubtfully. "I just checked online. The Black Dragon Society belongs to the civilian society. From their president Qian Boguang on down, they are all ordinary people. You're definitely going to go on a killing spree when you go, but we're investigators from the Superpower Management Bureau. We can only deal with the superpowers and those evildoers. We absolutely cannot kill ordinary people. Otherwise, we will violate the iron rule of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. If someone takes advantage of you, you will be in big trouble." Lu Liang explained. "Does the Supernatural Administration have such regulations?" Lin Mo frowned, then as if he had thought of something, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since the identity of investigator is not working, then use another identity." Chapter 78 What Can You Do to Me? Beihu District, Moonlight Nightclub. It is one of the top 3 entertainment venues in Zhengzhou City. It has another identity, which is the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. In today's world where people with special abilities are everywhere. Although the Black Dragon Society is just a gang composed of ordinary people. But because of its large number of members, strong unity, and guns. Therefore, in civilian society, no one dares to provoke him.
As long as they don't do stupid things and provoke the forces of supernatural beings, they can act tyrannically and domineeringly in Jiangzhou. Over the years, they have indeed done a lot of things like bullying men and women and forcing women of good character into prostitution. The two of them came directly to the door of Moonlight nightclub.
Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Lu Liang and asked, "Have you called yet?"
"We've already called them, and they're on their way."
Lu Liang nodded.
"Okay, let's go meet Qian Boguang first."
Lin Mo smiled coldly and walked into the Moonlight nightclub.
"Stop, you." The security guard at the door wanted to stop the two.
Lin Mo kicked him away.
Rushed into the nightclub. Lin Mo grabbed a waiter and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your boss?" Third floor office." The waiter was obviously frightened by Lin Mo's aura and spoke honestly. Lin Mo and Lu Liang went straight to the third floor without saying a word.
The journey was smooth and unobstructed. No one stepped forward to stop the two. I guess no one would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the Moonlight nightclub. And at the same time, third floor, general manager's office. "Boss, why did you deduct another 1,000 from my salary this month?"
"I wasn't late or left early." In front of the large desk, a pretty waitress frowned and asked with a puzzled look on her face.
At this time,
the office chair turned around. Sitting on the chair was a middle-aged man wearing a green shirt and a slightly bald head.
"This person is the president of the Black Dragon Society, Qian Boguang."
Qian Boguang looked the waitress up and down with a lecherous look in his eyes, then said with a smile, "Hui, you know that the current economic environment is not good, and everyone's income is decreasing."
"I can't help it. It's not just you who's been demoted. But this is too much. My salary is only 3,000 to begin with."
"Everyone else's salary was only reduced by 100 or 200, but why is it that my salary was directly reduced by 1/3?
The waitress asked in confusion. "You think the pay is too little?"
"I actually have a job that pays well, it just depends on whether you're willing to do it." Qian Boguang smiled mischievously, stood up and walked to the waitress, took out a small white pill from his pocket, and handed it to the waitress. "Here, take this pill, and I will give you 5,000 right away, and starting from this month, your salary will increase to 10,000 a month, how about it?" While speaking, his eyes were fixed on the waitress's graceful body with great greed, and he was unwilling to look away for even a second.
What kind of medicine is this?"
the waitress asked a little scared.
"Don't worry, boss, how could I possibly harm you? This is a drug that makes you very happy. Believe me, you'll definitely love this feeling." Qian Boguang deliberately tempted. "No, I won't eat it, and I quit. I'm leaving tonight," said.
The waitress was about to leave. Qian Boguang's face darkened, and he grabbed the waitress's neck and said coldly, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine. Today, you have to eat it, whether you want to or not." As he said this, he was about to force the pill into the waitress's mouth.
Bang!
But at this moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open from outside.
This frightened Qian Boguang.
He turned around and glared at the door, shouting, "Who the hell is this?
Are you tired of living? How dare you kick my door?
Believe it or not, I'll peel off your skin."
TSK, Boss Qian, you really have a bad temper."
A playful voice came from outside the door. Lin Mo and Lu Liang walked in slowly.
"See this." Qian Boguang was also stunned. "You are Lin Mo, the investigator from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau?" "Oh? You recognize me?"
Lin Mo was a little surprised. Qian Boguang quickly released the waitress's neck and approached with a warm smile, "The famous Lin Xiong, who in Jiangzhou doesn't know him these days? I've seen you on TV before. I wonder what brought investigator Lin here today. Could it be that a strange beast has appeared here?"
"That's not the case."
Lin Mo shook his head, looked at Qian Boguang, and sneered, "I came here to find someone."
"Who is it?"
Qian Boguang asked curiously.
"Chu Meili."
As soon as I heard the name, Qian Boguang's expression changed noticeably. But he quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and feigned confusion, saying, "I've never heard of it."
"Qian Boguang, stop pretending. Big Dog has told us everything. If we didn't have solid evidence, we wouldn't come looking for you. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict."
Lu Liang said coldly. This traitor is really tired of living. A cold light flashed in Qian Boguang's eyes.
However, he didn't panic at all.
Instead, he returned to his office chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and said unscrupulously, "Comrades investigators, if I remember correctly, this matter doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of your Supernatural Management Bureau, right?"
"Don't worry about that. Where is Chu Mei now?"
Lin Mo asked coldly.
"No comment."
Qian Buoguang spread his hands.
Bang! Lu Liang stepped forward, slammed his fist on the desk, and said in a deep voice, "Qian Buoguang, if you don't tell the truth, don't blame us for being rude to you." "What? Are you planning to tear down my nightclub?"
Qian Buoguang rolled his eyes at Lu Liang and said confidently, "Everyone in Jiangzhou knows the rules of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
You too should know them, right?
If you have the guts, try to touch me today and see who'll finish first. Also, I have to remind you that I, Qian Buoguang, can be where I am today because I have a backer. If you touch me today, you will definitely be in big trouble."
"So, you don't intend to cooperate properly?"
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked with a playful look on his face.
"Cooperate? Ha, I'm giving you face by calling you an investigator.
If I don't, you're nothing in front of me." Qian Buoguang sneered, leaned back in his office chair, crossed his legs on the desk, and said arrogantly, "Today I want to see what you can do to me."
"Oh no, boss, something terrible has happened."
But at this moment, one of his men rushed in hurriedly.
Qian Buoguang glared at the subordinate angrily and scolded him, "Why are you panicking? Is the sky going to fall?"
"Boss, there are a lot of people outside, they've surrounded our entire nightclub."
"Please go out and take a look,"
the subordinate said with a grim expression.
"What?"
Qian Buoguang's face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you surround the Black Dragon Society headquarters?
You're really courting death. Call your men and bring your weapons. I want to see who is so reckless."
Finished.
He just stood up and walked outside.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang glanced at each other and couldn't help but grin.
Chapter 79. Do you deserve to live?
Qian Buoguang led dozens of his men and arrived at the door of the nightclub in a menacing manner.
However,
when he saw the situation outside the door clearly, his face changed instantly. "I saw that the outside of the nightclub was already surrounded. At first glance, it was a sea of black people, at least several hundred people. Moreover, these people were all wearing uniform silver armor and holding silver spears.
Regarding the style of this armor,
I'm afraid there is no Jiangzhou person who doesn't know him."
Qian Buoguang swallowed hard and asked grimly, "City Defense Force? Why would the City Defense Force surround our nightclub out of the blue?" I don't know either.
They came here suddenly.
They can't be here for team building, right?
The subordinate beside him shook his head, also looking confused.
Qian Buoguang took a deep breath, mustered his courage, stepped forward, and asked cautiously, "I wonder why you, my dear officers, have come to my Moonlight nightclub?" "Our Moonlight nightclub is a legitimate venue. We reject prostitution, gambling, and drugs, and we never evade taxes. If there is anything that offends the City Defense Forces, I hope you will bring it to our attention and we will rectify it immediately." However, facing Qian Buoguang's words, the soldiers seemed not to have heard anything and continued to stand there, motionless and expressionless. This made Qian Buoguang feel even more anxious. After all, the City Defense Army is not like the Superpower Management Bureau, and is not bound by so many rules. If they are accidentally offended, they will kill them directly regardless of whether they are ordinary people or people with special abilities. This is also the reason why Qian Buoguang is so wary. Let me tell you why they came here. Just when Qian Buoguang was feeling uneasy, a playful voice sounded behind him. Lin Mo and Lu Liang walked out slowly. "You know?" Qian Buoguang looked at Lin Mo and asked.
"Of course, they are the ones I dispatched to destroy your Black Dragon Society." Lin Mo nodded and said with a sneer.
"TSK, Lin Mo, stop scaring me here. You are just an ordinary investigator. What right do you have to mobilize the City Defense Forces?"
What a boastful boast. Qian Buoguang rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said with disdain.
"Don't believe it?"
Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and then his mind moved. The deputy commander's token suddenly appeared in his right hand. Lin Mo stepped forward, raised the token, and shouted, "City defense troops, listen to my orders."
"Exist,"
the soldiers said in unison.
"See this."
Qian Buoguang's expression suddenly changed. The Black Dragon Society has committed countless evil deeds, bullying men and women, and bringing disaster to the region. To maintain peace in Jiangzhou and restore tranquility to the people, immediately demolish the Moonlight nightclub and exterminate all members of the Black Dragon Society without mercy, leaving no one alive.
Lin Mo gave the order directly.
Yes, sir.
The soldiers rushed towards the Moonlight nightclub without any hesitation. It's over, it's completely over, the sky is really falling.
Qian Buguang slumped to the ground, feeling extremely desperate.
For a while, the entire Moonlight nightclub was filled with screams.
In front of the well-trained city defense soldiers who also have special abilities.
Those members of the Black Dragon Society are completely vulnerable.
It's okay for them to bully ordinary people normally, but when they encounter city defense soldiers, they are beaten and slaughtered.
It only took a short while.
The huge Moonlight nightclub.
Except for the president Qian Buguang.
All other senior executives and members were killed, leaving no one alive. After driving away all the customers and waiters, Lin Mo even started a huge fire, setting the entire nightclub on fire, truly razing it to the ground. My property, the fruit of my hard work for nearly 20 years. Qian Buguang looked at the nightclub in flames, his heart bleeding. If you don't want to be burned to death along with the nightclub, then tell me honestly where Chu Meili is. Lin Mo looked down at Qian Buguang and said in a cold voice.
Lin Mo.
Qian Buguang raised his head to meet Lin Mo's gaze, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, if you dare to do this to me, my backers will not let you go.
Who do you rely on? Lin Mo asked with a sneer. Chairman of the Wang Group, 9th level psychic, Wang Dalong. Qian Buguang said quickly.
Oh? So you're his?
Lin Mo was stunned and a little surprised.
Well, are you scared now? Qian Buguang smiled triumphantly, then stood up from the ground and said arrogantly, if you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, otherwise, you're done.
I was planning to spare your life.
Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, and his eyes instantly became extremely cold, but since you are his, then leave your life behind. The words fell. Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed forward and started punching and kicking Qian Buguang.
Ouch. For a while,
heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky.
Until Qian Buguang was beaten beyond recognition and lay on the ground motionless.
The two of them stopped.
Why? My backer is Wang Dalong, why do you dare to hit me? Qian Buguang covered his head, unable to understand. Because you don't have eyes. Don't you know that Brother Lin and Wang Dalong are sworn enemies? Brother Lin even crippled Wang Dalong's son, let alone you.
Lu Liang rolled his eyes at Qian Buguang and said with disdain on his face.
Ah. Qian Buguang's face changed and he was completely panicked. Aren't you going to tell the truth?
Lin Mo asked coldly. That cold look frightened Qian Buguang so much that his whole body trembled involuntarily. He hurriedly said, tell me, I'll tell you everything.
Chu Meili is not with me. She is dead.
What? Lin Mo and Lu Liang's expressions changed instantly. A month ago, I went to Big Dog's bar and saw Chu Meili, who was working as a waitress there. I thought she was pretty, so I wanted to have sex with her. I originally thought that women in bars must be very casual and sleeping with them is no big deal, but I didn't expect that Chu Meili has such a strong temper. I later found out her husband had passed away a few years ago and there was no one at home, so I had someone drug her and took her to a hotel. But when we were having sex, the drug wore off and she suddenly woke up, yelling and biting me.
I accidentally strangled her to death.
Her body is now buried under a sycamore tree outside the city gate. Qian Buguang said cautiously.
Listen to the end.
Lin Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Damn it, you're such a beast. Lu Liang even wanted to tear Qian Buguang into pieces. I am a beast, not a human. Qian Buguang slapped himself twice, looked up at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, and pleaded, I've said everything I need to say. Can you two brothers?
Buzz. Two extinguishing rays of light suddenly shone over.
Qian Buguang's arms disappeared in an instant. Ouch. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream.
Qian Buguang was so scared that he turned around and tried to escape.
Buzz. Two more rays of extinguishing light shone down. Qian Buguang's legs disappeared instantly, and he fell to the ground, screaming, please, don't kill me, I beg you, I don't want to die.
Lin Mo walked forward and stomped hard on Qian Buguang's crotch, instantly turning the place into a bloody mess.
Ouch.
Qian Buguang was about to faint from the pain.
You are worse than pigs and dogs, and you still want to live? Are you worthy? the annihilation ray was activated again. This time, it was Qian Boguang's head. Brother Lin, what should we do about Nunu? He always thinks his mother is still alive. Lu Liang walked forward and asked with red eyes.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, looked up at the moon in the sky, and said helplessly, he will know sooner or later. I'll find a chance and tell him.
Chapter 80. Someone wants to complain about you. The sky is bright.
Superpower Prison, Cell 188. Dabai leaned alone against the corner, looking up at the sealed window, his face full of doubt and confusion. After waking up, it found that Nunu was missing and it was locked up here. But at this moment, it had no time to worry about its own safety, and all it could think about was Nunu.
Nunu is still so young. What should we do if he encounters danger? Dabai.
But at this moment, a familiar voice came. This made the sad Dabai's eyes suddenly brighten up, and he quickly turned his head to look. I saw a petite figure running towards the cell.
That was none other than Nunu. Uluru. Dabai was suddenly very happy.
He immediately stood up from the ground and came to the iron railing.
Dabai, are you okay? Nunu quickly ran up, looked at Baymax in the cell, and asked with concern. Dabai shook his head and asked with the same concern on his face, Woo woo? Of course I'm fine, Uncle Lin Mo and Uncle Lu Liang are both good people. Nunu said with a smile. Call. Dabai finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Nunu and gestured, Woo woo woo? Hearing this, the smile on Nunu's face disappeared instantly.
His eyes were red and tears welled up in his eyes.
Baymax, I don't have a mother anymore. My mother is dead.
Dabai was stunned and stood there, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. It really wanted to pull Nunu into its arms and comfort him. But it couldn't do that because of the iron railings, so it could only reach out and stroke Nunu's head.
Seeing Nunu sad, Dabai's eyes soon turned red and ice blue tears flowed out. Not far away, there were three figures standing there. It was Zhang Wei, Lin Mo, and Lu Liang.
Brother Lin, he's still so young, yet he lost his mother and everything at such a young age.
How is he going to live in the future?
If I had known this earlier, I would have told him later.
Lu Liang's eyes also turned red. Sadness is inevitable, time will heal the pain.
Tell him sooner so he can accept it sooner.
And he's not completely lost. He still has us in Baymax.
Lin Mo sighed softly, then turned to look at Zhang Wei and said, Team leader, you've seen it all.
Dabai is kind-hearted. He only has Nunu in his heart and would never harm anyone. Can you allow him to live in the city? He's the only one who cares about Nunu.
Zhang Wei frowned and said worriedly, the Ability Management Bureau has no precedent for this. If something goes wrong in the future,
I'll guarantee it. If anything goes wrong, I'm willing to take all the responsibility.
Lin Mo said seriously.
And me. Lu Liang also said hurriedly. You guys, hey.
Zhang Wei sighed deeply and said helplessly, forget it, let's shoulder the burden together.
Although the Supernatural Power Management Bureau exists to eliminate supernatural beasts, it cannot completely lose its humanity. Even if the director knew about this, he would probably understand. Said. He handed the cell key directly to Lin Mo. Just pretend I know nothing, I saw nothing, and none of you have seen me today. Zhang Wei turned around and walked out of the prison.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at each other, both showing a hint of joy on their faces, and then hurried forward and opened the door of the cell.
Woohoo! Dabai. Dabai and Nunu hugged each other tightly. Leave prison.
Uncle Lin Mo, I want to know where my mother is buried.
Nunu looked up at Lin Mo and asked.
This. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and said, I'll take you there.
Brother Lin, it's easy in the city, but what about at the city gate? Dabai is too big a target. Lu Liang was a little worried. Have you forgotten my other identity?
Lin Mo curled his lips slightly and took out his deputy commander's token.
Outside the city, under the huge sycamore tree. Mom, you can sleep peacefully. Dabai is here to take care of me. No one dares to bully me.
Nunu knelt in front of his mother's grave and said with red eyes.
Woohoo!
Dabai patted his chest, as if to assure Chumeli that he would definitely protect Nunu.
Mom, I've decided.
When I grow up, I want to be an investigator like Uncle Lin Mo, specializing in catching bad guys and strange beasts.
Nunu clenched his fists and said with a determined look on his face. Woohoo! Dabai looked at Nunu with a puzzled look on his face. Of course not including you, ha 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 ha. Nunu suddenly laughed.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who were standing not far away, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this.
Brother Lin, what are you going to do with them next? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. Didn't Wang Dalong give me a villa before? It's big and sparsely populated. Let's put them there first. When we find a suitable place later, we can let them move in.
Lin Mo thought for a moment and said.
Reliable. Lu Liang nodded. Buzz. But at this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Director Zhao Tianlin calling. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Where are you now? Go back to the police station immediately. Someone wants to file a complaint against you. Zhao Tianlin's voice came from the phone. Complain against me? Who?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. I haven't offended anyone recently, just Qian Boguan last night, but he is dead now.
Come back first. After saying that, Zhao Tianlin hung up the phone. What's going on? Lu Liang asked.
The director said someone complained about me. I was wondering who had nothing better to do after eating. Lin Mo said with a frown.
Damn, could it be that bastard Chu Lianchen?
Lu Liang thought for a moment and guessed.
Are you talking about Chu Tianqi's uncle? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This old guy is playing dirty tricks on me.
Lin Mo just remembered, his face suddenly darkened. Let's go back and see what he's up to. At the gate of the Supernatural Management Bureau. At this moment, the place is already crowded with reporters. Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei, who were standing inside, were also feeling overwhelmed when they saw this scene. After all, if a trivial matter gets to the media, it will definitely cause a big uproar, and who knows what kind of trouble it will cause.
Mr. Chu, if you want to complain about Lin Mo, just go ahead and do it. Why did you bring so many reporters with you? Zhao Tianlin turned his head and looked to the side.
The person standing there was Chu Tianqi's uncle, Chu Liancheng, who had been taught a lesson by Lin Mo not long ago.
Director Zhao, I have no choice.
I have come to complain several times before, but your Ability Management Bureau won't even let me in. I know that Lin Mo is a hot hero in Jiangzhou right now, and you guys at the Supernatural Management Bureau are all protecting him. If you don't bring the media here, you won't take him seriously at all. And now it seems that I was really smart.
Isn't it that I am meeting you today?
Chu Liancheng said with a smug look on his face.
Chapter 81 Malicious Editing. You. Zhao Tianlin was so angry that he glared. Forget it, Chief. Let's wait until Lin Mo comes back. Zhang Wei quickly pulled Zhao Tianlin aside. He knew Zhao Tianlin's temper.
If he couldn't help himself and beat Chu Liancheng again in front of so many reporters, that would be a serious problem. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang returned to the city, they looked at the scene in front of the gate of the Supernatural Administration Bureau from afar and frowned.
What the hell is this old dog Chu Liancheng trying to do?
Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Because he knows that a normal complaint won't hurt me at all, so he's planning to discredit me in front of the media.
What a brilliant plan!
Lin Mo said with a sneer.
Brother Lin, do you have any ideas? We must not let this old dog succeed. Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. Is there any way?
Lin Mo rolled his eyes and said to Lu Liang, go and get someone over here for me and get some information.
Hurry! Said.
Lin Mo leaned over to Lu Liang's ear and whispered a few words.
I understand, Brother Lin, just wait and see. Lu Liang patted his chest and immediately drove away.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and walked directly towards the Superpower Management Bureau.
Director Zhao, I'm wondering if Lin Mo can come back.
The reporters are all waiting.
Did you just call him and tell him to run away?
In the Superpower Management Bureau, Chu Liancheng glanced at the time and asked impatiently.
Our investigators from the Supernatural Administration are all above board and will never run away no matter what. Zhao Tianlin's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. That's hard to say. Maybe Lin Mo is feeling guilty, otherwise why hasn't he shown up yet?
Chu Liancheng curled his lips, turned his head to look at the media reporters blocking the gate, and said, Dear media friends, don't you agree?
Yes, Director Zhao, why hasn't Lin Mo come yet? It's been almost an hour. Director Zhao, is it true that Lin Mo has done something shameful, that's why he's been hiding?
We demand to see Lin Mo immediately, and Director Zhao, please don't shield him.
Listen to these words.
Zhao Tianlin was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire.
Wow, it's so lively. Just then,
a playful voice came from outside. Everyone turned their heads to look.
The person who came was Lin Mo. Swish. For a while, all the cameras were pointed at Lin Mo.
After all, Lin Mo has just become famous and is now a hot hero in Jiangzhou. If they could capture some scandal or something, it would be on the hot search headlines in minutes.
Lin Mo.
Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei hurried forward. Commander, team leader, I'm sorry to have caused trouble for the bureau. Lin Mo clasped his fists and said apologetically.
Look at what you said. Don't we know that this is someone with ulterior motives who wants to frame you?
It's just that this matter must be handled properly. I'm old, and my career as a branch director is basically over.
But you're still young and have a bright future. We must not let this matter affect you.
Zhao Tianlin said with a frown, his eyes showing no blame or complaint, only worry for Lin Mo.
Don't worry, Director, I know what's going on.
Lin Mo nodded, then turned to look at Chu Liansheng, with a playful smile on his face. Mr. Chu, it's been a while since we last met.
I hope you are doing well. Thanks to you, I almost got beaten to death by you. Lin Mo, do you still remember what I said that day? I mean what I say. Today, you will be ruined and become a rat that everyone wants to beat.
Chu Liansheng said with a grim smile. The words fell. He walked directly in front of the media reporters, pointed at Lin Mo, and said loudly, Dear media reporters, I think you all know this person.
He is Lin Mo, the hero who just made great contributions at the Municipal People's Hospital not long ago. He is well known in Jiangzhou. But today, I want to reveal his unknown side to you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the media reporters present suddenly became excited.
Breaking news is coming.
Chu Liansheng took out his cell phone from his pocket and said to the reporters. Lin Mo may appear kind on the surface, but he's actually a domineering, overbearing, and tyrannical tyrant.
With the support of the supernatural authority, he doesn't take anyone seriously.
He's incredibly arrogant, wantonly trampling on the law, disregarding human life, and committing all kinds of crimes. In fact, if anyone dares to provoke him in the slightest, he will fight violently, causing serious injuries at the very least, and even death on the spot at the worst. I don't know how many innocent people have lost their lives at his hands. These people did nothing wrong, were diligent and law-abiding. They lost their lives simply because they accidentally offended him. Afterwards, the supernatural administration cleaned up his mess, so no one knew about it.
Everyone, how can a man as cruel as this be worthy of the title of hero? And how can he be an investigator for the supernatural administration? He is simply a devil, a demon from hell.
As soon as these words were spoken, the media reporters present immediately pointed their cameras at Lin Mo and started taking pictures crazily.
That's absolute nonsense. Zhao Tianlin's face darkened. He glared at Chu Liansheng and said angrily, What you said has no evidence at all. It's a complete slander against Lin Mo. Director Zhao, without evidence, how could I be standing here today?
Chu Liansheng smiled coldly, raised his phone in front of the reporters, and said, Everyone, the reason why I can understand Lin Mo's true character so well is because I was one of the victims he bullied. If I weren't a level 6 psychic with a strong body, I would have died tragically at his hands. Next, I will play the surveillance video of Lin Mo assaulting me, so that everyone can see his true face.
Said. Chu Liansheng directly turned on his phone and started playing the video.
And the above is the surveillance footage in front of the Chu family villa that day.
But wait until you finish watching the video. Lin Mo discovered something was wrong. Because this surveillance video has been carefully edited and modified. Chu Liansheng's arrogance, domineering attitude, and threats to Lin Mo that day were all gone.
Even the scenes where he took the initiative were cut. Only the scenes that were disadvantageous to Lin Mo teaching him a lesson, and Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi forcibly breaking into the villa were left. Especially when Lin Mo asked Lu Liang to take Chu Tianqi into the villa, he said, I wonder who can stop you today. And when Chu Liansheng finally yelled that he wanted to complain to Lin Mo said lightly, whatever you want. These two sentences were deliberately raised in volume.
And in this way,
the meaning of the entire video changed completely, directly shaping Lin Mo into the image he just described.
Arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Chapter 82. Do you have evidence? After watching this video, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. The existence of this video is really disadvantageous to Lin Mo. And just at this moment,
Chu Lianqing continued to look at the reporters, his eyes red and his face full of grievance as he said, "I'm just an ordinary civilian, without any status or background. It's just because Lin Mo took a fancy to something in my house, the gold box they took away at the end of the video, that he brought people to rob it. If I didn't give it to him, he would hit me. If I hadn't begged him so hard and offered him that thing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you today and tell you the truth, so that everyone can see Lin Mo's true character." Later, I went to the Ability Management Bureau to complain, but they strongly protected Lin Mo and wouldn't even let me in. It was precisely because the Ability Management Bureau blindly indulged Lin Mo that he became so arrogant. I hope all the media reporters can help me to uphold justice and let all the people in Jiangzhou see Lin Mo's true face. Hearing this, media reporters immediately surrounded Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei. "Lin Mo, is what Mr. Chu said true? If you don't say anything, does that mean you've basically agreed to it? Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You come here to rob people. You are an investigator from the Supernatural Administration, not a bandit. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? Director Zhao, why does the Ability Management Bureau continue to condone Lin Mo's arrogant behavior? Is it because of his connections or background? Or is there some kind of blood relationship between you and him, such as an illegitimate child? Not long ago, Lin Mo was recognized as a hero for his service at the hospital. Could it be that this whole thing was orchestrated by the Supernatural Administration, deliberately staged to make Lin Mo famous? Director Zhao, please answer this question directly. Listen to these outrageous questions." Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were almost suffocated by anger on the spot and hurriedly tried to explain. Lin Mo was not at all flustered. He walked to a chair nearby and sat down. "See this." Chu Lianqing smiled coldly, and immediately stepped forward, saying with a smug look on his face, "Lin Mo, why don't you say anything in your defense? Or do you know you can't defend yourself, so you've already decided to give up on treatment? You really put a lot of effort into it. Such a long line of dialogue, and that carefully edited video, must have taken a lot of effort, right?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. "As long as I can bring you down, I'm willing to sacrifice any amount of effort," Chu Lianqing said through gritted teeth. "Then I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you today." Lin Mo shook his head and smiled. "What? Lin Mo, you don't think you can explain yourself today and turn the tide, do you? Do you know what it means when 3 people spread a rumor? If enough people spread it, it will naturally become true. By then, you will become a rat crossing the street, despised by everyone in Jiangzhou. I wonder how you can survive in Jiangzhou." Chu Lianqing rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said confidently, "People like you." Lin Mo shook his head, a playful smile on his face. "I will never understand what it means to be upright and fearless. What a man with a clear conscience. I'd like to see who will be disgraced today," Chu Lianqing said with a sneer. Facing the frequent questions from reporters, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were completely speechless. In this case, no matter how reasonable your answer is, it will be regarded as unreasonable. The situation was about to get out of control. "Brother Lin, I'm back." Just then, Lu Liang ran in from outside. "See this." Lin Mo stood up and asked with a smile, "Is everything done?" "Of course I will do the job, so you can rest assured." Lu Liang patted his chest, then turned around and shouted outside, "Come in quickly." After a while, a figure emerged from the crowd. Not someone else. It's Chu Tianqi. "See this." The smile on Chu Lianqing's face disappeared immediately. He stared at Chu Tianqi and asked in a deep voice, "You little bastard, what are you doing here? Why can't I come?" Chu Tianqi rolled his eyes at Chu Lianqing and sneered, "If I hadn't come, how would anyone know your true character, uncle?" "What do you mean?" Chu Lianqing's expression suddenly changed, and an extremely ominous premonition arose in his heart. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment, I have something to say." And just at this moment, Lin Mo walked forward and spoke to the media reporters. Hearing this, the media reporters immediately became quiet and looked at Lin Mo. After all, he is the protagonist today, and every word he says may become the hot news of this week or even this month. "Everyone, do you know who he is?" Lin Mo pointed at Chu Tianqi next to him. Hearing this,
The media reporters looked at Chu Tianqi and shook their heads. Then let me introduce it to you. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pointed at Chu Tianqi and said, I'm sure everyone knows Chu Qingshan, a very famous scientist in China. Academician Chu has made many great contributions to our country, and he spent most of his life researching how to transform ferocious beasts back into normal creatures. But sadly, just when he was about to succeed, he was killed in a car accident. And Chu Tianqi next to me is the only bloodline left by Academician Chu in this world. As soon as these words were spoken, media reporters all turned their cameras to Chu Tianqi. As the surviving son of Academician Chu, the country has given Chu Tianqi special care. Academician Chu's villa, savings, and other properties, as well as a large pension, have all been given to Chu Tianqi. But now Chu Tianqi is homeless and lives in extreme poverty. Do you know why? Only because of him. Lin Mo pointed directly at Chu Lianqing and said in a cold voice. As Chu Tianqi's uncle and blood relative, he should have taken on the responsibility and obligation to support Chu Tianqi. But he didn't do that. Instead, he took all the villa, property, and pension that originally belonged to Chu Tianqi and kicked Chu Tianqi out of the house. As a result, Chu Tianqi has been wandering the streets for many years, making a living by picking up scraps and begging. He is simply a beast in human clothing, even worse than a beast. As soon as these words were spoken, the media reporters immediately turned their cameras towards Chu Liansheng. Chu Liansheng was a little panicked. After all, he was guilty of this matter. However, he still stubbornly argued, Lin Mo, everything requires evidence. You want to slander me? Do you have any evidence? Here comes the evidence. Lu Liang stood up directly, and with a thought, he took out a stack of documents from his space ring and held them in front of the reporters. Chapter 83 Disgraced. This is the villa transfer certificate. The date shows that 1 week after Academician Chu passed away, Chu Lianqing transferred the villa from Chu Tianqi's name to his own. This is the transfer record of Academician Chu's remaining deposit. At the same time, Chu Lianqing transferred the entire balance to his own account. As for the pensions issued by the state, Chu Lianqing also transferred them into his own account, leaving not a cent for Chu Tianqi. Lu Liang unfolded the documents one by one in front of the reporters. The media reporters immediately started taking pictures crazily. After all, the matter concerned the well-known scientist Chu Qingshan, and it was obviously a heavyweight news. Slander, this is all slander. Chu Lianqing started to panic. I'm sorry, but this information comes from various government departments and is verifiable. If there is any falsification, I, Lu Liang, will take any responsibility. Lu Liang said with a sneer. Mr. Chu, if these physical evidences are not enough, we still have witnesses. Lin Mo curled up the corners of his mouth slightly and winked at Chu Tianqi beside him. Chu Tianqi immediately said in front of all the reporters, yes, everything Investigator Lin said is true. I can testify for him. As soon as these words were spoken, this was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Lianqing's face looked extremely ugly. But he still glared at Lin Mo and said stubbornly, Humph, even if everything you said is true, so what? It can't clear your name. I am an upright person, why do I need to whitewash myself? Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, looking at the reporters and said, everyone, how credible can the words of a beast like this who can treat his own nephew like this be? As soon as these words were spoken, all the reporters nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, this Chu Lianqing is simply not a human being. He is capable of such a beastly thing. Maybe his accusations against Investigator Lin are all slander. That's right. With a person like that, I won't believe a single word he says. How shameless. He's his own nephew, and he can still do this. If Investigator Lin accidentally offended him, he would definitely throw dirty water on Investigator Lin. It seems like he has fooled us all. Obviously, at this moment all the reporters felt that what Lin Mo said made sense. Lin Mo turned around and glanced at Lu Liang, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei, then mouthed, done. The three of them couldn't help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. Most people would have been panicked and at a loss if they encountered this situation. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo could actually turn the tide and turn the tide. It's hard not to admire this kind of mentality. Everyone, instead of listening to this villain's fabricated lies, I suggest you interview him and find out how he embezzled Academician Chu's inheritance and pension. I think the value of this news is no less than mine. Lin Mo took the opportunity to look at the reporters and said. Hearing this,
The media reporters immediately became alert and turned their cameras towards Chu Liancheng.
Chu Liancheng, may I ask why you embezzled your nephew Chu Tianqi's property? Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Chu Liancheng, academician Chu's only son, lost both his parents at a young age.
It's tragic enough. Why do you treat him like this? Do you have any humanity at all?
Chu Liancheng, please answer our questions directly. Your silence now means you have acquiesced. Facing the reporter's aggressive questioning, Chu Liancheng's face looked even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he quickly covered his face and tried to flee towards the Superpower Management Bureau. Seeing this, Lin Mo secretly stretched out his foot.
Chu Liancheng was immediately tripped and fell to the ground.
Several of his teeth were knocked out and his nose was bleeding. He looked so miserable. But he couldn't care about these things at the moment. He quickly got up from the ground and continued to run outside.
However, how could the media reporters let him go?
They chased after him, surrounded Chu Liancheng and took a lot of photos.
This made Chu Liancheng extremely desperate. See this scene. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. This old dog Chu Liancheng is completely disgraced. Academician Chu has such a huge influence in China, especially in Jiangzhou.
If he dares to do this, he will probably be drowned in spit every time he goes out.
Brother Lin, this move of yours is really satisfying. Lu Liang gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. He gave me the inspiration, I just took advantage of his tricks.
Compared to physical death, social death is the most terrifying thing.
Let him bear the consequences.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, then turned to look at Chu Tianqi and said gratefully, "Thank you for being willing to come forward to testify for me.
You're too polite.
After all, this matter was caused by me, and you helped me.
How can I not help you?"
Chu Tianqi waved his hand and said with a smile,
"By the way, how's the development of your number 2 mixture going?"
Lin Mo suddenly thought of this and asked Chu Tianqi.
After all, Chu Tianqi's number 2 mixture can create high-level exotic beasts, so the added ability value should be much greater, right? It's still under development, but it should be soon. Why? You seem very interested in my number 2 mixture? Chu Tianqi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked back.
Now that you've successfully developed it, please don't mail it to random people. If you create chaos again, I'll still arrest you.
If you really want to find someone to test the results, I'd be happy to help. Lin Mo patted his chest and volunteered. Really? Then I won't be polite. Chu Tianqi was also very happy.
He was worried that he wouldn't be able to conduct experiments when the time comes, but now he and Lin Mo can be said to have hit it off.
Send Chu Tianqi away. Zhao Tianlin called Lin Mo and Lu Liang to his office. Director, what happened today? Lin Mo was about to explain. It's okay, it's all in the past. I'll learn from it in the future. Speaking of this,
Zhao Tianlin suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "If you run into someone like that again, try to find a place without surveillance cameras to avoid being caught."
Hearing this,
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were stunned. It turns out that this is the lesson I learned. They thought Zhao Tianlin wanted them to avoid causing trouble in the future.
Okay, let's get back to the topic.
Zhao Tianlin waved his hand and placed a tablet in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang.
Shown above is a map. And on the map, a skull was rapidly approaching Jiangzhou. Is this the ghost-level beast tide? How come it's so close to Jiangzhou? When I looked at it before, didn't it take at least a month to reach Jiangzhou? Lin Mo's expression changed and his brows furrowed.
For some reason, the speed of the ghost-level beast tide has suddenly increased a lot in the past few days. At the current speed, I'm afraid it won't take more than half a month.
No, it's 10 days.
They should be at the gates of the city, Zhao Tianlin said with a serious expression.
So the reason why the director called us here?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes.
You two are people I can trust.
You are smart and can adapt to any situation. So I want to send you two out of the city to investigate the reason why the ghost-level beast tide is accelerating. If possible, try to slow them down.
After all, Jiangzhou City is not yet prepared. How is it? Do you have the confidence to complete it? Zhao Tianlin looked at the two of them and asked. Hearing this,
Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at each other, then stood up immediately and said seriously, "I promise to complete the task."
Chapter 84 Heading to the Beast Tide. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was packing up and getting ready to leave. And just at this moment, suddenly someone rang the doorbell.
It turned out that the black rhino armor rewarded by the capital headquarters had arrived.
Lin Mo couldn't wait to open it and put it on.
The armor's main color is black, with some joints being silver. The head has 3 rhino horns, 1 long and 2 short.
Looks particularly domineering. And when the black rhino armor is put on the body,
Lin Mo activated his supernatural power and could clearly feel that the supernatural power value in his body was slowly recovering.
But this speed is a bit slow. I think the effect would be much better under the moonlight. Damn, this armor is so cool. Just then,
Lu Liang from next door walked in, and his eyes lit up when he saw the black rhino armor on Lin Mo.
You've arrived just in time. Come, give me a sword.
Lin Mo patted his chest and said with a smile.
Brother Lin, this is not good.
Although Lu Liang said this, he had already taken out the sea-level sword at some point.
Cut it down if I tell you to. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Lu Liang. Then I won't be polite.
Lu Liang spat at his hands, clenched the sea-level longsword in both hands, and slashed at Lin Mo's chest with all his strength.
Clang!
Accompanied by a sound of metal collision. Lu Liang's face changed, and the sea-level sword in his hand was directly knocked away. At this moment, his hands were already numb from the shock. On the other hand, Lin Mo was still as calm as ever. As expected of an S-class armor, its defense is truly formidable. Lin Mo nodded with great satisfaction, and then with a thought, he directly put the black rhino armor into the space ring. For this level of armor, the one-button donning and doffing function is naturally standard. This way, when Lin Mo wants to wear it again, he only needs to think about it and he can put it on instantly. I have to say, it's really convenient to have a space ring. Where's your sword? Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang, who was covering his hands and howling, and asked in confusion.
Who knows where the bullet went? My hand is about to be shaken off. Brother Lin, you are deliberately trying to trick me.
Lu Liang said with a look of grievance.
Who told you to use so much strength?
Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Lu Liang, then glanced around the room and quickly found Lu Liang's sea-level longsword. I saw that the sword was now stuck in the TV in the living room.
Oh. Lu Liang obviously noticed this and felt a little embarrassed.
My 100-inch TV, and I haven't even watched it yet.
You have to pay for it. Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and said. Okay, that's how we play, huh? I'll give you the TV in my room as compensation. Is that okay?
Lu Liang smiled bitterly helplessly.
That's more like it.
Lin Mo grinned and turned around to walk out of the room.
Lu Liang, why are your hands so mean? Lu Liang looked at his still trembling hands and felt a little disappointed. The two drove to the city gate and were about to leave the city. However, not far ahead, a figure caught the attention of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. That person was Chu Tianqi.
Lin Mo stepped on the brakes and stopped immediately.
Chu Tianqi? Why are you here? Lu Liang asked in confusion.
I heard that you were going out of the city to go to the ghost-level beast tide?
Chu Tianqi asked. Who told you that? Lin Mo frowned. Don't worry about it. I have my own information channels. I just want to ask you guys, okay? Chu Tianqi asked again and again. Yes, that's what happened. Lin Mo nodded. Take me with you. Chu Tianqi opened the car door and got in.
This is very dangerous, are you sure? Lin Mo was a little surprised.
Don't worry, I won't hold you back.
I'm going there this time to get an important material. It's crucial to whether or not my number 2 compound can be successfully developed.
Chu Tianqi explained. What material?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang were both puzzled. The blood of a level 10 alien beast.
Chu Tianqi said lightly. A level 10 beast?
No, buddy, who among the 3 of us do you think can be a match for a level 10 beast?
Lu Liang was a little restless. Don't worry, I have my own way.
Chu Tianqi said very confidently.
Brother Lin, this. Lu Liang winked at Lin Mo.
We'll see what happens when the time comes. Lin Mo thought about it, started the car and drove out of the city.
And just as Lin Mo and his 3 companions had just left the city, a man in black walked out from one side of the city wall. Looking at the BMW X5 going away.
The man in black immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Lin Mo and the others have already left. Are you sure we're heading towards the ghost-level beast tide? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. That's right. The man in black nodded. That's great. There's a road to heaven but you didn't take it, and there's no door to hell but you broke in. Lin Mo, now that you're there, forget about coming back, ha ha ha. It is about 100 kilometers away from Zhengzhou. There was dust and smoke everywhere, and the sound of footsteps was like thunder. At first glance, it was densely packed with all kinds of strange beasts. There must be at least thousands of them. Moreover, from all directions, strange beasts continue to join this huge team. At this moment, on a hillside about 3 kilometers away from these strange beasts, Lin Mo, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were observing this group of strange beasts through telescopes. Is this a ghost-level beast tide? Too terrifying. If this continues, by the time we reach Zhengzhou City, the number of exotic beasts will be at least tens of thousands. Lu Liang couldn't help but gasp. A level 3 sand scorpion beast, a level 4 three-headed snake, and a level 5 rock monster, these are just the beasts on the periphery, and their strength is already so terrifying. At the center of the beast tide, there must be a level 9, or even a level 10 beast. Chu Tianqi said excitedly. Yes, it does exist. Are you planning to rush in and kill a level 10 beast? Lu Liang rolled his eyes at Chu Tianqi and said speechlessly. I can't get in, but you can. You can burrow underground. Chu Tianqi looked Lu Liang up and down and said with a smile. Don't try to hit on me. It's true that I can burrow underground, but my brain is fine. That's a level 10 alien beast. Should I sneak in and deliver food to it? Or do you think that level 10 alien beasts are all kind, and I can just kowtow to it and tell it a joke, and it will be happy and give me its blood essence on its own initiative? Lu Liang immediately took 2 steps back and said unhappily. Brothers, it's already this late, can you please stop bickering? Lin Mo looked at the two of them, feeling somewhat helpless. This little brother can't recognize reality. I have to wake him up, otherwise he will rush in when he gets angry and we will have to go in and save him. Lu Liang said with a pout. The most urgent thing is to find the reason why this ghost-level beast tide suddenly accelerated. As for the essence and blood of the level 10 alien beast, Tianqi, I will do my best to help you get it if I have the chance, but you must not act rashly. Do you understand? Lin Mo looked at the two of them and said. Clear. Both of them nodded. Lin Mo picked up the telescope and looked at the beast tide again. Soon, he discovered something was wrong. Chapter 85, Meeting Yoli again. Look, it seems like this beast tide is constantly adjusting its direction. Lin Mo immediately pointed at the beast tide and said. Hearing this, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi also picked up their binoculars and nodded after looking through them. Yes, it is true. According to the beast tide's direction, it would take at least 10 days to reach Zhengzhou City. But if we change direction like this and take a shortcut, we might reach Zhengzhou City in about 5 days. Lin Mo said with a frown. How could this happen? The beast tide's direction of advance generally doesn't change easily unless there's an obstacle. Could someone be deliberately guiding it? But who would have nothing to do but guide the beast tide to take a shortcut? How much do they hate Zhengzhou City? Lu Liang was a little confused. Suddenly, the three of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time. They looked at each other and said in unison, God worship. This really seems like something those crazy people in the God-worshipping cult would do. Find it quickly. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The three of them immediately took out binoculars and began to search carefully among the beast tide. Soon, they then discovered the problem. Just in front of the beast tide, there are 8 white skeleton monsters there. But it is different from other strange beasts. There is a yellow talisman stuck on the forehead of these 8 white skeleton monsters. The talisman emitted a strange red light. This made the strange beasts behind the white bone skeleton monster very excited, and they instinctively followed the white bone skeleton monster. In this way, the strange beasts behind will also follow, causing the direction of the entire beast tide to change. Brother Lin, these skeleton monsters look familiar. Lu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Mo and said. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Master Yoli. That's right, it's the demon who escaped that day. This white skeleton and the yellow talisman all seem to be his methods. Lu Liang nodded quickly. Finally, we've found the reason. This old dog is using the white skeleton monsters to constantly change the direction of the beast tide, taking a shortcut and leading them to Jiangzhou City. Lin Mo said coldly.
Brother Lin, what should we do now?
We have no idea where that demon is hiding.
Lu Liang frowned.
No rush, kill those skeletons first, and the old dog will show up.
Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then turned his head to look at Lu Liang and said, This task is left to you.
Clear.
A tacit smile appeared on Lu Liang's face. At the same time,
located at the top of a big tree 1 kilometer away from the west side of the ghost-level beast tide, a figure wearing a green Taoist robe is standing here.
It's Taoist Yoli.
He made hand gestures with one hand, and from time to time glanced at the white skeleton monster in front of the beast tide, a smug smile on his face. The Jiangzhou City Supernatural Management Bureau probably never dreamed that the ghost-level beast tide changed its route and took a shortcut. It will reach Jiangzhou City in less than 5 days. By then, we will be able to catch Jiangzhou City off guard and capture Jiangzhou in no time.
Speaking of this, Taoist Yoli's face was suddenly filled with murderous intent. Lin Mo, you've truly wronged me.
Before I met you, I was at least a city steward, in charge of hundreds of God-worshipping believers. But because of you, I can only come to this desolate, deserted place, doing this kind of hard labor to atone for my sins.
Just wait for me. When the city falls, I will tear off your head and offer it to the heavens. Said.
Taoist Yoli glanced at the direction of the beast tide again, and after confirming that he had successfully changed its route, he planned to lean on the treetop to rest for a while. After all, in order to guide the ghost-level beast tide into this shortcut, he has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights.
Boom! However, Taoist Yoli had just laid down on the tree trunk. A deafening explosion suddenly came from the direction of the beast tide.
The frightened Taoist Yoli quickly stood up, looked carefully, and his face suddenly changed. The 8 white skeleton monsters that were originally leading the way in front of the beast tide now only had a few bones left, scattered on the ground.
However, the 8 yellow talismans were intact.
They fell to the ground and continued to emit red light. This caused the strange beasts in front to immediately circle around the yellow talisman. Since the strange beast in front did not move, the strange beasts behind also stopped and turned around in place.
See this scene. Taoist Yoli's expression suddenly darkened. How could this happen? Did someone discover it? He quickly glanced around. But no trace of human beings was found. It's strange. Why did it explode out of nowhere? Stepped on a mine?
Taoist Yoli frowned, then immediately jumped down from the treetop, making hand gestures and chanting spells.
Soon,
8 more white skeleton monsters emerged from the ground beside him.
Go! Taoist Yoli waved his hand.
The white skeleton monster came to the front of the beast tide at an extremely fast speed.
Taoist Yoli recited the incantation quickly.
The 8 yellow talismans flew up from the spot and stuck to the heads of the 8 white skeleton monsters. Soon, the new white skeleton monster continued to lead the beast tide forward.
See this. Taoist Yoli also breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around. Boom!
A loud noise was heard again.
Wait until he turns around. The newly summoned skeleton monster was blown into pieces again. How can this be possible? Taoist Yoli suddenly became angry. The first time might have been an accident. This second time, it was obvious that someone was doing it on purpose.
He rushed directly to an open space, glared at the surroundings and shouted, "Who is this fool who dares to ruin my good deeds? If you have the guts, show up. Hiding in the dark and attacking you are no hero."
Hero? Does what you're doing now make you a hero?
A voice full of contempt suddenly rang out.
Taoist Yoli turned his head to look.
I saw a figure walking towards this side slowly.
Lin Mo?
Taoist Yoli was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting to see Lin Mo here.
Old dog, I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope you are doing well. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said jokingly. You're such a coward. Why didn't you just hide in the city like a coward? How dare you come here?
Taoist Yoli's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent.
If you hadn't come, how would I have known? The beast tide is accelerating. It turns out you, the shameless one, are behind this.
Lin Mo said with a sneer.
Ha ha ha, you discovered it. But so what? The ghost-level beast tide is getting closer and closer to Jiangzhou.
The people of Jiangzhou City won't be able to escape for many more days.
Taoist Yoli raised his head and laughed triumphantly. Then he looked around Lin Mo and frowned in confusion. Why? You came alone this time? Where are the other people from the Supernatural Administration? Chapter 86, Giant Bone Monster. Why would anyone else be needed to deal with an old dog like you who has lost its home? I am enough. Lin Mo said lightly. Lin Mo, I think you really don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. You are just a level 6 psychic, and you dare to appear before me alone. I want to kill you, I don't even need to use my supernatural powers. Taoist Yoli smiled contemptuously, rushed directly towards Lin Mo and slapped him with a palm. To this, Lin Mo was not afraid at all and also raised his palm to meet the attack. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Both of them were shocked and stepped back. Taoist Yoli took 3 steps back. Lin Mo retreated 4 steps and did not fall into a clear disadvantage. See this. Taoist Yoli's eyes flashed with shock. How is this possible? You're just a level 6 psychic. How did your physical strength become so formidable? When a scholar has been away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. Is it because your family was poor when you were little and you didn't go to school that you don't understand this principle? Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and then his mind moved, and he directly released his supernatural aura. 7th level psychic. No, judging from the strength of this supernatural aura, it's probably already reached the late 7th level. How is this possible? Taoist Yoli suddenly lost his composure and his eyes almost popped out of his head. After all, it had only been a few days since I last saw Lin Mo, not even a week. Lin Mo was able to jump from a 6th level psychic to the late 7th level. This cultivation speed is too fast. You know, it took him 5 full years to finally break through from level 6 to level 7. Old dog, I haven't killed you that day. It has always been a regret in my heart. Today, let me make up for this regret. Lin Mo smiled coldly, and the sword of annihilation quickly condensed in his right hand, rushing directly towards Taoist Yoli. Even if you break through to level 7, so what? I'm a level 8 psychic, you're still no match for me. Taoist Yoli snorted coldly and then stomped his feet. Several white skeleton monsters emerged from the ground, their eyes flashing green, and rushed straight towards Lin Mo. These white skeleton monsters are completely different from those that lead the way. The aura emitted by each one is no less than that of a 7th level psychic. However, regarding this, Lin Mo showed no fear at all. He swung his sword and fought fiercely with him. At the same time, on a hillside not far from here, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were secretly watching this scene. Damn it! Bullying the weak with your numbers. This demon is truly shameless. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Should we go help Brother Lin? Chu Tianqi suggested. No, we have another mission. Lu Liang shook his head, then turned to look at the 8 yellow talismans on the ground. His eyes rolled around, and he immediately looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, Can the strange beasts you created now control their direction? Of course, there's no problem with that. The beast created with compound number 1 has all the necessary functions, except for its relatively weak strength. Chu Tianqi nodded. Okay, get 8 ant monsters out, and we'll lead the beast tide back to its original path. Lu Liang said with a gleam in his eyes. Chu Tianqi grabbed a handful of ants from the ground, and LV Liang led him underground. The power of the Sword of Annihilation is still very terrifying. It only took a short while. The skeleton monsters summoned by Taoist Yoli were chopped into pieces by Lin Mo. It's indeed more difficult to deal with than an average level 7 psychic, but that's all. Today is the day you die. A cold light flashed in Taoist Yoli's eyes. He bit through his index and middle fingers and quickly drew a rune on the ground with his blood. He then stomped his foot hard and shouted, Come out! I saw the blood rune flashing red light. Boom! For a moment, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. A huge crack quickly appeared on the ground behind Taoist Yoli. Immediately following, a huge white skeleton crawled out from it. Compared to before, this skeleton monster was about 4 or 5 meters tall, with bloodshot eyes and a huge bone hammer in its hand. That terrifying aura makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. See this. Lin Mo also frowned. The methods of this Taoist Yoli are truly different from those of ordinary psychics. He was actually able to perfectly combine his summoning ability with Taoism. I have to say, there are still some outstanding features. Lin Mo glanced in the direction of the beast tide. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi should have already started taking action. I have to buy them enough time. Crush him for me. Following an order from Taoist Yoli.
The giant bone monster suddenly swung its huge hammer and smashed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately brandished the sword of annihilation. I saw a scarlet sword energy slashing straight towards the giant bone monster.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. But the next moment, the giant bone monster is actually intact.
This made Lin Mo's eyes widen immediately. After all, the sword of annihilation had been very effective against other skeletons before.
Haha, Lin Mo, this is my ultimate weapon.
In order to cultivate this giant bone monster, I spent nearly 20 years of hard work, collecting various hard bones of exotic beasts, and then forged it.
Forget about you.
Even if a 9th level psychic came, it would be difficult to hurt it. I advise you not to waste your energy.
Taoist Yoli raised his head and laughed triumphantly.
The giant hammer in the giant bone monster's hand was getting closer and closer to him. The terrifying power contained in it is likely that just one hammer will be enough to beat me into a pulp. But it was obviously too late to hide now. Lin Mo didn't dare to hesitate at all and immediately moved his mind. Buzz! I saw a flash of black light.
The next moment, Lin Mo's entire body was covered in black rhino armor. Boom! At the same time,
the huge bone hammer smashed down hard on Lin Mo.
Chapter 87, Find the flaw and kill on the spot. Clang! A deafening sound of metal collision was heard. Haha, Lin Mo, let's go all the way. However,
Taoist Yoli had not yet finished speaking.
The bone hammer in the giant's hand was directly shaken away.
The giant bone monster was also shocked and retreated more than 10 steps before it could barely stabilize its body.
See this scene.
The smile on Taoist Yoli's face froze instantly, his eyes widening as he said, "This.
How is this possible?"
Then he quickly stared at Lin Mo and observed him carefully. When he noticed the shiny black rhino armor on Lin Mo's body, he was shocked again. This is
S-level armor. How can a trainee investigator like you be equipped with a treasure of this level? Does the supernatural administration value you so much? Sorry, this is something I earned through my own ability.
Besides, I'm an official investigator now. Lin Mo shook his head and said with a playful look on his face.
Humph, I don't care what you are. If you dare to destroy my plan, you will be killed.
A cold light flashed in Taoist Yoli's eyes. He waved his hand directly at the giant white bone monster and ordered, "Quick, kill him immediately." The giant bone monster immediately stepped forward, picked up the huge bone hammer, and rushed towards Lin Mo again.
However, protected by black rhino armor, the giant bone monster couldn't hurt Lin Mo at all, even though its defense is extremely abnormal.
But after all, it can only be considered an 8th level monster. Therefore, its attack power can be completely neutralized by the black rhino armor.
Lin Mo couldn't do anything to the giant bone monster for a while.
But he can take advantage of this gap to carefully observe the flaws of the giant bone monster.
The other side.
After Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi hid under the 8 yellow talismans, they immediately crawled out, used the number 1 compound to create 8 ant monsters, and pasted the yellow talismans on them. Then, under the command of Chu Tianqi, the 8 ant monsters immediately led the beast tide back to the original route.
Taoist Yoli, who was competing with Lin Mo, soon realized that something was wrong.
He quickly looked over. He immediately noticed the 8 ant monsters in front of the beast tide. This made his face darken instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Asshole, you didn't come here alone."
"Hey, you found it."
Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly.
"Humph, you want to use my spell to lead the beast tide back to its original path?" "No way."
Taoist Yoli snorted coldly, made hand gestures and chanted a spell with one hand. The 8 yellow talismans suddenly caught fire, and the ants and monsters were burned to ashes. At this moment, the beast tide had not yet been led back to its original route, and it immediately turned back and continued to move forward.
See this.
Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened. Lin Mo, the fall of Jiangzhou City is a foregone conclusion.
Do you think you can reverse this by yourself?
You're simply daydreaming.
Taoist Yoli raised his head and laughed triumphantly.
It seems that I have no choice but to kill you first. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice.
This is simply the funniest joke I have ever heard. Besides hiding in that turtle shell, what else can you do? You can't even deal with my giant bone monster, and you still want to kill me? What a fool's dream. Taoist Yoli rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said with disdain on his face. That was just now.
Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, his eyes fixed on a section of the bone in the giant white bone monster's right calf. He sneered and said, "Now, I've found the flaw. It's right here." The words fell. The ray of annihilation burst out and hit the leg bone. Crack. Compared to the previous indestructible, the small section of leg bone instantly broke into pieces and shattered. Without the support of this leg bone, the giant white bone monster fell to the ground on the spot, and its entire body seemed to be falling apart. It soon shattered into pieces and turned into white bones. See this scene. Taoist Yoli lost his composure immediately, his eyes widening as he asked, "How could this happen? 1,000-mile dam can be breached by a single ant hole. You giant white bone monster, the bones of the other beasts are indeed very hard. No matter how hard I attack, I can't do anything to them. But the color of this leg bone in the right leg is more yellowish than the other bones. I suspect it is not the bone of an alien beast, but human bone. Now it seems that my guess is correct," Lin Mo said with a sneer. Human bones? Taoist Yoli's face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This abominable black market profiteer clearly assured me that they were all exotic animal bones, yet he actually mixed them with human bones. He really made me suffer. Old dog, give me your life." There is no obstruction from the giant bone monster. Lin Mo rushed directly towards Taoist Yoli. "You're looking for death." Taoist Yoli was so angry that his eyes widened. He stomped his feet and summoned a skeleton to pounce on Lin Mo. But these white bones and skeletons were no match for the sword of annihilation in Lin Mo's hand, and they disappeared in an instant. He's clearly just a level 7 psychic, how could his fighting power be so formidable? See this. Taoist Yoli also gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't continue to fight Lin Mo head-on and had to escape first. After all, before fighting with Lin Mo, he controlled the white skeleton and guided the beast type for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already exhausted and consumed a lot of his supernatural power. After the battle just now, his supernatural power value has been reduced to very little and he is about to enter a weak state. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose. Then, without saying a word, he stomped his feet, summoned several white skeletons to hold Lin Mo back, and then turned around to escape. Buzz. But at this moment, suddenly, more than a dozen ant monsters appeared behind him and rushed towards him. Why are there strange beasts here? Taoist Yoli's face changed, and he quickly threw out a few yellow talismans, blowing up all the ant monsters. He was about to continue his escape. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from the ground, grabbed his ankles, and pulled him down suddenly. For a while, Taoist Yoli half of his body sank into the ground. What's going on? Taoist Yoli widened his eyes. At this time, 2 figures emerged from the ground nearby. It was Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi. "Ha, old dog, how do you feel?" Lu Liang grinned and laughed. "How dare you 2 bastards to stab me?" Taoist Yoli's face suddenly darkened and he struggled to get out from underground. "Brother Lin, hurry up, now!" Lu Liang hurriedly shouted at Lin Mo who was not far away. Buzz. A scarlet sword energy suddenly slashed across. Taoist Yoli instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. No! In a desperate scream, Taoist Yoli was directly cut in half, and then disappeared in an instant, without even leaving a corpse. Chapter 88, Guiding the Beast Tide, Waiting for the Opponent. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 8 psychic for the first time. Reward, 10,000 psychic points. Host realm, level 7 psychic 630,000 1 million. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to breaking through to become an 8th level psychic, Lin Mo also showed a knowing smile on his face. He turned his head and looked at the ghost level beast tide not far away. If we could defeat this entire beast tide, I'm afraid it would be enough for me to break through to the 10th level of the psychic, right? Of course. With Lin Mo's current strength, it is still a pipe dream for him to want to swallow the entire tide of ghost level beasts. Once the ability points are exhausted, there is really only one way out, death. Moreover, within this ghost-level beast tide, there must be a level 10 exotic beast in charge. If they are really scared, they probably won't be able to run away.
Brother Lin, what should we do now?
The beast tide has returned to the shortcut, and that old dog's yellow talisman is gone.
It will be difficult to lure them back. Lu Liang walked up and said with a frown. This is indeed a difficult problem.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. But soon, a relatively feasible solution emerged in his mind.
Then, he quickly looked at Lu Liang and asked, how much power do you have left?
There are plenty.
It shouldn't be a problem to escape 10 or 20 kilometers. What's wrong? Lu Liang asked in confusion. I have a bold idea. If we attack the beast tide head on, do you think it will attract those beasts to rush towards us? If we run back to the original route at this time, wouldn't we lead them back? Lin Mo told his own method.
This method is indeed feasible, but it is extremely risky.
Brother Lin, you must be mentally prepared.
If we're accidentally surrounded by a horde of beasts, there's really no way we can escape. Even if I can burrow underground, there are many kinds of beasts in this horde, including some that can burrow underground.
By that time, we won't be able to escape.
Lu Liang said with a serious expression.
This requires Tianqi's #1 mixture.
Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Chu Tianqi.
Chu Tianqi was stunned. That's right, here's my plan.
You use compound #1 to create an ant monster, and have it carry my annihilation light ball towards the beast tide.
The three of us stand as far away as possible.
Once the explosion occurs and the monsters in front start chasing us, we'll immediately evade the ground.
As long as we always maintain a safe distance from the beast tide, I don't think we will be surrounded by them. What do you think of this?
Lin Mo said with a smile, his eyes sparkling.
Reliable. Both of them nodded. Let's get started.
Lin Mo made the decision immediately, and then the three of them came directly to a place about 1 kilometer in front of the beast tide.
Any closer and it will be unsafe.
Lin Mo condensed a ball of annihilation light the size of a football.
Chu Tianqi created an ant monster.
Lin Mo placed the annihilation light ball on the back of the ant monster.
Everything is ready. Chu Tianqi gave the order directly.
The ant monster carried the annihilation light ball on its back and headed straight for the beast tide. After arriving right in front of the beast tide, Lin Mo's mind moved.
Boom! The annihilation light ball exploded instantly.
The several strange beasts in front, along with the ant beast, were blown to pieces on the spot.
Ouch!
The other strange beasts were frightened and rushed towards Lin Mo and the other two in front of them like crazy.
Quickly escape underground. Following Lin Mo's order, Lu Liang pulled the two of them and immediately hid underground.
When they came out again, they were already 1 kilometer away. The place where the three people had just stood had already been submerged by the tide of beasts. The beast tide is advancing at a terrifying speed.
Fortunately, we have the underground escape method, otherwise this plan would undoubtedly be suicide.
Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and then did the same. This method was repeated 20 times.
Until Lin Mo and Lu Liang's superpowers were about to run out.
Finally, the ghost-level beast tide was led back to its original route.
And in this way, it can also buy Jianzhou City a few more days of preparation time.
Behind a big tree, the three of them leaned against the tree trunk, gasping for breath from exhaustion.
Brother Lin, we should be considered to have successfully completed the mission, right?
Lu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Mo and asked.
Of course, I can report back when I get back.
Lin Mo nodded and was about to stand up.
Ha ha ha. Lin Mo, so you were hiding here.
But at this moment,
a loud laugh filled with triumph suddenly rang out. Immediately following,
more than a dozen figures rushed over from the side. Lin Mo and the other two were surrounded under a big tree.
And the leader among them is none other than others. It's Wang Dalong. See this.
Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened.
He glared at Wang Dalong and asked, "Why are you here?"
Ha, Lin Mo, originally, I was planning to let you live a few more days, and then take advantage of the beast tide to attack you when it came.
I never thought you would actually leave the city and come here to die. This is truly a godsend. How could I miss this great opportunity to kill you?
Wang Dalong walked forward and said with a proud look on his face.
You sent someone to monitor me?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes.
Lin Mo, you're getting better and better now. You've even become the deputy commander of the city lord's mansion. How can I not keep a close eye on you? I didn't expect you to climb so fast. I have to keep you here forever today, or else you might climb over my head one day. Then the one who will suffer will be me, won't it?
Wang Dalong said with a sneer. Since you know that Brother Lin is the deputy commander and also an official investigator, why do you still dare to attack Brother Lin?
Aren't you afraid that the City Lord's Mansion and the Supernatural Power Management Bureau will cause trouble for you afterwards?
Lu Liang stared at Wang Dalong and asked.
Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong raised his head and laughed triumphantly, saying unscrupulously, in this wilderness, even if I kill you all, what does it matter? The people of Jiangzhou City will only know that you came here to carry out a mission, but were accidentally buried in the beast tide. What does this have to do with me, Wang Dalong? I've never been here before.
You are so despicable. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Those who achieve great things don't dwell on small details. Wang Dalong smiled coldly and waved his hand. All right, enough of my nonsense with you.
It's time to send you on your way.
Just now, I watched you from the dark guiding the beast tide.
You've been busy for quite some time.
You must have worked so hard.
I'm afraid your energy points have been used up a long time ago, right?
I have to thank you three on behalf of the people of Jiangzhou. When you die, I will ask City Lord Jiang to posthumously confer the title of martyr upon you three. The words fell. He directly ordered his men, kill without mercy. Chapter 89 Trapped in a Beast Tide, Life and Death Unknown. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so men immediately rushed forward.
You can see it.
The ones Wang Dalong brought out this time were the elite among the elite. Among them, there are more than 3 level 6 psychics and 1 level 7 psychic.
The rest are all level 5 psychics. The lineup is quite strong. See this.
Lin Mo's brows were furrowed. If it is in peak condition. Naturally, he is not afraid of these people. But now he is weak and has very little ability left. I'm afraid Wang Dalong doesn't even need to take action himself.
These people are enough to take the lives of the three of them. In a desperate situation,
Lin Mo couldn't care less and just took out the black rhino armor and sea-level sword, and protected Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi in front of him.
Oh? See this.
A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Dalong's eyes.
S-level armor, what a great item.
I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward today. Lin Mo, I want this S-level armor of yours.
Dream.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and confronted more than a dozen powerful people with special abilities head-on.
But when he couldn't use his supernatural powers, Lin Mo could only defend passively.
Even if those strong men are temporarily unable to break through the black rhino armor on his body. But if this continues, he will be exhausted to death. Once Lin Mo's strength is exhausted, he will be dead.
Soon. Lin Mo was beaten back by the powerful men.
He quickly turned his head to look at Lu Liang and gave him a wink. We have been working together for so long. Lu Liang naturally understood Lin Mo's meaning instantly, and immediately took out the potion to restore his superpower value from the space ring and drank it all.
Lu Liang, are you okay?
Lin Mo was almost unable to bear it anymore and didn't even have the strength to swing his sword.
Okay. Lu Liang nodded.
Lin Mo used up his last bit of strength and rushed to Lu Liang's side.
Without any hesitation, Lu Liang grabbed Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi and fled underground. Oh no, they ran away.
When the powerful men saw this, their faces changed instantly.
Don't panic.
But at this moment, Wang Dalong walked forward calmly, sneering and saying, I've already sealed off these 4 areas with barrier stones. They can't escape, and the only direction they can flee is there.
Said.
Wang Dalong pointed to the ghost-level beast tide in the distance. Upon seeing this, all the powerful men showed a gloating smile on their faces.
And just at this moment,
right in front of the ghost-level beast tide,
3 figures emerged from the ground. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. Time is running out.
I only recovered a little bit of my superpowers, and now they're all gone again. Lu Liang said with an apologetic look on his face.
It's okay, you tried your best. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder without any blame.
Oh no, we've attracted the attention of the strange beast. Chu Tianqi's expression suddenly changed.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked up. As expected.
At this moment, a large number of strange beasts are rushing towards this side frantically. This made Lin Mo and the other 2 look extremely ugly. It seems that this time, it is really over.
Run away.
Lu Liang tried his best to activate his supernatural powers, trying to escape with Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi. But his supernatural power has been exhausted, and even if he uses all his strength, it will be in vain.
It's over. I'm really going to become lunch for the monsters.
Lu Liang slumped to the ground, his face full of despair. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, raised his head and looked at Wang Dalong not far away, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Soon, the three figures were swallowed up by the beast tide. See this. Wang Dalong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the look Lin Mo gave him at the end made him feel a little uneasy.
But now Lin Mo and the other two are already trapped in the beast tide, and their special power points have been exhausted. The possibility of survival is extremely small. There is a 99.99% chance that you won't be able to get out.
Boss, this trick of using a borrowed knife to kill someone is really brilliant.
This way, Lin Mo and the other two will all die in the beast tide. Even if the Supernatural Power Management Bureau and the City Lord's Mansion want to investigate later, they will definitely not be able to trace it back to us. This is much safer than killing them ourselves. One of his men gave Wang Dalong a thumbs up and flattered him.
Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong raised his head and laughed triumphantly.
However, he did not leave immediately, but stared at the beast tide very cautiously for a while. Because he always felt that Lin Mo would not die so easily. After staying there for about half an hour and confirming that the three people did not come out, I was finally relieved. After all, it is impossible for anyone to survive in such a terrifying beast tide for more than half an hour.
Even he, a 9th level psychic, can't do it. Lin Mo and the other two are definitely dead now.
My biggest worry has been solved.
I'm so relieved. Let's go, let's hurry back to the city. I'm sure the people from the Supernatural Administration will be here soon.
Finished.
Wang Dalong waved his hand and led everyone to evacuate the place. Jiangzhou City, Supernatural Power Management Bureau. What? We can't contact Lin Mo and Lu Liang anymore? Zhao Tianlin immediately stood up from his chair.
That's right, we agreed to contact each other every hour, but just now, I couldn't contact them no matter what.
Zhang Wei said with a frown. Have someone locate their cell phone immediately. Zhao Tianlin said quickly. After a while,
a staff member came over with a tablet computer.
How is it, have you located it? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei quickly looked at the staff. We've located it, but... The staff member's face looked a little unhappy, and he whispered, the location shows that Lin Mo and Lu Liang are now in a tide of ghost-level beasts. What? Zhao Tianlin was shocked and immediately took the tablet computer. All I saw on the tablet was a map. The black skull on the map is the location of the ghost-level beast tide. There are also two small red dots representing the positions of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. But at this moment, these two little red dots are both in the black skull, and they are motionless. This made Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei's faces look extremely ugly. Because this also means that the two of them may have encountered an accident. How could this happen? Why is this happening?
Zhao Tianlin clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and he felt extremely guilty and sad. After all, he was the one who sent Lin Mo and Lu Liang to carry out this mission. Director, could it be that their phones accidentally fell into the beast tide, and they are safe and sound? We can't jump to conclusions just yet. We need to send someone to look for them immediately. Zhang Wei said quickly. Yes, Zhang Wei, you reminded me of this. Zhao Tianlin's eyes lit up, he saw hope again, and immediately ordered. Immediately send an investigation team to the ghost-level beast tide.
If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Chapter 90 Funeral.
After receiving the order, the 4th investigation team of the Ability Management Bureau immediately rushed to the location of the ghost-level beast tide.
After their investigation,
apart from the BMW X5 driven by Lin Mo and his two companions that was found not far from the beast tide, there was no other trace of Lin Mo and his two companions.
In addition, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's mobile phone positioning showed that they were still in the ghost-level beast tide. This can basically be concluded. Lin Mo and the other two were killed in the beast tide. Team leader, what do you think this is?
The investigation team was preparing to evacuate, and at this moment, an investigator came over carrying a huge white bone.
Where was this found?
The leader of Group 4 took the bones and asked in confusion.
Not far from the beast tide, there are traces of fighting and many scattered bones. The investigator replied. If I'm not mistaken, this is somewhat similar to the method used by Taoist Yoli. Could it be that Taoist Yoli came here, and both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were harmed by him?
The leader of Group 4 frowned and analyzed thoughtfully.
That's most likely the case. After all, that Yoli Taoist is an 8th level psychic.
Lin Mo and Lu Liang combined are no match for him. We must report this discovery to the director as soon as possible,
the investigator said. Well, let's go.
The leader of Group 4 nodded, then waved his hand and led everyone to evacuate immediately. Only the ghost-level beast tide was left not far away, still advancing slowly.
Jiangzhou, Supernatural Power Management Bureau. After learning the results of the 4th investigation team,
the only remaining hope in Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Wei's hearts was instantly shattered, and they were extremely sad.
Lin Mo, Lu Liang, I'm sorry for this game. Zhao Tianlin slammed his fist on the desk, his face full of sadness.
Originally, he had high hopes for Lin Mo and Lu Liang.
Especially Lin Mo, he even planned to train him as his successor.
After all, it takes many years to come across such a genius.
But now something unexpected happened. This made him so heartbroken. Director, Lin Mo and Lu Liang are dead. We must give them an explanation and bury them with the highest standards for martyrs,
Jiang Wei said with tears in his eyes.
This is inevitable. I will go and arrange it myself. The day of the funeral.
The Ability Management Bureau and the top officials of the City Lord's mansion were all there, and it was an extremely solemn occasion. Because the bodies of Lin Mo and the other two were never found. So buried under the tombstone were only the clothes of the 3 people.
Many people who had been rescued by Lin Mo and Lu Liang in the hospital before came to present white chrysanthemums. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lu, Nunu begs you, please don't leave Nunu. Nunu already has no mother and can't live without you anymore. Nunu lay in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang's tombstone, crying bitterly.
This made the people around feel sad. Old Zhao, you were so confused.
How could you send Lin Mo to carry out such a dangerous mission? Zhang Qinian glared at Zhao Tianlin and said angrily. Brother Jiang, please don't blame me. I'm really regretting this now.
If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have sent them there even if you killed me,
Zhao Tianlin said with a guilty look on his face. You.
Zhang Qinian knew that Zhao Tianlin must be feeling even more upset at the moment, so he sighed helplessly and asked, have you found out who did it?
God-worshipping sect, Taoist Yoli. Zhao Tianlin gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Someone come. Zhang Qinian shouted immediately.
An armored soldier walked over quickly and clasped his fists, Lord City Lord.
Pass on my order. The city defense forces will be dispatched immediately.
All members of the God-worshipping cult in Jiangzhou City, regardless of their rank, will be killed without mercy,
Zhang Qinian said coldly. Clear.
The soldier nodded and headed forward immediately. The Supernatural Power Management Bureau will also act together with the City Lord's mansion.
Not even the flies of the God-worshipping cult will be spared, Zhao Tianlin said through gritted teeth. Hey, let's go, let's send Lin Mo off one last time. Zhang Qinian sighed deeply, picked up a bunch of white chrysanthemums, and walked towards Lin Mo's tombstone. Crackle, crackle.
But at this moment,
a burst of firecrackers suddenly rang out. This made everyone present's expressions change instantly. After all, how can we set off firecrackers on such a serious and sad day? Who put it there? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Qinian's faces suddenly darkened. Ha, Director Zhao, City Lord Jiang, don't be angry, I was the one who set off the firecrackers. Just then,
a burst of triumphant laughter was heard. I saw Wang Dalong walking over with a group of his men. In the crowd, Wang Ba was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by 2 of his men, with Chu Yuqi accompanying him.
After seeing Lin Mo's tombstone, Wang Ba could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Ha, dead, Lin Mo is really dead, you bastard, you have come to this day, this is the end of you daring to provoke me.
Chu Yuqi, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She originally thought that Lin Mo was really going to be successful, but now he ended up like this. It seems that my original choice was correct.
Although Wang Ba is disabled, a lean camel is bigger than a horse.
I can still become a rich man's wife in the future.
Zhao Tianlin glared at Wang Ba fiercely, then turned to look at Wang Dalong and said sternly, Boss Wang, keep a close eye on your son.
Lin Mo is a martyr of our Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
Please respect him. Hey, Director Zhao, don't get excited. You know the conflict between my son and Lin Mo. Now that he sees Lin Mo is dead, he's happy. This is human nature. But we still have great respect for Lin Mo in our hearts, whether you believe it or not. Wang Dalong waved his hand, then turned to look at Wang Ba and said, "You should restrain yourself a little. Lin Mo is dead. Dad knows you are happy, but if we want to laugh, it's not too late to go home and laugh." Alright, ha ha ha. Wang Ba nodded, but the smile on his face did not fade in the slightest. You. Jiang Wei was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. What's wrong with us? Is laughing illegal? Wang Dalong rolled his eyes at Jiang Wei, then looked at Zhao Tianlin and asked, "Director Zhao, let me ask you, is laughing illegal? If you think it's illegal, then just arrest us father and son in public. Do you really think I don't dare? Wang Dalong, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Today is the day of Lin Mo's funeral, and first you set off firecrackers to cause trouble, and then you brought your son to laugh loudly in such a serious occasion. Are you deliberately trying to provoke our Supernatural Power Management Bureau? Or do you think our Supernatural Power Management Bureau can't do anything to you?" Zhao Tianlin's face suddenly darkened and he spoke in a grim tone. "Okay, Director Zhao, since things have come to this, why don't we just lay our cards on the table? Lin Mo is dead. I'm sincerely happy. He died well, it was a wonderful death. He should have died a long time ago. I really put up with him for so long. Not only am I going to set off firecrackers now, I'm going to set off fireworks to celebrate tonight, all night long. Money can't buy my will, I'm going to spend it however I want. If you have the guts, arrest me," Wang Dalong said arrogantly. Chapter 91 Level 10 Monster. That's too much. A cold light flashed in Zhao Tianlin's eyes, and he shouted directly, "Someone come." Dozens of investigators from the Supernatural Management Bureau immediately rushed over and surrounded Wang Dalong and his men. "Yoho, you're anxious, your defense is broken? Are you going to fight me? Okay, come on, who's afraid of who?" Wang Dalong was not afraid at all and directly ordered his men, "If anyone from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau dares to attack, fight back immediately." "Yes, sir." The subordinates nodded and immediately released their supernatural aura. The two sides are on the verge of a war. That's enough. Zhang Qinian walked over, glared at Wang Dalong and said, "Wang Dalong, that's enough. I know you have a problem with Lin Mo, but today is Lin Mo's funeral, and Lin Mo is a hero of Jiangzhou. If you do this, wouldn't it be unmannerly and make people laugh at you? City Lord Jiang, I just can't swallow this anger. Lin Mo injured my son and killed so many of my men. Is it not okay for me to smile?" Wang Dalong said confidently. "Then you should also understand the situation and leave immediately with your people. Stop trying to intensify the conflict, if you still have eyes for me," Zhang Qinian said with a serious face. Wang Dalong rolled his eyes and sneered, "Okay, then I'll give City Lord Jiang a favor. Let's go, we're not allowed to laugh here, let's go somewhere else to laugh. We're not only going to laugh, we're also going to celebrate. Let's get drunk tonight. Lin Mo, it's a good thing you died. Today is such a happy day, ha ha ha." Finished. He walked out of the cemetery with his men in a swagger, and set off a string of firecrackers before getting into the car. Hateful. Zhao Tianlin gritted his teeth in anger. Forget it. Now is not the time to completely break off relations with him. The ghost-level beast tide is about to attack Jiangzhou City. We still need him to defend the city. For the sake of the overall situation, let's be patient for a while. Zhang Qinian patted Zhao Tianlin on the shoulder and comforted him. Night falls. A tide of ghost-level beasts. There are strange beasts everywhere. The roars, the sounds of fighting, and the pungent smell of blood could be smelled from far away. Dust and smoke billowed, and nearly 10,000 strange beasts gathered together. Such a terrifying scene, even a level 10 psychic would probably have to stay away from it. And it was right in the center of the beast tide. There are actually 3 figures. Not someone else. It was Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Shu Tianqi who were caught in the beast tide. The 3 people were not dead, but were still alive and well. The strange beasts around them did not attack the 3 people when they passed by them. Instead, they just glanced at them and walked away, as if they regarded them as the same kind. Thanks to Tianqi's #1 mixture, I didn't expect that after spraying it on my body, these strange beasts stopped attacking us. This is really amazing. Lu Liang said with a grin. Yeah, if not, the three of us would have been torn to pieces long ago. Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled. In fact, he was a little desperate when he was trapped in the ghost-level beast tide. Fortunately, Chu Tianqi took out the number 1 mixture in time and sprayed it on the three people. The strange beasts that were originally about to rush towards the three people immediately stopped and lost their hostility. The three of them were lucky enough to save their lives. Brother Lin, it's been a whole day and night already. Wang Dalong's men should have withdrawn long ago, right? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. In fact, his and Lin Mo's superpower values had already recovered yesterday. However, out of concern, Wang Dalong brought people to guard outside. So the three of them did not rush out, but followed the ghost-level beast tide and moved forward slowly. Anyway, the strange beasts 1T attacked the three of them. Staying in here is always safer than outside. I think so. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back. I think the director and the others must be worried sick. It's a pity that our phones are out of battery, so we can't call them to report our safety. If they locate us and find that we are always in the midst of the beast tide, they will definitely think we are dead. Lin Mo nodded, and then the three of them were about to withdraw from the ghost-level beast tide. Ouch! But at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Immediately following, a terrifying aura rose up not far away. This made the expressions of the three people change instantly. They had been staying in the beast tide before, and had encountered high-level exotic beasts. I have even seen 9th-level monsters. But this aura is obviously much stronger than that of a 9th-level alien beast. A level 10 alien beast. This is the aura of a level 10 alien beast. Chu Tianqi suddenly became energetic. The three of them turned their heads to look. I saw it not far away. A giant gorilla covered with silver hair, more than 10 meters tall, was beating its chest and roaring. Level 10 exotic beast, the silverback ape king. Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that it discovered us? Otherwise, why would it suddenly get angry? Lu Liang said with some concern. He had just finished speaking. Buzz. Suddenly, another aura fluctuation rose up, which was no weaker than that of the silverback ape king. I saw the ground ahead trembling. Immediately following, suddenly, a huge python that was about 20 or 30 meters long emerged from the ground. Its body is covered in reddish-brown patterns, and its huge triangular eyes sparkle with fiery red light. Level 10 strange beast, the red rock python. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. To be honest, they had just been in this ghost-level beast tide for so long, but they had never seen a level 10 monster. I didn't expect to see them now, and two of them at once. As soon as the red rock python appeared, it immediately started fighting with the silverback ape king. Boom boom boom. That terrifying movement that was like destroying the world. Looking at the three people not far away, they all couldn't help but gasp. The strange beasts around had already hidden far away and did not dare to get close for fear of being affected. Why are they fighting for no reason? Lu Liang frowned and asked in confusion. According to my father's research, the alien beasts aren't completely harmonious. They have their own factions, and they often go to war over territory and resources. If nothing unexpected happens, the red rock python and the silverback ape king are currently fighting for dominance over this beast tide. Chu Tianqi pinched his chin and analyzed. Is it that scary? Then I suggest we leave quickly. If we get caught up again, there will be 2 level 10 monsters there. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. As Lu Liang said this, he was about to take the two of them and escape underground. Wait a minute. Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi said almost in unison. Chapter 92, Sowing Dissension. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment, looking at the two of them with a puzzled look on his face. What are we waiting for? Waiting for one of them to win and treat us to a meal? Tianqi's number 2 potion is still missing an important ingredient, the essence and blood of a level 10 alien beast. Under normal circumstances, this would be difficult to accomplish, but now might be the perfect opportunity. Lin Mo said with narrowed eyes. The one who understands me is Brother Lin. Chu Tianqi smiled and nodded. No buddy, are you too crazy? Aren't these two old men fighting? Why wait for them to drop gold coins? These are 2 level 10 alien beasts, my brothers. You actually want to take advantage of the situation to rob them? Lu Liang looked at the two of them as if they were 2 lunatics. Don't worry, their attention is all on each other, and they have no time to pay attention to weak creatures like us.
All we have to do is stay away and wait for them to fight until both are injured.
Then it should be easy to go up and take some of their blood.
Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and comforted him.
Brother Lu, you have underground escape skills, what are you afraid of? If the situation is not right, can't we just run away? Chu Tianqi said with a smile. Okay, I admit my bad luck to have two fearless friends like you. Since you've said it this far, what else can I do? I'll just sacrifice my life for you.
Lu Liang shook his head helplessly and had to agree to stay. The three retreated to a relatively safe position and quietly watched the battle between the red rock python and the silverback gorilla king.
I have to say,
a level 10 exotic beast is truly worthy of being a level 10 exotic beast. This combat power is so fierce that even a level 10 psychic might be unable to match it.
No wonder at the same level.
People with special abilities are no match for monsters. The red rock python and the silverback gorilla king could bring about a suffocating sense of oppression with just a casual blow. The battle between the two also caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. But because they are all at level 10, it is difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time.
Gradually,
the two of them actually wanted to stop fighting and separated from each other, preparing to leave.
The script is wrong. Why don't we fight anymore?
Chu Tianqi's expression suddenly changed.
We can't make them stop fighting, otherwise how can we carry out our plan?
Lin Mo rolled his eyes, turned his head to look at Lu Liang and said, "Take me there."
Brother Lin, I don't think this is necessary. If we were to be discovered, the consequences. I really can't even imagine it.
Lu Liang guessed Lin Mo's thoughts in an instant and said with some concern,
"It's okay, I know what to do."
Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder confidently.
Okay.
Lu Liang couldn't persuade Lin Mo, so he could only take Lin Mo and hide underground to a place about 20 meters away from the red rock python and the silverback gorilla king.
We can't get any closer, Brother Lin. If we get any closer, we'll really be discovered. Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and said, "That's enough."
Lin Mo took a deep breath and activated his internal supernatural powers.
Buzz. The next moment,
two beams of annihilation burst out from his eyes, shooting towards the red rock python and the silverback gorilla king respectively.
And at this moment,
the red rock python and the silverback ape king had just turned around, back to back, and were about to leave.
Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two loud noises in succession. The annihilation beam hit the backs of both of them at the same time. This level of attack naturally couldn't hurt them at all, but it instantly angered them again.
The two turned their heads almost at the same time and glared at each other, anger rising in their eyes.
Obviously,
the red rock python thought that the silverback ape king had attacked him. The silverback ape king thought that the red rock python was doing something dishonest. Without any hesitation, the two rushed towards each other and fought fiercely again.
Goal achieved, retreat. Lin Mo quickly looked at Lu Liang. Without saying a word, Lu Liang pulled Lin Mo into the underground. The two figures just disappeared. The red rock python's huge tail swept over. Boom!
For a moment, the earth cracked into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had already escaped.
The two returned to Chu Tianqi's side. Brother Lin, this move of yours is really too cruel. Chu Tianqi couldn't help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. It's all for your number 2 mixture. Brother Lin and I have already risked everything.
Please don't let us down when the time comes.
Lu Liang was breathing heavily, obviously very scared.
Don't worry, as long as we can get the blood essence of a level 10 alien beast, the number 2 mixture will be successful.
Chu Tianqi said confidently. Soon,
the battle between the red rock python and the silverback gorilla king entered a fierce stage. The red rock python wrapped itself around the silverback ape king, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the silverback ape king's right arm tightly.
Ouch! The silverback ape king let out a painful scream, grabbed the red rock python's tail and tore it apart. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. After a struggle, the red rock python tore off the silverback ape king's right arm alive. The silverback ape king also broke off a large section of the red rock python's tail. It's a lose-lose situation.
Both sides also knew that if they continued to fight, they would both die, so they had no choice but to separate and cease fire.
Now, Lin Mo winked at Lu Liang. Lu Liang understood Lin Mo's meaning instantly, and took Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi and went directly into the underground.
and on this side of the battlefield. After a brief eye contact between the red rock python and the silverback gorilla king, the red rock python quickly left with its tail in its mouth. Until the red rock python completely disappeared. The silverback king finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately bent down to pick up his right arm, intending to find a place to heal and reconnect it. However, when it lowered its head, it suddenly realized his broken right arm was gone. He was clearly thrown to the ground by the red rock python just now. It quickly glanced around, but still could not find it. Ouch! For a while, the silverback ape king was also very angry. He swung his fist and killed several strange beasts passing by nearby, venting his anger crazily. On a hillside about 3 kilometers away from the beast tide, Lin Mo and the other two came out from here. And in their arms, they were holding a huge silver-haired arm. It was the broken arm of the silverback ape king. I got it, I finally got it. Chu Tianqi was suddenly overjoyed, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at the broken arm. Oh my god, my heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. If that silverback ape king finds out, he'll beat us into pieces. Lu Liang patted his chest and breathed heavily. It's not that complete. It must have turned into minced meat. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, then looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, although you have obtained this broken arm, do you know how to extract the essence and blood from it? After all, essence blood is different from ordinary blood. You can't just make a wound and let some of it out. Certainly. Chu Tianqi nodded, then took out the golden box. Chapter 93 Breakthrough, Level 8 Psychic. The lid is open. I saw the meteorite fragments inside, emitting purple light. Chu Tianqi carefully took out the meteorite fragments and placed them on the broken arm of the silverback ape king. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. The meteorite fragments actually began to devour the flesh and blood of the broken arm. It was just a blink of an eye. The broken arm, which was several meters long, was completely swallowed up by the meteorite fragments, leaving only a long white bone. And at this moment, the light emitted by the meteorite fragments became even brighter. Chu Tianqi quickly took out a white bottle from his pocket, placed the meteorite fragments in the bottle mouth, and chanted a spell. The next moment, 3 thumb-sized drops of golden blood actually dripped out from the meteorite fragments and fell into the bottle. A powerful energy suddenly gushed out from the bottle. This made Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes flash. I didn't expect that this meteorite fragment could actually refine essence and blood. Is this the essence of a level 10 beast? Such pure energy. I really want a sip. Lu Liang looked at the golden blood in the bottle and subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. The essence and blood of a level 10 alien beast is a great tonic for both the beast and the person with special abilities. But Brother Lu, I can't give you this blood essence. It will affect the success of my number 2 mixture. Chu Tianqi quickly put the white bottle away. Hey, what are you afraid of? I'm just talking, I won't really snatch it from you. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. With the essence and blood of this level 10 beast, how long will it take you to make the number 2 mixture? Lin Mo looked at Chu Tianqi and asked. If we're not in a hurry to go back, give me 2 hours, that's enough. Chu Tianqi thought for a moment and said. Okay, then I won't go back for now. The moon is out right now, and I want to see the recovery ability of this black rhino armor under the moonlight. Lin Mo looked up at the bright moon in the night sky and said with squinted eyes. Brother Lin, you are not planning to. Lu Liang roughly guessed what Lin Mo was thinking. The beast tide is right before our eyes. It would be a shame if we don't slaughter them. Before, I was worried about not having enough power points, but now that I have the moon, I don't have to worry at all. I just have to try not to provoke high-level monsters. Also, the red rock python and the silverback ape king just had a fierce battle. They must be resting and healing now. They won't be showing up for a while. Lin Mo said with a smile. Okay, then I'll be ready to pick you up at any time. Lu Liang knew that it was useless to persuade Lin Mo, so he nodded and said. Thanks a lot. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder. Lu Liang took Lin Mo and hid underground, arriving at the beast tide. Go away. Lin Mo said this, and with a thought, he put on the black rhino armor. At the same time, with the activation of supernatural powers, the field of annihilation is directly expanded. Lu Liang had just escaped into the underground. With Lin Mo as the center, the area within a radius of 20 meters instantly turned into a living hell. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The earth shook and magma gushed out. The red light emitted by Lin Mo himself swept across the surroundings. A large number of strange beasts began to die in the area. Those strange beasts that are below Lin Mo's realm cannot survive for more than 1 second in the annihilation field. Why is the energy consumption rate still so fast? It's no different from before. Is the black rhino armor useless? Lin Mo frowned. However, when he noticed the dark clouds in the sky, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the dark clouds summoned by his own domain blocked the moonlight, preventing it from shining on the black rhino armor. Lin Mo's mind quickly moved. A gap appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The moonlight leaked out from it, just shining on Lin Mo's black rhino armor. For a while, the black rhino armor actually emitted a dazzling silver light. Lin Mo only felt a warmth inside his body. His own ability value began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This speed is more than 10 times faster than during the day. It's really awesome. Lin Mo's face was suddenly filled with joy. Although the black rhino armor recovered at a speed that still couldn't keep up with the speed at which the annihilation field consumed it. But compared to before, it is much better. Before the black rhino armor, the annihilation field you deploy can only last for 1 minute at most. But now, it can at least last 3 minutes. This is already a qualitative leap. It only took a minute. Hundreds of strange beasts have died in Lin Mo's annihilation field. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 monster. You will be rewarded with 3,000 power points. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 6 monster. You will be rewarded with 4,000 power points. The system rewards you constantly. This made Lin Mo's own realm rise rapidly, and he was about to break through to the level of an 8th level psychic. But this wild beast is indeed much smarter than those captive beasts in Purgatory Town. When they realized the horror of the annihilation field, they immediately began to disperse and no longer approached. But how could Lin Mo let them go? He immediately chased after them and continued killing them while the supernatural power in his body was still there. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become an 8th level mutant 1,000,002 million. Finally, before the energy value in the body was about to be exhausted, Lin Mo successfully broke through to the level of an 8th level psychic. However, Lin Mo did not intend to give up. Since you are here, let us talk about it after we use up all this little bit of power. However, just when he was about to continue chasing those strange beasts, ouch! A familiar beast roar suddenly came. Lin Mo turned his head to look. I saw it not far away. The Silverback King was running towards him. Oh my god! Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. He quickly retracted the annihilation field and shouted, Lu Liang. Here I come. A pair of hands stretched out from the ground below, grabbed Lin Mo's feet, and dived directly into the ground. Bang! Lin Mo's figure just disappeared. A huge fist came down. Suddenly, the earth shook and the ground cracked inch by inch. If this really hits Lin Mo, even the black rhino armor can't protect Lin Mo. Ouch! The punch missed. The Silverback Gorilla King was also very angry. He looked up and roared at the moon in the sky. And the other side. Lu Liang and Lin Mo have returned to the hillside. As soon as the two men came out from underground, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It was so close, just a little bit. Lu Liang patted his chest, his face pale. Didn't this guy go to recuperate? Why did he suddenly show up again? Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the Silverback Ape King, who was still going crazy in the beast hide from afar, his brows furrowed. You made too much noise just now. Slaughtering hundreds of strange beasts at once must have alarmed it. Luckily, it was the Silverback Ape King who came. If it had been the Red Rock Python, we'd both be dead. That guy's speed in escaping underground is countless times faster than mine. Lu Liang still said with some fear. Chapter 94 Return to the City, Revenge. It means luck is still on our side. Lin Mo grinned, but soon frowned, and said with some regret, but this beast tide probably can't go in anymore. Because of the killing spree he just had. Not only did it alarm the Silverback Gorilla King, many high-level exotic beasts that were originally in the depths of the beast tide also rushed out, looking for Lin Mo everywhere.
If you go in again at this time, you will definitely die. It seems that my wish to become a 9th level psychic will have to be put on hold for now. Immediately, Lin Mo simply sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. System, evolved superpowers. Congratulations host, your superpower SS-level Oblivion has evolved into SS-level Oblivion. Can evolve into SSS-level world destruction, current evolution progress is 95%. It seems that when I officially step into the 9th level of superpowers, that will be the day when my superpowers will completely evolve to the SSS level. This made Lin Mo look forward to it, and he thought that day would not be too far away. Of course. I have gained a lot today. As he entered the 8th level of superpowers, his strength increased significantly. Moreover, his own supernatural powers must have been greatly enhanced. Plus the black rhino armor. I think even if I face a 9th level psychic, I will be able to fight and even defeat him. Think of this. Lin Mo's face also revealed a hint of murderous intent. Wang Dalong. You got us trapped in the beast tide and we almost died. It's time to settle the accounts between us. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the black rhino armor, Lin Mo returned to his peak condition. It's done, mixture number 2 is ready. Chu Tianqi suddenly cheered. Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately stood up and came to his side. I saw him holding a small white bottle in his hand, jumping and dancing excitedly. Try it now. Lin Mo couldn't wait to say. Chu Tianqi found a toad on the ground and sprayed some of his number 2 mixture on it. Buzz. I saw the toad flashing with light. The next moment, it became as big as an SUV. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was emitting horrible poisonous smoke. Judging from the fluctuations of its aura, it has at least reached the level of a 6th level alien beast. This is indeed more powerful than the number 1 mixture. Tianqi, what's the highest level of beast that can be created with your number 2 mixture? Lu Liang looked at Chu Tianqi and asked curiously. Level 5 is 100% certain to succeed, levels 6 and 7 depend on the probability, and as for level 8? I can't guarantee it, but if you give me enough level 10 beast essence and blood, maybe I can create it. Chu Tianqi said confidently. Are you really that perverted? I've worked so hard to cultivate for so long, but I'm only a level 4 psychic. And you can just spray it casually and create a level 5 or 6 monster, and more than one. The evil cultivators are indeed so terrifying. Lu Liang couldn't help but sigh. Now that the number 2 mixture is ready, it's time for us to go back and seek revenge. Lin Mo said with a sneer. That's exactly what I meant. That bastard Wang Dalong forced us into the beast tide and nearly killed us. We absolutely cannot let him go easily. Chu Tianqi said through gritted teeth. Are you too crazy? Wang Dalong is a level 9 psychic. Even with the number 2 potion, we may not be his match. Lu Liang swallowed hard and said with some concern. Yeah? Lin Mo raised his lips slightly and released the aura of an 8th level psychic, so what now? See this. Both Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi showed a look of surprise on their faces. This is a sure thing. Jiangzhou City, Wang Family Villa. Wang Dalong did not break his promise and directly arranged for people to purchase a large amount of fireworks and set them off continuously around the villa. And inside the villa, Wang Dalong even gathered all his relatives and friends to hold a party, singing, dancing, drinking, and chatting happily. The whole villa is filled with a happy atmosphere. Everyone, today is a very happy day. I, Wang Dalong, have eliminated my biggest worry, Lin Mo. So tonight, we will not stop until we are drunk. No one is allowed to hide anything from me. You are not allowed to leave this door until you are drunk. Wang Dalong looked at everyone and said with a big laugh. Cheers. Everyone picked up their glasses and drank them all. Yuchi, what do you think? Was it a wise decision to follow me? Although Lin Mo was quite famous some time ago, appearing on TV and being a hero. But what's the result? Ultimately, the arm can't twist the thigh. Anyone who dares to go against our Wang family will die in the end, no matter who they are. Sitting in a wheelchair, Wang Ba looked at Chu Yuchi who was feeding him wine and said with a smug look on his face. Young Master Wang is right. The best decision I've ever made in my life was to dump Lin Mo and follow you. Chu Yuchi immediately snuggled up to Wang Ba's chest and spoke like a little bird. Ha, that's good to know. In this small piece of Jiangzhou, our Wang family is the king. Follow me, and you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in your life. Tonight, you are on top and serve me well. Wang Ba patted Chu Yuchi's delicate little face and said with a lewd smile. Oh, that's disgusting. Chu Yuchi's face suddenly turned red. That charming look made Wang Ba's lower abdomen ablaze with anger, and he wanted to pin her to the ground in public and whip and ravage her severely. Boss! Just then, the door of the villa was pushed open from the outside. One of his men walked in quickly. What's wrong? Wang Dalong asked slightly drunkenly. I followed your instructions and went to take back the villa that you gave to Lin Mo. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. The subordinate clasped his fists and said with a grin. What unexpected gain? Wang Dalong asked curiously. The subordinate immediately waved outside the villa, bring him in.
Several men from the Wang family came in, escorting two figures, one big and one small.
It's Nunu and Baymax.
But at this moment, Nunu and Baymax were obviously seriously injured.
It was obvious that they had just been beaten before. Isn't this the kid from the funeral?
I saw him lying in front of Lin Mo's tombstone, crying so sadly.
Wang Dalong glanced at Nunu and recognized him.
Then he looked at Dabai beside him and asked in confusion, where did this snow monster come from?
It's like this. This snow monster is raised by this kid and obeys his orders. When we went there just now, it attacked us. Fortunately, we are many in number, and it took a lot of effort to capture it. They both live in your villa. I guess they have a close relationship with Lin Mo.
The subordinate quickly explained.
I see.
Wang Dalong rolled his eyes and sneered, since you have a good relationship with Lin Mo, you can't stay. How about this, just beat the kid to death and feed him to the dogs.
As for this snow monster.
Wang Dalong thought for a moment, then turned to look at everyone in the villa and asked with a smile, has everyone never tasted roasted snow monsters?
This is a rare species, not often seen. You're all in for a treat tonight. Long live Boss Wang. Everyone cheered in unison. Chapter 95 Attacking the Wang Family. Soon, everyone set up a huge grill in the yard of the Wang family villa and tied Dabai to it. Make a fire. Following Wang Dalong's order, the Wang family servants brought firewood, piled it under the grill, and lit it. No! Nunu struggled desperately, trying to go forward and save Baymax.
But at this moment he was being held down by a subordinate of the Wang family and could not move at all. As the fire burned fiercely.
Woohoo!
Dabai also let out a cry of pain.
The hair on its body began to melt like ice and snow. Dabai! Nunu was suddenly heartbroken. He quickly looked at Wang Dalong and begged, please, can you please let Dabai go? Can you please not eat Dabai? You still have the heart to plead for mercy for this beast? You're going to become my dog's meal soon. But don't worry, since you two are good friends, I will definitely let you watch as we eat it bite by bite.
Wang Dalong said with a sneer.
Everyone present had a playful smile on their face. No! Nunu's eyes were bloodshot. Woohoo!
But at this moment,
Baymax turned his head and looked at Nunu. Even though it was being burned by the fire, it still forced a smile, as if telling Nunu that it was fine and asked Nunu not to worry. Dabai, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have been caught by them. Nunu's tears suddenly burst out, and he was extremely sad. Woohoo!
Dabai shook his head, without a trace of blame on his face. As the fire grew bigger and bigger, Dabai was becoming increasingly weaker and was about to be buried in the flames.
Cuckoo!
But at this moment, a huge toad suddenly fell from the sky. I saw it stick out its long tongue and flick it hard at the fire under the grill. All the burning firewood suddenly flew towards the people watching around.
Ah! For a while,
screams were heard everywhere. Some unlucky guys even had their hair and clothes set on fire, and soon they turned into firemen, running around the yard. Where did this evil monster come from? How dare you come to my Wang Dalong's house and act wildly? You're looking for death. A cold light flashed in Wang Dalong's eyes, and he winked at the men next to him. Without saying a word, the two men immediately rushed towards the toad monster and fought fiercely with it.
Bang!
But at this moment, the gate of the yard was suddenly knocked open by a huge figure. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a buffalo monster as big as a truck. Before everyone could recover from the shock, A large group of strange beasts rushed in from outside. There are as many as 20 or 30 of them, and each one emits a terrifying aura fluctuation. They must be at least level 5. See this scene. Wang Dalong's brows knitted together. Where did all these strange beasts come from in the city center? Could it be that a tide of beasts has already attacked, and the city gates have been breached? Strange beast. Everyone, run. The guests who came to the party were frightened by this scene and fled in panic. But before they could escape to the gate, they were killed by strange beasts. Don't panic, don't get confused. If you don't want to die, come back and stay behind me. Wang Dalong shouted in a deep voice. Everyone immediately retreated and hid behind Wang Dalong. At the same time, the strong men of the Wang family also rushed back and protected Wang Dalong. Soon, the strange beasts surrounded Wang Dalong and others. However, they did not take the next step, as if they were waiting for orders. See this. Wang Dalong also frowned. Wang Dalong, it must be uncomfortable to be surrounded by strange beasts, right? Just then, a playful voice sounded. I saw it outside the gate of the yard. 3 figures walked in. It was Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi. See this. Everyone present was stunned at first, and then their eyes widened. Didn't Lin Mo and the other 2 die in the beast tide? Aren't they already dead? Even the funeral has already taken place. How did it come back to life? Could it be that he is resurrecting from the dead in the middle of the night? Lin Mo, how are you still alive? Wang Dalong was also shocked, and the expression on his face was even more interesting than seeing a ghost. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not only still alive, but I'm living well. Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a sneer. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lu, I knew you wouldn't die. When Nunu saw the 2 of them, he was immediately very happy. Don't be afraid, Nunu, Uncle is here to save you. Lin Mo immediately rushed forward. The Wang family subordinate who controlled Nunu had no time to react before he was slapped away by Lin Mo and died on the spot. Lu Liang took the opportunity to step forward and rescue Dabai from the grill. I'll leave them both in your care. Lin Mo handed Nunu to Lu Liang, then turned and walked forward, looking at Wang Dalong, and said coldly, Wang Dalong, it's time to end things between us. Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong raised his head and laughed disdainfully, looking at Lin Mo, and said with disdain. Lin Mo, I don't know how you got so lucky as to escape from that beast tide, but you're such a clueless bastard. Instead of just going back to the Ability Management Bureau and continuing to be a coward, you actually dared to come here and seek death. Now I think even if I kill you, Zhang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin will have nothing to say. It's still uncertain who will kill whom. Lin Mo smiled coldly and said in a stern tone, Today, everyone in the Wang family will be buried with you. The words fell. Chu Tianqi gave orders directly. Those strange beasts immediately rushed forward. Wang Dalong waved his hand, and the powerful men of the Wang family immediately rushed forward and fought fiercely with the strange beasts. Old dog, give me your life. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the black rhino armor possessed his body, and he rushed straight towards Wang Dalong. You're looking for death. A cold light flashed in Wang Dalong's eyes, and he faced him head-on. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The 2 men collided with their fists and palms, and both took several steps back. Wang Dalong raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. How did you become so strong? I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the aura of an 8th level psychic was released directly. Chapter 96, Sacrifice of the Avatar. Level 8 Psychic. Wang Dalong's expression changed instantly, his eyes filled with shock. I still remember the first time I met Lin Mo. Lin Mo was just a level 5 psychic. In his eyes, he was so vulnerable, like an ant. But it's only been a few days? Lin Mo has actually broken through to become an 8th level psychic. Is this guy practicing while riding a rocket? Even if it's cheating, it's just this much. No. This boy must not be kept. Think of this. A cold light flashed in Wang Dalong's eyes, and his mind moved immediately. Buzz. Just a moment. 9 clones appeared directly behind him, and the strength of each clone was at the level of an 8th level psychic, and the aura was no worse than Lin Mo's. Lin Mo, it's been almost 10 years since anyone has been able to fully activate my 11 clone ability.
You're the first one in so many years. Even if you die, you should be proud of yourself.
Wang Dalong glared at Lin Mo and said in a stern tone. Then he just waved his hand. The 9 clones suddenly rushed towards Lin Mo at an extremely fast speed.
Lin Mo did not hesitate at all.
He activated his supernatural power and the Sword of Annihilation quickly condensed in his right hand, and he fought fiercely with it.
I have to say,
Wang Dalong's A-level clone ability is quite useful. It is not as simple as just creating 9 clones. These 9 clones actually understand tactical coordination with each other, complementing each other and achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. But with the protection of the Black Rhino armor and the SS-level ability of Annihilation, Lin Mo was able to hold his own in the short term.
Wang Dalong stood not far away, controlling his clones to besiege Lin Mo.
But the more he fought, the uglier his expression became. Lin Mo is obviously 1 level lower than himself, but his fighting ability is not inferior to his own at all. This means that Lin Mo's ability must be at least S-level or above. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight across levels. This made Wang Dalong feel regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed Lin Mo even if it meant risking offending the City Lord's Mansion and the Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
And now, Lin Mo has obviously become a big shot. If you want to kill him again, I'm afraid you will have to pay a heavy price tonight. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang.
The annihilating light that burst out from Lin Mo's eyes directly shattered the 2 clones.
Immediately following,
Lin Mo swooped down again, slashing out with the Sword of Annihilation in his hand.
2 more clones were cut in half. Just a moment.
Nearly half of the 9 clones were gone.
Wang Dalong's expression turned even uglier.
He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Forget it, let's just go for it." The words fell. He just waved his hand. The remaining 5 clones immediately retreated back to his side.
What? Are you going to give in and surrender?
Seeing this, Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Lin Mo, I admit that I underestimated you a bit, but you are just an 8th level psychic, so you are not qualified to make me surrender. Wang Dalong snorted coldly, then his mind moved and he condensed 4 clones again. I saw his hands quickly forming seals, and his whole body was emitting golden light.
Clone, sacrifice. Accompanied by a loud shout.
The 9 clones beside him suddenly exploded, turning into balls of blood-red light and flying towards Wang Dalong's real body. Then it merged into his body.
Buzz. For a while,
Wang Dalong's aura suddenly surged at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Soon he surpassed the 9th level psychic.
Although it has not reached the 10th level, it is almost there.
See this. Lin Mo also frowned slightly. Ha, Lin Mo, tremble, this is my true strength.
Wang Dalong raised his head and laughed triumphantly, then rushed towards Lin Mo.
What a fast speed.
Lin Mo's face changed and he was about to defend himself. Wang Dalong had already arrived in front of him and slapped Lin Mo's chest with a palm of great power. This knocked Lin Mo flying and he fell heavily to the ground.
Brother Lin. Uncle Lin. Woohoo!
The expressions of Lu Liang and others who were not far away changed instantly, and their eyes were full of worry.
But soon,
Lin Mo stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his armor, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine."
Although Wang Dalong's palm strike just now was terrifying.
But most of the damage was absorbed by the Black Rhino armor.
In the moonlight.
Not only has the Black Rhino armor's recovery speed become much faster, but its defense has also been significantly improved.
Oh. He can actually get up.
It seems this S-class armor is really a good thing.
But you don't think it can really protect you, do you? This is just the beginning, the real fun is still to come.
Wang Dalong smiled coldly and rushed towards Lin Mo again. Lin Mo immediately swung the Sword of Annihilation and slashed out. Buzz! I saw a scarlet sword energy slashing towards Wang Dalong. It was about to chop Wang Dalong. However, at this critical moment, Wang Dalong leaped forward and dodged the deadly sword energy at an extremely strange speed.
Before Lin Mo could react,
he rushed to Lin Mo again and slapped him hard with his palm. And just when this palm was about to fall on Lin Mo,
Wang Dalong's mind moved.
His palm suddenly turned into 9 and slapped Lin Mo at the same time.
For a while,
the power of this palm instantly increased 9-fold.
Puff!
Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards on the spot. This time, it flew for dozens of meters, even far away from the Wang family compound, until it hit a big tree and stopped. And the big tree collapsed in an instant. From this, we can imagine how terrifying the power of Wang Dalong's palm is.
Ahem.
Lin Mo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and stood up from the ground with difficulty.
Is this the 9th level mutant? It's really powerful.
Fortunately, he was protected by the black rhino armor, otherwise that palm strike just now would have been enough to take his life.
Ha ha ha. And just at this moment, Wang Dalong also chased out. Looking at Lin Mo, who was pale. Wang Dalong's smug expression suddenly intensified as he sneered, "Lin Mo, is this all you've got? You're so vulnerable. I suggest you take off your armor and kneel down to die. Stop resisting, it's pointless." Really?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and quickly glanced around.
This place is at least 50 meters away from the Wang family compound. I don't think it will affect Lu Liang and the others. In that case, Animal Field, open. Chapter 97, Wang Dalong, dead. Boom. For a while,
the sky was covered with dark clouds. The earth also began to shake violently. Ever since Lin Mo broke through to the 8th level of superpower and evolved his superpowers, his annihilation field has also been significantly enhanced. The range alone increased from the original 20 meters to 50 meters.
What is this? Feel the changes around you. Wang Dalong's expression also changed instantly. Because of this moment,
he clearly felt a terrifying sense of oppression enveloping him. This not only slowed down his movements immediately, even breathing became extremely difficult. I couldn't feel the presence of oxygen at all, as if I was in a vacuum.
Boom! And just at this moment,
a scarlet lightning bolt as thick as a water tank fell from the sky and headed straight for Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong's face changed and he tried his best to dodge to the side, but he was still blown away by the aftermath.
After landing heavily, he was just about to get up from the ground. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Red-hot magma gushed out from it. This scared Wang Dalong,
even though he stood up and dodged very quickly.
Still, a drop of magma splashed out and burned his arm. The piece of meat was cooked instantly. Hiss!
Wang Dalong gasped in pain.
Wang Dalong, tonight is the day you die.
Lin Mo walked forward calmly and waved his right hand.
Suddenly, countless scarlet lightning and hot magma poured towards Wang Dalong.
Even the red light emitted by Lin Mo himself turned into flying arrows at this moment, shooting towards Wang Dalong densely. Wang Dalong tried his best to dodge, but was soon covered with wounds.
If it's outside,
with his current strength, which is infinitely close to level 10,
these attacks might not even touch him.
But under the suppression of the field, his speed was reduced by at least 2/3.
So if you don't dodge desperately, you might get hit. However,
the attacks were so intense that even a mosquito would have difficulty surviving. Even though Wang Dalong tried his best to dodge, his space for movement was getting smaller and smaller, and it looked like he had no place to even step.
Damn it, let's go for it.
Wang Dalong gritted his teeth and quickly took out a yellow jade pendant from the space ring and injected his supernatural power into it.
Buzz!
I saw the yellow jade pendant flashing with light. The next moment, a yellow barrier was formed, covering Wang Dalong completely.
Boom boom boom.
All those horrific attacks fell on the yellow barrier.
Soon,
the yellow barrier was covered with cracks and was in danger.
But as Wang Dalong continued to inject supernatural power into the yellow jade pendant,
these cracks began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye.
See this.
Wang Dalong also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the protective jade pendant that he had bought at great expense to save his life at critical moments. It is extremely precious, worth hundreds of millions, and is a one-time item. When the tiger-level beast tide attacked the city, he was trapped in the tide and was reluctant to use it. But if I don't use it tonight, I'm afraid I'll never use it in my life. This made his heart bleed.
Immediately, Wang Dalong quickly looked up and around, his expression changing instantly. Could this be a domain? Boss Wang, you have such a good eye. Lin Mo walked forward and said with a playful look on his face. No, that's impossible.
Only those with SS-level abilities possess domain skills, and those who possess such abilities are extremely rare.
How could someone with SS-level supernatural powers appear in this small Jiangzhou city? And how could that person be you?
Wang Dalong's head suddenly shook like a rattle, obviously unable to accept this fact.
You're just like your son, looking down on others. Let me tell you tonight, in this world, everything is possible.
Lin Mo said with a sneer.
Humph.
So what if you really have SS-level abilities? As far as I know, the consumption of energy points by domain skills is astonishing.
With your level 8 psychic strength, you can't hold out for more than a few minutes, right?
But my protective jade pendant can protect me for at least half an hour.
You can't break through my defense at all. Let's see who will be exhausted first.
When your energy points are exhausted, that's your death.
Wang Dalong gritted his teeth and said confidently. Yeah.
Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and then waved his right hand lightly. In the sky, the dark clouds and thunder all dissipated.
The earth stopped shaking and all the magma disappeared. Even the red light on Lin Mo's body disappeared.
It seemed as if everything had returned to calm.
See this.
Wang Dalong was stunned at first, then he raised his head and laughed triumphantly. Ah, Lin Mo, you are smart and know that you can't break my defense.
Are you planning to shut down your domain and surrender to me and beg for mercy? Suddenly, Wang Dalong's expression changed and he quickly looked up at the sky.
I saw that the moon in the sky had turned completely blood red at this moment.
A breath of destruction emanated from it.
This is. Wang Dalong swallowed hard. For some reason, he actually felt a fatal threat from it.
It's all over.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, then his mind moved and he shouted, "Light of annihilation." The words fell. The blood moon in the sky suddenly dropped a huge blood-red beam of light, like a pillar supporting the sky, and rushed straight towards Wang Dalong below.
Boom!
As soon as the blood-red beam of light landed on the yellow barrier was instantly covered with cracks. Even though Wang Dalong tried his best to inject supernatural power into the protective jade pendant, the cracks were still difficult to repair. Crack! Followed by a crisp cracking sound. The yellow barrier and the protective jade pendant in Wang Dalong's hand shattered almost at the same time.
No! Wang Dalong's face showed horror and his eyes suddenly widened.
In his eyes full of despair, the blood-red beam of light shone entirely on his body.
For a while, Wang Dalong's body melted and decomposed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye until it completely disappeared.
In the end, not even a drop of blood was left.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for killing a level 9 psychic for the first time.
Reward, 20,000 psychic points. It's finally over.
Lin Mo's face turned pale and he slumped to the ground, feeling extremely weak. He quickly moved his mind and closed the annihilation field. The blood-red beam disappeared instantly. The moon in the sky also returned to normal.
The power of the enhanced annihilation field is indeed terrifying.
However, the consumption of supernatural power has become more alarming.
If it weren't for the black rhino armor on his body, I guess Lin Mo's body has been hollowed out long ago. Chapter 98 Uprooted.
I sat there for a full 5 minutes. With the help of moonlight and the recovery of black rhino armor, Lin Mo's complexion improved a lot.
Brother Lin. At this time,
there was a cry.
Lin Mo looked up.
I saw Lu Liang and others looking for me everywhere.
I'm here. Lin Mo immediately waved. Lu Liang quickly rushed forward, helped Lin Mo up from the ground, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
Actually, we wanted to come here a long time ago, but we just saw you deploy the Oblivion Field from afar, so we couldn't get close and could only wait from a distance.
Ha! Where's Wang Dalong?
Lu Liang said this and looked around.
He's dead.
Lin Mo said with a smile.
What? Dead? Holy crap, Brother Lin, you actually killed a level 9 psychic? Lu Liang was suddenly shocked and felt like he was dreaming. After all, he was a super strong man who was unattainable in his eyes.
I told you Brother Lin could do it, Brother Lin is awesome. Chu Tianchi immediately gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, his face full of admiration.
Uncle Lin is the best. Nunu jumped and danced with joy. Uluru. Dabai also clapped happily on the side.
Just now, Wang Dalong roasted it on the fire and wanted to eat it. Now that Wang Dalong is dead, it is such a relief to everyone.
Let's go. Next, it's time to settle the accounts and take revenge. Wang family, wait, don't leave any of them alive.
A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he walked directly towards the Wang family compound.
Lu Liang and others hurried to follow.
Entering the Wang family compound. The powerful men of the Wang family are still fighting with the strange beasts.
Seeing Lin Mo come back safe and sound,
all the powerful men of the Wang family were also shocked.
Lin Mo, where's my dad? Wang Ba stared at Lin Mo and asked in a deep voice.
Your dad is waiting for you downstairs, go down and find him. Lin Mo said with a sneer.
Under?
Wang Ba was stunned for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed. This is impossible.
My father has a 9th level supernatural power. How can a mere ant like you be able to contend with him? Believe it or not, I am only responsible for reuniting your family.
Lin Mo rushed directly towards Wang Ba.
Quick, protect the emperor. Wang Ba's face changed drastically.
2 powerful men from the Wang family immediately rushed forward, trying to stop Lin Mo.
But how could they be Lin Mo's opponent?
There was a flash of cold light. The 2 were chopped into 4 pieces by Lin Mo with a sea-level long sword. Then Lin Mo came to Wang Ba's side unhindered, and placed the bloody sword in his hand directly on Wang Ba's neck.
Lin Mo, what do you want to do? If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go.
Wang Ba's face changed and he roared in a timid manner.
Then wait until he turns into a ghost, then come find me.
Lin Mo chopped off Wang Ba's right arm with one sword.
Ouch! Heart-wrenching screams suddenly rang out. Wang Ba almost fainted from the pain.
His right arm was twisted into a knot by Lin Mo last time, and it was in a cast and had not yet fully recovered. Now, there is no need to recover it because it is completely gone.
Lin Mo, you fucking. Wang Ba hadn't finished speaking yet.
Lin Mo raised his knife and chopped off Wang Ba's left arm. Wang Ba fell off the wheelchair in pain, screaming and twitching on the ground.
Which one should I cut next? Lin Mo's eyes swept back and forth between the 3 legs of Wang Ba's lower body.
Wang Ba felt a chill in his crotch and quickly knelt down in front of Lin Mo, cowed out and begged for mercy. Brother Lin, oh no, Master Lin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Please spare my life. I promise you, I will never dare to provoke you again.
And I'll give that bitch Chu Yuchi back to you too. Said.
He quickly shouted at Chu Yuchi who was hiding not far away. Bitch, what are you still hiding there for?
Come here quickly. Do you have to see me dead to be happy? Chu Yuchi walked over tremblingly, her face full of fear.
Hurry up and kneel down in front of Master Lin and ask for his forgiveness, you bitch.
If you hadn't seduced me and betrayed Master Lin, there wouldn't have been so many things.
You're such a troublemaker.
Wang Ba glared at Chu Yuchi and roared. Plop.
Chu Yuchi quickly knelt down in front of Lin Mo, cowed out and begged for mercy. Lin Mo, I
know I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Please give me another chance, let me come back to you, even if I have to be your slave. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life.
As she said that, she was about to go forward and hug Lin Mo's thigh. Lin Mo took a step back, avoiding Chu Yuchi, and said coldly, sorry, I'm not interested in second-hand goods that have been used by others. Hey, Master Lin, although I've used her before, I've trained her for you.
Now she can do any position and is very good at it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Wang Ba said with a wry smile.
Really?
Lin Mo looked at Wang Ba and smiled coldly.
Of course. If you don't believe me, you can do it tonight.
However, Wang Ba had not finished speaking.
Whoosh!
A cold light flashed.
The next moment,
Wang Ba's head flew out on the spot.
Ah!
Chu Yuchi was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly fell to the ground and cowed out frantically, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I really know I was wrong. Chu Yuchi, everyone has the right to choose their own love.
But you shouldn't trample on a man's dignity in front of so many people. Be careful in your next life. The words fell. Lin Mo raised his hand and swung his knife.
Chu Yuchi fell in a pool of blood on the spot. Lin Mo showed no mercy, and directly grabbed his sword, turned around and rushed towards the other members of the Wang family.
The sky is bright.
The Wang family villa was now littered with corpses, and the ground had already been dyed red with blood.
No one related to the Wang family survived. What's funny is,
Wang Dalong had someone buy fireworks and firecrackers last night, and there were still many left to set off. Lin Mo threw a huge fire directly into the Wang family villa.
In an instant, fireworks and firecrackers rang out at the same time. It was like celebrating the demise of the Wang family. Ability Management Bureau. Seeing Lin Mo and Lu Liang coming back covered in blood,
Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were completely stunned, thinking they saw a ghost in broad daylight.
after learning about the beast tide and everything that happened last night,
The two of them were silent for a long time.
Director, I think Lin Mo did nothing wrong.
It was Wang Dalong who started it first.
He deserves to die,
Zhang Wei said through gritted teeth.
Since we've already taken action, we must eradicate them completely. Even though the Wang family has been destroyed, the Wang group's influence still extends throughout Jiangzhou. We must eradicate them completely, Zhao Tianlin said in a deep voice. Whatever they are, I'll go and destroy them right now.
Lin Mo stood up directly from the chair. You don't need to get involved with such trivial matters. Just take a good rest and heal your wounds. The Ability Management Bureau will take care of everything for you.
Zhao Tianlin patted Lin Mo's shoulder and walked directly outside. The next few days, a major earthquake occurred directly inside Jiangzhou, with the Ability Management Bureau taking full action. The Wang Group's power in Jiangzhou quickly collapsed. This third largest force was once able to compete with the Supernatural Management Bureau, and even the City Lord's Mansion completely disappeared from Jiangzhou. However, before Lin Mo could catch his breath, a new crisis has quietly arrived. Chapter 99, Sending You to See God. Please let my wife go, okay? In a church in Jiangzhou City, a grand wedding was originally being held here today.
But at this moment, the church was already a river of blood and corpses were everywhere. Only the bride and groom, who were tortured beyond recognition, were left kneeling on the ground, begging bitterly.
Just then,
a young man in a black robe walked in.
Everyone around immediately bowed and saluted, Your Excellency the priest.
The hood was lifted, revealing a head of silver hair.
And on his chest hung a blood-red cross.
The silver-haired man glanced at the bride and groom kneeling on the ground, sneered, and said, In this world, there can only be one God, and there can only be one church, and that is our God-worshipping church. And you are praying for the blessings of other gods.
Tell me, don't you deserve to die? I've already left the God-worshipping cult. Now I just want to be an ordinary person and live a peaceful life with my wife. Can't the God-worshipping cult just let me go? I beg you.
The groom's eyes were red as he begged desperately.
Want to quit the God-worship cult? Fine, but I can't make the decision on this matter.
Only God can make the decision, and I can only send you to see God. The silver-haired man smiled coldly and then waved his hand. Two believers of the God-worshipping cult immediately pushed over two red crosses and tied the bride and groom to them.
No!
Amid the desperate screams of the bride and groom, the believers threw a fire over. The two of them, along with the red cross, instantly caught fire.
For a while,
heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the church. The silver-haired man picked his ears, walked to the church door, lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth.
Just then, a believer walked over quickly and said respectfully, Master Priest, we have already found out that it was indeed Lin Mo who killed Wang Dalong. Oh?
This Lin Mo's growth rate is really amazing. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, the death of Taoist Yoli and the change of the path of the ghost-level beast tide are also related to him?
That's right. The believer nodded quickly. Humph. What a troublesome fellow.
The silver-haired man's face suddenly darkened, and he exhaled a puff of cigarette.
But it doesn't matter. The ghost-level beast tide is now less than 20 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. They will reach Jiangzhou City tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Our plan can still proceed smoothly.
That idiot Taoist Yoli caused the complete destruction of our worship god cult stronghold in Jiangzhou, resulting in heavy losses.
He deserves death.
This church is located in a remote area, so let's use it as our hiding place for now.
Please dispose of the body properly. Clear. The believer clasped his fists and immediately turned and left.
The silver-haired man threw away his cigarette but put on his hood and was about to leave.
There really is a cult at work here. The Supernatural Power Management Bureau is investigating this case. Anyone from this cult must surrender immediately or be killed without mercy.
A cold shout suddenly came from outside. The silver-haired man looked up. I saw several figures wearing the uniforms of the Superpower Administration rushing into the church. The silver-haired man raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth and went straight forward.
Half a minute later.
Those investigators from the Superpower Management Bureau have all turned into corpses. The silver-haired man licked the blood on his hands, his face full of intoxicated expression.
Master Priest, are you not hurt? A believer immediately ran over and asked with concern on his face. I'm fine.
The silver-haired man shook his head, looked down at the corpses, and said with a sneer, "Write a letter to Lin Mo for me, stuff it into one of the corpses, and throw it to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau."
Yes. The believers quickly clasped their fists. Night falls. Hauga food stall. Brother Tianchi, how many exotic beasts can your number 2 mixture create at once? Lu Liang looked at Chu Tianchi and asked curiously.
That depends on how much blood essence one has of a level 10 beast.
As long as there's enough blood essence, it won't be a problem to create an army.
It's a pity that the blood essence of a level 10 beast is so rare. With these 3 drops I got this time, I can probably only make about 30 more before they're all gone.
Chu Tianchi answered while eating skewers in big mouthfuls. Ah. So few?
If I had known that those strange beasts that attacked the Wang family that night would have been kept, and Brother Lin would have wiped them all out afterwards. Lu Liang said with some regret.
Ahem.
Lin Mo coughed awkwardly twice and quickly explained, actually.
I'm also concerned about the safety of the civilians.
Just think about it, leaving so many high-level monsters in the city would be so dangerous. Don't worry, the ghost-level beast tide is coming soon. When the time comes, we can find a way to get some essence and blood of level 10 alien beasts. That way, I can create another batch of alien beasts.
Chu Tianchi said with anticipation. Come on, I almost died last time. This time I'm not going anywhere, you guys go if you want to go. Lu Liang's head suddenly shook like a rattle. Brother Lu Liang, go ahead, go ahead. Anyone can do this, but you can't. Nothing can be done without you. You're too important. Chu Tianchi quickly grabbed Lu Liang's arm and shook it. Well, that sounds good. I like it. Lu Liang was very pleased with this, his chest straightened up, and then he directly picked up a bottle of beer and handed it to Chu Tianchi. Come on, play one, and after you play it, I will accompany you through fire and water. You said it. Chu Tianchi picked up the bottle without saying a word, raised his head and started blowing. See this. Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. And just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was a call from Director Zhao Tianlin. Hello, Chief? Lin Mo, where are you? Go back to the bureau immediately, something happened. I'm nearby, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, the 3 of them rushed straight to the Superpower Management Bureau. Ability Management Bureau, Corpse Storage Room. Director, are you saying that this letter was found in the body of this investigator? Lin Mo asked with a frown. That's right. 3 official investigators and 4 trainee investigators from our Bureau's 6th investigation team suddenly lost contact during this operation to eliminate the god worship cult. Now only the body of one of them and this letter have been found. Furthermore, this investigator's body was deliberately dumped in front of our investigation bureau. This is clearly a provocation. Zhao Tianlin said with a grim expression. Lin Mo opened the letter immediately. If you want the other investigators to come back, see you on the city wall at number 44, East District, at midnight tonight. God Worship Cult, Shiman Yefeng. See the final signature. Lin Mo also frowned, looked at Zhao Tianlin and asked, Director, who is this Shiman Yefeng? The worship of gods has a strict hierarchy. The lowest level, and the largest number, are for believers. The one who manages the believers in a city is called a deacon, just like the Taoist Yoli you met before. He is the deacon of Jiangzhou City. And above the deacons is the priest, who is primarily in charge of the cult forces in several cities within this area. This Shiman Yefeng is the priest of the area where our Jiangzhou is located. Don't be fooled by his age, he's only in his early 20s. He's a ruthless man, and countless people have died at his hands. The most important thing is that he's no weaker than Wang Dalong, and even much stronger. Zhao Tianlin explained. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. He has absolutely no good intentions in inviting you this time. I suggest you don't go. Zhao Tianlin looked at Lin Mo and said with some concern. It's okay. Others have already delivered letters to their door. If I don't go, wouldn't I be a coward? Since he wants to see me so much, then let him do as he wishes.
Lin Mo's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said with a sneer.
Chapter 100. Let me be Pope for 2 days. It's late at night. On the city wall at number 44, East District. Lin Mo arrived here on time. I looked around, but there was not even a ghost. I'm already here. If you don't show up, I'm going back to sleep.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said with a sneer.
Ha ha ha.
Accompanied by a burst of laughter.
Not far ahead.
A figure in a black robe appeared at some point and walked towards this side slowly.
Lift the hood.
A young face with silver hair appeared in Lin Mo's sight. Lin Mo glanced at the red cross on his chest.
He knows.
The person in front of him was none other than the priest of the god-worshipping cult, Shiman Yefeng.
Lin Mo, I've heard of your great name for a long time, and now I finally get to see you in person. Shiman Yefeng looked Lin Mo up and down and said with a smile. Where are the other investigators?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes.
Here, there it is. Shiman Yefeng pointed to a big tree not far outside the city wall.
I saw 6 bodies of investigators hanging there.
See this.
Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, Are you kidding me?
Really?
No, my letter only said to ask the other investigators to come back, but it didn't say whether they were dead or alive. Excluding the one I threw at your door earlier, there are 6 in total here, not one less.
You can count them. Shiman Yefeng spread his hands and said seriously.
So you called me here so late at night just to return these 6 bodies? Lin Mo asked with narrowed eyes. Of course I wouldn't be that boring.
Shiman Yefeng waved his hand, looked Lin Mo up and down, and said with a smile, Lin Mo, I think you are a talented person. It's a pity that you are working in the Supernatural Power Management Bureau.
Join our worship sect. What the Supernatural Power Management Bureau can give you, we in the God-worshipping cult can also give you, and even more. Your talent can only be fully developed in our God-worship cult. You will have a very bright future.
I can guarantee you that.
So you wanted to recruit me into your group? Why did you go through so much trouble earlier?
Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Why? It seems you agree?
Shiman Yefeng's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and stretched out his right hand towards Lin Mo. I just like dealing with smart people, no need to waste so much saliva.
Great minds think alike.
Lin Mo extended his right hand, shook hands with Shiman Yefeng, and said with a smile, However, I am quite ambitious about official positions.
If I join you, do you think I will be given a position? Shouldn't I start as a believer? How is that possible?
With your talent and strength, you'll start as a deacon. Maybe in 2 years, you can even become a priest and be on par with me.
Shiman Yefeng quickly shook his head. Too low, still too low.
Lin Mo said with a frown.
I wonder what kind of official position Brother Lin Mo wants.
Tell me what it is and I'll report it to my superiors and help you apply for it.
Shiman Yefeng looked at Lin Mo and asked curiously.
Lin Mo raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, The highest authority in your worshipping God cult should be the Pope, right? How about discussing with your Pope and letting me take the position for 2 days?
Shiman Yefeng's expression suddenly darkened. He glared at Lin Mo and said coldly, Are you kidding me? I learned it from you.
Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders and said with a playful look on his face.
Court death. Shiman Yefeng's face darkened and he slapped out with his palm.
Lin Mo was not afraid at all and clenched his right fist to meet the attack.
Bang! When their fists and palms collided, their whole bodies trembled involuntarily.
Such strong physical strength. No wonder Taoist Yoli and Wang Dalong were defeated by you one after another.
Shiman Yefeng narrowed his eyes. Next one is you.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, with red light flashing in his eyes.
Buzz. The extinguishing light burst out instantly and shot straight towards Shiman Yefeng's head.
Shiman Yefeng quickly stepped back, then waved his right hand, and a wind wall condensed directly in front of him.
Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 loud noises in succession. The annihilation ray bombarded the wind wall.
Both dissipated at the same time. Lin Mo, you are no match for me by yourself.
I advise you to save your energy. Shiman Yefeng said with disdain. Yeah?
Lin Mo raised his lips in a playful arc. Are you sure it's just me? Shiman Yefeng raised his brows slightly.
Suddenly,
a pair of hands stretched out from under his feet, grabbed his ankles, and pulled him down hard.
Shiman Yefun's lower body was suddenly completely immersed in the city wall. Loud laughter. And just at this moment, a loud eagle cry suddenly rang out. I saw a huge eagle-shaped monster falling from the sky. Its sharp eagle claws went straight for Shiman Yefeng's head. Level 7 Strange Beast. Shiman Yefeng narrowed his eyes and quickly waved his right hand. I saw a blue gust of wind carrying terrifying power, sweeping straight towards the eagle-shaped beast. Whoosh! The eagle-shaped monster was very fast and dodged the blue gale with a flash. It was about to continue swooping down towards Shiman Yefeng. But I didn't expect it. The blue gust of wind just now suddenly changed direction and hit the back of the eagle-shaped beast. Loud laughter. The eagle-shaped beast was unable to dodge and was hit directly, falling outside the city wall. Shiman Yefeng seized the opportunity, reached out and grabbed a feather of the eagle-shaped beast, and used inertia to pull himself out of the city wall and fly out together. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The eagle-shaped monster fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground and raising a lot of dust. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Even if Shiman Yefeng didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But I didn't expect it. In the rolling dust, a figure slowly rose up and finally hovered in the air as high as the city wall. Not someone else. It was Shiman Yefeng. And under his feet, there were two mini tornadoes. It was these two tornadoes that supported his body, allowing him to temporarily stay suspended in the air without falling. Holy crap, is this alright? Lu Liang brought Chu Tianqi out of the city wall. My level 7 goshawk beast. I finally managed to create a level 7 beast, but it's ruined just like that. Chu Tianqi looked at the dying hawk beast in the deep pit from afar, and his face was full of heartache. So you are Chu Qingshan's surviving son. What a pity. You are just like your father, so ungrateful. Shiman Yefeng looked at Chu Tianqi, narrowed his eyes, and said with a sneer. Hearing this, Chu Tianqi's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Shiman Yefeng and asked coldly, What do you mean? Chapter 101, Quickly collect your magical powers. What's the meaning? Just like you, we in the god-worshipping cult also approached your father, Chu Qingshan, back then, hoping he would bring his research findings to join us, but he was too aloof. There's nothing we can do. Since we can't use it, we have to get rid of it. Shiman Yefeng shrugged his shoulders, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It turns out that my parents' car accident wasn't an accident, but the work of your cult. Chu Tianqi's eyes were about to spit fire, and his whole body was shaking violently with anger. He had always had suspicions about the car accident that year, but he could not find any evidence. Now the truth is finally revealed. Chu Tianqi, you have to understand, there is no one in this world that we, the god-worshipping cult, cannot get. If you don't appreciate it, then we will just have to let him disappear from the world. The same goes for you and Lin Mo. Shiman Yefeng laughed arrogantly. You bastard, give me back my parents' lives. Chu Tianqi took out several glass bottles directly from his pocket. It was full of flying insects such as flies, mosquitoes, and moths. Chu Tianqi sprayed his number 2 mixture into the bottle. Suddenly, made of strange beasts. With Chu Tianqi's big hand wave, all these strange beasts flew towards Shiman Yefeng. How could they actually mass-produce so many level 5 exotic beasts? Shiman Yefeng saw this and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Chu Tianqi and said, It seems that you have made a breakthrough in your research recently. You are indeed much more talented than your father. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? The God Worship cult can provide you with all the scientific research materials you need, ensuring that you can realize your dream as soon as possible, instead of dying with regrets like your father. I'm gonna give you a leg, leave your head behind, and I'm gonna put some shit in your head. Chu Tianqi glared at Shiman Yefeng and cursed at him on the spot. Shiman Yefeng's face suddenly darkened and he shook his head, what a pity. Then he waved his right hand. A terrifying tornado swept straight towards the flying beasts. Soon, more than a dozen strange beasts were caught in it and crushed to pieces in an instant. What a terrifying superpower. See this. Lu Liang's expression changed instantly. Lin Mo also frowned slightly. It seems that Shiman Yefeng is arrogant, and he has the capital to be so arrogant. Although his realm has not reached level 10, it is at the peak of level 9. And his wind ability must be at least S level. This strength is indeed much stronger than Wang Dalong. Lu Liang, Take Chu Tianqi and hide away first.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and he put on the black rhino armor directly.
When dealing with a strong man of this level, you can't hold back at all.
Seeing Lin Mo's posture, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi naturally knew that Lin Mo was about to activate the annihilation field.
Brother Lin, you must help me kill him, Chu Tianqi said through gritted teeth. Rest assured. Lin Mo nodded solemnly. Lu Liang immediately took Chu Tianqi and hid inside the city wall. Shimen Yefeng, give me your life.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying wave of supernatural power rose from his body.
Shimen Yefeng narrowed his eyes.
For some reason, he actually felt a hint of fatal threat from Lin Mo at this moment.
This guy, is he going to go all out?
It is estimated that Taoist Yoli and Wang Dalong were defeated by this move of his. No, the ghost-level beast tide is about to reach Jiangzhou. At a time like this, I cannot afford to get hurt, otherwise I will ruin the plan of the god-worshipping cult, which would be a huge sin.
Boom!
Dark clouds have begun to gather in the sky, with lightning flashing among them. The city wall under Lin Mo's feet also began to tremble violently. A team of patrolling city defense soldiers heard the noise and thought it was an earthquake, so they rushed over immediately. When he saw that the person on the city wall was Lin Mo, the soldiers' expressions changed instantly, and they shouted, "Deputy Commander, please withdraw your magical powers. If you continue like this, the city wall will collapse."
I can't care about so much anymore. Let's get rid of this bastard first.
We can repair the wall after it collapses. Lin Mo's eyes were already glowing red as he saw that the Annihilation Realm was about to be officially opened.
Ha, Lin Mo, there will be a fight between you and me sooner or later, but not today.
Believe me, one day you will regret refusing to join our god worship cult.
And that day won't be too far away.
Shimen Yefeng raised his head and laughed triumphantly, then without the slightest hesitation, he rode away on the wind.
His figure quickly disappeared without a trace.
Hateful. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and had to put away his supernatural powers.
The dark clouds dispersed and the earth stabilized. Everything returned to calm. See this. The city defense soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the city wall really collapses, none of them will be able to escape and they will all be punished. Mr. Deputy Commander, who was so blind as to make you so angry?
The soldiers stepped forward and asked respectfully.
People who worship God.
Lin Mo said through gritted teeth.
What? This evil cult bastard actually dared to show up in Jiangzhou City?
He's simply courting death. The soldiers were immediately filled with righteous indignation, regretting that they had not thrown their spears at Shimen Yefeng.
Don't even mention them.
In every city, whenever the word cult of God is mentioned, everyone will grit their teeth and stamp their feet in hatred. After all, these bastards are really useless. They only know how to cause destruction everywhere. They are even more hateful than strange beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that they are treacherous.
All right, continue patrolling. The ghost-level beast tide should be arriving in the next 2 days. You must be vigilant and don't let your guard down.
Lin Mo waved his hand and turned to walk towards the stairs on the city wall.
Yes, sir.
Farewell, Mr. Deputy Commander.
Come under the city wall. The figures of Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi also emerged from underground. That bastard ran away,
Lin Mo said in a deep voice. We all saw it just now. His wind power is indeed difficult to deal with. He can attack when he wants and run away when he wants. We have to find a way to deal with him, otherwise he will get away again next time. Lu Liang said with a frown.
Wind power.
Chu Tianqi's eyes rolled around, and suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. I have thought of a way to prevent him from flying.
Chapter 102 Storm Falcon Beast Element. What method?
Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned their heads to look at Chu Tianqi, their faces full of anticipation.
Have you ever heard of the strange beast Storm Falcon?
It's a level 10 beast that can control the wind. It looks a bit like a pterosaur, and the beast energy in its body has the ability to control the wind. If we can get a Storm Falcon's beast essence, we'll definitely be able to catch Shimen Yefeng off guard next time we meet him.
Chu Tianqi said with a smile.
This method is good, but the output rate of beast essence is extremely low.
Among 10 exotic beasts, there may not be one.
Besides, at this critical moment, where can we find the Storm Falcon? Even if we find it, it's a level 10 beast, and a flying one at that. How are we supposed to deal with it? What's more, if we really have the ability to deal with the Storm Falcon, then Shima Nyefeng, a mere figure, wouldn't be anything to be afraid of. Lu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Although Lu Liang's words were rather direct, this is indeed the reality. Lin Mo reached out and patted Chu Tianqi's shoulder, frowning and saying, "Of course I know how difficult it is to find a Storm Falcon with beast essence in its body and kill it. But what if I say I know someone who has Storm Falcon beast essence?" Chu Tianqi said with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately became alert. Who is it? He's an old senior who worked at the research institute with my father. His name is Chen Hai. After retiring, he lived in seclusion in Jiangzhou City. I don't know where he lives exactly. However, he loves collecting items related to exotic beasts and even opened a private collection specifically for this purpose. This Storm Falcon beast coin is one of his favorites. Chu Tianqi said. That's easy. As long as he's still in Jiangzhou, the Ability Management Bureau must have his information. If we go back and check, we should be able to find his exact location. Let's go, said. The three of them couldn't wait to get in the car and rush to the Superpower Management Bureau. Because it was early morning. The staff who manage the database have all gone off work. No way. Lin Mo and the other two can only wait until tomorrow. The next morning, the three of them just walked out of the community gate. A petite figure came forward. It's Nunu. See this. Lin Mo also reached out and rubbed the cute little head, and asked, Nunu, why are you here? Hey. Nunu handed a white lunchbox to Lin Mo and said, this is the cake that Dubai made. I brought it here specially for you to try. Did Baymax do it? Lin Mo was stunned. Right, eat it while it's hot. I still have to go to the slums. There was an old man who used to give me white cakes to eat. Now I can finally repay him, said. Nunu then skipped away. Dubai, a strange beast, can actually make cakes? Looking at Nunu's departing back, Lu Liang also found it a little unbelievable. Dubai's intelligence is probably no less than ours. It is definitely not an ordinary beast. Chu Tianqi said thoughtfully. Never mind all that, the most important thing is to check Chen Hai's information first. Lin Mo waved his hand, and the three of them hurried towards the Superpower Management Bureau. For easy management. As long as the superpowers have awakened, their information will be entered into the database of the Superpower Management Bureau. So after entering Chen Hai's name, the result was quickly found. Number 301, slum area, Brother Lin, this is it. Set off immediately. On the way. Lu Liang, who was driving, suddenly rubbed his stomach and said, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. To be honest, I'm a little hungry now. I'm hungry too. Chu Tianqi licked the corner of his mouth, and then his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Hey, didn't Nunu just send over a box of cake? We can have some to eat first. Lin Mo's mind moved, and he took out the white lunchbox that Nunu handed to him from the space ring. Open the lid. There were 6 snow-white little cakes neatly arranged inside. It looks white and tender, like cotton candy. Oh, it doesn't look bad, I'm not polite. Lu Liang was also very hungry, so he took one and put it into his mouth, then bit it hard. Bang! Only a crisp sound was heard. One of Lu Liang's big teeth flew out on the spot. Ouch! For a moment, heart-wrenching screams filled the entire car. Oh my god, who puts ice cubes in their cake? Eat it while it's hot? Dubai, I hate you. Slum area, number 301. Lu Liang covered his face and got out of the car with a resentful look on his face. Okay, are you still angry? Baymax definitely didn't mean it. Maybe the snow monster's cake is just different from ours. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and said while trying to suppress a smile. Chu Tianqi on the side also covered his face and laughed secretly. Luckily, it was my wisdom tooth that fell out, so I didn't have to get a filling. Otherwise, I would have fought with Baymax. No, it's a level 6 monster. I can't seem to defeat it. Lu Liang suddenly remembered. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi could no longer hold back. Then, the three of them came to the gate of number 301. Looking at the dilapidated red brick building in front of me, even the windows were covered with newspapers. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Chu Tianqi, wondering, are you sure this is a private collection? Are you sure? Yes, this is the address.
Chu Tianqi nodded, then looked at Lu Liang and Lin Mo and instructed. When we go in later, be sure to be careful with your words.
Chen Hai is a stubborn old man with a very strange temper.
Back in the research institute, he never got along with anyone and would fly into a rage at the slightest dissatisfaction.
We're here to ask for a favor, so we must be humble.
No matter what he says, we should pretend we didn't hear it.
We must be patient and not offend him, otherwise the Storm Falcon Beast essence won't be so easy to lend you.
Oh, leave this matter to me.
I have the most experience in dealing with old men like this.
Look how easily I can control him. Lu Liang patted his chest, full of confidence, and pushed the door open and walked in with a swagger.
Hey, old man, we are from the Supernatural Management Bureau.
We are here today to... Bang!
There was only a muffled sound. Lu Liang's entire body was bent like a shrimp, and he flew out from inside, falling heavily to the ground.
Chapter 103 Weird Old Man. Oh, my tiny waist.
Lu Liang covered his waist in pain and rolled on the ground.
Lin Mo and Chu Tianqi hurried forward. Are you okay?
Lin Mo bent down and helped Lu Liang up, and asked with concern.
I told you to be polite, why don't you listen? Chu Tianqi said with a frown. How could I have known this old man was so strong?
He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but he almost kicked me to death with that one kick. Lu Liang covered his waist with his hands, looking aggrieved.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, he is a 9th level psychic.
Chu Tianqi slapped his forehead and said embarrassedly.
What? Why am I so unlucky? The corners of Lu Liang's mouth twitched and he almost cried. Forget it, let me go. Tianqi, you take care of Lu Liang. Lin Mo stood up and walked into the red brick building.
Brother Lin, you must be careful.
Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi gave some instructions with some concern. Walk into the red brick building.
Although it looks shabby from the outside, it is very clean and tidy inside.
The room is not big and is filled with many display cabinets.
Inside the display cabinets are various parts of various exotic animals. There are teeth of crocodile monsters, claws of bear monsters, wings of eagle monsters, and hearts of monsters. It can be seen that the owner of this store loves these exhibits very much. He even polished the glass of the display cabinet to a shine, without even a trace of fingerprints.
And in front of the counter in the middle,
sitting there at this moment, is a white-haired old man wearing a black tang suit. He was holding a magnifying glass and concentrating on studying a piece of exotic animal bone. Even when Lin Mo came in, he didn't even look up. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said respectfully, "Junior greets Senior Chen."
Chen Hai glanced at Lin Mo and asked calmly, "Are you with that guy just now?"
Yes.
Lin Mo nodded awkwardly.
You are much more polite than him.
Chen Hai smiled coldly, put down the magnifying glass, looked up at Lin Mo and asked, "Why?" "I've been retired for so many years. The Ability Management Bureau is looking for me. Is there something going on?" "It's like this, Senior Chen,
Lin Mo didn't intend to beat around the bush and was about to state the purpose of his visit. But at this moment. However, Chen Hai waved his hand to interrupt Lin Mo. He took out his pocket watch, checked the time, and said, "It's almost time. I have to go to the market to buy vegetables to prepare lunch for my eldest grandson.
If you have anything to do, please come back tomorrow. We are closed today." Lin Mo was stunned. Such a weird temper. I just asked myself something, but now I don't even want to finish what I'm saying and I'm being chased away? Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for me to take care of your lunch?
Chen Hai stood up, glanced at Lin Mo, and asked coldly.
"Senior Chen, I came here today because I want to borrow something from you."
Lin Mo said quickly.
"Then you have to get out of here right away.
First of all, I don't like dealing with people from the Supernatural Administration Bureau.
Secondly, you and I don't know each other, why should I lend it to you?" Chen Hai looked at Lin Mo and said indifferently.
"But..."
Lin Mo wanted to explain. "It's nothing, young man.
I only spoke to you a few more words because you are polite. Otherwise, you would have been sent flying like that guy just now.
Go away, I won't see you off," Chen Hai said impatiently. Lin Mo frowned. "If you can't get the Storm Falcon Beast element, you won't be able to deal with Shimen Yefeng.
If he really wanted to take advantage of the beast tide to attack the city and cause trouble in Jiangzhou City, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop him by then. Therefore, the Storm Falcon Beast element must be captured.
Think of this.
Lin Mo also took a deep breath, looked at Chen Hai, and said seriously, Senior Chen, if that's the case, then I can only apologize.
After this is over, I will personally come to your house to apologize.
The words fell.
Lin Mo's mind moved immediately and he released his supernatural aura. Why, youngster, are you trying to rob me by force?
Chen Hai smiled contemptuously.
The aura of a 9th level psychic was immediately released.
This made Lin Mo feel a lot of pressure instantly. However, for the Storm Falcon Beast element, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, condensed the Sword of Annihilation, and rushed towards Chen Hai.
A war is about to break out. Uncle Lin?
But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. This surprised both Lin Mo and Chen Hai.
Turn your head and look.
I saw a figure walking down from upstairs.
It's Nunu. Nunu? Why are you here? Lin Mo frowned and asked in confusion.
I'm here to give Grandpa Chen the cake to buy made.
Nunu explained. Nunu, do you know this person? Chen Hai also looked at Nunu and asked.
Well, Grandpa Chen, he is the good man I told you about, Uncle Lin Mo.
Nunu nodded quickly.
So it was you who helped Nunu. A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Hai's eyes, and then he quickly restrained his breath and said with a smile, Oh, the flood almost washed away the Dragon King temple.
Little friend Lin Mo, you won't take this matter seriously, will you? How dare you, Junior? Lin Mo also quickly put away his special powers.
After hearing Nunu's story about what happened that night, I was just thinking about finding a time to thank you in person.
I didn't expect that we would meet today. Quick, call your 2 companions outside in, and let me make you some tea. Chen Hai said with a big laugh. He looked like a completely different person.
No wonder Chu Tianqi said that his temper was particularly weird.
Now it seems that it is absolutely true and it is completely confusing. 1 minute later. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi also walked in.
Senior Chen, I apologize for any offense I just caused.
I was just being mean. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Liang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Chen Hai.
Oh, it's okay, sit down. Chen Hai didn't care at all and waved his hand. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were both stunned.
When did this old man become so amiable?
They both looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo also shrugged helplessly.
As for me, I was all alone.
When I saw Nunu, so little and wandering the streets, I would bring him food every now and then.
I really liked this little guy, Nunu.
Chen Hai rubbed Nunu's little head beside him, then looked at Lin Mo and asked, By the way, you just said you wanted to borrow something from me, what is it? Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi looked at Lin Mo, also quite nervous. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said directly, Storm Falcon Beast Yuan.
Chapter 104, Defense of Jiangzhou. Storm Falcon Beast Element? Chen Hai's brows knitted together, and he looked at Lin Mo and asked, What do you want to borrow this thing for? Since Senior Chen asked, I won't hide it.
We borrowed the Storm Falcon Beast essence to deal with Shimen Yefeng of the God Worship cult. Then, Lin Mo told Chen Hai roughly what happened last night.
After listening, Chen Hai nodded thoughtfully. This is the advantage of wind-based abilities. If you can't restrain his wind, you won't be able to do anything to him.
And my Storm Falcon Beast essence can indeed do this.
But how did you know I had this treasure? Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked at Chu Tianqi.
Hey. Chu Tianqi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then said with a wry smile, Senior Chen, my father is Chu Qingshan. He worked in the same research institute as you did, so I know a thing or two about your deeds.
Oh? So you're Chu Qingshan's son?
I didn't expect that after so many years of retirement, I'd still meet the son of an old friend.
Great, that's great.
Finished. Chen Hai stood up and turned to walk inside.
Not long.
He came back with a small wooden box in his hand.
The lid is open. There is a blue bead quietly placed inside. See this.
The three of them suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the Storm Falcon Beast element. This made Lin Mo swallow his saliva continuously. He could feel that the Storm Falcon Beast essence contained extremely pure energy, and it was many times more powerful than the Zombie Beast essence he had absorbed before. After all, this is the beast essence of a level 10 alien beast. If I could absorb it, I would probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the psychic, right? This Storm Falcon Beast essence is my most cherished treasure. Logically, I would never lend it out under any circumstances. However, since you are going to use it to deal with the cult members and protect Jiangzhou City, I, an old man, should contribute my part. What's more, I trust Lin Mo's character. The fact that you helped Nunu when we just met by chance is enough to prove your character. I feel at ease lending you this treasure," said. Chen Hai directly pushed the Storm Falcon Beast Yuan and the box in front of Lin Mo. "Thank you for your trust, senior. Once I've dealt with Shiman Yefeng, I'll definitely return the jade intact." Lin Mo quickly put it away and promised seriously. No problem." Chen Hai waved his hand, then looked at the three of them and said, "It's almost time for lunch, so why don't you leave? Stay here and have lunch. Nunu, bring the cake you sent for Grandpa over here. Let them fill their stomachs first." "Okay." Nunu went there immediately. After a while, a box of identical snow-white cakes was placed in front of the three of them. "Come on, don't be polite, eat something first, and I will cook for you myself later." Chen Hai looked at Lin Mo and the other two and said. The expressions of Lin Mo and the other two changed instantly, especially Lu Liang, who was so scared that he immediately shrank back. The three of them quickly waved their hands and said with a wry smile, "It's okay, we're not hungry right now. If you don't want to eat it, then I won't be polite. After Nunu brought it to me, I didn't even have the chance to taste it. This looks and tastes really good." Chen Hai directly picked up a small cake, put it in his mouth, and bit it hard. Bang! Chen Hai's too few teeth flew out on the spot, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo and the other two couldn't help but gasp. Lu Liang quietly leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, "Brother Lin, I'm afraid Senior Chen really needs to go to the hospital to get his teeth fixed." Obtained the Storm Falcon Beast element. Lin Mo also felt more confident. "If I meet Shiman Yefeng again, I will never let him escape easily." However, just then, Lin Mo suddenly received bad news. The ghost-level beast tide is less than 3 kilometers away from Jiangzhou City. Then, Lin Mo and the other two quickly said goodbye to Chen Hai and headed straight for the city gate. The main gate of Jiangzhou City, on top of the city gate tower. Now, the Ability Management Bureau, the City Lord's Mansion, and strong men from various forces, big and small, have all arrived and are ready for battle. After all, the arrival of the ghost-level beast tide will determine the survival of Jiangzhou. Once the city is breached, Jiangzhou City will be devastated, and no one will be spared. Mr. Deputy Commander. At this time, Lin Mo rushed over with Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi. The city defense soldiers along the way immediately saluted. "Director, City Lord." He quickly came to Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian. Lin Mo clasped his fists towards the two of them. No need to be polite. The two of them waved their hands immediately. What's going on now? Lin Mo walked forward and looked up. Only 2 kilometers away. It was dusty there. A tide of ghost-level beasts is approaching the gate of Jiangzhou City with a deafening momentum. And the number seems to have increased compared to before. At first glance, they were so densely packed that there were tens of thousands of them. This made Lin Mo frown. "Before you came, City Lord Jiang and I discussed it. We need to find a way to disperse the ghost-level beast tide and defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if we let them rush towards the city gate like this, it will be impossible to block it. Once the city gates are breached and strange beasts pour into the city, that would be disastrous." Zhao Tianlin looked at Lin Mo and said, "Spread out." Lin Mo frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian and said, "Before, because of Wang Dalong, I was trapped in the beast tide, but it was not without gain. This beast tide may seem to have a large number of exotic beasts, but they are not united. There will be competition among them. And I discovered that every species of exotic beast has a high-level exotic beast as its leader. If we want to disperse all the exotic beasts, we have to find a way to attract the attention of the leaders. That way, as soon as the leaders start chasing, the exotic beasts of the same species will surely follow." Lin Mo's suggestion is very good. Jiang Qinian nodded thoughtfully and immediately ordered, "How about this? Our City Lord's Mansion's city defense forces will withstand the pressure of the beast tide's attack head-on. The Ability Management Bureau and other forces will divide into multiple teams and harass the beast tide from different directions, striving to attract the attention of those high-level leader beasts. Once they take the bait, you must immediately lead that type of beast away. Do your best to disperse the beast tide and reduce the number of beasts near the city gate. Do you understand everything?"
Clear. Everyone said in unison. Very good, start taking action immediately. Following Jiang Qinyan's big wave of his hand, everyone took action. The defense of Jiangzhou has officially begun. Chapter 105 I Am Your Idol.
Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi followed the 7th investigation team. Originally, Lin Mo wanted Chu Tianqi to stay on the city wall. After all, this time they are attacking the beast tide head-on, which is different from the previous situation. It is very dangerous for Chu Tianqi, an ordinary person, to follow them. But Chu Tianqi insisted on following, saying that he wanted to find an opportunity to get some essence and blood of a level 10 alien beast. There was no other way, Lin Mo could only hand him over to Lu Liang. If the situation was not right, he would let Lu Liang take him away first. A group of people walked out of the city gate and were about to rush towards the beast tide. Lin Mo, please wait a moment. Hear the sound. Lin Mo turned his head to look. I saw more than a dozen figures in blue training suits rushing towards me. Among them are men and women, old and young. Look at the lightning icons on everyone's clothes. Lin Mo was also stunned. Of course he recognized this logo. These people all come from Thunder Martial Arts School. This is the 4th largest force in Jiangzhou City besides the Supernatural Management Bureau, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Wine Group. What puzzled Lin Mo was, what do they want from me? After all, before this, he had never had any dealings with the Thunder Martial Arts School. Soon, the dozen or so people from the Thunder Martial Arts School rushed over. A young man walked out, looked at Lin Mo, and said excitedly, Lin Mo, it's really you, I finally see you. Who are you? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. My name is Song Hang, and I'm your idol. The young man scratched the back of his head and said with a grin. Ah? Lin Mo was confused. No, I said that wrong, you are my fan. Song Hang quickly waved his hands and explained. Lin Mo suddenly had a black line on his head. The people from the Thunder Martial Arts School who came with Song Hang turned their heads away in embarrassment, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, pretending not to know Song Hang at all. Sorry, it's my first time officially meeting my idol, so I'm a little excited. Lin Mo, I'm your fan. After I learned about your deeds, I've come to admire you. It's a pity that my talent is mediocre and I can't join the Supernatural Administration and become your teammate. But today I can finally fight alongside you. My dream has come true. Song Hang stretched out his right hand towards Lin Mo and said excitedly. Let us cheer together. Lin Mo smiled and shook hands with Song Hang, then followed the 7th investigation team and quickly rushed towards the beast tide. Yeah, I finally got to shake hands with my idol. My first small goal is achieved. Song Hang was immediately overjoyed. Isn't he a fan of yours? The old leader of the Thunder Martial Arts School walked up, patted Song Hang on the shoulder, and joked with a smile. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the Thunder Martial Arts School couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my god, stop laughing. It's normal to be so excited you can't speak when you meet your idol for the first time. Song Hang's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right there and then. Okay, we still have a mission, let's get going. The leading old man waved his hand, and the group quickly accelerated and rushed towards the beast tide. Come to the flank of the beast tide. Our mission this time is to lure all the King Kong bear monsters into the woods 3 kilometers away. The King Kong bears are huge. Fighting in the woods will be hindered and constrained, which will weaken their combat effectiveness. This terrain is very advantageous for us. Let's try to annihilate them all. Do you understand everything? Zhang Wei looked at everyone in Group 7 and arranged tasks. Clear. Everyone in Group 7 nodded. Lin Mo, the leader of the King Kong bears, is an 8th level beast. Can you handle it? Zhang Wei turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. No problem. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Very good, ready to start the action. Zhang Wei ordered. Lin Mo and others were preparing to set off. Idol? What a coincidence, I'm here. A familiar voice suddenly came. Lin Mo turned his head to look. Not far away, I saw the people from Leiting Martial Arts School. Song Hang was jumping there and waving hello to Lin Mo. Their mission is to lead the shadow cat monster out of the beast tide and kill it at a distance. See this. Lin Mo also nodded and warned, be careful. Idol, you too. Song Hang was extremely happy, and immediately followed the people from the Thunder Martial Arts School and rushed towards Shadowcat.
Okay, Brother Lin, you already have a little fanboy now, I wonder if I have any fans.
If there is one, I hope it's a girl, preferably a cute JK girl, who would act cute and coquettish to me every day and call me brother.
Just thinking about it makes me happy. Lu Liang's eyes were shining, and he kept fantasizing in his mind, his saliva was almost flowing out. Hurry up and stop daydreaming. There are no cute JK girls, but do you want a cute girl with a big dick? Chu Tanchi rolled his eyes at Lu Liang and said unhappily. That's not impossible. Lu Liang nodded thoughtfully.
Lin Mo and Chu Tanchi's eyes widened in shock.
Hey, just kidding.
Lu Liang grinned, grabbed Lin Mo and Chu Tanchi, and went straight into the ground.
To lure out all the King Kong bears. According to the previous plan, that must first attract the attention of the King Kong bear leader. Then,
Lu Liang brought Lin Mo and Chu Tanchi directly to the King Kong bear leader. This is a bear-shaped monster that is 8 or 9 meters tall and covered with golden hair. Just standing there, he exudes such an imposing aura that makes people's scalps tingle.
Roar!
The sudden appearance of Lin Mo and the other two naturally attracted the attention of the King Kong bear leader. It lowered its head and looked at the three tiny people, with a hint of surprise clearly in its eyes.
Why did 3 snacks suddenly appear on the ground? Hey, you big idiot, what are you looking at? Come over here and eat me.
Lu Liang turned around and twisted his butt towards the King Kong bear leader, deliberately provoking him.
Roar!
The King Kong bear leader scratched his head, looking confused.
What are you talking to it about? Can it understand?
Lin Mo shook his head and smiled helplessly, then walked forward and kicked the giant toes of the King Kong bear leader hard.
Ouch! For a while,
heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire beast tide. The King Kong bear leader held his feet and jumped on the spot for a long time, then glared at Lin Mo and the other two. His eyes seemed to be about to spit fire.
Run!
Without saying a word, Lin Mo turned around and grabbed Lu Liang and Chu Tanchi and quickly fled out of the beast tide.
Roar!
The King Kong bear leader raised his head and roared, as if calling his men. Soon, other King Kong bears around came over. Led by the leader of the King Kong bears, they all chased after Lin Mo and the other two. After Lin Mo and the other two rushed out of the beast tide, they immediately reunited with Zhang Wei and others.
How about it? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Mo and asked. Everyone is hooked.
Lin Mo said with a smile. Very good, keep leading it into the woods over there.
Zhang Wei waved his hand, and then everyone prepared to rush towards the woods. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Chapter 106 Cruel War. The people from the Thunder Martial Arts School not far from Lin Mo.
Their original plan was to lure the Shadowcats out of the beast tide and then destroy them.
Everything went smoothly at the beginning.
The Shadowcat leader also took the bait. But at this moment, several groups of exotic beasts nearby were somehow alarmed and surrounded the people from the Thunder Martial Arts School.
How dangerous it is to be surrounded by multiple groups of beasts.
What's more, the configuration of the Thunder Martial Arts School team is not very high.
The old man leading the team is just a level 6 psychic. It's okay to deal with Shadowcat.
But when faced with strange beasts that were several times larger than themselves, they were no match for them and soon suffered heavy casualties.
Song Hang, run!
The old leader pushed Song Hang far away with one palm, while he himself was surrounded by strange beasts and was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye.
No! Song Hang's eyes were bloodshot, and he could only desperately escape from the beast tide. Brother Lin, that person, is he your fan?
Lu Liang, who was about to leave, suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a place not far away and said.
Lin Mo turned his head to look.
I saw a figure covered in blood running wildly towards the beast tide. And behind him, there were many strange beasts chasing him. Although he looked very embarrassed.
But Lin Mo could still recognize it at a glance. This person is Song Hang. Why did he come out alone? Where are the other people from the Thunder Martial Arts School? Chu Tianchi said with a frown. Save people first. Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang. Clear.
Lu Liang nodded and escaped directly.
And the other side.
The strange beasts behind him were getting closer and closer. At this moment, Song Hang didn't notice that there was a stone under his feet and tripped to the ground.
For a while, all the strange beasts surrounded them.
Song Hang closed his eyes in despair. However, at this critical moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the ground and pulled Song Hang down directly, leaving all the strange beasts empty-handed. I'm still alive? When Song Hang opened his eyes, Lu Liang had already brought him to Lin Mo's side, which made him feel very incredible. Where are the other people in your martial arts gym? Lin Mo asked with a frown. We were surrounded by several herds of beasts. They all died. It was the leader who risked his life to get me out, and that's how I managed to survive. Song Hang's eyes were red and he clenched his fists. Why? Everyone present sighed. When a rabbit dies, the fox mourns. Now the people who died are from the Thunder Martial Arts School, and it is very likely that they will die the next moment. War is so cruel. There will always be bloodshed and sacrifice. Once you enter the battlefield, no one can avoid it. From now on, you will just follow us for the time being. Live well and don't let your leader down. Zhang Wei walked up, patted Song Hang on the shoulder and comforted him. Team leader, King Kong Bear is chasing us. Just then, someone pointed at the King Kong bears that were running towards them and shouted. Follow the plan. Quick, run towards the woods. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Everyone quickly ran into the woods. The King Kong bear leader was really enraged by Lin Mo, and actually brought the King Kong bears to chase in. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Zhang Wei gave an order. Everyone in the 7th group immediately used their special abilities to rush towards the King Kong bear. Lu Liang, take good care of them both. Lin Mo handed Chu Tanchi and Song Hang to Lu Liang. With a thought, the Sword of Annihilation took shape and rushed forward. Such a good opportunity to obtain superpowers should not be missed. King Kong bear is huge and bulky. In addition, the dense vegetation here restricts their movements. The 7th group quickly gained the upper hand. Lin Mo held the Sword of Annihilation and entered the deserted area. He killed one bear at a time with one sword and quickly took the lives of 5 King Kong bears. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 3 King Kong bear and gaining 500 power points. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 4 King Kong bear and gaining 800 power points. Although the ability points obtained by killing these low-level monsters are very small nowadays. But it's better than nothing. The most important thing is that there are so many of them. If one gives too little, then kill more. Bang! Just when Lin Mo was enjoying the killing, a figure fell heavily in front of Lin Mo. Looking down, it was the team leader Zhang Wei. My old waist. Zhang Wei lay on the ground, his facial features twisted in pain. Team leader, are you okay? Lin Mo quickly bent down and helped Zhang Wei up from the ground. Fortunately, there are no internal injuries. Zhang Wei waved his hand and looked up at the giant King Kong bear leader not far away. His eyes were filled with deep fear. This level 8 alien beast is really terrifying. I, a level 7 alien, am no match for it. Leave it to me. Lin Mo grinned, holding the Sword of Annihilation, and rushed forward. Roar! Perhaps the culprit, Lin Mo, was discovered. The King Kong bear's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and it slapped the big tree next to it. The century-old tree, which was as thick as a water tank, was suddenly broken in half. From this, you can imagine the power of this palm. Why are you so angry? Calm down, cool down. I'm here to apologize to you. Lin Mo said with a grin. The words fell. Buzz. The ray of annihilation burst out instantly and shot straight towards the head of the King Kong bear leader. The King Kong bear leader instinctively used his bare paws to block in front of him. Bang! The annihilation ray hit it. Immediately, 2 creepy bloody holes were shot out of the hard bare paw. Ouch! For a while, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the forest. Oh? This is blocking it? A hint of surprise also flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. I didn't expect that this King Kong bear leader was so tough and thick-skinned. If this were any other exotic beast, I guess his whole hand and head would explode. Roar! The King Kong bear leader was extremely angry. He picked up an extremely thick tree from the side and smashed it towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly pulled away and dodged. Boom! The big tree fell, and a huge hole was immediately created on the ground. Lin Mo took a quick glance and gasped, then looked up at the King Kong bear leader. No, Ajun, are you serious? The words fell. Lin Mo rushed towards the King Kong bear leader with his sword in hand.
Boom, boom, boom.
The King Kong bear leader kept picking up the big trees beside him and smashing them towards Lin Mo. Fortunately, Lin Mo moved flexibly and dodged them one by one, and soon arrived in front of the King Kong bear leader. Roar! The King Kong bear leader raised his head and roared angrily, then slammed his giant fist like a meteorite towards Lin Mo.
Chapter 107. This is just an appetizer. The momentum of this punch is truly terrifying.
It is filled with tremendous power, like a mountain pressing down on your head. Even from a distance, you can feel the oppressive feeling coming towards you.
However, regarding this, Lin Mo was not panicked at all.
He curled his lips slightly, swung the sword of annihilation, and slashed out. Buzz! I saw a scarlet sword energy heading straight for the fist of the King Kong bear leader.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang.
The fist of the King Kong bear leader suddenly exploded, turning into flesh and blood all over the sky, and then disappeared.
Ouch!
The King Kong bear leader stomped his feet in pain, and the ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Don't blame me for this, you brought this upon yourself. Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly, then jumped up and ran along the arm of the King Kong bear leader all the way to the shoulder of the King Kong bear leader. Roar! The King Kong bear leader discovered Lin Mo and opened his bloody mouth to bite Lin Mo.
So greedy? Then I'll treat you to something good.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, his mind moved. A ball of annihilation light the size of a basketball quickly condensed and took shape in Lin Mo's left hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo threw the annihilation light ball directly into the mouth of the King Kong bear leader.
One is not enough, I'll give you another one.
Lin Mo waved his right hand and threw the sword of annihilation in his hand into the mouth of the King Kong bear leader.
Next second,
the sword of annihilation caught up with the ball of annihilation light and pierced it on the spot. Buzz!
The two exploded instantly. Lin Mo jumped up quickly. Boom! He had just landed on his front foot.
The King Kong bear leader's head exploded on the spot, turning into fragments of flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. Its huge body froze in place for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 8th level beast, the violent King Kong bear.
You will be rewarded with 9,000 energy points.
Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly.
It's still a high-level exotic beast, it's so satisfying to kill. Killing one is equivalent to killing more than a dozen ordinary monsters.
Lin Mo, your current strength is becoming increasingly difficult for me to fathom.
Zhang Wei walked up and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. I still remember when I first recruited Lin Mo. Lin Mo is still just a 3rd level psychic. But it's only been less than half a month.
Lin Mo's strength has reached the point where he can easily kill an 8th level monster.
This growth rate is too terrifying. It's open. It's definitely on. Hey, thank you for the compliment, team leader.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and he took out the sea-level long sword and rushed straight towards the remaining King Kong bears. The leader of the King Kong bears is dead, so the rest of the King Kong bears are naturally doomed. Therefore, there is no need for superpowers to harvest the battlefield. This can also save some power points. After all, this war will last for a very long time. With the concerted efforts of Lin Mo and the 7th investigation team, soon, the remaining dozen or so King Kong bears were caught in one fell swoop. At the same time, the other teams are also trying hard to lure the strange beasts away and destroy them. The number of strange beasts in the ghost-level beast tide did indeed decrease a lot in a short period of time. This suddenly reduced the pressure on the city defense forces who were fighting the beast tide head-on. Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin, who were standing on the city gate tower, looked at this scene and both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Lin Mo's method really worked. If we continue at this pace, we only need a few more rounds. The number of strange beasts in the ghost-level beast tide can be reduced by at least half. In this way, the pressure on frontal defense will be much less. Everything is moving in the right direction. However, just as all the forces in Jiangzhou City were working together to resist the beast tide, the gate of Jiangzhou City, on the top of a big tree about 3 kilometers away, there are several figures hiding here. They all wore red crosses on their chests. The leader was a young man with silver hair. It's Shiman Yefeng. Ha, if you want to disperse the beast tide and defeat them one by one, this is a smart idea. Shiman Yefeng naturally quickly saw through the tactics implemented by the Jiangzhou forces. Master Priest, isn't this too easy for them? Should we make it more difficult for them? One of the men next to him suggested.
That's not necessary. Although what they did could indeed relieve some of the pressure on the front, how could a ghost-level beast tide be dealt with so easily? Those terrifying guys deep in the beast tide haven't even made a move yet. Shiman Yefeng shook his head, then looked towards the center of Jiangzhou City, a playful smile on his lips. What's more, this ghost-level beast tide can only be regarded as an appetizer. The real finale of today is still to come. Hearing this, several of his men had ferocious smiles on their faces. Let Zhang Qinian and the others fight the ghost-level beast tide for now. Wait until they are exhausted, have suffered heavy casualties, and feel that victory is within reach. Give them another big surprise. When that happens, wow, just thinking about the expressions on their faces makes me look forward to it. Shiman Yefeng said with a sneer. Then he waved his hand and said to several of his men beside him, let's go, it's time for us to go to the city and make preparations. We in the worship of the gods cult have been looking forward to this day for a long time. If this happens, you will all be heroes of the worship of the gods cult, and the worship of the gods cult will never treat you unfairly. Yes. There was a hint of excitement on the faces of the subordinates. Then, several people flashed and disappeared from the tree. After getting rid of King Kong Bear, Lin Mo and Lu Liang went to the beast tide again to continue the task that the Thunder Martial Arts team had not completed before, which was to lure the Shadow Cat. Before entering the beast tide, Songheng asked the two of them to see if they could find the bodies of those people from the Thunder Martial Arts School so that they could be buried later, which would also be an explanation to their families. But when Lin Mo and Lu Liang entered the beast tide, they found that there were no complete corpses, only some broken limbs. If it weren't for the fragments of blue training clothes on it, it would be difficult to recognize that this was someone from the Thunder Martial Arts School. To this, Lin Mo also sighed, turned his head to look at Lu Liang and said, after you get out, don't tell Songheng about this. Just say you didn't see the body. Clear. Lu Liang nodded. The two quickly found the Shadow Cat leader and led all the Shadow Cats out of the beast tide, successfully wiping them out and avenging the people in the Thunder Martial Arts School. After destroying two groups of strange beasts in succession, Lin Mo and Team 7 returned to the city wall to rest temporarily. Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Qinian immediately came over and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Lin Mo, your idea is great. Otherwise, our city gate would be in danger. Director City Lord, thank you for your praise. I just proposed this method. The main thing is to rely on everyone's efforts. Lin Mo quickly waved his hand and said modestly. Then he walked forward and took a look at the tide of ghost-level beasts below. After the efforts just now, the number of strange beasts in the beast tide has indeed decreased a lot. If we continue like this, guarding the city gate shouldn't be a problem. But at this moment, Lin Mo seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his brows knitted together. Chapter 108 Chaos in the City. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Liang on the side was puzzled. It all seems so smooth. Lin Mo said with narrowed eyes. Wouldn't it be nice if it went smoothly? Lu Liang asked in confusion. You forgot that the god-worshipping cult previously put a lot of thought into accelerating the ghost-level beast tide, hoping that it would reach Jiangzhou City as soon as possible. But now that the ghost-level beast tide has arrived, they have disappeared without a trace. Isn't this strange? Lin Mo looked at Lu Liang and asked back. Hearing this, Lu Liang suddenly realized, Brother Lin, are you saying that the god-worship cult might have other conspiracies? That's right. I originally thought they just wanted to use the power of the ghost-level beast tide to break through Jiangzhou City, but now it seems that this matter may not be that simple. The ghost-level beast tide is more like a means for them to delay the Jiangzhou defense forces, but they have other plans. But I don't quite understand. Jiangzhou City is just a small fourth-tier city. What else could it be that would make them so worried? Lin Mo frowned, confused for a moment. Master Director, something terrible has happened. Just then, an investigator from the Supernatural Management Bureau hurried up to the city wall. What's going on? Tell me slowly. Zhao Tianlin asked with a frown. The superpower prison was attacked. All the super criminals and super beasts imprisoned there have been released and are now wreaking havoc in the city. The investigator said with a grim expression. What? Zhao Tianlin widened his eyes and asked in a deep voice, who did it? God worship cult, Shiman Yefeng. Hear this name. Lin Mo immediately turned around, looked at the investigator and asked, is Shiman Yefeng in the city? That's right. The investigator nodded quickly. What on earth is he going to do? Lin Mo frowned.
If they just wanted to cause destruction in the city and released a few super criminals and strange beasts, they wouldn't cause much trouble and would be quelled soon.
Doing so would only expose his whereabouts.
This made Lin Mo more and more confused. These bastards from the god-worshipping sect are so disgusting. We must send people as soon as possible to capture those escaped super criminals and monsters, as well as Shiman Yefeng.
No matter what he wants to do, we must find a way to stop him. The city's defenses are weak right now.
If we allow them to wreak havoc everywhere, it will inevitably cause huge casualties.
Zhang Qinian said through gritted teeth. I'll go. Lin Mo volunteered. You? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Qinian were both stunned. I've fought Shiman Yefeng before, and I'm quite familiar with his methods. If I meet him again, I might be able to take him down.
Lin Mo said confidently. With the Storm Falcon Beast Yuan here, he will not let Shiman Yefeng get away this time.
That's right, Shiman Yefeng is quite powerful. Apart from the two of us, I'm afraid only Lin Mo can deal with him. Otherwise, no matter who we send, it would be tantamount to sending someone to his death.
Zhao Tianlin nodded, then turned to look at the 7th investigation team and gave the order, Team Leader Zhang Wei and Deputy Team Leader, stay. From now on, all members of the 7th investigation team will be under Lin Mo's command.
Return to the city to quell the riot.
Lin Mo, I'll give you another team of city defense soldiers.
The safety of the city is entirely in your hands. Zhang Qinian patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said seriously. I will definitely live up to the trust of the director and the city lord.
Lin Mo clasped his fists, took Lu Liang, Chu Tianqi, Song Hang and others, and immediately rushed to the city center.
Brother Jiang, do you think Lin Mo can do it? Looking at Lin Mo's departing back,
Zhao Tianlin said with some concern.
At this moment, we can only believe him.
Zhang Qinian took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at the ghost-level beast tide below, squinting his eyes and said, get ready to warm up.
Those big guys in the beast tide should be unable to hold back any longer. It's your turn to take action.
Rush back to the city center. The scene before them also made Lin Mo and the others' expressions change instantly. I saw the commercial street not far away. Several buildings were on fire. A large group of strange beasts are chasing and hunting civilians in the streets. Especially one of the giant mantis monsters was the craziest. It kept waving its arms, which were as sharp as steel blades, and 7 or 8 civilians were cut in half in an instant, with blood splattering everywhere.
Another scorpion monster was equally unwilling to be outdone.
It thrust its scorpion tail forward forcefully, and several fleeing civilians were instantly strung together.
And such massacres were happening everywhere on the streets. That's not all.
On both sides of the street, there were several super criminals in prison uniforms, constantly causing destruction. A man condensed a bomb with his bare hands and threw it towards a shop on the street. A man with fire spewing from his hands burned the passers-by who were fleeing around him.
Another one even froze the road into ice.
The passing cars couldn't stop and suddenly all crashed into each other.
For a while,
the once prosperous and bustling central commercial street was in complete chaos.
Screams, roars, and explosions rang out everywhere, as if the world was ending.
These bastards! Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Mo turned to look at the 7th investigation team and the city defense soldiers and gave the order, capture them immediately.
If anyone resists, execute them on the spot.
Yes, sir. Everyone clasped their fists and hurried over.
Brother Lin, what are we doing? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and asked. Catch him alive and see if we can find out Shiman Yefeng's whereabouts.
This guy must have ulterior motives. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice.
Immediately.
He glanced at the street and quickly locked onto the super criminal who was setting the fire. That's him.
Lu Liang nodded, grabbed Lin Mo's wrist, and squatted directly into the ground. Oh no!
People from the Supernatural Power Management Bureau and the City Lord's Mansion are here.
Run away, guys!
The fire-powered criminal's expression changed when he saw the investigators and city defense soldiers rushing towards him. Then he turned around and tried to escape. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the ground in front of him.
Where do you want to run to? Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked with a sneer. Who the hell are you? Get out of here!
The criminal with fire ability waved his hands and was about to spit fire at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Buzz! A red light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
the annihilation ray is activated. The fire-powered criminal's hands and arms disappeared in an instant. Ouch! For a while, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the street. When the other super criminals saw this, their faces suddenly changed in fear. I know him. He's Lin Mo, the new investigator from the Supernatural Management Bureau. He was the one who killed Wang Dalong. He's a 9th level supernatural. It's not just Wang Dalong, anyone who offended him is dead. Then what are you still standing there for? Run! Stop talking nonsense. Ouch, who froze the road with so much ice? Do you want me to fall to my death? UF King. Chapter 109 Seal? Obviously, after recognizing Lin Mo, those super criminals were also frightened and turned around and ran away without any hesitation. But all their words before leaving fell into the ears of the fire-powered criminal. This frightened the fire-powered criminal so much that his whole body trembled involuntarily, and his remaining 2 legs were shaking even more. I heard that people like you who have awakened fire powers can spit fire from every part of your body. Come on, use other parts of your body to spray. Lin Mo's eyes flashed red as he sneered. Brother, spare my life. The criminal with fire ability was so frightened that he immediately knelt down in front of Lin Mo and called out frantically for mercy. Spray? His mouth can still spray. But just as he had this thought, Lin Mo's annihilation ray shot in. Don't be nervous. I'll ask you a few questions. As long as you answer honestly, I might consider letting you go home. Lin Mo said with a smile. If you ask, I will tell you everything I know. The fire-powered criminal nodded quickly. Why did Shimen Yefeng let you out? Where did he go after letting you out? Lin Mo said with narrowed eyes. He just told us to wreak havoc in the city center. He also said that the people from the Supernatural Administration and the City Lord's Mansion were all at the city gates and had no time to deal with us. Even if we razed the city center to the ground, it would be fine. As for where he went, I don't know. But I did hear him tell his men that it's time to break the seal. The fire-powered criminal said as he recalled the past. Unseal? Lin Mo frowned, then looked at the fire-powered criminal and asked, Are there any more? No, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go home now? The fire-powered criminal asked cautiously. Certainly. Lin Mo curled his lips slightly, sneered and said, Let me see you off. Buzz. A ray of annihilation burst out. The criminal with the fire ability instantly exploded and then disappeared. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 mutant and gaining 2,000 superpower points. At the same time, those super criminals who had just escaped were surrounded by the 7th investigation team and city defense soldiers who arrived, and they had no way to escape. Lin Mo and Lu Liang went straight back to Chu Tianqi and Song Hang. Did you get any useful clues? Chu Tianqi asked hurriedly. Shimen Yefeng said he was going to unlock a seal, but where exactly is this so-called seal, and what is sealed inside this? I have no idea at all. Now it can be said that I still have no clue. Lin Mo said with a frown. Seal? But at this moment, Song Hang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly looked at Lin Mo and said, My idol, I do know a little about the seal in Jiangzhou City, but I don't know if it's the same as what Shimen Yefeng said. Oh? Lin Mo turned to look at Song Hang and asked, Do you know where the seal is in Jiangzhou City? That's right. Because my ability is a confinement technique, I am particularly sensitive to the energy fluctuations of the seal. One time, when I passed by a place, I noticed that there was an extremely strong sealing energy nearby. However, my realm is too low, only level 3, so I don't know the exact location of the seal or what is sealed inside. Song Hang nodded and explained. Great. This might really be what Shimen Yefeng mentioned. Find that place on the map right now. Shimen Yefeng is most likely there. Lin Mo showed a hint of joy on his face and said impatiently. Song Hang quickly took out his cell phone, opened the mobile map, searched on it, and then held the phone screen in front of Lin Mo and the other two. Fuck, isn't this Brother House food stall next to our neighborhood? Lu Liang was startled and his eyes widened. It really is there. Chu Tianqi was also surprised. Yes, there is indeed a food stall nearby. Song Hang nodded. Let's go, this should be it. Lin Mo waved his hand, and the 4 of them quickly got in the car and headed towards Brother House food stall. Hauga food stall. A huge dog-like monster chased several civilians here.
The civilians had nowhere to escape and could only rush forward and frantically bang on the rolling doors of the food stalls.
Who are you? What are you taking pictures of? We're only open at night, you know? The rolling door rises.
Brother Hao walked out with a sleepy look on his face. In the dream, I finally held hands with my first love, and was about to kiss her when I was woken up. This made him quite unhappy at the moment.
Boss, there's a strange beast. We're letting you hide here.
The civilians immediately rushed into the house.
Strange beast?
Brother Hao woke up instantly and looked up. I saw it not far away. A dog-like beast with a pitch-black body and scarlet eyes was staring at him. It obviously regarded Hao Gu as food, and its saliva was flowing down the corners of its mouth.
I'm Super, Dog Demon.
Brother Hao was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He turned around and rushed into the house and pulled down the shuttered door.
Woof!
The dog-like beast would never let go of the food in its mouth, so it rushed forward, waving its sharp front paws.
Bang!
The rolling door was instantly torn open by the dog-shaped monster.
Ah! Hao Gu and several civilians were frightened and immediately turned around and ran inside.
The dog-shaped monster rushed over at an extremely fast speed and was about to catch up with Brother Hao and his companions.
Swish! Swish!
However, at this critical moment,
2 cold lights flashed. The next moment, the dog-shaped monster was directly chopped into 3 parts, and the cuts were so smooth.
When the civilians saw this, they were stunned and looked up. I saw Brother Hao holding 2 kitchen knives and standing next to the corpse.
The kitchen knife was covered in blood.
Compared to his previous fear, Hao Ji's face was now full of calmness, with murderous intent surging in his eyes.
He seemed like a completely different person. Damn it, do you know how hard it is for me to dream about my first love? I was about to succeed, but you interrupted me, you son of a bitch.
Hao Gu gave the dog-like monster a hard kick on the butt, then looked at the civilians and waved his hand, saying, "What are you still standing there for?
Go home quickly if you have nothing else to do. Come back tonight if you want barbecue."
Yes, yes.
They didn't dare to say anything and ran outside immediately.
After all, this is a ruthless man who can chop monsters alive with a kitchen knife.
Obviously, he is much more terrifying than the monsters.
Hao Gu threw the dog-shaped beast's corpse out the door, took a look at the torn shutter door, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Well, the skewers I grilled these days were all in vain.
No way.
Brother Hao could only close the glass door inside and turn around to walk towards his bed.
Bang, bang, bang.
However, at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from behind.
I told you it's open in the evening, why are you back? Hao Gu turned around with an impatient look on his face.
However, the people standing at the door at this moment were not those civilians. But it was a silver-haired man.
If Lin Mo were here, he would definitely recognize him. Because of this person. It's Shiman Yefeng. Chapter 110 Gatekeeper. Brother Hao turned around and walked forward to open the glass door.
He glanced at the red crosses on the chests of Shiman Yefeng and several of his men behind him, and narrowed his eyes. Closed for business now. Gatekeeper Ouyang Hao, number 9527, possesses the special ability of dual swords, and has been ordered to guard the seal here.
Am I right? Shiman Yefeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Brother Hao, and asked with a playful look on his face. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. If nothing else, I'm going back to bed. I have to grill skewers tonight.
Brother Hao shook his head and was about to close the glass door. But at this moment,
Shiman Yefeng suddenly pressed his hand against the glass door and then exerted slight force. Crack! The entire glass door shattered in an instant. Hao Gu brushed off the broken glass on his body, lit a cigarette, and asked expressionlessly, "Are you looking for trouble?" "Ouyang Hao, since I was able to find you, it means I already know your identity very well. There's no need for you to keep pretending," Shiman Yefeng said with a sneer.
"I've been used to people calling me Brother Hao for so many years.
Suddenly someone calls me by my full name, and I'm really not used to it."
Ouyang Hao shook his head and smiled, then looked up at Shiman Yefeng and said in a stern tone, "It's just that I can't understand. Since you, occultist, know my identity, what gives you the courage to come and cause trouble for me?" The words fell. Ouyang Hao suddenly stretched out his right hand. A kitchen knife appeared out of thin air in his right hand and he swung it directly at Shiman Yefeng. Buzz! The white blade energy, emitting a chilling chill, slashed straight towards Shiman Yefeng in front of him.
Shima Nyefeng quickly dodged to the side. But the two men behind him were not so lucky. He was cut into 4 pieces by the sword energy on the spot. The wound is still very smooth. See this. Shima Nyefeng also narrowed his eyes and said with a gloomy face, "What a strong sword energy. It seems that your strength has improved a lot over the years. Do you think I'm really just grilling skewers here all day?"
Yang Hao smiled coldly, swung the kitchen knife in his hand and chopped towards Shima Nyefeng again.
Shima Nyefeng quickly waved his right hand. A terrifying blue gust of wind swept towards Yang Hao. However, regarding this, Yang Hao was not afraid at all.
He swung the kitchen knife in his right hand and instantly chopped the strong wind apart.
9th level mutant? How could there be such a high-level cultist in Zhengzhou City? Through the fight just now, Yang Hao obviously also saw Shima Nyefeng's strength.
I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am a priest of the god worship cult, Shima Nyefeng.
Shima Nyefeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly, "Shima Nyefeng?"
Yang Hao narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening instantly. "I know you, the cultists near Zhengzhou City are all under your control. The cult activities in these cities of Zhengzhou were all directed and planned by you. A year ago, I had a barbecue apprentice who was leaving town to visit his family. He was killed by members of the god-worshipping cult on the way."
"Did you have someone do this?" "Oh, you mean that 15-year-old kid? What a pity.
He saw something he shouldn't have. I know he was careless, but I'll just have to be more careful in my next life. I had some of my men dismember him and feed him to the monsters."
Shima Nyefeng smiled coldly and said lightly, "Brute. He's just an ordinary kid, and his grandma is waiting for him to come home." Yang Hao was furious.
He summoned a kitchen knife with his left hand and rushed forward with the knife in both hands to fight fiercely with Shima Nyefeng.
Although Shima Nyefeng is a 9th level psychic,
but Yang Hao was also not weak, and for a while he and Shima Nyefeng were evenly matched. It was obvious that Yang Hao could not be captured in a short period of time. Shima Nyefeng rolled his eyes, immediately showed weakness and pretended to be defeated, then turned around and wanted to escape.
"Since you are here, leave your life to me."
Yang Hao naturally would not let Shima Nyefeng go so easily, and immediately went forward to chase him.
But right here, Shima Nyefeng, who was running away, suddenly turned around and threw a gray glass ball towards Yang Hao.
Yang Hao instinctively swung the kitchen knife and chopped it off.
Bang! The gray glass ball suddenly exploded, scattering a large amount of gray powder, which covered Yang Hao.
"What is this thing?"
Yang Hao's expression changed.
The next moment, his body began to petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, his right arm, where he swung the knife, followed by his body and legs. In the end, only the eyes and mouth could move. The rest of the body was petrified into statues.
Ha ha ha! Shima Nyefeng raised his head and laughed triumphantly.
He walked forward, looked at Yang Hao and said, "I didn't expect that the ashes of this level 10 rock beast are so useful.
It can actually turn people into stone. Although it can't kill you, you won't be able to move for an hour. And this time is just enough for me to open the seal."
"What?
You want to break the seal? Are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing that? The entire Zhengzhou will be devastated and turned into a living hell. No one can survive, including you."
Yang Hao glared at Shima Nyefeng and yelled,
"It doesn't matter. As long as the seal is opened, my god-worshipping cult will accomplish great things. Then, the Pope will resurrect me."
Shima Nyefeng shrugged his shoulders, and with a thought, he took out a completely black dagger from his space ring.
As soon as the black dagger appeared, it emitted a large amount of black gas.
The black energy made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. It was so evil, as if it was completely incompatible with this world.
"Asshole, stop it right now."
Yang Hao's eyes were about to spit fire. But now his whole body was petrified. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't move, let alone go to stop Shima Nyefeng. Shima Nyefeng walked to the front of the food stall with a black dagger in his hand, and then waved his hand. A tornado suddenly formed, sweeping up the entire food stall and blowing it to the side. And in its place, only a huge deep pit was left.
In that deep pit, there is actually an ancient well. Chapter 111. This child must not be kept. Found it. Shima Nyefeng walked forward excitedly and looked down. The ancient well was like an abyss, and you couldn't see the bottom at a glance.
And at the very bottom, it seemed that an extremely powerful being was imprisoned. Even from a distance, one could feel a terrifying sense of oppression and some strange whispers.
Shiman Yefeng tried to put his hand into the well. Buzz! But at this moment, a golden sealing barrier appeared out of thin air and bounced Shiman Yefeng's hand back.
This golden sealing barrier is not very big, just enough to cover the wellhead. It is covered with various mysterious runes, which constantly emit dazzling light. It is the existence of the sealing barrier that prevents the person deep in the ancient well from appearing in the world.
Interesting, luckily I was prepared.
Shiman Yefeng smiled coldly, looked at the dagger in his right hand that was constantly emitting black energy, and then without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed directly at the golden seal.
No!
Yang Hao's eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to stop Shiman Yefeng.
But how could Shiman Yefeng listen to him? The black dagger pierced directly into the golden seal. Buzz! For a while,
the black dagger released a large amount of black gas, which began to continuously erode the runes on the golden seal. Every time a rune dimmed, a crack would appear on the golden seal.
If this continues, all the runes will be completely eroded by the black air.
Then the golden seal will completely shatter.
The existence in the depths of the ancient well will definitely break the seal and come out. Next, we just have to wait patiently. My great plan of worshipping the gods is about to succeed. By then, the entire Blue Star will have to submit to the rule of my god worship cult. Ha ha ha. Shiman Yefeng raised his head and laughed triumphantly. Walking with God, forever and ever. The subordinates also cheered. Shiman Yefeng, you will definitely be punished. Breaking the seal is a heinous crime. You will not die a good death.
Yang Hao's eyes were about to spit fire, and he wished he could tear Shiman Yefeng into pieces immediately.
Shiman Yefeng smiled coldly, walked forward, looked at the petrified Yang Hao, and said with a smug look on his face, "You are so anxious, but no matter how anxious you are, what's the use? As the gatekeeper guarding the seal, you can only watch all this happen helplessly. How pitiful. Now, the seal is about to be lifted. My goal has been achieved. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha. Oh? Perhaps not?" But at this moment, a joking voice suddenly rang out. Shiman Yefeng frowned and turned his head to look.
I saw 4 figures rushing towards this side quickly.
Lin Mo? Shiman Yefeng's expression suddenly darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be defending the city gate against the tide of ghost-level beasts right now? Maybe this is God's will. Even God doesn't want you to succeed." Lin Mo raised his lips slightly, walked forward, glanced at the petrified Yang Hao, and the ancient well in the deep pit ahead, sneered and said, "I was wondering why you, the god-worshipping cult, went to so much trouble to bring about the ghost-level beast tide, but didn't take the opportunity to attack the city. So your real purpose is here. Investigator Lin, you've arrived just in time. Hurry up and stop this madman Shiman Yefeng." Yang Hao said excitedly, as if he saw hope. "Brother Hao, I eat your barbecued skewers every day, but I didn't expect you to have another identity." Lin Mo looked Yang Hao up and down, with a hint of surprise on his face. Obviously, he heard what Shiman Yefeng said just now. Moreover, although Yang Hao is petrified now, one can still feel the powerful fluctuations of supernatural powers from his body. This person's strength is at least above level 9. "Investigator Lin, I'm hiding my identity here because it's necessary for the mission. I'll explain my identity to you later. But now, you must stop Shiman Yefeng. Don't let him break the seal, otherwise Jiangzhou and even the entire Blue Star will be finished." Yang Hao said quickly. "Don't worry, I will stop him." Lin Mo reached out and patted Yang Hao on the shoulder and said seriously. Ha ha ha. Shiman Yefeng raised his head and laughed disdainfully. He looked at Lin Mo and the 3 people beside him, Lu Liang, and said with disdain, "Stop me? Just relying on a bunch of you rotten fish and shrimp? It's ridiculous. Lin Mo, I had something else to do that night and didn't want to fight you, so you luckily escaped death. I wanted to wait until the seal was opened before I could kill you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. Well, in that case, let's settle both the old and new accounts together." The words fell. Shiman Yefeng stomped his foot and rushed directly towards Lin Mo. At the same time, his men surrounded Lu Liang and the other 2. The war is about to break out. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Shiman Yefeng and Lin Mo each took several steps back. How come your strength has improved so much in just one night? Shiman Yefeng looked down at his slightly trembling right hand, a look of surprise on his face.
Although no supernatural powers were used in the collision just now, it can be seen from the physical strength alone. Lin Mo's strength has obviously increased a lot compared to last night on the city wall.
This kid's growth rate is really terrifying. You must not stay any longer. This is the thought. Shiman Yefeng waved his hands vigorously. Woo! A terrifying tornado instantly formed and swept towards Lin Mo. See this.
Lin Mo also raised his eyebrows slightly.
This is the supernatural power exerted by a peak level 9 expert with all his strength. Its power cannot be underestimated. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and the sword of annihilation condensed into shape. He gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and slashed out with force.
Buzz! A terrifying scarlet sword energy slashed out and headed straight for the tornado.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang.
The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, exploded instantly, and dissipated together.
Oh! Shiman Yefeng narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Mo, and said coldly, I didn't expect that you, a mere 8th level psychic, could hold your own against me in a psychic battle? What's the grade of your psychic ability?
When you die, I'll burn some paper and tell you. Lin Mo smiled coldly, holding the sword of annihilation, rushed towards Shiman Yefeng and slashed with the sword fiercely.
The sword of annihilation was about to strike Shiman Yefeng. However, at this critical moment, too many tornadoes suddenly condensed under Shiman Yefeng's feet, and he instantly soared into the air, dodging the fatal sword. Chapter 112. Are you surprised? Shiman Yefeng controlled the tornado and floated directly into the air. He looked down at Lin Mo and said with a smug look on his face, Lin Mo, no matter what level of supernatural power you have, you are still too young to fight me. Now I am in the air, what can you do to me?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and his mind moved.
Buzz! The extinguishing light burst out instantly and shot straight towards Shiman Yefeng in mid-air. However,
Shiman Yefeng seemed to have anticipated Lin Mo's move and dodged it easily, with the ray of annihilation missing.
Ha ha ha, I missed. Shiman Yefeng raised his head and laughed triumphantly.
Then he looked at Lin Mo and said contemptuously, Lin Mo, don't waste your energy.
You can't touch me at all. You are just like a toy in front of me now. I can trample on you at will. The words fell. Shiman Yefeng quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Wind formation, activate. Woo woo woo. For a while,
6 huge tornadoes suddenly formed around Lin Mo, carrying terrifying power and sweeping towards Lin Mo.
Brother Lin, be careful.
Lu Liang and his 2 companions, who were fighting not far away, looked over here after hearing the noise, and their expressions changed drastically.
Because those 6 tornadoes were so terrifying.
Wherever it went, the ground was turned upside down and no grass grew.
However, regarding this, Lin Mo, however, always looked calm. He glanced at Shiman Yefeng in mid-air and the 6 tornadoes surrounding his body, and a playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. You like playing with the wind, right?
Lin Mo's mind immediately moved.
A blue bead appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Storm Falcon Beast Yuan. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on it.
Buzz! The Storm Falcon Beast Yuan, which was originally calm, suddenly emitted a strong blue light.
At the same time, the 6 tornadoes that were about to roll towards Lin Mo suddenly stopped where they were and remained motionless. What is this? Shiman Yefeng, who was in mid-air, had a changed expression. Before he could react,
the 2 mini tornadoes under his feet suddenly stopped moving.
This caused him to fall from the air instantly and land heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. How could this happen?
After about 2 or 3 seconds, Shiman Yefeng finally crawled out of the pit with difficulty.
His face was pale and he vomited a mouthful of blood.
After all, it was such a high height and he fell down without any protection. Even though he was a 9th level psychic, he still found it somewhat overwhelming.
Certainly. What he couldn't accept the most at this moment was, he found that he could not activate his wind ability and had completely lost his response. It was as if half of his supernatural power was wasted, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't mobilize it. This made his face look extremely ugly. Shiman Yefeng, are you surprised? Are you surprised?
Lin Mo walked forward calmly and said jokingly, without your wind power, you're like a phoenix without feathers.
Come on, fly again and let me see you. You, what the hell is this thing of yours?
Shimin Yefeng stared at the Storm Falcon Beast Yuan in Lin Mo's hand and asked with gritted teeth.
The Storm Falcon Beast element was sent specifically to deal with you. Now, I should be able to touch you, right?
Lin Mo smiled coldly and rushed forward.
Shimin Yefeng's face changed and he wanted to punch back.
Lin Mo swung the Sword of Annihilation in his hand and instantly cut off Shimin Yefeng's entire right arm.
Ouch! For a while,
heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky.
Shimin Yefeng was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up. He fell to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. How could this happen? Why, I can't accept it. Those who commit many evil deeds will surely face destruction. From the moment you joined the cult of the gods, you should have expected this day to come.
A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he stepped hard on Shimin Yefeng.
Shimin Yefeng vomited blood again and again.
Without superpowers, even if he is a 9th level superpower user, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he will not be able to compete with Lin Mo at all.
Say goodbye to this world.
Lin Mo brandished the Sword of Annihilation, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Shimin Yefeng's head, ready to send him to his death.
Boom!
But at this moment, suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The earth also began to shake violently.
It looks like the end of the world is approaching.
This made Lin Mo stunned.
I haven't opened the annihilation field myself. How so? I'm coming out, I'm finally coming out. Even though I can't escape death, my mission is finally accomplished.
Shimin Yefeng, who was stepped on by Lin Mo, suddenly laughed excitedly.
Lin Mo frowned. Investigator Lin, look at the seal. And just at this moment,
Yang Hao, who was petrified at the side, suddenly shouted. Lin Mo turned his head and looked towards the ancient well in the deep pit. The golden seal above the ancient well was now very dim, and even had many cracks on it. Most of the runes on it have been eroded by the black energy emitted by the dagger.
Only a few are left, still struggling to hold on.
And in the depths of that ancient well, one can clearly feel that a terrifying power is awakening, which may break the seal at any time.
Lin Mo, I won in the end. So what if you kill me today?
Our great cause of worshipping the gods has come to an end.
You, and everyone in Jiangzhou, will face doom. And I will be resurrected by the Pope himself afterwards. I will have the last laugh, ha.
Shimin Yefeng laughed wildly.
Noisy!
Lin Mo kicked Shimin Yefeng in the mouth, breaking all his teeth and causing blood to flow out of his mouth. Then, he quickly cut off Shimin Yefeng's remaining 3 limbs. The reason why we spared his life temporarily is because there are still many things we need to know from him.
Ouch! Leaving behind Shimin Yefeng, who was wailing and screaming, Lin Mo went straight to the ancient well in the big pit. At the same time,
on the other side, Lu Liang and the other 2 also dealt with Shimin Yefeng's men and rushed to meet up with Lin Mo.
Brother Lin, what should we do next? It looks like the seal is about to break.
Looking at the golden seal that was full of cracks and shaking violently, Lu Liang's brows were furrowed. Song Hang, your special ability is the art of confinement.
Can it repair the seal?
Lin Mo thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at Song Hang beside him and asked.
I don't know. I've never tried it.
Song Hang shook his head, also a little flustered.
Then you try it.
Lin Mo said with a frown.
Song Hang took a deep breath, walked forward, formed seals with his hands, and activated his supernatural powers.
Buzz! A purple rune condensed and took shape in Song Hang's palm, flew out, and landed on the golden seal above the wellhead.
For a while,
the golden seal was surprisingly much more stable, and a crack on it even recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye.
See this.
A hint of joy suddenly flashed in the eyes of Lin Mo and the other 2.
Efficient. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a black gas suddenly invaded the purple rune. Just a moment.
The purple runes condensed by Song Hang dissipated and disappeared. The golden seal trembled violently once more, and the crack that had just been repaired reappeared immediately, with even another one appearing.
Chapter 113. That thing is coming up. No way.
The black energy emitted by this black dagger has a natural restraining effect on the confinement rune. If I can't pull it out, even if I condense more confinement runes, I won't be able to repair this seal.
Song Hang frowned and said with a grim expression. You continue to condense the runes, I'll give it a try.
Lin Mo came to the front of the black dagger, took a deep breath, and reached out to grab the dagger.
However,
his right hand just grasped the handle of the knife. A terrifying force rushed towards him. Lin Mo's face changed, and he was blown away in an instant. He fell heavily to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood.
Brother Lin. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi rushed forward, helped Lin Mo up from the ground, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine."
Lin Mo shook his head and raised his right hand. The palm of my hand was completely black at this moment, as if it had been poisoned. And the power just now was really terrifying. Until now, his right hand is still shaking slightly.
How so?
When Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi saw this, their expressions changed.
This black dagger is probably not an ordinary object.
I just touched it, and it caused such a strong backlash on me.
If I really try to pull it out by force, my entire arm might be crippled.
Lin Mo said with a frown.
Let me try.
Lu Liang gritted his teeth and was about to step forward. Lin Mo quickly reached out to stop him, shaking his head and saying, "No, you're too weak.
Even I was seriously injured just now. If it were you, you would definitely be dead. What should we do? We can't just stand by and watch the seal being broken, right? Although I don't know what lies beneath that ancient well, it hasn't even fully emerged yet it's already causing such a doomsday-like phenomenon. If we let it get out, wouldn't the entire Jianzhou be doomed?"
Lu Liang gritted his teeth and said unwillingly,
"I'll try again. At worst, I'll have to lose an arm, but no matter what, I can't let that thing out."
Lin Mo took a deep breath, obviously decided to go all out, and was about to step forward.
"Let me do it."
But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Mo and the other two. The three of them quickly turned their heads to look. I saw Ouyang Hao limping towards this side. By now, most of his body had returned to normal. Only his left leg and right arm were left, still in a petrified state, but he could still move with difficulty.
"Are you okay? See this."
A hint of surprise also flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The ashes of a level 10 rock beast are indeed powerful, but so much time has passed, and the effect has weakened a lot.
I mobilized my supernatural powers to forcibly break through. Ouyang Hao explained with a smile.
Then, he looked up at the black dagger on the seal of the ancient well and took a deep breath. "As the gatekeeper, I am the only one who can pull out this dagger."
"In your current state, are you sure?"
Lin Mo frowned and asked worriedly.
That's okay.
I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and my physical fitness far exceeds that of other psychics of the same level. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to break through the petrification so quickly.
That black dagger's backlash couldn't do anything to me."
Ouyang Hao raised his head and laughed confidently. Then he said with a firm face, "What's more, guarding the seal is my duty. As the gatekeeper, as long as the seal is there, I am here.
If the seal is broken, I die." "Then please." Lin Mo and the other two clasped their fists. "I should be the one asking you for help.
You all need to retreat first. I will do my best to remove the dagger. As for repairing the seal, I'll leave it to you."
Finished.
Ouyang Hao came directly to the seal, his eyes locked on the black dagger. Without the slightest hesitation, his petrified right hand and intact left hand grabbed the hilt at the same time.
Buzz. For a while, the terrifying backlash force rushed towards Ouyang Hao. However,
Ouyang Hao gritted his teeth and refused to let go. He let the terrifying force continue to hit him. There were now many cracks on his petrified right arm, and it looked like it was about to break apart.
"Brother Hao, let go first.
If you continue like this, your right arm will be completely broken." Lin Mo's face changed and he spoke quickly.
"No, you can't let go. If you let go now, all your efforts will be wasted."
Ouyang Hao gritted his teeth so hard that his gums even bled. At this moment, his facial features were almost twisted together, and veins on his forehead were bulging.
It's hard to imagine the pain he's going through.
But he was still trying to pull out the dagger.
Puff. Sudden.
Ouyang Hao's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly plummeted, as if he had suffered a serious injury.
"Brother Hao, you will die like this."
Lin Mo's face was full of worry.
"Since ancient times, everyone is mortal.
My mission in life, Ouyang Hao, is to protect the seal.
As long as I am still breathing, it must not be broken." Oh Yang Hao's eyes widened and he roared unwillingly. Crack!
Finally, his petrified right arm reached its limit and shattered into pieces.
The terrifying force poured out again, almost blowing him away. But at this critical moment, Oh Yang Hao's left hand was still tightly grasping the hilt of the knife. With the help of inertia, he pulled the black dagger out of the golden seal.
Then he flew dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground.
He vomited blood and his breath plummeted. Brother Hao!
Lin Mo's expression changed. Lu Liang rushed over quickly, took out the healing potion from the space ring, and fed it to Oh Yang Hao, which stabilized his injuries.
But his right arm was completely gone. But
Oh Yang Hao didn't care about his own injuries at all, and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, repair the seal."
Song Hang!
Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Song Hang.
Clear!
Song Hang immediately activated his supernatural powers, and one purple rune after another condensed and took shape, flying towards the golden seal.
And the black aura emitted by the black dagger is gone.
These purple runes actually stabilized the golden seal for a moment, and the cracks on it were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye.
See this.
Lin Mo and the others all breathed a sigh of relief.
Boom! However, at this moment,
suddenly, there was a violent vibration at the bottom of the well.
Lin Mo could clearly feel that a terrifying aura was rapidly rising from the bottom of the well. That thing is coming up. Chapter 114 God of the Abyss.
Song Hang, repair the seal with all your strength.
No matter what happens next, even if the sky falls, the seal must not be broken.
Lin Mo quickly turned his head and looked at Song Hang and said,
"Don't worry, idol. Unless I die, there's no way you can break the seal."
Song Hang gritted his teeth, his face full of determination.
Boom! Sudden.
A ball of black mist flew out from the bottom of the well and crashed into the golden seal. This caused the entire golden seal to tremble violently. The purple runes above it dimmed instantly. Fortunately, Song Hang had just repaired it for a while. Otherwise, the golden seal would shatter with just this one blow.
Song Hang did not dare to hesitate and quickly condensed purple runes to strengthen the golden seal. Boom!
But at this moment,
another cloud of black fog came. The power this time is obviously much more terrifying than before. Just a moment.
There were only a few purple runes left on the golden seal, and then a large number of cracks appeared. It was shaky and almost collapsed.
Song Hang, hurry! Lin Mo frowned. Damn it, I won't make it.
Song Hang made up his mind, bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of boiling blood on his hands.
In an instant, his face turned extremely pale and his breath suddenly plummeted.
But blood-red runes appeared on the palms of his hands one after another. These runes continued to fall on the golden seal. The originally shaky golden seal immediately became stable, and the cracks on it disappeared in an instant.
Boom! Just then, another cloud of black mist hit the golden seal. Puff! Song Hang spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned even paler.
But the golden seal was as solid as a rock and was not affected at all. Seeing this, Oh Yang Hao, who was not far away, showed a look of admiration on his face. He connected the seal with himself, using his own body to share the damage suffered by the seal.
What a man! Hearing this,
Lin Mo, Lu Liang and others also looked at Song Hang with admiration. When the thing in the well saw that it had failed to break the seal 3 times in a row, it suddenly became quiet.
Give up?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and was about to go forward to check.
He.
A strange and eerie laugh suddenly came from the well.
Immediately following,
a scarlet eye suddenly appeared at the mouth of the well.
This eye is really too big. The diameter of the ancient well mouth is nearly 2 meters. But this eye can completely cover the wellhead. What the hell? Chu Tanchi, who was standing aside, was startled and took 2 steps back involuntarily.
Lin Mo frowned, and with a thought, the sword of annihilation condensed and took shape in his right hand, ready to fight at any time.
And just at this moment, the huge scarlet eye turned and looked at Lin Mo.
At the same time, a sinister and eerie voice came from the ancient well. Lin Mo, I recognize you.
Do you recognize me?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and asked in a cold voice, who the hell are you?
He. Accompanied by a sinister and eerie laugh. Directly above the wellhead,
a ball of black mist appeared out of nowhere.
Wait until the black fog dissipates. A monster with a human body but an octopus head appeared in everyone's sight. Behind it, there is a pair of bat-like wings. The strange appearance made everyone present stunned. Master Ancient God, ha ha, it's Master Ancient God has appeared. Shiman Yefeng, the priest of the god worship cult, pays homage to the Lord Ancient God. Seeing this, Shiman Yefeng, who was lying on the ground not far away, was immediately excited and cheered non-stop. If his limbs had not been cut off by Lin Mo, he would have run over and knelt down before this monster. Ancient God? Lin Mo frowned. Is this a god? But what kind of god would be sealed at the bottom of the well? Shouldn't it be worshipped? God of the Abyss, Cruz. Yang Hao looked at the monster, his face instantly filled with fear. God of the Abyss? Lin Mo turned to look at Yang Hao and asked in confusion, the seal is still there, how did it get out? Could it be that the seal has lost its effect on it? No, it's not that the seal has failed. This isn't its true form, it's just its will. If its true form were to emerge from below, the tiny Jiangzhou city would not be able to withstand it and would collapse instantly. Yang Hao shook his head and said very affirmatively. Idea? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Cruz. That chin covered with tentacles looks weird no matter how you look at it. And just at this moment, Cruz also looked down at Lin Mo, sneered, and said, Lin Mo, open the seal and release this god. You don't have to die. Otherwise, you will become my food just like those ignorant humans. Threatening me? A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he swung the sword of annihilation in his hand. Buzz! I saw a scarlet sword energy heading straight towards Cruz, and it was about to cut him. But at this moment, Cruz's body suddenly became illusory. The scarlet sword energy passed through its body without causing any harm to it. Lin Mo frowned. And just at this moment, Cruz's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared next to Shiman Yefeng. Master Ancient God. Shiman Yefeng's face was suddenly filled with excitement. Are you willing to dedicate your body to this god? Cruz looked down at Shiman Yefeng and asked in a deep voice. Of course, for God, I am willing to give everything, including my life. Shiman Yefeng nodded quickly. Very good. Cruz went straight towards Shiman Yefeng's body. Oh no! Although Cruz's thoughts can't harm us, once it takes control of our bodies, it will be difficult to deal with. It will definitely break the seal from the outside and release its own. Stop it quickly. Yang Hao saw Cruz's purpose and shouted quickly. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression changed, and red light flashed in his eyes. Buzz! The extinguishing light burst out instantly and shot straight towards Shiman Yefeng. But it was too late. For octopus tentacles suddenly grew out of Shiman Yefeng's broken limbs. He just waved his tentacles quickly and swung them hard. The annihilation light dissipated in an instant. See this. Lin Mo's brows suddenly furrowed together. And just at this moment, Shiman Yefeng turned his head to look at Lin Mo, his eyes flashing red, and he said with a sneer, Lin Mo, this god gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. In this case, you will go to hell with these stupid humans. The words fell. Shiman Yefeng, who was controlled by Cruz, murmured to himself. Not far away, those believers of the god-worshipping cult who had just been killed by Lu Liang and his men were all resurrected, their eyes flashing with a faint green light, like zombies. Follow me and break the seal. Shiman Yefeng waved his tentacles and led the resurrected believers to rush towards Song Hang beside the ancient well. Chapter 115 Evolution, SSS-level World Destruction. Hurry, protect Song Hang. We must not let Cruz succeed, or else the world will be devastated again. Yang Hao's face changed and he quickly looked at Lin Mo and shouted. Then he also stood up and fought. But because his injuries were so serious, as soon as he stood up, his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground again. Fortunately, Lu Liang on the side stepped in time and supported him. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about Song Hang. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, turned his head to look at Chu Tianqi, and said, I'll deal with Cruz, and I'll leave those other bastards to you. Don't let them get close to Song Hang. Brother Lin, don't worry. Even if I risk my life today, I will make sure Song Hang is safe. Chu Tianqi said with a firm look on his face. Then, he immediately took out the glass jar he carried with him, released the rhinoceros beetle he had captured in advance, and sprayed the number 2 mixture on it. For a while, 8 level 5 beetle monsters were created in an instant.
The hard armor, the huge body like an off-road vehicle, and the huge black horns surrounding Song Heng made him feel very safe. See this. Lin Mo also felt relieved and turned around and rushed towards Shiman Yefeng.
Act recklessly.
Seeing this, Shiman Yefeng smiled contemptuously and waved his tentacles directly. I saw the tentacles growing longer and thicker in the air. Like a flying telephone pole, it rushed towards Lin Mo and hit him hard.
Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all.
He swung the sword of annihilation in his hand and slashed it out immediately. Buzz! The scarlet sword energy burst out almost instantly and slashed across the huge tentacle.
Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang.
The huge tentacle was completely unharmed. Instead, the sword energy dissipated on the spot.
How could it be?
Lin Mo's expression changed. I saw the huge tentacles getting closer and closer to me.
It's obviously too late to hide now. Lin Mo quickly thought about it and put on the black rhino armor. Bang! The next moment,
the huge tentacle fell on Lin Mo's body. The terrifying force instantly knocked Lin Mo flying, and he fell heavily to the ground, creating a hole in the ground.
Ahem!
Lin Mo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, stood up from the ground with a pale face, and looked up at Shiman Yefeng. After being possessed by Cruz's thoughts, Shiman Yefeng's strength has probably reached the level of a 10th level psychic.
At my current level 8, I am no match for him.
If I hadn't been protected by the black rhino armor just now, I would have been crippled even if I didn't die.
Lin Mo, give me your life. And just at this moment, Shiman Yefeng waved his huge tentacles again and lashed towards Lin Mo fiercely.
Lin Mo's face changed and he quickly dodged. A long, deep trench was immediately created on the ground.
This made Lin Mo gasp in surprise. We can't go on like this. Keep dodging is not a long-term solution.
If you fail to dodge any of the attacks, you're doomed.
We have to find a way. Lin Mo rolled his eyes.
Suddenly, he thought of the Storm Falcon Beast Yuan in his pocket.
The beast essence of a 10th level alien beast should be able to allow him to directly break through to a 9th level mutant, and evolve his ability into an SSS-level world-destroying one, right?
Perhaps in this way, I will be able to fight against Shiman Yefeng.
In that case,
Senior Chen, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't repay you with this Storm Falcon Beast essence.
After once again dodging Shiman Yefeng's terrifying tentacles,
Lin Mo gave orders directly to the system. System, absorb the Storm Falcon's Beast essence.
A level 10 beast essence has been detected in the host, absorbing it now.
Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to become a 9th level psychic.
You now have the opportunity to evolve your powers. Evolve immediately.
Congratulations host, your SS-level superpower annihilation has successfully evolved into SSS-level world destruction evolution progress 100%, new superpowers can be unlocked. Congratulations, host. Your annihilation skills have all been upgraded to world-destroying skills. Congratulations host, you have obtained the ultimate skill, world-destroying disaster. Listen to the voice of the system echoing in my mind.
Lin Mo's face also showed a hint of excitement. Finally evolved into SSS-level world-destroying.
And he can already unlock new superpowers.
Of course, now is definitely not the time. We have to get rid of Shiman Yefeng in front of us first. Think of this.
Lin Mo's mind immediately moved, and red light flashed in his eyes.
The next moment,
2 scarlet beams of light as thick as water tanks burst out from Lin Mo's eyes.
This evolved world-destroying ray is not only thicker than before. There was also terrifying black lightning wrapped around the surface.
The power has increased more than 10 times compared to before.
Just at this time, Shiman Yefeng's huge tentacles also stretched out. The two collided in mid-air. Boom!
The tentacles that were originally unshakable suddenly exploded and turned into blood foam all over the sky.
It's really awesome. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Mo's face. Shiman Yefeng, whose tentacles were destroyed, quickly looked Lin Mo up and down, his brows furrowed. Why does he seem to have suddenly become stronger? Oi, Squidward, it's my turn to attack next. The offense and defense have changed.
Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and then his mind moved. A scarlet sword of destruction, more than 2 meters long, took shape in Lin Mo's right hand.
Black arcs of electricity continued to flash on its surface.
Whether in terms of length or power, it is by no means comparable to the previous sword of annihilation.
Is this the SSS level ability? So cool.
Lin Mo held the sword of destruction in both hands and rushed directly towards Shiman Yefeng.
Humph, you're looking for death.
Shiman Yefeng snorted coldly, and the tentacle that had exploded immediately grew back.
This time,
he moved both hands simultaneously. Two huge tentacles, carrying terrifying power, swept towards Lin Mo at the same time.
Behead him. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all.
He swung the sword of destruction with both hands and slashed it out.
Buzz.
A terrifying sword energy that was more than 10 meters long, mixed red and black, burst out and headed straight for the two tentacles.
Boom. There was only a loud bang. The three collided.
The two huge tentacles were instantly cut into two pieces, and then exploded.
Nice. See this scene.
Ouyang Hao, Lu Liang, and Shu Tianqi, who were not far away, all showed a hint of joy on their faces.
Because they all know. The key to this battle is Lin Mo. If Lin Mo could capture Shiman Yefeng,
we must win this battle.
And now, they also see the hope of victory. Is there no limit to Investigator Lin's combat power?
He was clearly powerless against Cruz's tentacles just now, so how come he's suddenly so strong now? Ouyang Hao turned his head to look at Lu Liang beside him and asked in surprise.
This is Brother Lin.
He always brings you unexpected surprises in desperate situations.
Actually, I'm used to it.
Just wait until you're shocked.
Lu Liang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of admiration.
Chapter 116, World-Destroying Natural Disaster.
Squidward, you've been fighting for so long, you must be hungry, right?
I'll give you something delicious. The words fell. Lin Mo's mind moved, and a ball of destructive light condensed and took shape in his left hand.
Compared to before,
the light balls that Lin Mo condensed casually were now as big as wash basins. Black lightning surged within it, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction.
Lin Mo threw it directly towards Shiman Yefeng without any hesitation. Shiman Yefeng narrowed his eyes and instinctively waved his tentacles, trying to blow away the world-destroying light ball.
But who would have thought? As soon as the world-destroying light ball came into contact with his tentacles, it exploded on the spot. That terrifying destructive power.
Shiman Yefeng was blown far away and landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
Hateful. Shiman Yefeng struggled to get up from the ground and roared, "This god has never suffered such injustice.
This body is too weak and can't exert much strength at all. In that case, then just go back to your well,"
Lin Mo said with a sneer.
"Humph, you're dreaming.
This god will definitely break the seal and come out today."
Shiman Yefeng snorted coldly, and the tentacles grew back.
He swung his tentacles directly and stabbed them into the ground fiercely. Lin Mo only felt the ground beneath his feet shaking violently.
The next moment, huge tentacles suddenly emerged from all around.
These tentacles directly wove into an airtight cage, trapping Lin Mo inside, and then began to shrink rapidly.
Brother Lin. Investigator Lin. See this.
Lu Liang, Ouyang Hao, and others who were not far away all had their expressions changed instantly, their faces full of worry.
Buzz.
But at this moment,
suddenly, red light leaked out from the gaps between the tentacles. Boom. There was only a loud bang.
The tentacle cage exploded instantly, turning into broken tentacles that scattered everywhere.
Everyone quickly looked over.
Lin Mo stood there holding the sword of destruction, still unharmed.
See this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Since you are so stubborn, I will have no choice but to make you into a braised octopus. Lin Mo looked at Shiman Yefeng, a playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then his mind moved.
Buzz. The next moment, there was a terrifying aura fluctuation in the sky. Everyone present, including Shiman Yefeng, looked up.
I only saw the space above Lin Mo's head. Meteorites burning with scarlet flames suddenly appeared out of thin air. At first glance, they are densely packed, and each one exudes a terrifying breath of destruction. This made everyone present gasp involuntarily.
Investigator Lin, what level of supernatural power does this have? How can it be so terrifying? I'm a fool.
Shiman Yefeng looked at the densely packed meteorites, his face darkening.
How could you be growing so fast? This is completely different from my estimation.
Under normal circumstances, you should be just a nobody now.
How could you possess such a terrifying ability? You seem to have known me for a long time? Have we met before?
Lin Mo frowned, and kept recalling the memories of his previous life in his mind, but he had no impression of this cruise.
That's strange.
From the first moment it saw itself, it said it recognized itself.
Now he says this again. Could it be that I have some connection with this so-called god of the abyss? He. Shiman Yefeng sneered strangely, looked at Lin Mo, and said jokingly, Lin Mo, the story between us has just begun.
I won't tell you the answer so early, otherwise it will help you.
Just continue to suffer in your confusion. Since you don't want to tell me, then go to hell.
Lin Mo's eyes flashed with coldness, and he shouted, a world-destroying natural disaster. The words fell. The meteorites above his head suddenly poured towards Shiman Yefeng like raindrops.
Boom boom boom. For a while, Shiman Yefeng's figure was submerged by the meteorite.
The place where he stood was instantly reduced to ruins. Dust and smoke rose up, flames shot up into the sky, and the earth shook constantly. Lu Liang and others stood in the distance and watched the scene, and they all gasped involuntarily. Even Ouyang Hao, a 9th-level psychic. He felt that if he were in the meteorite bombardment now, he would definitely die. Even a level 10 mutant might not be able to survive. The meteorite bombardment lasted for a full minute. Until a terrifying deep pit was blasted there. The meteorites in the sky have finally stopped falling.
Regarding his newly acquired ultimate skill, Lin Mo was still very satisfied.
Moreover, what he just unleashed was not the complete form of the world-destroying natural disaster.
No way. The consumption of energy value by this ultimate skill is much more terrifying than that of the domain.
I'm afraid that only when Lin Mo breaks through to the 10th level psychic, or even surpasses the 10th level psychic, can he unleash the complete version of the world-destroying natural disaster.
But for now,
just a falling meteorite can kill anyone with abilities below level 10 instantly. Congratulations to the host for killing a 9th level psychic and gaining 20,000 psychic points. As the system prompt sounded,
Lin Mo knew that Shiman Yefeng was dead and could not die anymore.
And Cruz's thought also collapsed.
Lin Mo hurried back to the ancient well.
As Cruz's thoughts faded, all the resurrected cult believers immediately fell to the ground, dead.
Lin Mo lowered his head and looked into the well.
The huge eye had long since disappeared, and everything returned to calm. The ceiling barrier above the wellhead began to emit golden light again as Song Hang continued to repair it, returning to its original state. Plop! Suddenly, Song Hang's body went limp and he fell to the ground, his face pale. Obviously, in order to repair the seal, his body has been severely overdrawn. In addition, there was the damage to his body caused by Cruz when he broke the seal just now. At this moment, he is extremely weak and his life is in danger.
Lu Liang. Lin Mo quickly waved to Lu Liang, who was not far away. Here I come.
Lu Liang rushed over quickly, took out healing potions and recovery potions from his space ring, and gave them to Song Hang one after another.
Song Hang's complexion improved a little.
Although he was still very weak, he should be out of danger for the time being.
See this.
Lu Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I placed an order in the Merit Mall and prepared these potions in advance, otherwise, I would be in trouble.
I'll ask the director to reimburse you later. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder and said with a smile. Idle. Just then, Song Hang spoke weakly.
Lin Mo immediately squatted down, grabbed Song Hang's hand, and asked with concern, I'm here, how do you feel?
I didn't embarrass you, did I? Song Hang asked very weakly. Of course not, you are simply the hero who saved Jiangzhou City. If it weren't for you, Jiangzhou City and even the entire China would be in danger. Take good care of your injuries and make sure you get better. Lin Mo patted Song Hang's shoulder gently. Immediately, he turned to look at Lu Liang, send Song Hang and Hao go to the hospital for treatment. Okay. Lu Liang nodded, helped the two into the car, and rushed to the hospital. Brother Lin, what about us? Shu Tianqi looked at Lin Mo and asked. Now that there are no more worries in the city. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look in the direction of the city gate, and said coldly, it's time to deal with the ghost-level beast tide. Chapter 117. There is still one? Jiangzhou City, City Gate. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Zhao Tianlin was blown far away and fell heavily to the ground. Director! Zhang Wei and everyone in the Supernatural Management Bureau suddenly changed their expressions. I'm fine.
Zhao Tianlin struggled to stand up from the ground, waved his hand, and then looked up at the silverback ape king not far away, a hint of fear on his face. It really is worthy of being a level 10 beast. Even though I have reached the peak of level 9, the gap between us is still quite large. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Zhang Qinian, who was fighting fiercely with the red rock python not far away. As both were level 10 alien beasts, Zhang Qinian was much more calm at the moment and was not at a disadvantage for the time being. After all, Zhang Qinian is also a genuine level 10 psychic. No, I can't hold brother Zhang back. Before he gets rid of the red rock python, I must hold back the silverback ape king. Only then will I have a chance of winning. Zhao Tianlin took a deep breath and then rushed towards the silverback gorilla king again. Roar! The silverback ape king looked at his defeated opponent who was rushing towards him again, raised his head and beat his chest, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. You beast, take my axe. Zhao Tianlin's mind moved, and a huge axe took shape in front of him. He held the giant axe in both hands and chopped it hard at the silverback gorilla king. However, regarding this, the silverback king was not in a hurry. He waved his huge fist and punched forward. Boom! There was only a loud bang. Fists and axes clash. Crack! Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared on the giant axe condensed by Zhao Tianlin, and then it shattered completely. Puff! Zhao Tianlin himself also spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew backwards again, falling heavily to the ground, his face very pale. Roar! The silverback ape king beat his chest and roared as if to show off, then he grabbed a huge cement stone from the ground and smashed it towards Zhao Tianlin. Not good. Zhao Tianlin's face changed and he had no time to dodge. He saw a huge concrete block about to fall on him. And at this critical moment, a huge fist came crashing down, smashing the cement blocks into pieces on the spot. Zhao Tianlin escaped the disaster and quickly looked up. And the owner of that huge fist was Zhang Qinian. Zhang Qinian, who was not far away, retracted his fist, looked at Zhao Tianlin, and asked with concern, Brother Zhao, are you okay? Fine. Zhao Tianlin dusted himself off and stood up. Hold on. Once I take down this red rock python, we'll work together to take out the silverback ape king. Then, we can pacify the ghost-level beast tide. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted, and all those who sacrificed their lives to disperse the beast tide will have died in vain. Zhang Qinian encouraged. Don't worry, brother Zhang, I will hold on until the end. Zhao Tianlin patted his chest and promised. See this. Zhang Qinian finally felt relieved, and his arms suddenly became as long and big as rubber, and he rushed towards the red rock python in front of him. I really envy brother Zhang for having an S-level supernatural rubber body. I wish my supernatural mountain-splitting battle axe was also S-level. Even if we can't defeat the silverback ape king, we should be able to draw with him in a short period of time. We won't be beaten so hard that we can't fight back now. Zhao Tianlin couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and with an idea in his mind, he took out a purple potion from his space ring. This is the evolution potion that can upgrade the quality of superpowers. The previous 2 attempts at evolution ended in failure. I don't know if this time will succeed. Zhao Tianlin gritted his teeth. Although the evolution potion can improve the quality of superpowers by 100%. But it only applies to abilities below level A. However, there is only a 10% chance of success in breaking through from an A-level ability to an S-level ability. It is a pity. Zhao Tianlin had tried twice before, but failed both times. This was his third and last chance to use the evolution potion. If it were any other time, he would definitely prepare well before trying it. But now, with a life and death crisis ahead, if I can't evolve to S-level superpowers, I might not be able to defend Jiangzhou City. In order to repel the ghost-level beast tide and to defend Jiangzhou City, Zhao Tianlin also decided to go all out. With a hard heart, he injected the evolution potion directly into his arm and injected it all into his body. Ouch! Accompanied by a roar of pain, Zhao Tianlin knelt on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes wide open. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a purple light. Even his pupils turned purple at this moment. Roar! This scene. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the silverback gorilla king. It picked up a huge tree from the side and smashed it towards Zhao Tianlin. It was about to hit Zhao Tianlin. However, at this critical moment, buzz! A huge battle axe emitting purple light appeared out of thin air and directly split the giant tree in half.
I did it, I finally did it, God will not let me die, God bless Jiangzhou. Zhao Tianlin stood up from the ground, his face full of excitement. Because the aura emitted by the huge battle axe at this moment is more than 10 times stronger than before. He knew that his ability had been successfully upgraded to S-level. Although taking the evolution potion overdrafts a lot of life, it is still worth it. Evil beast, take another blow from my axe. Zhao Tianlin didn't waste any words. He held the mountain-splitting battle axe in both hands and rushed directly towards the Silverback Gorilla King. Roar! The Silverback King attacked with his huge fist. Zhao Tianlin rushed forward with an axe. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. This time, Zhao Tianlin did not collapse instantly, but instead knocked the Silverback Ape King back several steps. Is this an S-level power? Ha ha ha, awesome! Zhao Tianlin threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. At the peak of level 9, coupled with S-level supernatural powers, he is capable of fighting even against a level 10 monster. Jiang Qinian, who was not far away, heard the noise and turned to look, his face showing surprise. Great, brother Zhao, your breakthrough is just in time. As long as you can hold back the Silverback Ape King, I will take down the Red Rock Python in no time. It seems that today's ghost-level beast tide is nothing to be afraid of, ha ha. Loud laughter. But at this moment, a loud cry suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone guarding the city looked up. A strange beast that looked like a pterosaur but covered in blue feathers appeared in the sky above Jiangzhou City. When its wings are spread out, they are up to 20 meters long, and its body is also 20 to 30 meters long, just like a fighter jet. See this. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Level 10 exotic beast, Storm Falcon. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, the earth suddenly shook. I saw a huge monster as big as a hill crawling out from the ground. It looks a bit like an alligator snapping turtle, but it is more than 100 times larger than an alligator snapping turtle. Even the huge Silverback Ape King and Red Rock Python seemed dwarfed in front of it. See this. The faces of everyone present suddenly became extremely ugly. Because this is another level 10 monster. Earth Rock Dragon Turtle. Chapter 118, I'll do it myself. This moment, Jiang Qinian, Zhao Tianlin and everyone present were completely unable to remain calm. I originally thought that there were only 2 level 10 monsters in this ghost-level beast tide, the Silverback Ape King and the Red Rock Python. Why are there 2 more now? Is this still a fucking ghost-level beast tide? After Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian each defeated their opponents, they temporarily retreated and reunited. Brother Jiang, what should we do? According to the original plan, you take 1 and I take 1, which is still manageable. Now there are 2 more. This is not good. Not to mention me, a peak level 9 warrior, even you, if you fight 2 alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, right? Zhao Tianlin said with a frown. Take away the fear, and I'll definitely be unable to handle it. My ability isn't SSS level. If it were, I might be able to fight 2 of them at once. But now, there's no hope. If only Jiangzhou City had 2 more level 9 psychics, we could hold them back for now, and maybe we could still fight them. But if it's just the 2 of us, we'll definitely be dead. Jiang Qinian sighed deeply and said helplessly. Now that you mention it, I really miss that kid Wang Dalong. If he were here, with his clone ability, maybe we could have a fight. I should have let Lin Mo kill him later, at least after we repelled the ghost-level beast tide. Zhao Tianlin's face was full of bitterness. It's too late to say this now. Jiang Qinian shook his head and looked up at the 4 level 10 beasts that were staring at him with eager eyes. A determined look appeared on his face. No matter what, now you, me, and everyone in Jiangzhou have no way out. In that case, we can only fight to the death. Brother Jiang is right. Let's fight these beasts. Killing 1 will cover our losses, and killing 2 will bring us huge profits. Then, without any hesitation, the 2 of them rushed directly towards the 4 strange beasts. However, in fact, the outcome of this battle had already been determined with the appearance of Storm Falcon and Rock Dragon Turtle. If it's 2 against 2, Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian might still have a chance of winning. But 2 against 4. The gap is really too big. Soon, Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian were defeated, blown far away, and fell heavily to the ground. Roar! Hiss!
The silverback gorilla king and the red rock python did not give the two a chance to breathe. They rushed forward impatiently, intending to kill them completely. Alas, we have tried our best, but unfortunately, this is fate. God doesn't bless Jiangzhou. Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin both sighed deeply and closed their eyes in despair. They watched as the two level 10 monsters opened their bloody mouths and were about to swallow them up. Mr. Director! Lord City Lord! The people in Jiangzhou, who were not far away, looked at this scene with their eyes wide open and despair on their faces. Because they all know. Once the two of them die, Jiangzhou City will be destroyed, and everyone in Jiangzhou will die. Buzz. However, at this critical moment, two scarlet beams of light, as thick as water tanks and wrapped in black lightning, suddenly shot out and hit the silverback ape king and the red rock python hard. Ouch! Accompanied by two heart-wrenching screams. The two level 10 monsters were blown away dozens of meters on the spot, fell heavily to the ground, and smashed two deep pits in the ground. This scene. This shocked everyone present. Including Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian, they also opened their eyes and quickly turned their heads to look in the direction where the scarlet beam of light came from. I saw only the gate of the city wall. Two figures are rushing towards this side. It was Lin Mo and Zhu Tianqi. Lin Mo. It's Lin Mo. Ha, great, Lin Mo is here. Lin Mo was able to kill even the 9th level psychic Wang Dalong. Now there's hope. Everyone present showed a look of surprise on their faces. Lin Mo quickly came to the side of Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian, and reached out to help them up. Director, City Lord, am I not too late? You came at the perfect time. Zhao Tianlin punched Lin Mo on the shoulder, then seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, has the chaos in the city been settled? That's right, even that guy Shiman Yefeng has been killed by me. Now that the city is safe, we can safely deal with this ghost-level beast tide. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Well done, I knew you wouldn't let us down. Jiang Qinian patted Lin Mo's shoulder, then suddenly frowned and asked in surprise, why do I feel like your aura has become much stronger, almost as strong as mine? Yes, I had the same feeling just now. I thought I was hallucinating because I was beaten by a strange beast. Zhao Tianlin also nodded. I've made another breakthrough. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head and then released the aura of a 9th level psychic. What? Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian's eyes suddenly widened. I just went back to the city to quell the chaos, how come I broke through to level 9 directly? Why does it feel like Lin Mo's breakthrough in cultivation is easier than eating and drinking water? Roar! Just then, the silverback ape king who was blown away, the red rock python rushed over again. Even the storm falcon and the rock dragon turtle attacked Lin Mo and the other two at this moment. See this. A hint of surprise also flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. How come there are two more level 10 monsters? Ha! Isn't that the storm falcon? Just killed it, took the beast essence and returned it to Senior Chen. Think of this. Lin Mo immediately looked at Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian and said, Director, City Lord, let's deal with the beast tide first. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it when we get back. Okay, the three of us will fight side by side, and we can still fight them. That's right, let's fight these four beasts. Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian immediately ignited their fighting spirit and were ready to charge forward with Lin Mo. But at this moment, Lin Mo waved his hand. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, night has fallen and the moon has appeared. Then, Lin Mo immediately summoned the black rhino armor, turned around and looked at Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian and said, you guys step back, I'll do it myself. The words fell. Lin Mo went straight towards the four strange beasts. See this. Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian were both stunned. Brother Jiang, can Lin Mo really do it alone? Zhao Tianlin looked at Jiang Qinian with some concern and asked. Jiang Qinian was about to speak. Boom! For a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning were rumbling. The earth also began to tremble violently, and magma gushed out. Apocalypse field, open. Following Lin Mo's order. Suddenly, strong winds blew up all around, yellow sand flew up, and the sky became dark. With Lin Mo as the center, the area within a radius of 200 meters instantly turned into a living hell. Chapter 119 Simply Superman. Zhao Tianlin and Jiang Qinian watched this scene from afar and both of them couldn't help but gasp. What a terrifying skill. It seems that not only has Lin Mo's own realm improved, but his supernatural powers are also constantly growing.
Zhao Tianlin said with a look of shock on his face. Maybe, we are really not needed anymore. Zhang Qinian smiled and shook his head. And at this moment, in the realm of destruction, as Lin Mo broke through to become a 9th level mutant, he can already display the complete form of the domain.
Not only that, the range of the domain has also increased several times again, reaching 200 meters.
The power is increasing linearly. Within the field,
thunder and lightning, strong winds, sandstorms, earthquakes, lava, all bombarded indiscriminately. In addition, the red light emitted from Lin Mo's body swept across the surroundings.
Those strange beasts that were below Lin Mo's realm could not survive for even a second and turned into nothingness in an instant.
Of course,
Lin Mo knew.
His main opponents at this moment are the 4 level 10 monsters.
Under the suppression of the world-destroying realm,
the 4 strange beasts were obviously not having a good time either, and their speed all slowed down.
Moreover, although the attacks within the area are not fatal to them, they can still cause considerable damage to them.
This quickly caused the 4 strange beasts to be covered in wounds. They were extremely frightened and wanted to escape from the realm of destruction.
But Lin Mo, how could he fulfill their wishes? Now that you're here, don't leave.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and the sword of destruction condensed into shape in his right hand, and rushed directly towards the 4 strange beasts.
Roar!
The Silverback Ape King obviously recognized Lin Mo as the thief who stole his arm last time.
This made it very angry.
Regardless of the damage to the field, it swung its huge fist and was about to hit Lin Mo.
Court death.
A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he clenched the sword of destruction in both hands and slashed it out.
Buzz!
The terrifying scarlet sword energy slashed across the Silverback Ape King's fist. This instantly shattered its fist and arm.
Ouch! The Silverback Ape King let out a shrill scream. Before it can recover,
Lin Mo was about to strike out with his sword again.
Brother Lin, leave the body intact. Try to keep it intact. And just at this moment, Chu Tianqi, who was not far away, suddenly shouted.
He was obviously still thinking about the essence and blood of the 10th level alien beast.
To this,
Lin Mo also shook his head and smiled helplessly. He held the sword in his right hand, aimed at the Silverback Ape King's head, and slashed with the sword. The Silverback Ape King was in pain, and coupled with the suppressing effect of the domain, he had no time to dodge. The next second, his head exploded on the spot, turning into blood foam all over the sky. Its huge body stiffened for a moment and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 10 beast, the Silverback Ape King, and gaining 50,000 supernatural power points. Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
Wow, killing a level 10 monster gives you so many ability points? Doesn't that mean I have a chance to become a level 10 psychic today? For a while,
Lin Mo suddenly became energetic, holding his sword, and ran straight towards the Red Rock Python. The Red Rock Python had witnessed the power of the world-destroying sword in Lin Mo's hand, so naturally it did not dare to confront Lin Mo head-on, and immediately wanted to burrow into the ground and escape. But as soon as its head entered the ground, it was blasted out by a gushing lava. Suddenly, his entire body was burning with blazing flames. The giant Red Rock Python was burned so hard that it rolled on the ground and its breath suddenly plummeted. It took a lot of effort to put out the flames on his body. The Red Rock Python was also dying.
What a coincidence! Just then,
a scarlet lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck its head. The Red Rock Python's head exploded instantly. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 10 beast, the Red Rock Python, and gaining 50,000 supernatural power points. Killed 2 level 10 monsters instantly.
This also stunned Zhao Tianlin, Zhang Qinian, and everyone present who were not far away. Oh my god! This combat power is so terrifying. Is this really a 9th level mutant?
What level of supernatural power must he have to have such terrifying destructive power?
And at this moment, Chu Tianqi was the only one in the audience who looked excited. The corpses of 2 level 10 alien beasts. And almost complete. The essence and blood that have been refined now are enough for me to use for a long time.
The Storm Falcon and the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle witnessed the tragic plight of the Silverback Ape King and the Red Rock Python with their own eyes, and they also lost all their fighting spirit. The Storm Falcon flapped its wings and prepared to fly away.
Want to run? Everyone can run today, but you can't.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, and immediately his mind moved, and he shouted, "The light of destruction." As Lin Mo's voice fell,
the moon in the sky instantly turned into a blood moon.
a huge scarlet beam of light fell from the sky and hit the Storm Falcon.
Loud laughter, accompanied by a shrill scream.
The Storm Falcon was shot down on the spot, fell heavily to the ground, and died instantly. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 10 beast, the Storm Falcon, and gaining 50,000 supernatural power points. Lin Mo's eyes fell on the last Earth Rock Dragon Turtle and he smiled coldly. "You are the only one left."
Woo!
The Rock Dragon Turtle knew it couldn't escape even if it had wings, so it simply retreated into its shell. And its shell is indeed strong.
No matter how much lightning or magma bombards it, it cannot be broken. You're quite capable of resisting. In that case,
Lin Mo simply waved his right hand, retracted the domain, and then his mind moved. A world-destroying natural disaster.
Just a moment.
A large number of meteorites burning with flames condensed above Lin Mo's head. The horrifying aura fluctuations made everyone present's scalp tingle.
Lin Mo waved his hand. Meteorites suddenly fell towards the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. For a while,
the place where the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle was located suddenly turned into a sea of fire and ruins.
Terrifying meteorites kept falling.
No matter how hard its shell is, cracks will appear on it after it has withstood several meteorites in succession.
Woo! Soon,
the screams of the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle resounded through the sky.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for killing the level 10 monster, the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle, and gaining 50,000 energy points.
Listen to the system's voice ringing in your mind.
Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on one knee weakly. After all, this series of attacks just now almost drained him dry. Fortunately, the Black Rhino armor was constantly recovering, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on for so long. At this point, the 4 level 10 monsters have all been killed.
Looking at this scene, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open. Is this still human? He's simply a Superman. It's so fucking scary. Chapter 120 ranked 7th. Brother Jiang, am I dreaming? Is such a powerful being really from Jiangzhou? Or is he a subordinate of you and me? Zhao Tianlin rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief. Although he had long seen that Lin Mo was gifted and a rare genius. But I didn't expect Lin Mo to be so evil. This level of peerless genius is hard to find in Jiangzhou, a 4th-tier city. Even if it is placed in the capital city where many geniuses gather, it will probably be very eye-catching. After so many years, I'm afraid Jiangzhou is really going to give birth to a super powerful person who will be famous throughout the country, or even the world. This is a blessing for both of us, to be able to see this day. This city lord is truly pleased. Zhang Qinian stroked his white beard and said with a smile. And with the fall of the 4 level 10 monsters, the entire ghost level beast tide instantly became leaderless. The remaining strange beasts naturally posed much less threat to Jiangzhou City. Just face the pressure head-on. It's only a matter of time to destroy it. During this period, in order to become a level 10 mutant and recover his strength, Lin Mo immediately rushed into the beast tide and opened the world-destroying field to harvest. When your physical strength and ability points are exhausted, exit, recover, and then enter again. It repeats itself over and over again. During this period, Lin Mo's ability value skyrocketed. Host, Lin Mo. Superpower, SSS-level world destruction can unlock the second superpower. Realm, 9th level psychic value 3 million 5 million. Read your information panel. Lin Mo also showed a knowing smile on his face. It reached 3 million so quickly. It seems that it is faster to level up by killing the beast tide. I really hope there will be more beast tides like this. However, if other people knew what Lin Mo was thinking, they would definitely think that Lin Mo was crazy. And so it went on until the next day. The entire ghost level beast tide has been defeated, and there are only a few exotic beasts left. Those who died, and those who escaped. About 1/3 of the strange beasts were killed by Lin Mo. This left the major forces defending the city stunned. Therefore, Lin Mo got a new nickname. Beast Butcher. The only pity is, Lin Mo's ability value only increased to 4.9 million, and the strange beast disappeared. There is still a shortfall of 100,000 to break through. But the gap is already very small. I believe that within a few days, I will be able to reach the level of a 10th level psychic. The news that Jiangzhou City was besieged by a tide of ghost-level beasts was the first to spread throughout the country. To this, all the major cities in China felt that Jiangzhou City would definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, in a small 4th-tier city, there is only one level 10 mutant, Jiang Qinian. How could they possibly withstand the terrifying tide of ghost-level beasts? Fall is inevitable. They were even mentally prepared for humans to lose another city. But soon, the news that Jiangzhou City had successfully defended the city and repelled the ghost-level beast tide followed, slapping everyone in the face. To this, all major cities and forces were greatly shocked. Because this is simply incredible. Beijing, headquarters of the Supernatural Management Bureau. Headquarters, good news. Jiangzhou City, defended. A staff member pushed the door open and walked in, saying with a happy face, "Hold it?" Long John stood up from his chair, looked at the staff and asked, "Where's the seal? Did the god worship cult succeed?" According to Ouyang Hao's reply, the seal is still in place. It was Lin Mo who showed up in time, killed the priests of the god worship cult, and secured the seal. Also, according to the report from the Jiangzhou branch, Lin Mo was responsible for at least half of Jiangzhou City's ability to repel the beast tide. The staff member said with a smile. "Great, that's great. This Lin Mo is simply the lucky star of our Superpower Management Bureau." Long John slammed the table excitedly. "Directorate General, there's a video clip you need to see for yourself." The staff member took out a tablet and placed it in front of Long John. What was played above was the scene where Lin Mo finally used the world-destroying natural disaster to kill Shiman Yefeng. A world-destroying natural disaster? Long John frowned, then as if he had thought of something, he was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Lin Mo has awakened the 7th-ranked SSS-level superpower, the world-destroying superpower? The last time I saw him use his domain during the regularization test, I thought he had only awakened an SS-level ability. I never thought that China would give birth to another genius with SSS-level superpowers. At this moment, Long John was shaking with excitement. Because he knew what a genius with SSS-level superpowers represented. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before China will be able to cultivate another super strong person. This is really great and exciting news for China, which is currently facing internal and external troubles. General Administration, I'm afraid this matter can no longer be concealed. After all, this ghost-level beast tide caused quite a stir, no less than the previous promotion assessment, so I expect the worshipping god cult will receive the news soon. I'm worried that they will attack Lin Mo. The staff member said with a worried look on his face. They dare. Long John slammed the table and said gloomily, if these bastards from the worshipping god cult really dare to target Lin Mo, I will make them pay an extremely heavy price. Arrange the itinerary immediately. I must go to Jiangzhou this time, and by the way, I want to deter those who have evil intentions against Lin Mo. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. The staff quickly turned around and went over. Lin Mo, your edge has been revealed. Even with the protection of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau, you will inevitably face pressure and danger far greater than before. I hope you can hold on. Long John clenched his fists, his face full of worry. Jiangzhou, at the city gate. That's weird. For level 10 beasts, but not a single beast essence? Lin Mo was also a little depressed when looking at the corpses of the 4 strange beasts in front of him. I originally wanted to dig out a beast essence of the Storm Falcon and return it to Chunhai. As a result, not to mention the Storm Falcon beast Yuan, the other 3 strange beasts also had nothing. The probability of producing this beast essence is indeed ridiculously low. Hey, Brother Lin, can you give me the corpses of these 4 strange beasts? Chu Tianqi walked forward, rubbing his hands in anticipation. This was the first time he had encountered such a lucrative battle, and he was extremely excited just thinking about it. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then pointed at the bodies of the Silverback Ape King, the Red Rock Python, and the Earth Rock Dragon Turtle and said, "You can take these 3 away, but I can't take the Storm Falcons. I have to use it to pay off my debt. 3 is 3, Brother Lin, just wait and see. This time I will definitely be able to produce a lot of high-level exotic beasts, even level 10 exotic beasts. When the time comes, you have to help me test their combat effectiveness." Chu Tianqi asked with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He was exactly 100,000 short of supernatural power points. Isn't this it?
So he immediately patted his chest and agreed, such a difficult task, leave it to me.